Charge! Crimson blood flowed across the battlefield. Amidst the intense fighting, bodies lay scattered, with streams of fresh blood gushing from wounds, corpses piled high, and a heavy scent of death lingering in the air. The sounds of fierce battle, clashing swords and ringing armor, overpowered any fear in the hearts of soldiers, intensifying their combat fervor. Am I dying? How unjust. I've been given a second chance at life, but my great ambitions are still unfulfilled. How can I leave so easily? Wearing black and gold armor, gripping a long sword, Harold stood pale and weak. A spear pierced his body, pinning him to the ground, his handsome face filled with regret. His predecessor, also named Harold, had once been a renowned cultivation prodigy. Unfortunately, his fame drew too much attention. 6 months ago, during an outing for training, he was ambushed by dozens of black-clad assailants and ultimately met his demise. At that very moment, Harold reincarnated into this world, inheriting not only his identity but also his memories, including the mocking laughter that haunted his last moments. Though it had been less than half a year since arriving on the Tiangang continent, Harold had already established remarkable military achievements alongside his father, Forrest, earning respect and admiration from countless soldiers. In his previous life, Harold had been a fearless special agent, a true hero. On the battlefield, he was valiant and bold, always leading from the front. Healing complete. Healing host physical body. 10%, 40%, 100%. Ding. Healing complete. Granting new player starter package. Feeling his strength returning, Harold's eyes snapped open as he stared at the sky in disbelief. That wasn't an illusion? System, are you there? He asked tentatively to confirm the presence of the voice. Host, what do you require? It was real. The system was truly here. He really had a golden finger. Suppressing his excitement, tears welled up in Harold's eyes. His heart raced with anticipation and joy. Everything he had hoped for as a transmigrator was finally happening. After taking a deep breath to calm himself, he realized the immense potential before him. With the system, he would become a protagonist with extraordinary powers, ready to fulfill his grand ambitions. System, can you introduce yourself? Certainly. This system possesses summoning capabilities. It can absorb cosmic energy and convert it into revival points, which can be used to summon Chinese military leaders and advisors to assist the host in ruling over a kingdom. Summon Chinese military leaders and advisors. This was beyond incredible. The thought of having these legendary figures aid him made Harold's body tremble with excitement. What? Half an incense stick? Harold was taken aback. He knew all too well how dire the battlefield situation was. Another half-incense stick delay could result in a total collapse of the Grayson army, putting his life in grave danger again. No choice. Half an incense stick? I'll grit my teeth and hold on. Gritting his teeth, he rose slowly from the ground. System, do you have information on Jamar? Name, Jamar. Dynasty, Late Han, 3 Kingdoms. Rank, Peerless General. Art, Heavenly Demon Scripture. Cultivation level, 8th stage Great Martial Artist. Troops, Elite Hider Soldiers, 10,000 inch. Reviewing Jamar's details, Harold smiled. Finally, he had a formidable ally. He marveled at the prowess of Chinese generals, appearing with formidable cultivation. System, use the fixed soldier seal to summon the leopard cavalry. Ding. Summoning completed. Within half an incense stick's time, the leopard cavalry will join Jamar and assist the host. Harold chose the leopard cavalry for their superior combat strength, capable of quickly turning the tide of battle. According to the system, the upcoming leopard cavalry would ride on hybrid beasts, a combination of tigers and leopards, instead of horses. System, I want to cultivate Yanhuang Emperor's decree. Alive, and leading the Grayson Duke's forces in a fierce counterattack. Seeing his troops begin to retaliate, Harold was not about to be left behind. He joined the counterattack with equal vigor. Harold's sword flashed with lightning speed, unstoppable, encircled by wisps of sword chi, razor-sharp, slicing through enemies' armor with ease. After a brief skirmish, fresh blood slowly dripped from his face. It was the blood of enemies he had slain, splattered onto his armor and flowing down to the ground. Blood red and glaring, veins of blood covering his eyes, which now glinted with cold light, radiating killing intent, like a beast charging onto the battlefield. The scene was intense, with each soldier giving their all for survival and glory. Harold's presence reinvigorated his men, transforming the tide of battle momentarily. His swordsmanship, swift and deadly, made him a formidable force on the battlefield, striking fear into the hearts of his foes. Chapter 2. My lord, fear not, Jamar is here. Charge, charge, charge. In just a few breaths, the sword chi enveloping Harold's longsword danced swiftly around him. Any enemy soldiers who came close to him clutched their throats in despair and unwillingness. One by one, they fell limp in a pool of blood, their eyes wide open in hate, as blood gushed from their severed throats, and the tiger leopard cavalry to arrive. Although he cultivated the Yanhuang Emperor's art, Harold still struggled against the attack of over 10 generals and a large number of soldiers from the Gay Wangfu. Note, the term Wangfu, princely mansion or royal residence, was left untranslated in the user's input. For a more natural English flow, it should be translated. Although he cultivated the Yanhuang Emperor's art, Harold still struggled against the attack of over 10 generals and a large number of soldiers from the Gay princely mansion. However, since Gay seems to be a proper noun, I left it untranslated unless you have a specific English name for it. Jamar, why aren't you here yet? If you don't come soon, I really won't be able to hold on any longer. Harold's heart was filled with urgency. Rumble, rumble. Just as Harold was about to be overwhelmed by the enemy, the earth began to tremble, as if an earthquake or the end of the world was upon them, causing both sides to stop fighting. What's happening? Why is the earth shaking? Is it an earthquake? What's going on? How could the ground shake so violently? Who the hell caused this earthquake? As both sides Husheng Taiyi, 质问这是不是对方搞的鬼时, a booming voice came from behind the Dinyuan Houfu troops. Clearing all enemies around Harold, Jamar approached him, kneeling on one knee, bowing his head slightly, and clasping his hands respectfully. Your servant Jamar pays respect to my lord. Your servant arrived late in rescue. Please forgive me. General Jamar, no need for such formalities. Please rise quickly. Suppressing his excitement, Harold stepped forward to help Jamar up. The formidable general before him lived up to his reputation as a renowned Chinese military leader. His mere presence struck fear into the enemy and even instantly slew those who attacked him. Thank you, my lord. Jamar bowed again and slowly stood up. Looking around, his eyes filled with murderous intent, exuding a powerful aura that pierced the sky, intimidating nearby enemies and making them step back involuntarily. These wretched fools dared to attack his lord? They practically asked for death. Even skinning and burning them to ashes would barely soothe Jamar's fury. Now, the tiger leopard cavalry, like wolves among sheep, slaughtered enemies savagely, tearing them apart and decimating their ranks. On the vast plains, their advantage was fully demonstrated, leaving enemy soldiers as helpless lambs before them. Facing Jamar's overwhelming might, everyone felt like they were in a dream, trembling uncontrollably, numb in mind and body, sweat pouring down their faces, and cold perspiration drenching their backs. Some enemy generals and soldiers were so terrified by Jamar's formidable aura that they lost consciousness, fell dead on the spot, and some even lost control of their bowels. Seeing Jamar's mere display of strength without even attacking could scare enemies to death, Harold couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. No wonder Jamar was a renowned Chinese general. His imposing presence was truly unmatched. A flash of blinding light appeared, and suddenly all the enemies before Jamar were reduced to pools of blood, their corpses strewn about, instilling profound fear. General has been killed. Brothers, flee quickly. Upon hearing this cry, Mingqiu Hao soldiers and the Yin dynasty soldiers scrambled desperately, discarding their armor and fleeing madly. Faced with these retreating enemies, Jamar, who was ready to slaughter, appeared puzzled. When did he kill the enemy general? He didn't remember doing so nor seeing it happen. Despite his confusion, Jamar quickened his steps to stay close to Harold, guarding his safety at all times. The tiger leopard cavalry now moved freely on the battlefield, unstoppable and invincible. Before them, others were like pieces of paper, sliced effortlessly into halves. With a twist of his wrist, dozens of blue saber beams shot out from the fire cloud saber, cutting through everything in their path like lightning tearing through mountains. Dozens of screams filled the air as blood splattered, heads flew, and enemy soldiers and officers collapsed, dead on the ground. Having eliminated all the enemies around Harold, Jamar, appearing like a god of war, walked up to him, kneeled on one knee, bowed his head, and clasped his hands respectfully. Your subordinate, Jamar, greets my lord. Forgive me for being late. General Jamar, there's no need for such formality. Please rise quickly. Suppressing his excitement, Harold stepped forward to help Jamar to his feet. The valiant tiger general lived up to his reputation, intimidating the enemies from the moment he arrived, even instantly slaying those who had surrounded him. Thank you, my lord. Jamar bowed once more, then slowly stood up. His gaze swept across the battlefield, his eyes full of killing intent, his powerful aura reaching to the heavens, terrifying the surrounding enemy troops into retreating half a step. These damned fools dared to besiege his lord. They were truly asking for death. No matter what happened now, their demise would barely satisfy his anger. At this point, the tiger leopard cavalry joined the fray, wreaking havoc among the enemy like wolves among sheep. On the vast plains, their advantage as cavalry was fully exploited, making the enemy soldiers seem like lambs ready for Note, Wangfu is a Chinese term for princely mansion or prince's residence. For a more fluent English translation, the soldiers from Gay Princely Mansion shrank back in terror, their minds blank, staring in fear at Jamar. Strong, extremely strong. So strong that none dared to resist, only choosing to submit. Charge. Following Harold's order, his sword chi surged out like a venomous snake bearing its fangs, biting fiercely at the eyes of the enemy. Roar. Jamar roared, the fire cloud saber creating dazzling light, slicing through the enemy with overwhelming destructive power. Confronted by the mighty Jamar, everyone felt as if they were in a dream, trembling, their brains numb, sweat pouring down their faces, cold sweats running down their backs. Some enemy officers and soldiers were so terrified by Jamar's overwhelming might that they fell unconscious, dead to the world. Some even lost control of their bladders. Seeing how Jamar's mere presence could scare enemies to death without lifting a finger, Harold couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. What a formidable fellow. Indeed worthy of the title of a Chinese legendary general. His presence was truly awe-inspiring. Swish. Jamar's blade cut through the air, leaving a trail of blood and carnage in its wake, the ground littered with bodies, chilling to the bone. The Dinyuan Houfu soldiers and the tiger leopard cavalry immediately ceased their pursuit. To improve fluency and consistency, I would suggest, the soldiers of Dinyuan Houfu and the tiger leopard cavalry immediately halted their chase. We have won. We have won. One soldier raised his weapon, shouting excitedly. His words quickly spread through the ranks, and soon all were shouting in unison. We have won. Brothers, we have won. Victory. Long live Grayson Houfu. Long live young Marquis. To improve fluency and consistency in English. Long live the House of Grayson. Long live young Marquis. This ensures the text reads more naturally while maintaining accuracy and consistency. This translation aims to convey the intensity and grandeur of the battle scenes while maintaining the natural flow and readability of the narrative. It stays true to the original structure and style, providing a faithful rendition into English. Long live the House of Grayson. Long live young Marquis. Long live young Marquis. With his long sword planted in the ground, Harold gazed contentedly at the scene before him, then looked up toward the rear of Grayson Manor. He murmured to himself, "Father, I have held the border of Nanning. I wonder how you are faring." The forces of Gay Princedom and the Dian dynasty attacked the territories of Grayson Manor from two fronts. His father, Lord Grayson Cade, was responsible for holding off the main enemy force at Tianyuan City, while he was tasked with defending against the enemy forces attacking from the Nanning border. So much time had passed, and he didn't know how his father's defenses were holding up, whether he had secured a victory, or if he needed assistance. Chapter 3. Loss of parents, separation of siblings. After the battlefield was cleared, the enemy corpses were buried and burned collectively in a pit, while the fallen soldiers from the Branson estate were taken back to Nangqiu City. Initially, Harold intended to defend Nangqiu City, but upon considering its disadvantageous terrain that made it easy to attack but hard to defend, he had no choice but to choose a desperate fight. He left the city to establish a defensive line outside, which would buy more time for reinforcements to arrive. Even if no reinforcements came, this move would allow him to hold on for a longer period. There are enemies, quickly defend the city wall. Wait, those aren't enemies, it's young Lord. The Nangqiu City guards originally thought Harold's forces were enemy troops, but after seeing their banners and Harold's familiar face, they immediately realized their mistake. The closed gates of Nangqiu City opened joyfully as the returning troops entered. It's young Lord and his men. They're back. Open the gates quickly. Yes, sir. When Harold's group arrived at the southern gate of Nangqiu City, General Akil led the defending soldiers to greet him. Kneeling on one knee, "We pay our respects to young Lord." "Please rise." "Thank you, young Lord." A month passed quietly. In the April spring, everything was rejuvenated, with thick floral fragrance filling the air, making the atmosphere refreshingly crisp. Inside the hall of the Nangqiu City mayor's residence, Bellamy was discussing the next course of action with the officers when a Keith, covered in wounds and blood, holding a bundle tightly, rushed into the hall. His injuries were severe and inflamed. Bang! Despite falling, the man still protected the baby in his arms. Recognizing him instantly, Harold left his seat and approached. "Louis Tadu, what happened? Who injured you?" Harold asked angrily, lifting the man up. The pale-faced man handed the baby to Harold weakly. "Young master, half a month ago, the Marquis was defeated and died in battle. The Gay Prince's mansion and the Dian dynasty invaded. Lady Yi fought to the death. Before she passed away, she instructed my wife and me to take the young master and your sister out of the mansion and come to you. This is your brother, Harold." Before finishing, Louis Tadu collapsed, having just delivered the infant Harold into Harold's hands. His life ended in that moment. "Louis Tadu, wake up, don't sleep," Harold screamed tearfully, his eyes bloodshot. "Harold, don't worry, Big Brother will find your sister. Those who hurt you and her will suffer greatly." After standing up, he walked out and looked up at the sky, clenching his fists and whispered fiercely, "Gay Prince's mansion, the Yin dynasty, you killed my parents and destroyed my family. I swear by heaven, one day, I will make you pay in blood." Both his parents were dead, his sister missing, and his home shattered. All because of the enemies of the Branson estate, Gay Prince's mansion, and the Dian dynasty. He swore that once he gained power, he would destroy them to avenge his parents and find his sister. At that moment, Jamar approached Harold and handed him a jade token bound by a black string. Looking at the seemingly ordinary jade token, Harold asked, "General Jamar, what is this?" "My lord, we found this token on Louis Tadu's body. Initially, we thought it was a personal item, but then we noticed your brother's name inscribed on it." Taking the token, Harold saw Harold carved on one side. Flipping it over, he saw another name, Anna. "Anna, is this my sister's name?" Louis Tadu mentioned bringing both his brother and sister here, but only one arrived, indicating they were separated during their escape. Thinking of the potential danger his sister might be in, Harold ordered coldly, "General Jamar, have this token replicated on paper and send 1,000 tiger leopard cavalry to search for its owner. Bring anyone carrying this token, dead or alive." "Yes." With a salute, Jamar left to carry out the order. "Anna, wait, I've sent people to rescue you. If anyone dares to harm you, I will make them suffer endlessly." He considered sending 5,000 cavalry but prioritized his sister's safety by dispatching 1,000 instead. Every moment now weighed heavily on his mind. Once, his family was complete, but now his parents were dead and his sister lost. Strength, I need strength. Desperate for power, Harold wanted to revive more historical figures. System, how many revival points do I have? Ding. Super summon system. Host, Harold. Cultivation level, martial artist 7th heaven. Revival points, 16530 inch ###. Chapter 3. Loss of parents, separation of siblings, continued. General, Jamar, cultivation level, great martial artist 8th heaven. Scholar, none. Army, Tiger Leopard Cavalry, 76,000 men. System, are these revival points used to revive generals and scholars? Harold asked with a straight face. Yes. As long as the host has enough revival points, the system can randomly revive any general or scholar from any. With determination burning in his eyes, Harold prepared to take on the challenges ahead. He knew that the road to vengeance would be fraught with peril, but he was ready. His parents' death, his sister's disappearance, and his family's destruction were not in vain. They were the fuel that would drive him forward, turning his grief into the fire of retribution. Chapter 4. Parents' remains, system task. Harold fell silent, stroking his chin as he pondered what to do next. Now, large swathes of territory under the control of the Beiding Marquis had fallen one after another. Only Nanyu City, which he guarded, as well as Donghua City, Tianyuan City, Shuangzi City, and Anlin City, had not been captured. Though these 5 cities were still in his hands, the enemy could arrive at any moment. Moreover, with insufficient troops, he couldn't defend all 5 cities simultaneously. If he wanted to prevent the fall of these 5 cities, he must dispatch troops to support the 8,000 defending soldiers in each city. It seems I need to have the Hu Bao cavalry immediately go to these 5 cities and help defend them, Harold muttered to himself. System. What is the minimum cultivation level of the Hu Bao cavalry? The lowest cultivation level of the Hu Bao cavalry is 2nd stage warrior, while the highest is 6th stage warrior. Upon hearing this, Harold exclaimed in surprise, "What? So strong? System. How is this possible? Why are the Hu Bao cavalry so powerful?" Next to him, in an ornate cradle, the baby was playing happily with a cloth ball, unaware that both his parents had passed away and his sister had disappeared, leaving only his older brother. "Father, Rina, rest assured, the gay prince's residence and the great Yin dynasty tore our family apart. Sooner or later, I will make them pay 10-fold, 100-fold. After burning the paper, he slowly stood up and knelt before the pale-faced elder beside him. Bang! Seeing Harold's actions, the old man was shocked and immediately helped him up. "Master, what are you doing? Get up quickly." Unfortunately, Harold remained kneeling. Bang, bang, bang. Kneeling 3 times before the elder, Harold said hoarsely, "Grandpa Yuan, these 3 kneels are my gratitude for preserving my parents' remains and bringing them back to me." Seeing Harold continue to kneel, Carissio struggled to lift him from the ground. "You silly child, why are you still kneeling? Your 3 kneels have already made Grandpa Yuan unsure how to repay you. If you keep going, aren't you shortening Grandpa's lifespan?" Pat, pat. Tate-offing Harold up, Carissio brushed the dust off his knees. "Christo, your grandfather and I once agreed that I would spend my life protecting your family, but I failed to save your parents right in front of him. I've let your grandfather down and your entire family down," Carissio said sorrowfully. Tears streamed. While Jamar was extremely powerful, it was merely individual might, not the strength of an entire army. Facing enemies with numerous warriors and boundless troops, one person cannot stand against many. Thus, patience was crucial. Sitting in his courtyard, Harold listened as the Hu Bao soldier reported their recruitment numbers, feeling somewhat relieved. Apart from the Hu Bao cavalry, he now commanded over 280,000 troops, half of whom were former members of the Branson, and the other half newly recruited. Ding! Triggered hidden task. Within 6 months, occupy half of the Tiangang dynasty. Completion reward, 300,000 resurrection points. Failure penalty, become a eunuch for a year. Feeling utterly baffled and aggrieved, Harold clenched his teeth, muttering internally, "No way, system! You give me 300,000 resurrection points for completing the task, but make me a eunuch if I fail? Are you messing with me? Ding! This task is mandatory. Failure results in punishment. Warm reminder, if completed ahead of time, the system will provide a hint about the whereabouts of your sister. System, I accept the task." Ready to retort and reason with the system, Harold changed his mind upon hearing the possibility of finding out about his sister's whereabouts. Without hesitation, he accepted the task. He had ordered the Hu Bao cavalry to comb every inch of the Branson territory, but still couldn't locate his sister Karina. Even the slightest clue, however faint, was something he wouldn't miss. Task issued. Please begin executing the task. Note, the structure, tone, and style of the original text have been maintained in the translation. Ding. 1 month has passed. The system rewards the host with 1 summoning opportunity. Would you like to use it? Just as Harold was instructing the Hu Bao cavalry officers beside him to leave, an exciting voice suddenly sounded in his ears. A summoning opportunity? This was something rare and precious, requiring a substantial amount of resurrection points. It instantly granted him the chance to gain a formidable general or a renowned scholar. System, use the summoning opportunity. ##### Chapter 5. Notable Scholar Hiroshi and the Military Merit Rank System. Chime. Congratulations to the host for summoning the notable Qin Dynasty scholar Hiroshi. Hiroshi, a notable Qin Dynasty scholar? Wow, this is incredible. A free attempt got me another lucky draw, and it's a big one at that. Who is Hiroshi? He is an extraordinary figure who laid the foundation for the greatness of the Qin Dynasty. Pinching his own face to feel a sting, ensuring he wasn't dreaming, Harold felt extremely excited. A great scholar who would help lay the foundation for his future achievements was about to come to his aid. Calmly composing himself, Harold instructed the Hu Bao. Hiroshi greets Lord. Hiroshi bowed slightly. Mr. Scholar, please don't be too formal. With your arrival, I shall gain even greater strength. The grand foundation can be built with your assistance. To be able to serve Lord, it is C's honor beyond compare. Mr. Scholar, please follow me. Under the stone pavilion, after a brief exchange, Hiroshi understood their current situation. The Heavenly Saint Empire was now engulfed in war, with numerous regional lords dividing their territories, claiming themselves as kings and plundering surrounding lands. Although they were currently in a peaceful area, this tranquility was only temporary. It was inevitable that enemies would soon attack. Lord, how many troops do we have? 380,000. Hearing this number, Hiroshi slightly frowned. While it seemed substantial, such a small number of troops wouldn't suffice in battle. Occupying cities requires station defenders, and the losses from battles necessitate ample reinforcements to ensure victory. Do we recruit soldiers? We recruit daily, but unfortunately, fewer than 1,000 join each day, even with high benefits. Harold sighed. Current recruitment benefits had increased from 100 silver coins to 1 gold coin per month, with cultivation resources provided for those with strong abilities. Despite these incentives, they still barely recruited 1,000 men daily, which made him feel helpless. Not that he didn't want to increase the benefits further, he simply couldn't afford it. Pausing momentarily, Hiroshi spoke. Lord, I have a plan. Can it be implemented immediately? Please share, Mr. Scholar. The recruitment benefits remain unchanged, but add an additional benefit. Anyone who kills enemy soldiers during military service can claim rank advancement by presenting enemy heads. Hiroshi explained expressionlessly. Harold drew a sharp breath, eyes widening in surprise. Mr. Scholar, you're suggesting I implement the military merit rank system. Exactly. Since our recruits are few, we should establish this system to attract more people to join the army. That sounds good. This matter is entrusted to you, Mr. Scholar. Before Hiroshi's arrival, Harold had never considered such a system or even the legalist reforms of Griffin during the spring and autumn period. Once implemented, the military merit rank system could rapidly mobilize vast armies and train them into a formidable force. With sufficient troops, he could expand territory, conquer fortresses, and eliminate enemies. Eventually, he would challenge the Gay Prince's mansion in the Great Yin dynasty. Understood. Led by a Hubao cavalryman, Hiroshi turned and left to begin implementing the plan. They needed to strengthen their forces and enhance combat capabilities for the challenges ahead. With the announcement of the military merit rank system, countless young martial artists, skeptical yet enticed, joined the military. Even if the system were a lie, the generous benefits alone attracted many, eager to become part of the army. Reviewing the intelligence reports, Harold felt satisfied. In less than 10 days, nearly 50,000 new recruits had joined. This military merit rank system is indeed appealing, Harold remarked to himself. The Qin dynasty had built its formidable army largely due to this system. Though the dynasty declined after Qin Shi Huang's death, it had unified China after 2 centuries of conflict. Rising slowly from the ground, Harold, gazing at what once was the land of Branson Estate, said coldly, with adequate troops and supplies, it's time to reclaim my northern holdings. Someone. Present Lord, what are your orders? A Hubao cavalryman quickly knelt before him. Summon Mr. Hiroshi and General Jamar. We have important matters to discuss. Yes, Lord. Soon, Hiroshi and Jamar arrived at Harold's courtyard, sitting across from him on the grass. I believe you both understand why I've gathered you here? Jamar, a general known for solving problems with his fists, could not guess Harold's intentions, but Hiroshi, a notable Qin scholar, nodded understandingly. Now that we have sufficient troops and supplies, it's time to reclaim the land belonging to Branson Estate. Warfare? Jamar's eyes lit up, feeling excited. Lord, are you saying we will start fighting soon? Yes, that's right, Harold smiled and nodded. Line combat. Staying behind to ensure the rear remains secure and stable is precisely his duty and responsibility. As long as the rear is stable, Harold can advance without hindrance, swiftly reclaiming the lost territories of the Branson Estate. With Hiroshi ensuring the security of their base, Harold could focus on the offensive. The stability of the rear would allow him to operate freely at the front lines, using every advantage to reclaim what was once theirs. Chapter 6. First Battle at Huayan City. The next morning, outside the northern gate of Nanqiu City, a well-equipped, formidable army with indomitable fighting spirit and ready for battle had gathered in full force. 2 myriads of Tiger Leopard cavalry were left to Hiroshi, while the remaining 5 myriads were arranged by Harold and Jamar to join the troops to reclaim lost territories. Most cities within the territory of Branson were on plains, which favored cavalry combat, making it beneficial for repelling enemy forces and reclaiming lost territories. With their powerful cultivation, the Tiger Leopard warriors could reduce casualties, enabling them to swiftly retake the territory of Jinyiwei Marquis at minimal cost. Harold gazed at the formidable army before him with satisfaction and turned around to look at Hiroshi. Master, I entrust the defense of Nanqiu City to you, as well as the care of my younger brother. He wasn't worried about much else. He was mainly concerned for his brother Everett, who was still just an infant. Please rest assured, my lord. I will do my duty, Hiroshi declared, clasping his hands together in affirmation. In his previous life, he hadn't been able to fully utilize his talents. Reborn now, he silently decided to dedicate himself entirely to serving Harold, ensuring a stable rear support and building resources for the front lines. Only with strong rear support could the army become invincible. But if not, they would be powerless, only awaiting defeat or gradual extermination. With those words, Master, I am reassured. After paying respect, Harold bid farewell to Hiroshi and turned to face the 30,000-strong army behind him. His gaze turned cold and determined while the soldiers, except for the Tiger Leopards, clenched their weapons tightly, ready to fight under orders. Sieging forts and establishing everlasting achievements, something previously unimaginable, they now aimed to achieve under their lord and general's command. Nodding lightly at Jamar beside him, he gave the order to march. Responding to the order, Jamar faced the entire army and commanded, "Army march." Yes. With crisp orders issued, the prepared army turned uniformly and began moving forward, eyes filled with fervor. My lord, Bai Qi doesn't spare anyone associated with Gay. Rest assured, my lord, no one will survive, Jamar pledged. Turning back, Jamar selected elite soldiers and moved closer to Huayan City under cover of darkness. After traveling slowly, they approached a kilometer away. Eyes squinted, he watched the patrolling guards, waiting for complete darkness. Finally, under pitch-black skies, Jamar led his men toward the north gate. Unbeknownst to the careless patrolling soldiers, danger loomed. Silently approaching within 50 meters of the wall, he ordered, "Ready your weapons. Once the gate opens, everyone follows me inside. Any resistor, none are spared." Yes. As they awaited, the closed gates slowly creaked open. Creak. Edieki, the sound was barely audible, or it would have alerted the guards. Waiting for the gate to open, several youths, bloodied knives in hand, signaled for attack. Everyone, follow me. Resistors, all must die, Jamar shouted, leading the charge into the city. Charge. Stepping forward, his elite troops followed with fiery determination. The sudden attack stunned the Gay guards, leaving them momentarily unprepared. Enemy attack. Quickly close the gate, quickly close it. Realizing the threat, they attempted to react but failed. Before the gate could be lowered, Jamar led his men into the city, engaging the defending forces. Facing the oncoming attackers, Jamar smirked, wielding his Huayun saber with lethal speed. Swoosh. Dozens of sharp blade flashes appeared, terrifyingly sharp. Ah! Instantly, the screams of defeated Gay soldiers echoed, their bodies falling apart. Many couldn't understand how this Tiger general felled so many with just one strike. This initial success ignited the Grayson soldiers' morale. Gripping their steel blades, they joined the massacre. Jamar continued advancing, hacking down foes relentlessly. Each step forward, another soldier from the gay household fell, sliced in half, blood spurting everywhere. #####Chapter 7. A bloody battle. At the Flynn's mansion in Huayan City, the generals of Adnan Todd were originally celebrating, dancing, and rejoicing. However, when they suddenly saw smoke rising from a distance, their brows furrowed instantly. General Tiangang, a robust Keith with a scar on his face, looked particularly grim. Just as he was about to send someone to investigate, a badly injured soldier from the Adnan army, bleeding profusely and pale-faced, hurriedly rushed into the hall, stumbling and rolling. General, disaster has struck. The eldest son of Forest House, Harold, has led hundreds of thousands of troops to launch a surprise attack on Huayan City. Our brothers at the North Gate have suffered heavy losses, and now the enemy is already inside the city. That's impossible. Forest House doesn't even have 50,000 troops left. Where could he get such a large army? Did you lose your nerve in the surprise attack and are now spreading false information to cause panic? Tiangang dismissed the news without hesitation. As the general leading the attack on Forest territory, he knew very well the remaining strength of Forest forces. Even if Harold rallied these scattered troops, they would be a defeated force incapable of matching the elite troops of Adnan Todd. These remnants would likely flee at the sight of them. The troops I speak of are absolutely real. I stake my life on it, Tadeo insisted bitterly. The reality was that Forest's army was indeed attacking Huayan City aggressively. At this rate, Huayan City would fall entirely within minutes, and they would all become casualties. Yet, this fool before him refused to believe it. Tadeo's words instantly spread fear among the others present. They whispered nervously to each other. Does Forest House really have an army of hundreds of thousands? Where did these hundreds of thousands of troops come from? Could they be composed of the previous defeated forces of Forest House? Or perhaps other dynasties sent reinforcements? Die! Suddenly, a fearsome enemy general, his face twisted with rage and power radiating from him, wielded a long blade like a dragon emerging from a mountain. Under the moonlight, the blade shone brightly, its momentum like a thunder. Todd felt fury burning within him. All of you, follow me in battle. Seeing the small number of Forest's forces daring to provoke them so recklessly, he felt humiliated. The burning sensation on his face fueled the intense rage building up inside him. Kill! His troops, under his command, lunged at Jamar like ferocious wolves, moving as swiftly as lightning. A bunch of ignorant ants. Roar! He roared, his great blade unleashing an infinite beam of light. Instantly, it sliced down like a thunderous crescent moon. Boom! The porcelain floor exploded into pieces, fragments flying everywhere in a cloud of dust. Ah! Aya! The agonized cries echoed as the ill-prepared officers and soldiers of Adnan Todd were impaled by porcelain shards, falling into pools of blood. Those who survived were left mutilated and disfigured. Tiangang, barely standing upright amidst the carnage, sighed inwardly. He had underestimated them. He let his anger cloud his judgment. Blood spewed from his mouth as he stared at Jamar, his complexion pale. Who are you? One strike had cost him over 100 men, their fighting strength utterly decimated. This opponent was far beyond what he imagined. In front of him, he felt inferior to even the smallest ant. He didn't understand how Forest House possessed such a formidable warrior. Adnan's forces. Anyone not in black armor or wielding weapons was deemed an enemy, and he showed no mercy. This campaign aimed not only to reclaim lost territory, but also to avenge his parents and the fallen soldiers of Forest House. Behind him, Forest soldiers watched Jamar's merciless slaughter with admiration and excitement. He was their revered and feared General Jamar. Facing fierce resistance, Forest soldiers wielded their blades fiercely, slicing down at the enemy. Their resolve burned with a vengeful spirit. Kill! Even as the enemy troops retreated, they pushed forward relentlessly, determined to leave no enemy standing. Chapter 8. Attack on Gannan City. Lord, the defenders of Huayan City have been completely annihilated by our forces. The few survivors are all captives. What should we do next? In the wee hours of the night, Jamar came forward after dealing with all the enemy generals to report the situation in Huayan City. Now that they had slaughtered and decimated the enemies, fewer than 1 in 800 remained alive, but they had also lost many of their own brothers in arms. If it weren't for the enemies celebrating wildly, their losses would have been even more severe as the enemy's counterattack was incredibly fierce. Integrate the prisoners into our ranks. Those who distinguish themselves on the battlefield will be spared. Anyone attempting to escape will be punished according to military law. Understood. Additionally, you must immediately select 7,000 elite soldiers and 800 Tiger Leopard cavalry troops to launch a surprise night attack on Gannan City. I hope that by the time I arrive with the main force tomorrow, Gannan City will already be in our hands. Lord, if I leave your side, no one will be there to protect you. I think it's best if I accompany you to attack Gannan City. He wasn't worried about anything else. His main concern was that someone might harm Harold in his absence, which would be a grave dereliction of duty. Harold felt reassured by Jamar's concern and said, General Jamar, you need not worry about me. With the Tiger Leopard cavalry, no one can harm me. Then please take care, Lord. I will wait for you in Gannan City. After a brief moment of thought, Jamar saluted with both fists. Though the Tiger Leopard cavalry were less powerful individually, their combat effectiveness and speed were formidable. With them by Harold's side, he didn't need to worry about anything happening to him or his safety. Should they encounter a situation beyond the cavalry's capability, they would promptly evacuate Harold to a safe location. As Jamar left gracefully, Harold gazed impassively at the fallen enemy soldiers on the ground, their eyes wide open, having met their end unwillingly. He showed no expression. This is war. Since they chose to participate in war, they must be prepared for death and martyrdom. To establish a powerful dynasty and provide a prosperous place for people to live, he had to trample over blood and corpses step by step. Under the bright moonlight, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes, sharp and bone-chilling, glowing red and intimidating. Just a glance could send a shiver down anyone's spine. General, the defenses of Gannan City seem too lax. Could this be a trap? A Tiger Leopard cavalry soldier approached, looking at Gannan City with some concern. The city's defenses were extremely relaxed. The defending army was so sparse that it seemed suspicious. If it were a trap, charging in blindly could lead to disaster. While their own lives weren't an issue as they could infinitely respawn, the 7,000 elite troops following them wouldn't survive. Don't worry. I've already sent scouts to gather intelligence. Once they return, we'll know if there's a trap. Even if there is, I'll deal with it swiftly with my blade. Even if Gannan City set a trap, he had no fear. With his massive blade slashing through chaos, he would crush them effortlessly. Moreover, he had the powerful Tiger Leopard cavalry under his command. Enemy ambushes wouldn't affect them much. For this attack on Gannan City, he avoided the main road and took forest trails instead. Though encountering ferocious beasts was inevitable, these creatures stayed away due to the overwhelming killing aura around him. They were able to reach Gannan City quickly thanks to a guide familiar with the terrain. Under the cover of the trees, they watched Gannan City like ravenous wolves. Once the scouts returned and reported back, they could decide whether to attack based on any hidden traps. General, there's no trap in Gannan City, the scout reported from afar, kneeling on one knee. No trap? He furrowed his brow, feeling puzzled. What's going on? If there's no trap, why are there fewer than 3,000 defenders? Did they all flee? Huayan City had nearly 20,000 defenders, while Gannan City had fewer than 3,000, which was confusing. Why was there such a discrepancy? The intelligence suggests that Gannan City's defenders were redeployed elsewhere due to unfavorable battles. Now only 2,000 remain, the scout continued. Do you know when these reinforcements left? Yesterday at dusk. Excellent. It seems fate favors us. Immediately pass the order. At sunrise, I want Gannan City fully occupied. Yes. Under Jamar's leadership, the Tiger Leopard cavalry and the 7,000 elite troops of Branson followed closely, marching silently. Armored and weapon-bearing, they stirred up birds from the woods, adding a chilling atmosphere to the cold night. Covered by darkness, Jamar led the troops to within 100 meters of Gannan City. His gaze was sharp, like an eagle scanning its prey from the sky or a hunting dog lying in wait. The Gannan City defenders were lackadaisical, not taking their duty seriously, unaware of the looming danger just outside the city gates. The city walls stood 10 zhang high and 2 zhang wide, made of iron and silver material, impenetrable and unyielding. With very few defenders spread across 4 sections of the wall, each wall section was patrolled by less than 500 men in groups of 10. Though bed crossbows lay dormant on the walls, ready to unleash devastating power, piercing multiple bodies with a single arrow, ordinary warriors couldn't withstand such firepower. Even powerful ones dared not face it. Therefore, during sieges, destroying or depleting the bed crossbows ammunition was crucial. Given the small number of defenders, they couldn't effectively use the bed crossbows. In the dim moonlight, Jamar smirked, signaling 10 Tiger Leopard cavalry riders, dismounting their horses to approach the wall. Before the siege, opening the city gates was the priority. At Iekali, the defenses were lax, and the gate was secured with an iron plate. Approaching the wall, they climbed silently using their martial prowess, like spiders creeping up undetected. The blue armored guards patrolled lazily, oblivious to the approaching danger. After scaling the wall, the Tiger Leopard cavalry nimbly leapt over the ramparts, ready for action. Cold and emotionless, his eyes merciless, holding a large saber that gleamed menacingly. His aura was calm yet imposing. The synchronized footsteps of thousands caused immediate alarm among the defending troops of Gannan City. Not good. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Humph. Jamar let out a cold snort, and an overwhelming killing intent erupted from him. His icy eyes pierced through the heavens, his powerful aura covering all directions, making onlookers tremble in fear. Humph. Facing 5 or 6 blue-armored soldiers rushing towards him, he snorted again, gripping his flame cloud saber tightly. With a single step, he swung his saber down. Boom. Rocks flew everywhere, smoke soared into the sky, stirring up clouds. Pained cries echoed as dozens of bodies scattered, blood splattering everywhere, creating a horrific scene. After taking a few dozen steps, his saber danced wildly in the wind, leaving corpses littering the ground, each one bearing an expression of regret. More elite soldiers from Lord Grayson's residence, like ferocious wolves, charged forward with excited looks, sabers swinging. Previously, they had been chased like sheep by wolves. Now, they were the predators hunting the wolves. The endless shine of sabers and dazzling sharpness were unmistakable. Faced with the ruthless Jamar and the fanatical elite soldiers of Lord Grayson's residence, the defending troops of Gannan City retreated step by step, legs trembling, some even losing control of their bowels. Such formidable leaders and frenzied troops were truly terrifying, filling their hearts instantly with fear. Looking at the retreating enemy soldiers before him and the carnage behind him, the sight was indeed horrifying. Despite this, his gaze remained sharp, saber raised high, radiating a chilling aura. Roar! Behind him, a fierce tiger materialized, its body emitting bloody flames, like a rock from hell, roaring with an overwhelming presence. Those who couldn't bear the shock instantly fainted, standing lifelessly. Even those who managed to stay conscious were left paralyzed in terror. His feet slammed into the ground, veins bulging, his saber spinning around him, crimson energy bursting forth, shaking the skies. Bang! Thud! A single strike split the hard earth, and the gruesome scene made one turn away in disgust. Devil! He is a devil, a devil! Facing the one-sided slaughter, someone finally screamed in horror, then discarded their armor and fled. Jamar's terror left them powerless, unable to muster the courage to fight. Even if they've Gannan City, have the garrisons of Shuangyue City and Tiangang City been redeployed? No. General Zhuge Liang of Stone's residence mishandled the command, leading to a severe ambush. The garrisons of Gannan City, Shuangyue City, Tiangang City. All 7 cities have been called to reinforce the front lines, the prisoner replied. eyes wide with fear, pale-faced. Joking aside, facing this monster, even he felt profound fear, and it was said anyone would shudder in terror. One swing of the saber had killed dozens of their men, and their general was cut in half. How could they not fear and respect this opponent? Shuangyang City and Taoyuan City are now vulnerable. Jamar smiled sinisterly, his mind plotting a daring plan. Take him away. Yes, sir. After the prisoner was taken away, Jamar turned to the Tiger Leopard cavalry soldiers beside him. Ross, immediately gather the troops. This general intends to offer Shuangyue City and Taoyuan City to our lord. What, general, you intend to attack these two cities? Ross looked startled, disbelief etched on his face. Precisely. With the garrisons of these two cities weakened, how can I miss this opportunity? Jamar confirmed. If not for lacking additional troops, he wouldn't just aim for these two cities. He would have taken the other 5 vacant cities as well. He decided to take these two cities first due to their proximity and hidden routes, which allowed them to reach within a day's march. After deliberation, Ross deemed it feasible and turned to carry out Jamar's order. Just as he was about to turn, Jamar added, "Remember, all wounded stay behind, and strictly guard the prisoners." "Yes, sir." Ross nodded, saluted, and departed. With a devious smile, Jamar began formulating his plan, imagining Shuangyue City and Taoyuan City already in his grasp. For prudence, he ordered the nearby Tiger Leopard cavalry soldiers, Tadu E, immediately lead 20 Tiger Leopard cavalry soldiers plus 2 former soldiers from Lord Grayson's residence, splitting into 2 groups to scout the reality of these 2 cities. Once you confirm both cities are thinly defended, secretly infiltrate and wait until midnight. Then open the gates for us to attack inside out and seize these 2 cities. Understood. This translation maintains the original structure and tone while ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. Chapter 10. Jubilant Tears and Command Distribution. Where is your general? Harold, leading a large army to Gannan City, did not see Jamar come out to greet him. Instead, it was the Hubao cavalry soldiers who greeted them. This immediately sparked confusion in his mind. Could it be that Jamar had met his end? But that didn't make sense either. Given Jamar's capabilities, no general from the Ming Qiuwangfu could stand up to him. Moreover, if Jamar had been eliminated, the system should have notified him. It hadn't happened. Could he have been forcibly taken away? Note, Wangfu is repeated incorrectly in the user's text. It should be translated as princely manor or palace, depending on context. Here, I retained Wangfu to match the original repetition. Improved version. Could it be that Jamar had met his end? But that didn't make sense either. Given Jamar's capabilities, no general from the Mingqiu Palace could stand up to him. Moreover, if Jamar had been eliminated, the system should have notified him. It hadn't happened. Could he have been forcibly taken away? As he puzzled over this, the Hubao cavalry soldier in front of him responded, "Lord, after occupying Gannan City, General ordered the soldiers to rest for half an hour before leading everyone to attack Shuangyu City and Taoyuan City." Attack cities? Harold looked at him with bewilderment. Wait, who ordered him to attack Shuangyu City and Taoyuan City? Moreover, with his current forces, can he launch attacks on 2 cities consecutively? He wasn't worried about whether Jamar could capture Shuangyu City and Taoyuan City. What he feared most was that they might be surrounded and wiped out by the enemy. According to the system's notification, the Chinese military leaders and soldiers he summoned could be revived infinitely, but each revival consumed progressively more resurrection points. Therefore, he silently prayed that these valiant leaders and soldiers wouldn't get themselves killed, as it would cost him dearly otherwise. The Hubao cavalry soldier didn't respond verbally, but instead took out a letter from his attire and handed it over to Harold. "My lord, this is the letter left by the general. He said you would understand after reading it." Filled with doubt, Harold accepted the letter and opened it. After reading its contents, a bold plan began forming in his mind. Since the Ming Qiuwangfu lacked troops and supplies, and their recent victories left the occupied territories poorly defended, this presented a great opportunity bestowed by heaven. Note: for a more natural English reading, Wangfu is better translated as princely manor or similar, but given the context and previous narrative style, I maintained Wangfu, as is for consistency. If you prefer a fully adapted version, please let me know. For a fully adapted version, since the Ming Qiu princely manor lacked troops and supplies, and their recent victories left the occupied territories poorly defended, this presented a great opportunity bestowed by heaven. Inform all generals and commanders above the rank of major to gather at the city hall immediately for a meeting. Yes, my lord. Meanwhile, the citizens of Gannan City, fearing retribution, cautiously peeked through the cracks of their doors and windows. Seeing the unfamiliar army outside, they wondered whose troops they were. Orders for an immediate offensive to reclaim the 32 cities originally belonging to Jinyiwei Marquis. Leaf Bob, step forward and listen to your orders. Here. 2 black armored generals stepped forward, saluting with both hands clasped, awaiting their instructions. "I command you both to assemble 20,000 elite troops and 2,000 Hubao cavalry to immediately head for Ziyu City. You must capture it by sunrise tomorrow." "Yes, sir." After they turned to leave, Harold continued issuing orders. "Otis, Corey, step forward." Here. Another pair of brave generals stepped forward to receive their orders. "Assemble another 20,000 elite troops and 2,000 Hubao cavalry and immediately proceed to Baimu City. You two must capture it by sunrise tomorrow." "Yes, sir." Having issued orders to attack the 5 vulnerable cities, he turned to the 8 remaining generals and commanded, "You will mobilize your troops and accompany me to join General Jamar at Taoyuan City." "Yes, sir." Although not assigned to lead the attacks on the 5 cities, they believed that diligence and bravery would provide them ample opportunities for valor. Hendricker Thermore, with battles frequently occurring, they were confident that chances for distinction would abound. Slowly rising from his seat, Harold descended the steps and exited the living room, the 8 generals respectfully clearing a path for him. Now that he had dispatched troops to capture these 5 weakly defended cities, his next objective was to converge forces and directly take Wushuang City, the core area of Dingyuan Marquis. The 8 generals followed closely behind him, exuding formidable aura. With a powerful swing of his fire cloud blade, Harold unleashed a commanding presence. His gaze filled with intense fighting spirit, his entire body radiated battle readiness, and waves of martial energy surged like stormy waves. Poot! A sharp blade shattered as a blue-armored middle-aged warrior was sent flying, coughing up blood and tumbling to the ground. Pale-faced and trembling with fear, he stared in shock at the fierce warrior before him, realizing the terrifying power. Powerful! I never imagined Yuan Marquis would have such a formidable general, the man muttered, a mix of awe and self-deprecation in his tone. Facing this incredible warrior, even his superior swordsmanship crumbled into shards. While Jamar's prowess was unmatched, Jamar noted, your talent is impressive, but you chose the wrong side and shouldn't oppose our lord. Thank you for the compliment. Since I made my choice, I am prepared to die honorably. Fighting against a mighty warrior like you is a privilege, and I have no regrets. When he became a general under Franklin, he was ready for death. Though this day came sooner than expected, the opportunity to fight such a formidable opponent satisfied him. Even if given another chance, he would still choose to serve Franklin, expanding his territories and founding a dynasty. Very well, then I will make it quick. One stroke shall settle all earthly matters. Hashtag Chapter 11. Occupying Shuangyue City, Herald's Wrath. Swish. Splat. A flash of cold light was followed by a splash of crimson blood. The Keith with a smiling face slowly closed his eyes and lowered his head. Even as someone slit his throat, he remained kneeling upright, not dropping the weapon in his hand, bowing his head one last time as a farewell to this world. Honor his burial. Jamar slowly sheathed his sword and turned around. This was an honorable opponent who deserved a solitary grave. Even if future generations would not remember him, Jamar could still respect him as a defeated adversary. Yes, sir. With the fall of this Keith, the remaining defenders of Shuangyue City dropped their weapons, choosing to surrender. Jamar looked at the corpses scattered across the streets without a hint of pity or sympathy. This was the battlefield. A place where one could die on horseback, leaving no trace behind, possibly left unburied in the wilderness. When the conflict ended, the residents of Shuangyue City felt relieved that the victorious side did not harass them. Their hearts, once gripped with fear, finally eased. Out of caution, countless civilians peeked through their windows and doors to witness why the victors did not disturb them. Seeing this, many civilians were moved to tears, their eyes brimming with emotion. The victorious troops belonged to the Yuan Marquis estate, finally liberating them from their plight. Son, did you see that? Our Yuan Marquis army has returned, and all those beasts who harmed you are now dead. Heaven sees justice. Our Yuan Marquis army has finally come back. Father Rina, you can rest in peace. Daughter, if you have the power from above, please protect every soldier of our Yuan Marquis, bless them in battle, and help them slay more beasts. Jamar and his men entered the deserted city lord's residence, only to find chaos inside, as if it had been ransacked. He glanced at a nearby soldier and asked quietly, Buck, what happened here? Why is this residence in such disarray? Did you allow your men to raid it? The soldiers didn't do this. We have always remembered Lord Ye's 3 commands. When we arrived, it was already like this, deserted. Buck hastily replied. There was no way he dared to let his men loot the place. They adhered strictly to Harold's orders. Since it wasn't you, then someone else must have looted it first, Jamar mused, furrowing his brows and stroking his chin while looking around. General, since we don't know what happened, why don't we find Amal's soldier and ask? Perhaps we can get some information from them. That's a good idea. Since you suggested it, go find a prisoner who knows something about this. Yes, sir. As Buck left, Jamar instructed one of the nearby soldiers, Tadu Todd, immediately order the men to clean this place. Make sure it's spotless before Lord Yi arrives. Yes, sir. Asterisk report. Lord Yi, General Jamar's forces have captured Shuangyue City and Tiangang City. Asterisk A scout rode in on a black warhorse, dismounted, knelt on one knee, and reported loudly. The black warhorse was no ordinary mount. It could be trained, loved to gallop on the plains, covering great distances without fatigue, and was specifically used by scouts. These horses recognized only one master for life, and if their master died, they would mourn until death. Therefore, anyone capturing a scout's horse would release it, though some chose to keep it for dinner. Hearing the report, Harold, along with a few Davian riders, paused and brightened slightly. He saw even more potential in Jamar, who proved to be not just strong but also tactically astute. It seemed he had underestimated these Chinese strategists and generals. Very well, you may go. Yes, sir. After the scout left, Harold stood up from the rock and watched the advancing army. Frederick. Here, sir. The young commander stepped forward, bowed, and knelt. Order the entire army to accelerate. We must arrive at Tiangang City by sunset. Yes, sir. By sunset, the vast army of the Yuan Marquis estate finally reached Shuangyue City and settled within its walls. To avoid disturbing the residents, Harold ordered no one to enter private homes or seize houses. Anyone sleeping on the streets must not disturb the citizens. Violators would be executed. Fortunately, it was late spring, with mild weather even at night, so the soldiers could camp out on the wide streets without discomfort. Under Jamar's guidance, Harold and his party entered the city lord's residence. They found the city intact, which put Harold at ease. Harold sat in the main hall and asked Jamar, General Jamar, did you capture Shuangyue City's lord? From the previous reports, Shuangyue City's lord was the only one among the 32 cities to open the gates and surrender to the Yuan Marquis estate. Harold wanted to understand why he surrendered, especially since they had treated him kindly. Lord, according to the captives we interrogated, Shuangyue City's lord escaped with his family through a secret passage, Jamar replied coldly. If he had known earlier, he would have killed the lord right away. A secret passage? Harold's brow furrowed. Yes, there is an old tunnel in this residence that leads directly outside, Jamar nodded. Originally, Harold had not intended to kill the lord. However, learning about the escape route made his expression turn icy. His desire to obliterate the lord grew. I didn't intend to kill you, but you chose to serve the Amal instead of saving yourself. In that case, I cannot let you live. Harold clenched his fists and ordered without expression, issue a decree. Whoever kills Shuangyu City's lord, Lin Yangtian, will receive substantial rewards and a treasure from me. ##### Chapter 12. Cultivation Advancement and the Warrior Ellis. As night fell, stars dotted the night sky, with a full moon hanging high, casting an eerie yet mysterious glow over the otherwise desolate evening. The mystery was laced with countless cold hands, as if they had risen from hell or emerged from seas of blood. In a courtyard of Shuangyang City's governor's residence, Harold, who had stopped meditating, slowly opened his piercing eyes. Standing up from the ground, he immediately planted himself firmly, fists clenched. He then began to move rapidly, his hands dancing with the wind, delivering powerful blows in a formidable fist technique. He practiced repeatedly until his internal spiritual energy was completely depleted, at which point he slowly stopped, retracted his fists, and swiftly returned to his starting position following the footprints left behind. Once Harold finished practicing, Jamar, standing nearby, immediately handed him a white handkerchief. Accepting it, Harold wiped off the streaming sweat and softly asked, "How is the situation? Besides Shuangyu City and Taoyang City, the other 5 cities have fallen into our hands effortlessly. Moreover, our people received news that the previously unstoppable army of Jerome's residence has been halted at Taduzu City by the old marshal of the Tianshang dynasty. To deal with the old marshal of the Tianshang dynasty, Jerome's residence has gradually moved the troops originally stationed in each city of the Bransonate to the front lines. Additionally, the left-wing army of Jerome's residence has also been blocked at Chunfeng City by an alliance of powerful families. In other words, the remaining troops under the control of the Bransonate's 18 cities are now few and far between." Harold narrowed his eyes, imagining the original 18 cities soon returning to his control. "Yes, my lord. Should we launch an attack on these cities now?" "Not yet. Let me first call other Chinese colleagues, then plan our next move," said Jamar. "Understood." Hearing that Harold wanted to summon another Chinese colleague, Jamar felt particularly excited, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the new colleague. Regardless of whether they were from the same era, he would welcome them wholeheartedly. System, check information. Ding, super summon system. Host, Harold. Cultivation level, 2nd tier martial artist. Revive points, 595,960. Warrior, Jamar. Scholar, Hiroshi. Army, Hu Biao Cavalry, 76,000 men. Seeing such a large number of revive points, Harold felt elated, as if spring had finally arrived. But this wasn't spring. It was the excitement brought by the abundant revive points, urging him to use them. Suppressing his excitement, he silently commanded, "System, open the warrior exchange page." Ding! His gaze fixed on the visible projection screen and the numerous formidable warriors listed on it. Harold's initially smiling and eager face gradually dimmed. Faulkner. Uncor. Ascari. Josh. Edibu. Gustav, 1 million. Tai. Qinxiong, 1 million. F***K. These costs are way beyond my reach. Staring at the required revive points for these warriors, Harold felt as if his vision was clouded by poverty, leaving him momentarily dazed. What blinded me? Poverty? Or the system? Suppressing the feelings of poverty, he decided not to continue summoning Chinese warriors, given the enormous consumption of revive points. His current amount of points was minuscule compared to what was required. Just as he was about to give up, he noticed a warrior with a 50% discount, his eyes suddenly lighting up as if he had discovered a new world. "System, why didn't you tell me you offer discounts? The system saw your poverty and thus offers you a discount to help you grow faster. However, this is a one-time offer, so please cherish it," replied the system. Harold was overcome with gratitude and almost wanted to kiss the system thrice over. Regaining composure, he quickly scrolled through the warriors to see which ones were discounted by 50%. After a thorough search, his gaze settled on a tall, imposing figure with striking features and unparalleled might. He grinned mischievously upon seeing the name. "Ellis? You're the one." System, use revive points to summon Ellis. Ding. Summon complete. Please wait half an incense sticks time for Ellis to arrive. After summoning Ellis, Harold saw his revive points drop from over 500,000 to just 95,960, truly bringing him back to square one. Yet, the revolution continued. He sighed inwardly and instructed the system to remove the projection. As he gazed into the distance, his determination surged within him. A burning anger burned inside him, along with a burgeoning ambition. "My lord, may I know who you summoned?" Jamar asked bravely. "Ellis, General Ellis, reporting to my lord." Ellis, a towering figure with stunning beauty, knelt before Harold, paying homage. Looking at this powerful warrior kneeling before him, Harold felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Another indispensable general had joined his ranks. "General Ellis, please rise. With your arrival, the path to greatness will be achieved soon." He smiled and helped Ellis stand up. Name, Ellis. Dynasty, Late Eastern Han. Rank, Peerless Warrior. Martial Art, Cloud Ascending Technique. Cultivation Level, 1st Tier Spirit Martial Artist. Unit, Elite Unit, The Sinking Camp, 760 soldiers. Damn, this cultivation level rivals Jamar's. Jamar's cultivation level was also at the 1st Tier Spirit Martial Artist, while Ellis's was almost on par with his. This made Harold marvel at how powerful figures from the Three Kingdoms period were. The intense battles produced many formidable generals and scholars. What amazed him most was that the rank of the sinking camp soldiers was so high, nearly matching the Hu Biao cavalry. This only fueled his desire to resurrect the sinking camp. Seeing the dwindling revive points and the cost of reviving one soldier, his face twitched. Poverty rendered him helpless. "Being able to serve my lord is an honor and a privilege," Ellis said solemnly, filled with determination. "Now that General Ellis has arrived, introduce yourselves," Harold suggested. After the introductions, Harold continued, "Now that you two know each other, let's discuss our next move." "Yes." They responded in unison. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Harold ordered someone to bring a map of the Bransonate and laid it out before them. Pointing to the red-marked and blue-marked areas, he explained. These red-marked areas represent the territories we have reclaimed. The blue-marked areas are the cities we plan to attack next. Based on our intelligence, Jerome's forces have suffered setbacks on the front lines, and the troops originally stationed in the Bransonate have been moved there. We will divide our forces into 2 groups to reclaim the Bransonate's territories. Pointing to the right side of the map, he added, General Ellis, you will lead 10,000 troops plus half of the Hu Biao cavalry to attack from the right. Then pointing to the left side, he concluded, I will lead the remaining troops with General Jamar to the left, heading straight towards Jerome's frontline battle. He stared intently at both generals, his expression stern and resolute. I don't require much from you. Simply retake the territories of the Bransonate. If possible, I hope both of you can capture more cities. The system required him to take over half of the Tiansheng dynasty within 6 months. Given the current situation where Jerome's forces were preoccupied by the Tiansheng dynasty's Grand Marshal and a coalition of noble families, he couldn't afford to miss this golden opportunity. As Harold watched Ellis leave, he nodded to Jamar nearby, signaling him to issue the marching orders. Left flank, about face. Advance. Harold did not immediately depart. Instead, he turned to face Twin Sun City where countless civilians stood at the gates bidding farewell. His presence had reassured them, but his departure left them anxious. Smiling in farewell, he turned and joined the marching column, advancing toward the left flank. In the midst of this vast army, like an immense dragon, they marched forward under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Harold did not ride in a carriage. Instead, he rode a special steed called the Christian Ma. This horse, larger and swifter than ordinary horses, could consume celestial herbs to advance in power, growing stronger alongside its rider on the battlefield. Such horses were rare and usually reserved for powerful warriors. However, if you came from a prestigious family or had connections within the military, you could also own one. Harold's Christian Ma was a gift from fate, a personal warhorse that had accompanied him through numerous battles. Under the scorching sun, the army's pace noticeably slowed. The dense crowd prevented fresh air from circulating, causing Harold to frown, unsure how to proceed. Resolving issues for individuals was simple for him, but dealing with a large group posed challenges. Even though the main road allowed considerable space between people, making it more comfortable for the soldiers, this was not a long-term solution. Furthermore, excessive gaps between troops could slow down their march and alert the enemy prematurely. Report. Just as he was pondering, a scout arrived before him, saluting. Sir, our scouts found a stream 30 miles ahead. General Jamar suggests we rest there and continue after sunset. Agreed. Hearing of the stream brightened Harold's mood, and without hesitation, he approved. In such heat, marching was ill-advised. Even though each soldier was a cultivator capable of using spiritual energy to cool themselves, conserving their energy was crucial for unforeseen events. If their energy were depleted, they would be lambs led to slaughter. Yes. Spread the order to accelerate our march. Yes. By the clear stream under the shade of green trees, Harold sat eating dried meat, discussing strategy with Jamar. A map laid out before them, showing 2 cities, Huiyan City and Shanha City, within an hour's travel from each other. Sir, I suggest we attack both cities simultaneously. Tell me your plan. Yes. Given the short distance between these cities, once one is attacked, the other will retreat, destroying city structures in the process. Thus, I propose we seize both. That's a sound idea. Jamar's logic was flawless. If they captured one city, the other would flee, destroying everything in the process, an outcome he wanted to avoid. In that case, we will attack both cities simultaneously. By midnight tonight, we must capture both. Additionally, no defenders shall escape. Yes. Half a month later, Gage Todd's domain, Thunder Mist City. Bang. Fools, fools, utterly useless fools. The sound of shattering teacups echoed throughout the palace as rage filled the air. King Gage, regal in appearance and demeanor, with a neatly trimmed mustache, angrily rebuked the intelligence officers kneeling before him. In just half a month, what had taken immense effort to conquer, the territories of Lord Grayson, was lost back to Harold. His attacking forces had suffered unprecedented defeats. Now, his frontline troops were scattered, and the momentum of their advance shattered by unexpected attacks. They knew nothing of Harold's reinforcements or the formidable cavalry. Your Highness, please calm down. We must gather the scattered troops and cease further advances. Meanwhile, investigate Harold's elite forces and seek aid from the Dian dynasty, suggested his advisor Tadeo Daoran calmly. The emergence of Harold's mysterious force indeed threw them off guard, disrupting their progress. But now was not the time for anger or confusion. It was time to regain composure and strategize. Suppressing his fury, King Gage looked to his advisor Tadeo Daoran. What do you propose? Since the front has collapsed, we should regroup and investigate Harold's forces while seeking reconciliation with the noble armies. After a brief silence, he nodded in agreement. Looking at the black-clad officer before him, he commanded, spread the word. Mobilize all Black Box members to thoroughly investigate Harold, especially his elite cavalry and powerful generals. Yes. As the Black Box member left, King Ross clenched his fists, seething. Boy, regardless of where you found those troops or why 2 powerful generals appeared by your side, since I defeated your father, I can surely crush you too. You and your father are mere stepping stones for me. As Ross's icy resolve showed his desire to annihilate Harold, advisor Tadeo Daoran smirked, viewing Ross merely as a pawn in his game. ###Chapter 14. Approaching the gates of Taduzu. Beneath the tightly closed gates of Taduzu City, Harold rode his warhorse, leading Jamar and 100 leopard riders. His gaze was calm as he surveyed the scarred city walls before him. Despite the damage, the defenders on the walls stood resolutely, brimming with fighting spirit as they vigilantly watched the surroundings outside. Within the range of Taduzu's defenders, Harold remained unfazed. His gaze, like that of an eagle soaring in the sky, calmly overlooked the scene. The leopard riders behind him were even more cold-blooded, their eyes filled with the desire to slaughter, resembling wolves ready to trample everything underfoot. Jamar, serving as Harold's bodyguard, maintained a composed expression as he sat astride his horse next to Harold, prepared to protect him at any moment. If the enemy dared to attack with arrows, he would immediately escort Harold to safety, ensuring his well-being. Harold's eyes moved upward to a white-haired old general clad in white and blue armor. The general's presence was imposing, his breath steady, exuding an ancient and formidable aura. Harold's lips curled into a slight smile upon recognizing this old man. He was none other than Marshal Cyan of the Heavenly Holy Dynasty. Though the old man's face was covered in blood, making it hard to recognize him, Harold still identified him instantly. Beyond his distinct aura, it was those cold eyes that Harold had once seen before. Although they had only met once, Harold had etched the old marshal's appearance into his memory. Marshal Tadeo, it's been a long time. How have you been? Harold greeted him with a smile. Cyan frowned slightly, scrutinizing Harold closely. Seeing how Harold resembled Branson Merrill, he felt a twinge of surprise. So, it's you. Harold lacked Merrill's imposing aura, but his unique silhouette reminded Cyan of the younger Harold, whom he had met 6 months ago. That encounter had left Cyan impressed by Harold's talent, especially his military prowess. When he heard about the invasion of Branson's territory by Adnan's forces a few months ago, Cyan had feared for Harold's fate. But now, seeing this vast army with its formidable might, Cyan was speechless. This massive force, radiating an intense aura of combat readiness, was something he had never witnessed before. Despite being outnumbered, they had defeated hundreds of thousands of Adnan's troops, causing them to flee in disarray. The heavily armed cavalry, fierce and invincible, struck fear into the hearts of the enemy. Witnessing this from the city walls, Cyan saw the powerful cavalry charge 3 times and completely rout the enemy. I didn't think Marshal would remember me. I'm truly honored, Harold said, his smile faint yet chilling. Heh, Lord Ho, you flatter me. Even if I forget everyone else, I would never forget you, Cyan replied frankly. What brings such elite warriors here? Cyan asked, his gaze steady on Harold. To reclaim lost territories from Adnan. Could you not see that, Marshal? Reclaim lost territories? Lord Ho, weren't your lands south of the 3 rivers? By crossing the 3 rivers and advancing to Taduzu, Harold sent a dangerous signal. He intended to rebel. It was common knowledge that the Branson and the imperial family of the Heavenly Holy Dynasty did not get along. Though constrained by loyalty, the situation could escalate. Hendrik Thermore, over the years, the royal family had sought to reclaim all lands granted to the Branson. Seeing Harold's straightforwardness, Cyan decided to be equally direct. Adnan killed your parents and seized your lands. As their son, you seek revenge. Am I right? Indeed, with simple words, Cyan understood Harold's true intent. Adnan's actions against Harold's parents had driven him to hatred towards the Heavenly Holy Dynasty. Go back, Desi. I know the events have deeply affected you, but I won't let you step further. This place is under my protection. Harold smiled silently. Had it been earlier, he indeed lacked the strength to breach the city. But now, supported by capable ministers and generals, he was determined to break through no matter what. With a courteous nod, Harold turned his horse around and led his men away. Watching Harold leave, Cyan sighed inwardly, feeling conflicted. This battle had changed many people, creating chaos and alliances. Even he was not immune to its effects. Lord, when do we attack Taduzu? Jamar asked in the camp, his strong presence commanding respect. Not yet. We need to rest and resupply. Taduzu will come later. As you wish, Lord. Jamar obeyed, understanding that pride led to downfall. There were many matters to handle first. After dismissing Jamar, Harold activated his system, check data, super summoning system, host * Harold, cultivation * martial artist, 3rd level, revival points * 2,645,960, generals * Jamar, Ellis, sages * Hiroshi, army * leopard riders, 7,500. Harold felt a sense of accomplishment after gaining 2,065,960 revival points from conquering 39 cities in just 1 month. Truly, hard work paid off. However, losing 300 leopard riders left him disheartened. Each rider cost 10,000 revival points. This loss was too steep. Monthly free summon available. Proceed? Proceed. Harold perked up, excited for his monthly chance. Congratulations, host. You have summoned Cornelius, a distinguished general of the late Ming dynasty. Cornelius? Awesome. Another rare tiger general. Free monthly draws are indeed delightful. Suppressing his excitement, Harold checked the general page. Disappointed, he couldn't find the generals he wanted. Riker. Einar's eyes lit up again. Excitement coursed through him, his hands trembling. Riker was an incredibly strong general from the same era as the 4 great generals, Dane. Though his talent didn't match Dane, he had his unique qualities. After Qin unified the 6 states, he led a 30,000-strong army against the Xiongnu, reclaimed the land south of the Yellow River, and became known as China's first brave warrior. System: use 1 million resurrection points to summon Riker. Ding. Summon successful. Please await Riker's arrival patiently. With only 1,645,960 resurrection points left, Einar's heart felt like it was bleeding, but he knew it was necessary. He aimed to dominate, and sweeping conquests required significant sacrifices in the early stages. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to develop later. How many resurrection points does it take to summon a Jinyiwei agent? Einar pondered, rubbing his chin softly. He desperately needed Jinyiwei agents primarily to gather intelligence. Their ruthlessness and decisiveness made them the perfect choice. Battlefields were unpredictable. He must know the enemy's every move to prepare adequately. Otherwise, they would not last long. 10,000. Note: 10,000 resurrection points can only summon relatively weak Jinyiwei agents. 10,000? And even the weakest ones? Suppressing his agitation, he remained expressionless. System: Use 600,000 resurrection points to summon 60 Jinyiwei agents. Ding. Summon complete. Please wait patiently. They will accompany Cornelius to your side. System. Use another 500,000 resurrection points to summon 50 Anchor Union soldiers and dispatch them directly to Ellis. Ding. Summon complete. Your order has been relayed. They are already en route to Ellis. Calling such numbers into existence was costly, not only because Ellis needed them, but also because the system mentioned that generals could form powerful arrays with specific troops, maximizing their strength. System. Check Riker's information. Ding. Name. Riker. Dynasty. Qin Dynasty. Rank. Peerless General. Martial Art. Bravery Saint Technique. Cultivation Level. First Heaven of Martial Spirit. Troop Type. Elite Qin Warriors. 200,000 units. Rubbing his chin, Einar gazed intently at the information on Elite Qin Warriors, the very troops who unified the 6 states and laid the foundation for China's unity. System. How many resurrection points does it take to summon one Elite Qin Warrior? 1,000. Note. Regular Elite Qin Warriors cost 1,000, while Advanced Elite Qin Warriors cost 10,000. Bloody hell. Are you here to rob me? Einar exclaimed upon hearing the expensive cost. Host. The system has always operated this way. If you don't wish to buy, feel free not to. Don't accuse the system of robbery, or it might make you a eunuch for a year. Suddenly feeling a cold chill below, Einar quickly shut his mouth, no longer daring to provoke the system. Offending it could lead to serious consequences and unpredictable reactions. Sighing heavily due to the system's power, Einar said, System, use all remaining resurrection points to summon regular Elite Qin Warriors. Ding. Congratulations on summoning 545 Elite Qin Warriors. They will join General Riker soon. Please wait. General Cornelius paid respects, followed by the Jinyiwei agents, acknowledging their new leader. Rising to greet Cornelius, Einar felt both excitement and nervousness. With such excellent generals and guards, establishing an unrivaled dynasty seemed less like a dream. In this world, tremble for the arrival of our Chinese warriors. Inside the main tent, Einar briefed everyone thoroughly, warmly welcoming the newcomers. His passionate words and stirring vision excited Cornelius and the Jinyiwei agents, eager to build their legacy. We may have scattered Guizhuang's forces, but they will regroup soon. We must prepare preemptively, Einar stated. Please give orders, my lord. Cornelius, full of spirit, eagerly awaited commands. Please give orders, my lord, echoed the Jinyiwei agents. Nodding approvingly, Einar assigned Cornelius as the first commander of the Jinyiwei, responsible for gathering intelligence on enemy movements. I won't disappoint, my lord, Cornelius promised, accepting his mission with vigor. From now on, all of you must obey General Cornelius, without question. Do you understand? Yes, my lord. After assigning tasks, Einar gave them their first mission. Leaving 10 men behind, the rest were to infiltrate Guizhuang's scattered forces, eliminating key leaders without exposing themselves. Lessen the threat to us by removing enemy commanders, and keep them distracted to gain time for reinforcements and preparations. With more soldiers, we can strike fear into our enemies, making them perceive us as invincible. This was psychological warfare. Crushing enemy morale would make them easier targets. Hope you bring good news, Commander Yuan. Name, Cornelius. Dynasty, Late Ming Dynasty. Rank, Peerless General. Martial Art, Eternal Brightness Technique. Cultivation Level, First Heaven of Martial Spirit. Troop Type, Elite Ming Troops, 100,000 units. As he looked at the cities captured by the Bransonate army, Cyan felt a jumble of emotions welling up inside him. He didn't know what to say or how to express his feelings. Within a few short months, the changes in the Bransonate had surpassed all expectations. Their well-equipped and highly combat-effective army swept across the battlefield. The formidable army of the Ming Qiu Prince's mansion was swiftly crushed, even facing total annihilation. Now, even the reinforcements coming to their aid were being held back by a tiger-like general leading the army outside the territory of the Bransonate. Herald, what kind of power lies behind you? Why are you so powerful? Is your Bransonate truly planning to replace the Tiansheng dynasty as the ruler of this land? Cyan muttered to himself. Half a month had passed since Herald had led his army to besiege Taduza City. Not only did they show no signs of retreating, but there were also clear indications of an increase in troops. Observing Herald's restless movements and the strength of his army, Cyan's unease grew stronger. It seemed as though the Bransonate was poised to take over the Tiansheng dynasty. Moreover, based on intelligence, Herald, stationed in Nangjiang City, had been successfully leading an army to repel the attacks of the Ming Qiu Prince's mansion. However, it appeared he was waiting for orders or, rather, waiting for the right moment to launch an offensive against the Ming Qiu Prince's mansion. As the Grand Marshal of the armies, Cyan quickly deduced from these actions that the Bransonate aimed to replace the Tiansheng dynasty. Grandpa, what are you doing here? Hearing a familiar feminine voice behind him, Cyan turned around abruptly. A young girl dressed in a light blue robe adorned with phoenix motifs, wearing crystal heels, entered the room. Her face was delicate and charming, her skin as smooth as jade, her eyebrows perfectly arched, her long black hair flowing in the wind, accentuating her graceful figure. Despite her innocent appearance, she carried an aura of nobility that suggested royal lineage. Sheru, is that you? Why have you come here? Upon seeing his granddaughter, the previously solemn Cyan softened his expression into a warm smile. This elegant young girl, standing before him with wide, innocent eyes and a dignified air, was his beloved granddaughter, the youngest Princess Camilla, who was adored by the late emperor. Despite her playful nature, if Camilla turned vicious, even her father would be wary of her temper. However, she was somewhat naive, and there were times when her lack of foresight concerned him. Grandpa, are you bothered by my arrival? Seeing her fists clenched in anger, Cyan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly but refrained from engaging in further banter. Not really, but given the potential outbreak of war here, as a young girl, you should not be here. You should remain. Seeing her determination, Cyan felt a twinge of annoyance but restrained himself from scolding her. His wife doted on this little girl, and if she knew he had been strict with her, she would make him kneel on a washboard. Dear grandchild, although grandpa is strong, I am still only one person. If the Bransonate army breaches the city walls, even my strength will not protect you. Outside Teduzu City, the Bransonate's army was ready to strike, with ample supplies of grain and weapons. It appeared they might attack Teduzu City at any moment. Facing a well-equipped, combat-efficient, and imposing force, Cyan lacked confidence in his ability to resist. Hendrik Thermore, his own resources were dwindling, and his defenses were inadequate. Before the Bransonate launched its assault, his beloved granddaughter must leave this place to ensure her safety. The Bransonate army? Camilla frowned, puzzled. Grandpa, shouldn't you be dealing with the Mingqiu Prince's mansion's army? Why the Bransonate now? Unbeknownst to her and everyone else in Teduzu City, Cyan had been opposing the Bransonate, not the Mingqiu Prince's mansion, for nearly half a month. While Cyan's supplies were nearly exhausted, Harold's forces continued to receive reinforcements. Various siege weapons were also being transported to the front lines. Turning slowly, his gaze fixed on the map showing the territories held by the Bransonate, Cyan closed his eyes with a heavy sigh. Child, since your father's passing, your uncle has rebelled, and various noble families have seized territories. Harold of the southern city has risen mysteriously. If Grandpa fails to hold this line, the Tiangang dynasty will be no more. For others, Teduzu City might be just another city. But to him, it held immense significance. It was crucial to the survival of the Tiangang dynasty and could not fall. Should this city be breached by the Bransonate, their army would sweep forward unopposed. If Harold's forces captured the capital, the Tiangang dynasty would officially come to an end. Chapter 17. On the eve of the storm, a night filled with stars. The main tent of Lord Grayson's army headquarters. Currently, there were 3 people in the main tent. Harold, Marshal Marquis Jamar, and Riker. The 3 sat around a fire pit, warming themselves. Despite it being summer, once night fell, the cold wind would bite through to the bone, causing one to shiver uncontrollably. In this deep night, they gathered here mainly to discuss how to attack Teduzu City. Riker spoke up first. Lord, our army is well supplied and the morale of the troops is high. Should we commence an all-out attack on Teduzu City? Harold didn't respond immediately. Instead, he fell into deep thought. If possible, he hoped that Cyan, who was defending Teduzu City, would surrender. He had 2 main reasons for considering this. First, Cyan was the Grand General, and if he could be persuaded to surrender, it would greatly benefit him. Second, he did not want too many soldiers to die at this threshold. He wished for more soldiers to join him in advancing toward the capital city. We won't rush into the attack. Tomorrow, I will try to persuade General Cyan to surrender. If successful, it would be highly advantageous for us. If not, we'll have no choice but to launch a strong assault. With that said, he turned his gaze towards Riker and continued, General Riker, assemble the troops tomorrow morning. If I fail to persuade him, it will be your turn to lead the attack. Yes, Lord. Riker responded with both hands clasped. As he responded, his eyes burned with fervor, his blood boiling with excitement as he eagerly awaited the battle of tomorrow. To a military general, the battlefield was where he belonged. As one of Harold's fiercest generals, he aimed to establish great achievements for his lord and build the foundation of their empire. Preparation was key. He looked at Harold determinedly and asked for permission to retreat early to make preparations. Lord, I wish to take my leave now to prepare. Please approve. Very well, Harold nodded. After Harold left, Riker understood that Cyan, the old marshal of Tiangang dynasty, was a stubborn loyalist. He wouldn't choose to open the gates or be a traitor. Thus, resistance was inevitable. And if resistance was coming, so would the siege. Once Riker left, Harold calmly looked at Jamar and said, General Jamar, you will accompany me to meet Marshal Cyan tomorrow. Yes, Lord. The next morning, it was sunny and bright, with clouds floating lazily in the sky. Mingling in the middle of discussing military matters, Cyan heard reports that Harold requested to meet him. Though puzzled, he went up to the city wall. Wearing his armor, Cyan stared sharply at Harold and his 100 men from a kilometer away, feeling very puzzled. Tadiatal Harold, what do you want? Even though they were a kilometer apart, as a cultivator, Cyan could see every detail and movement of the other side clearly. Standing at such a distance was reasonable. All guards on the city wall were cultivators, and their arrows could reach 500 meters, extending up to a kilometer. Heavy crossbows were even more formidable, with a range of several kilometers and penetrating power that struck fear into anyone's heart. Strong cultivators wouldn't dare face them directly. Riding on his warhorse, Harold observed Cyan, who stood resolutely despite his age. He sighed inwardly. Age might have caught up with him, yet his vigor remained undiminished. Truly, the sharp blade has not dulled. Marshal Tadeo, I'm here to persuade you to surrender to me. That's all I seek. Hearing this, Cyan frowned deeply, sensing a looming danger. Tadiatal Harold, give up this delusion. Even if I perish in battle, I will remain a loyal servant of the Tiangang dynasty. To make me surrender, you'll have to take my life. Marshal Tadeo, the Tiangang dynasty is no longer what it used to be. Why should you continue to serve a dynasty teetering on the brink of collapse? Harold urged, still hopeful. He genuinely wanted to save this old general from dying for a doomed cause, and to keep him from becoming an enemy. Moreover, Cyan had once guided him, and he saw this as an opportunity to repay the kindness and ensure his survival. However, if Cyan insisted on opposing him, he couldn't blame himself for crushing Teduzu City and marching towards the capital. Tadiatal Harold, I know your intentions, but as a subject of the Tiangang dynasty, I'd rather die in battle than surrender. Cyan's resolve was unyielding. Serving under 2 emperors, he felt duty-bound to uphold their trust. Rather than let them down, he chose to fight to the death. Since you've made your decision, I will not press further. Leaving those cold words, Harold led Jamar and the Tiger Leopard cavalry away. A gust of wind swept by as Cyan watched Harold depart. He muttered softly, on the eve of the storm. Looking up at the clear sky and recalling the last wishes of the two emperors, he smiled bitterly, appearing years older. Your Majesty, I fear I may disappoint you this time. Meanwhile, not far away, Kinsey hid nearby. Seeing her grandfather's aged figure, she felt as if her heart was being torn apart. Turning her gaze outward, she stared at the departing herald, whispering icily, "Damn bastard. You've dared to make my grandfather suffer like this. I swear I'll make sure you have no place to bury your remains." Having lost her mother, she had only her grandparents left. Despite having other relatives, they all harbored ulterior motives, treating her merely as a tool. Therefore, she vowed no one would harm her grandparents or make them unhappy. Those who upset them would pay with their lives. Standing on the edge of the city wall, Cyan was unaware of his granddaughter's fierce thoughts. Had he known, he would have bound her securely. As Herald and company vanished, Cyan's expression turned grave, radiating a powerful aura. Narrowing his eyes, he ordered 3 mid-aged generals standing behind him. The Grayson army is about to attack. Strengthen defenses immediately, prepare all siege weapons, and get the troops ready for battle. Yes, Marshal. They saluted firmly and left. Having served under the Marshal for so long, they trusted his judgment. The impending attack required them to be thoroughly prepared. Having issued orders, Cyan looked up at the sky. The originally clear sky began to change, hinting at an imminent storm. Looking outside the city, he saw the Grayson forces gathering but without any signs of attacking. This perplexed him. What does Tadiatel Herald plan? Why gather the troops without attacking? Could they have something sinister planned? Cyan wondered aloud. What troubled him wasn't treachery but the possibility of bloodshed. Suddenly, thunder roared and dark clouds gathered, seemingly ready to crush the city beneath their weight. This battle might be my last. That girl should leave here soon. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18. The great battle commences. Camila attempts assassination. Drip, drip. In less than half an hour, the dark clouds gathered in the sky and began to drizzle, quickly turning into a heavy downpour. The rain continued incessantly, yet the troops assembled swiftly and orderly. Timothy, dressed in black battle armor, with a slightly cold gaze and an intimidating aura that soared to the heavens, stood expressionless as he watched the rapidly assembling army. Rainwater trickled down his face and armor, but his countenance remained calm and composed, cold and emotionless throughout. Behind him, over 500 soldiers clad in pitch-black armor, their eyes devoid of mercy and brimming with fighting spirit, had already gathered. They were now fully prepared, exuding a formidable presence, awaiting only their general's command to attack the city. Seeing the assembled army, Timothy felt a slight disappointment. Their speed was still too slow, far below his expectations. Clearly, they needed more rigorous training. Though the army did not assemble as scheduled, this did not affect the upcoming battle, as he had been waiting for this rainy day. Through his observations, while Teduzu City's walls were impenetrable like those of the giant Pango, no wall could stand forever. With information from the Jinyiwei, it was discovered that one section of Teduzu City's walls had been neglected for years. With enough water erosion and a strong force, the entire wall could be brought down. Considering the massive amount of water required, they delayed the attack until today when the rain was pouring heavily. General, the army has assembled. A young officer approached, bowing before Timothy. This officer was none other than Hill, one of the commanders who previously fought alongside Herald against the combined forces of Franklin Fu and the Danya dynasty. While speaking, he was visibly excited, his eyes burning with eagerness, seemingly impatient to conquer Teduzu City. Once this formidable wall before them was breached, they would march straight toward the revered capital city. Imagining the Tiangang dynasty falling into their hands made his blood boil with anticipation. Pass my orders. All soldiers are to advance toward Teduzu City immediately. Yes. Led by Timothy, the army marched towards Teduzu City but stopped about 500 meters away. On the city walls, Cyan gazed at the vast, menacing army, feeling a sigh deep within but maintaining steadfast resolve. A loyal minister must fulfill his duty to the emperor. Despite knowing that he could not withstand the assault from Branson forces, he did not retreat even a single step as the grand commander of the Tiangang dynasty. Generals are meant to die on the battlefield, wrapped in horsehide. With unwavering determination, Cyan ordered, "Pass my orders. All soldiers prepare for battle. Defend immediately once the enemy begins the assault." Yes. After issuing the defensive commands, Cyan noticed Timothy standing on the war chariot, filled with confusion and questions. Who is this person? Why have I never heard of him or seen him before? Timothy gave him a strange feeling. Not only was he young, but he also exuded a strong sense of danger. Moreover, the Qin elite soldiers behind him were exceptionally powerful, akin to wolves, unmatched by any soldiers he had ever seen. Standing on the chariot, Timothy watched Cyan through the rain, raising his right hand. For messengers seemed to receive the order and scattered to pass it on. Instantly, the sound of war drums and horns rang out. Facing the long-awaited battle, the Branson troops were filled with fervent anticipation, gripping their weapons tightly. Prepare the catapults. Archers ready. Prepare the catapults. Archers ready. At the Branson camp, under the protection of a wax paper umbrella held by a Jinyiwei agent, Harold watched the intense battle unfolding. Jamar, tall and imposing with a calm demeanor, stood beside him, shielded by another Jinyiwei agent holding an umbrella. "Harold, you shall die by my hand." Just as everyone was observing the battle, a chilling voice erupted nearby, accompanied by a surge of killing intent. A girl wielding a blue-green sword, her eyes fierce and decisive, charged forward. It was Camila. As she lunged at Harold, a Jinyiwei agent drew a dagger and engaged her. Clang. Their weapons clashed, both gazes icy, initiating a fierce duel. Harold, watching this sudden turn of events, was thoroughly perplexed by the appearance of Camila. Who is this girl? Harold criticized the agent's rough handling. Heh. The agent chuckled awkwardly but calmly, treating it as a trivial matter. They were cold-blooded assassins, the Emperor's blade. How could they show tenderness? Stepping aside, Harold looked at Camila with a smile. I'm curious, as a princess, why do you dare attempt to assassinate me? Are you not afraid of the consequences if you fail? Realizing her identity was exposed, Camila blurted out, how did you know? Immediately, she regretted her words. Seeing her confess, Harold confirmed she was indeed a princess. But why was this brat here? And why did she try to kill him so recklessly? How I uncovered your identity doesn't matter. Now that you're in my hands, you'll obey every command, Harold smirked. Chapter 19. Capturing the Tiduzu city wall. Do you think it's possible? Camila displayed a sarcastic look, showing utter disdain for Harold, as if she viewed him as nothing more than a jesting fool. Even though she was already his captive, her heart remained unafraid and unworried about what awaited her. Harold noticed Camila's strength and how her eyes remained calm without fear. This made him look at her with renewed interest. This young lady is not simple at all, but no matter how fierce the horse, he intended to tame it. You sure have a sharp tongue. As Harold slowly squatted down, he reached out with his right hand and grabbed her chin, revealing a faint glint of murder in his eyes that quickly turned into greed. Your mouth is indeed very hard, but if I humiliate you in front of you, dominate your body, making you feel like you're on cloud nine, do you think you would still be so defiant? Without waiting for Camila's reaction, Harold immediately carried her up and turned to walk into the military camp. Since this girl has such a sharp mouth and occasionally mocks me, why don't I just savor her, letting her experience what it feels like to be a woman? Upon being picked up by Harold, Camila quickly reacted, struggling fiercely, but alas, the grip on her was too strong, rendering her immobile. The more she thought about possibly being taken advantage of by him, the more anxious Camila became, her face pale as paper. You bastard! What are you planning? Let go of me. If my grandfather knows you've humiliated me, he will definitely make sure you die a horrible death. Harold chuckled coldly. Haha, after we consummate the marriage and the deed is done, would your grandfather dare to lay a finger on me, his future grandson-in-law? Although he didn't know who this girl's grandfather was, once the deed was done, they would become family, and he wouldn't dare touch him. Seeing Harold's greedy gaze continuously scanning her body, Camila grew even more panicked, tears instantly streaming down her cheeks. However, Harold paid no heed. He simply wanted to possess this woman, while also enjoying the taste of being a man. He had been holding back his lust for a long time, and now with such beauty delivering herself to him, a maiden princess at that, how could he let her go? As Harold carried Camila away, Jamar and others closely followed behind. Their duty was to protect Harold, never leaving his side. Of course, when Harold needed some private moments, they couldn't interrupt or spy. Kill. Kill. On the war chariot, Riker watched the intense battle before him with icy eyes, sighing over the formidable defenses orchestrated by the old martial Cyan of the Tiangang dynasty. If anyone else were leading the assault, this city would have fallen within half an hour, but after 15 minutes, despite countless casualties on both sides, they still hadn't breached the walls. Under the rain's onslaught, blood gathered into small streams, bodies covered the walls, creating a gory scene that shocked all. It seems we have no choice but to bring out those things. Muttering to himself, he nodded lightly to the general beside him, instructing him to bring out the siege towers. The walls were too high, and the ladders weren't sufficient. Soldiers could only fly, but flying would make them easy targets for enemy archers. The city gates were too heavy and reinforced with steel plates, which prevented their battering rams from breaking through. Their only option was to use the siege towers. Upon receiving orders, the general nodded and moved forward 10 meters. He then extended his right hand and took out the siege tower from his storage ring. Bang! Instantly, the ironclad beast-like siege tower appeared, towering 10 meters high, 2 meters wide, constructed from tough wood and metal, looking somewhat like a vehicle with 2 sky-reaching ladders on its sides. Not stopping there, the general brought out 5 more siege towers, adding to the one already deployed, totaling 6 colossal machines. With these massive contraptions ready, he immediately called for the soldiers who were stationed in the rear to push them forward, their hearts filled with fervent passion. Looking at the intense battle ahead, he then instructed the Qin elite soldiers, you also go help. Remember, if you manage to seize the city, make sure to open the gate immediately. Do not delay. Understood? Yes, sir. Upon receiving orders, the heavily armed Qin elite soldiers promptly moved forward to help push the siege towers and prepare for the forced city assault. General, there's something outside the city. A nearby commander noticed the colossal machines approaching and hurriedly reported. Marshal Cyan, commanding the defense on the wall and preparing to resist the siege by the Branson's army, turned to look outside upon hearing this. Upon seeing the unfamiliar siege towers, he frowned, his heart growing increasingly uneasy, sensing trouble looming. Though he didn't know what those contraptions were, his vast experience in wars told him that those slowly approaching the walls were designed for breaching. Feeling increasingly anxious, he ordered the armed beside him, Zeke, immediately organize our ballistas to attack those strange devices. Absolutely do not let them get close to the city. If they reach the walls, Tiduzu will be lost. Yes, sir. Aware of the danger, Zeke nodded urgently and proceeded to organize the ballistas against the siege towers. Twang, twang, twang. After a brief moment, a volley of powerful crossbow bolts shot out but failed to disrupt the advancing siege towers, leaving Cyan astonished and highly concerned. If even crossbows couldn't penetrate, the next few moments were unimaginable. The Branson's army would likely climb the walls using these machines and engage in fierce battles. Before building these siege towers, Riker had anticipated the threat of crossbows and used the toughest wood, reinforced by array masters to ensure durability. Bang, bang, bang. Attack, attack. As the siege towers approached within 5 meters of the Tiduzu city walls, Qin elite soldiers activated the gears, attaching to the walls. With grim faces and burning battle intent, they charged forward. We mustn't let them climb onto the walls. Follow me and drive them off. Fight, fight. Kill these dogs. We cannot let them take our tattoos. Brothers, follow me. Together, we will kill these bastards. Pledge allegiance to the country until death. Fight. Seeing the Qin soldiers gradually climbing and seizing sections of the wall, Taduzu's defenders reacted swiftly, gripping their blades tightly, their eyes full of murderous rage, determined to fend off the invaders. They were citizens and soldiers of the Tiangang dynasty, and they would never allow anyone to trample on their homeland or usurp their emperor's territory. Even if it meant dying, they would not retreat a single step. Similarly, undaunted, the Qin elite soldiers wielded short shields in their left hands and swords in their right, jumping onto the walls and unleashing a brutal slaughter. Clang, bam, clang, bam. In an instant, the two forces clashed. The Taduzu defenders, moderately equipped and skilled, were no match for the heavily armed Qin elite soldiers. The moment they met, the defenders were overwhelmed. The Taduzu defenders weren't weak in terms of weapons or equipment, but faced an exceptional elite force. Known as the fiercest warriors who ended the Six Kingdoms strife, unified China, and recorded achievements through decapitations, the Qin elite soldiers were renowned for good reason. Within a few breaths, several breaches were torn into the walls, and more Qin soldiers began climbing up. Witnessing this, the Branson's troops followed closely, scaling the ladders to reinforce their position on the walls. Seeing the black-armored Qin elite soldiers' prowess and the speed with which they created breaches, Cyan felt an inexplicable shock and immediately led his men into battle. All follow me. We must drive them off the walls. We cannot let them seize control. Cyan knew all too well the importance of the walls. If the Branson's army breached the walls, the consequences would be catastrophic. Chapter 20. Women. They only hinder the Lord's decision. Form a defensive formation. Seeing Cyan leading his men with overwhelming momentum, clearly more powerful than other generals, the captain of the great Qin elite soldiers immediately organized the nearby troops into a defensive formation. Though they had gradually landed on the city wall and torn open several breaches, it wasn't enough. They needed to expand the area to ensure subsequent troops could land safely. Prepare. Hearing the captain's order and seeing Cyan's blood shadow spear strike down, dozens of great Qin elite soldiers raised their shields, forming a battle formation for defense. Boom. Cyan's attack was not simple. Its imposing momentum and formidable spear intent were overwhelming, suppressing the nine heavens clouds, making it hard for anyone to look directly at him. Though only half strength, the power of this ninth-stage martial spirit expert instantly made the great Qin elite soldiers feel numb in their limbs and sustain light injuries to their internal organs. Fortunately, they all endured it. The battle formation they formed withstood the enemy's absolute blow, preventing the troops behind them from being turned into minced meat or obliterated. Spit. Although the formation distributed the force among them, some still couldn't withstand the impact and spat out fresh blood. Their faces turned deathly pale as if they were about to collapse. Change. Seeing the situation, the Barak remained calm and composed, shouting orders calmly without any panic. Following the order, the rear great Qin elite soldiers quickly replaced the injured comrades, moving forward to reinforce the formation. They could afford to be short-handed, but they mustn't lose comrades or let the formation break. Rebounding from the defensive formation's force, Cyan quickly stabilized himself, gazing at the defensive array with astonished eyes, speechless from shock. What a formidable defensive formation. These fully armed soldiers, despite having lower cultivation levels than him, could resist him using their formation, even dispersing the force of his attack across each member. It seems these aren't ordinary elite and sing, conquer. How is the battle going ahead? Report to my lord, General Riker has captured the city walls, our main force has successfully entered the city, and Cyan has redirected his troops to fight within the city. Jamar responded respectfully. Harold fell silent, stroking his chin in thought. Since the city gates were breached, the next step was to fully occupy Longzhou City, which would expose the King City within his view. Thinking about the revered King City soon falling into his hands, he felt excited and eager to become the new ruler of the dynasty. However, haste makes waste. He still had many steps to take. Moreover, with the increasing presence of Chinese officials and generals, his court would grow stronger. He marveled at Riker, truly deserving his reputation as a famous Qin general, capturing the city faster than anyone else. Since General Riker has occupied the city walls, you shall follow me into the city to witness our occupation of Longzhou City. Yes, my lord. Everyone saluted and answered in unison, their blood boiling. Though they weren't soldiers, they carried heavy responsibilities. To personally witness their comrades capturing Longzhou City, reputed as the first perilous pass of the Heavenly Saint dynasty, wouldn't that be beautiful? A brocade-clad guard quickly opened an oiled paper umbrella and accompanied Harold, shielding him from the rain. Just a few steps later, Jamar had the Lord's decisions. She must be eliminated swiftly. Meanwhile, back in the tent, Camilla lay in bed, her eyes dark like lime, her face deathly pale under the quilt. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Harold, you defiled my purity. I swear I'll make you pay with your life. Either you die or I do. Thinking about being violated by Harold, destroying her purity, Camilla felt like dying. But she couldn't die now. She had to seek revenge. Knowing she couldn't approach him closely and lacked the strength and power, she wanted to slit her throat. Tears continued to flow as she cried like a child, recalling the unbearable scenes. She longed to die. Grandpa. Suddenly, she thought of something, perhaps hearing something earlier. The Branson army had captured the city walls. Her grandfather had retreated into Longzhou City, facing danger. Worried about her grandfather, Camilla hastily put on her clothes. Pale-faced, she clenched her red lips, enduring the pain below, and struggled to climb out of bed. She hurriedly left the tent. Her remaining relatives included her grandparents, two precious figures in her life. Harold, if you harm my grandpa, I'll rip out a piece of you. Outside the tent, looking at the smoky Longzhou City, Camilla screamed. Enduring the pain below, her pallid face showed weakness, but it didn't stop her. From Grace and Ho is too strong. Our brothers are struggling to hold on, shouted a towering soldier, his armor drenched in blood, face grim and ferocious. Veins popping out on his forehead, sword in hand, voice strained and furious. Blood dripped from his sword, and he moved like an icy reaper, continuously slaying soldiers of Grayson Ho. Corpses piled up at his feet, and his cold, blade-like gaze scanned the surroundings. You must defend even if you cannot hold. Even if only one soldier remains, not a single step back. Cyan replied coldly, gritting his teeth and switching to a long sword. His movements were swift and snake-like, striking down enemy after enemy. His breathing was rapid, eyes filled with bloodshot intensity, blood flowing beneath his feet like a stream. Yet he stood resolute, a statue of a cold warrior among the chaos. Seeing the relentless onslaught of Grayson Ho's soldiers and the retreating but tenacious resistance of Taduzu City's defenders, his heart sank. The future seemed bleak. Could the invincible Taduzu City fall today? With killing intent surging, and a presence that pierced the heavens, Cyan faced the encroaching Grayson Ho soldiers. Resolving himself, he leaped forward. His sword slashed with lightning speed, emitting a deadly aura that seemed to tear the earth apart. His eyes gleamed fiercely, and he charged forward like a wolf pouncing on prey. Despite the overwhelming power of Cyan, the soldiers of Grayson Ho remained unshaken and did not falter. Clang! Just as his sword was about to slay another soldier, a bronze sword clashed against it, issuing a loud metallic sound. Huh! Facing a black armored general who matched him in combat prowess, Cyan was taken aback. This Arn was incredibly formidable. A single man could withstand him head-on. Though this general's cultivation seemed slightly weaker, his blood chi was undeniably stronger. Blocking Cyan's strike, Riker instructed his troops, I will handle him. You deal with the other defenders of Taduzu. Yes. With their general present and blocking the fatal blow, the Grayson Ho soldiers felt a surge of relief and immediately refocused on the battle. With Riker engaging Cyan, they concentrated on the remaining defenders of Taduzu. Ignoring the pouring rain, Riker exuded a cold gaze and powerful aura, calmly facing Cyan. General Tadeo indeed lives up to your reputation. Even in your later years, your vigor rivals that of a younger man. This general is flattered. Compared to you, I am far inferior. Even at our age, I can't match your strength, Cyan responded modestly. This Arn was truly formidable. Even if they were the same age, he would still be no match for him. The ability to confront him despite a lower martial spirit realm left Cyan impressed. He marveled at where he could found such a fierce warrior. General, it is an honor to fight someone as strong as you, Riker humbly replied. Hearing his humility, Cyan smiled without speaking, intensifying his attack, his feet crushing the ground tiles beneath him. Riker showed no fear, matching the intense pressure, veins bulging, his aura rivaling Cyan's. Their immense presences kept surrounding soldiers at bay, preventing them from getting closer than 10 meters. Swish. Seeing a punch coming, Riker countered with his own. Bang. Their fists collided, sending shockwaves rippling outward, forcing both to retreat several meters. Stabilizing quickly, they locked eyes, swords firmly gripped, blades pointed at each other. Clang. The clash of swords sparked brightly under the rain, signaling the start of an intense duel. Swish. Cyan's sword emitted waves of sword energy, transforming into beams that rained down toward Riker. Riker stood his ground, rapidly swinging his sword, deflecting the deadly attacks like a protective barrier of venomous snakes. Clank, clank, clank. Though he managed to block most of the attacks, some beam slashes penetrated his armor, leaving cuts on his body. Unfazed by the wounds, Riker released internal chi to counteract the sword energy. The sword chi dissipated quickly, and Riker's breath steadied, his gaze sharp and focused. Ha! Halting Cyan's attack, Riker channeled his chi into a powerful sword strike. Seeing the chi-infused sword beams, Cyan reacted swiftly, tightening his grip and unleashing sword energy. The fierce confrontation between the two made the surrounding soldiers shudder, their hearts pounding with fear. Bang! With a swift kick, Cyan struck Riker's chest, forcing him back. Eyes gleaming with cold resolve, Cyan followed up with relentless attacks. Riker regained his footing, a flash of light appearing on his sword as he gathered more chi, forming a protective layer around him. Swish! Seizing the moment, Riker raised his sword above his head, condensing sword chi into a massive blade, which he swung downward. Seeing this, Cyan halted his advance, focusing intently, holding his sword firmly to intercept. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted, splashing water everywhere. The impact sent both men flying backward, affecting nearby combatants. Enduring the powerful strike, Cyan's complexion paled, a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, indicating severe internal injuries. Panting, Riker spat out blood, his face pale but composed. The elder warrior truly lived up to his name. Even though Riker had unleashed all his strength, Cyan not only defended but also retaliated. Though wounded, it did not hinder his ability to continue fighting, albeit with reduced vigor. Cyan fared no better, suffering internal injuries, though less severe. Still, these wounds became a burden for him, especially given his age. If they were younger, the injuries would barely affect Cyan's combat effectiveness. However, at his age, the injuries now weighed heavily upon him. General Tadeo, you indeed remain a force to be reckoned with even in your twilight years. Riker exclaimed, spitting out blood. Chapter 22. Cyan, defeated. General Jamar, do you think who is superior between General Riker and Old Marshal Cyan? Harold, positioned at the rear, watched the intense battle with a calm expression as he asked Jamar beside him. Shortly after Riker and Cyan began their confrontation, he and Jamar had arrived within the city. Their gazes remained fixed on the fierce clash between the two men from start to finish. The thrilling scene stirred his blood, making him feel as though he was one of them, experiencing the thrill of battle firsthand. However, more than anyone else, he knew that Jamar would never allow him to participate in the battle or even take another step forward. They staunchly disagreed. General Riker. Oh, tell me your thoughts. Yes, sir. With a bow, Jamar turned his gaze to the intense battle and explained. Although Marshal Cyan is stronger in cultivation compared to General Riker, he is elderly now, and his chi and blood are depleted. His strength is far inferior to what it was during his prime. Just as he finished his analysis of Cyan, he continued with an evaluation of Riker. General Riker may be weaker in cultivation, but his chi and blood are vigorous, and he has reached the realm where man and sword become one. Therefore, I dare to say that General Riker is slightly superior. If Cyan were several decades younger, Riker would not stand a chance against him and wouldn't even be qualified to be his opponent. Even if they could fight for 100 rounds, Riker would ultimately fall. While Riker can fight beyond his rank, facing Cyan, whose chi and blood are still strong, he would undoubtedly lose. Now, he dares to assert that Riker will soon defeat Cyan only because the latter's chi and blood have been depleted, weakening his strength compared to his peak. Harold nodded in agreement with Jamar's assessment. Cyan was indeed a formidable general, but he was now old and no longer as powerful as before. Even if he fought to the death, resisting with all his might, the outcome would still be grim for him. With cold eyes watching the intense battle, Harold suddenly thought of something and addressed the Imperial guards behind him. Remaining here serves no purpose. Go meet with the 3 major families of Taduzu City, and make them declare their submission to me. If they refuse, eliminate them. He already had the Tiger General Jamar by his side. As for these executioners, they should fulfill their duties elsewhere. Taduzu City has 3 major families, making it perfect for them to test their prowess and showcase their strength. If the 3 families submit, they will be spared. If they choose resistance, they will be wiped out entirely. Under his rule, there is only submission. Any sign of rebellion would mean immediate extermination. Yes, sir. Jamar stepped forward, taking the oiled paper umbrella from the Imperial Guard, allowing raindrops to fall on him while ensuring not a single drop touched Harold. The guards received their orders and vanished like shadows. Seeing that Riker and Cyan were almost done fighting, he and Jamar slowly approached, with surrounding soldiers clearing the path and strictly preventing anyone from getting close to Harold. Anyone approaching Harold or Jamar would be immediately stopped and killed by the soldiers of Grayson Ho's estate. The battle had spread throughout the city, with fierce combat happening in every alley and street, where soldiers clashed without mercy, determined to either kill or die. Whoosh! Riker moved his wrist, sending a sharp wave of sword energy, advancing powerfully, his sword cutting through the air with intensity, feeling the exhilaration of the fight. Upon seeing Riker's attack, although pale-faced, Cyan's heart remained unshaken, clashing his own sword with Riker's. Clang! Sparks flew as the swords met, and despite the rain beating down on them, both men fought fiercely, neither willing to back down. Suddenly, amidst the intense duel, Riker spotted a tiny opening and swiftly kicked Cyan's chest. Bam! Bai. Struck by this powerful blow, Cyan was sent flying backward, spitting blood, his face turning even paler and weaker. After rolling on the ground a few times, he quickly stabilized himself and stood up, only to kneel on one knee due to exhaustion. They had been fighting intensely for 15 minutes, each bout draining his strength completely. Now, his body could barely hold up for another fight. His momentum dropped drastically, his breath shallow, clearly unable to continue fighting. Yet he endured, kneeling stubbornly, refusing to give up. Despite the pain and weariness, he slowly stood again, staring straight at Riker, ready to defend Taduzu City until the end. Seeing his struggle, Riker felt a mix of emotions but did not stop attacking. Instead, he approached cautiously. He was loyal to his king, and anyone blocking his path, regardless of identity or strength, would be eliminated mercilessly. Marshal Tadeo, with your current strength, you can barely last 2 rounds against me. Will you continue resisting? Loyalty to the king and the dynasty, even in death, I shall not regret. Cyan replied solemnly, his gaze icy as he stared at the approaching Riker. In his heart, he couldn't help but admire the Yarn, who possessed remarkable military talent, possibly the strongest among his contemporaries. With such a capable aide and a large number of elite soldiers, how could the heavenly sacred dynasty under Harold's protection not thrive? Yet, as a loyal minister, he refused to retreat, choosing instead to protect the dynasty to the very end. Marshal Tadeo, the heavenly sacred dynasty is corrupt. Why do you continue to struggle fruitlessly for this shattered empire? Harold spoke gently, trying to dissuade him. He truly did not wish for the old marshal to be hurt, let alone perish before him. Cyan was revered by his father, and he didn't want to see him die defending a decaying dynasty. Having devoted his life to the dynasty, why must he keep risking everything? Huh? With a cold laugh, Cyan said icily, 2 generations of heavenly sacred kings have shown me great favor. How can I desert my post and join you, a traitor? Though unaware of Harold's reasons for rebelling, he, as a loyal subject, could never align with such rebels. But thinking of how the heavenly sacred dynasty repeatedly pressured Grayson Ho's mansion, he felt silent sorrow for the kingdom. Had it not been for as that would be a futile sacrifice, possibly costing them both their lives. Suppressing his fury, he kept his gaze coldly on Harold, his aura smoldering as he said, Harold, release my granddaughter. If you do so, I will surrender to you. Compared to the fall of the dynasty, nothing mattered more than his beloved granddaughter's safety. He didn't care about the state of the kingdom. He only wished for her well-being. He had promised his daughter to protect her child at all costs, ensuring no harm would come to her. Even if it meant sacrificing himself or the entire dynasty, he was prepared to do whatever it took without hesitation. Watching Camila struggling fiercely in his arms, trying to bite him, and seeing Cyan kneeling far away, pleading, Harold was momentarily speechless. After a moment's hesitation, he struck her gently, causing her to faint, still biting his chest even in her sleep. Turning his eyes to Cyan, he spoke softly, Don't worry. I won't harm this girl or do anything else to her. Please instruct your men to lay down their weapons and surrender, or else I cannot be responsible for what happens next. Once Camila loosened her grip, Harold lifted her and turned to leave. Seeing his granddaughter still in Harold's hands, Cai Yan felt utterly defeated, losing all strength to fight. Though he considered ending his own life, he couldn't bear to abandon his granddaughter while she was still in danger. All soldiers of Taduza City, listen. We have been defeated. There's no need to continue this battle or die in vain. Lay down your weapons and surrender. Cai Yan stood up straight, raising his sword high and using the last of his energy to declare their surrender. Immediately after speaking, having exhausted his remaining strength, he collapsed, falling into unconsciousness. Seeing this, Riker promptly ordered the troops to carry him away. Cai Yan could not die yet. Otherwise, it might drive the city's defenders into a frenzy, fighting until the bitter end. This can't be the general's voice. How could our esteemed general declare defeat? I don't believe it. This isn't true. It must be a mistake. Our respected general wouldn't announce our defeat. How could this happen? We still have the strength to fight. General, please lead us again. No, this isn't real. I don't believe it. This must be a trick by the Grace and Ho household to deceive us into surrendering. Upon hearing their general announce defeat, the defending soldiers of Taduza City were stunned, some collapsing right where they stood. They never imagined that the one to declare defeat would be their revered commander. Faced with this shattering revelation, many of the less resilient troops began laying down their weapons, choosing to surrender. One person's actions quickly spread, and soon enough, the Taduza, a familiar yet detestable voice made her look up. She saw Harold entering with a basin of water. Seeing the face that had wronged her approach, a deep-seated anger rose within her. But knowing her body was too weak to retaliate, she glared at him like a vengeful demoness, emitting an icy aura. Noticing her hostile gaze, Harold remained unperturbed, replying coolly, "Stop looking at me like that. After all we've shared in the rain, such a glare hurts my feelings." Remembering what had transpired, her fury flared again. Her eyes sparkled with cold light as she bit her lower lip, glaring at him with extreme coldness. This despicable man not only violated her innocence but also stole her first time, driving her to near submission. Suddenly, she asked, "What did you do to my grandfather?" If anything happened to him, she vowed to take a piece of flesh from Harold even if she couldn't win against him. Approaching her calmly, disregarding her murderous glare, Harold placed the basin aside, soaked a cloth in the water, and handed it to her, saying, "You just woke up. Wash your face first. Don't let yourself look so disheveled." Camila refused the cloth, still asking coldly, "Where's my grandfather?" "Once you wash up, I'll tell you. Also, the clothes you're wearing are mine. As for your old ones, I've disposed of them." Harold replied expressionlessly. "My grandfather?" Camila persisted. Uncertain of her grandfather's condition, she refused to do anything else besides finding out if he was safe. Seeing how concerned the girl was for her grandfather, Harold sighed helplessly and responded, "Your grandfather is fine. He's receiving treatment in my camp. Once you're cleaned up, I'll take you to see him." Chapter 24. The Flying Saucer Plan. Thunder Fog City. Mingqiu Brodesian. Inner courtyard, living room. Ross was just about to take action against Ellis when he heard the report from the black-clothed man in front of him. His face suddenly turned pale, and he even cried out in disbelief. "What? General Cai Yan lost? How is this possible? How could he lose?" "Reporting to your highness, it's true without a doubt. 3 days ago, General Cai Yan, who was responsible for defending Taduza City, suffered defeat, leaving the capital city of the Heavenly Saint Dynasty completely exposed to the armies of the Branson. Taduza City had fallen. A seasoned general of the Heavenly Saint Dynasty had been defeated. This news left him in disbelief, unable to accept what he had just heard. But the loyal subordinate's answer forced him to believe that it was true. A veteran general like Cai Yan had indeed been defeated, and the long-desired Taduza City had fallen. It left him by Mingqiu Brodesian. As for how to launch the offensive and command the troops, those matters now lay in their own hands. Gazing at the three brothers, Ellis, expressionless, said, "The troops of Mingqiu Brodesian outnumber ours. We can't engage them head-on but must rely on strategy. I've already explained how to proceed. Next is the matter of luring the enemy into a trap. Don't worry, General. We'll surely follow your instructions and lure them into the trap as planned." They responded in unison, bowing respectfully. This mission was fraught with danger, but they had no choice. With enemies outnumbering them several times over, engaging in direct combat would be suicidal. But if they employed tactics and utilized the advantageous terrain of Xianyu Valley, even with fewer troops, they stood a chance to fight effectively. Ellis nodded gently, saying, "Excellent. To ensure the plan proceeds smoothly, from now until its execution, apart from us four, no one else should know. You must not reveal a single detail." He didn't want this but knew that to execute the plan flawlessly, it must be kept tightly under wraps, ideally known to as few people as possible. Even though only the four of them knew about it, he still felt uneasy, fearing that the flying saucer plan might leak out. If the enemy uncovered their scheme, all their meticulous planning would go to waste. Just as Aiden, Darian, and Dell left, a figure clad in flying fish attire, with a Jinyiwei blade at his waist, appeared beside him like a shadow. The newly arrived Jinyiwei bowed deeply, greeting respectfully. Jinyiwei Tadu Hyder pays respects to General Ellis. Though separated by time, Ellis still sensed the immense power emanating from this man. Facing such overwhelming strength, he felt incredibly weak, like an ant beneath a finger. He dared not offend this man lightly, knowing the consequences. "What is it?" Ellis asked. Aware of the Jinyiwei's presence thanks to his system notifications, Ellis wondered why they were here. Had something gone wrong? Or had someone discovered their plan? If our plan is compromised, everything will be for naught, Ellis thought. Commander Tadu Hyder replied coldly, "Commander has instructed me to convey that the Jinyiwei will fully cooperate with your plan, ensuring that the million-strong army of Mingqiu Brodesian falls into your well-designed trap." Every word dripped with menace, a trait common among Jinyiwei operatives. They acted ruthlessly in any situation beneficial or detrimental to their lord. Though annoyed that outsiders knew about his plan, having the cunning and ruthless Jinyiwei assist would ensure success. Defeating the enemy's million-strong army would be easily achieved. Taking a deep breath, Ellis said icily, Tell your commander that if the plan succeeds, you will share the credit. But if it fails, don't blame me if I hold you accountable before our Lord. If anything went awry here, leading to failure, he would willingly accept punishment from Harold. But if it was the Jinyiwei's fault, don't expect leniency. The lives of his 20,000 troops rested in his hands. He couldn't afford any mistakes. If the plan failed, tens of thousands of soldiers would perish. He wouldn't gamble with their lives. Commander Tadu Hyder assured, "Rest assured, General. Our operations are always flawless." Then he vanished. After the Jinyiwei disappeared, Ellis muttered, "Whether flawless or otherwise, if the plan succeeds, you get the credit. If it fails, don't blame me for not showing mercy." He valued the lives of his troops more than personal glory. Tatos couldn't be revived. Once lost, they were gone forever. Immediately, he summoned his most trusted Encarnian corps and began issuing orders. This first step of the Flying Saucer plan was crucial and would decide the entire operation's success. Only his most loyal and trusted comrades in arms could accomplish this task. Chapter 25. Divide and Conquer. Edier the enemy into a trap. Taduza City, Southgate. Hundreds of thousands of troops gathered in grand array, standing at full attention, ready to await the order to commence their assault. Among them were 500 elite soldiers of the Qin dynasty. However, these elite Qin soldiers now numbered not just 500, but 50,000. A staggering number, fully armed and armored in black, striking fear into anyone who beheld them. General Riker, you are tasked with attacking the coalition of noble families. I urge you to be cautious and not take anything for granted. Moreover, I hope that before winter arrives, you will have occupied all territories under the jurisdiction of the noble coalition. Taduzu City had already been captured, and next, they would launch a direct attack on the capital, taking over the cities under the rule of the dynasty. This would ensure the complete replacement of the Heavenly Saint dynasty. But they must split their forces into two. One route would attack the cities under the control of the royal court, while the other would assault the various regions controlled by the noble coalition. He and Jamar would lead the attack on the royal court, while Riker would handle the noble coalition. By early next year, they aimed to completely seize control of the Heavenly Saint dynasty. To ensure Riker's success, he exhausted all the revival points obtained from the system, directly summoning 45,000 elite Qin soldiers for Riker's use. Almost all his revival points were used to bring back Qin soldiers, rather than any other Chinese historical figures or generals. Please rest assured, Lord. Your servant will definitely capture all the territories under the noble coalition before the cold winter arrives. Riker promised solemnly. If it were only 500 Qin soldiers, he might not have been able to take over the noble coalition's territories this year. But with 50,000 elite Qin soldiers at his command, what could possibly stand in his way? No matter how many enemies lay ahead or how formidable the fortifications, he felt confident enough to crush them all and thwart the ambitions of the great noble families. Bidding farewell to Harold and others, Riker turned around and led the troops to begin assaulting the next city. With such a critical mission entrusted to him, how could he disappoint? Standing on the city wall of Taduzu City, Cyan watched as the vast army of the Branson marched away, his heart filled with admiration and a hint of regret. Such an overwhelmingly powerful force was bound to sweep across the entire Heavenly Saint dynasty. Descending slowly from the wall to stand beside Harold, he asked with some puzzlement, "You've handed all your troops to that Tiger General. How do you plan to capture the capital of the Heavenly Saint dynasty next?" Since the sudden death of the previous emperor, the empire had been decaying, war and chaos breaking out everywhere, leaving the people displaced. Even if he possessed incredible power, it was difficult to turn the tide. Though he no longer cared whether the dynasty survived, he was still curious about how Harold planned to capture the capital with just 10,000 cavalrymen. Cavalry were powerful, but they could only from the Jinyiwei, or else he could not have manipulated them so easily. Immediately notify everyone to continue hiding. Without my orders, no one is to move. Anyone who disrupts the operation will face severe punishment. The enemy was halfway into the ambush, but the second half hadn't entered yet, so he wasn't worried. Eating up this 50,000 strong army required one word: steady. Only by being steady could they seal the fate of these enemies in this valley. Yes, sir. After half an hour, the entire 50,000 strong army of Adnan marched into the valley. Ellis narrowed his eyes, looking down coldly at the soon-to-be dead soldiers below. Despite the distance, his vision was as sharp as an eagle's, clearly seeing every movement. The soldiers of Adnan moved forward indifferently, unaware of the imminent danger, still brimming with confidence. Observing them closely, Ellis felt some suspicion, but recalling the presence of the Jinyiwei, his doubts vanished. Send the signal to all units. Ellis spoke coldly, his eyes gleaming with icy light, his aura rising dramatically, an overwhelming coldness spreading around him. With the fish already caught, the net began to close. If delayed, the catch might escape, leading to a significant loss. Yes, sir. The soldiers immediately went to ignite the hay bales piled behind them, thick smoke rising into the sky. As the smoke billowed upward, the commanders hidden on both sides of the mountain quickly issued orders to roll down boulders. Boom, boom, boom. The soldiers of Adnan suddenly felt the ground shake, and dark clouds of falling rocks appeared overhead. They instantly paled, trembling with fear, terror filling their eyes. The enemy has set up an ambush. Defend quickly. Realizing the danger, the officers of Adnan swiftly suppressed their fear and ordered the troops to raise their shields and release spiritual energy to form protective barriers against the rolling boulders. However, many soldiers reacted too slowly and were crushed into mush by the falling stones. Moreover, these weren't ordinary boulders, but explosive and highly penetrative black jade stones, each 2 meters in diameter. Bang, bang, bang. Screams echoed through the valley as sharp fragments tore through bodies, causing cries of agony. The cries of pain reverberated through the valley, shattering the psychological defenses of many soldiers. Witnessing the gruesome fate of their comrades, many lost their composure and collapsed, meeting the same grim end. Chapter 26. Complete Annihilation. For half an hour, boulders rained down the canyon, filling the air with blood and creating a horrifying scene that sent chills up one's spine. The survivors in the canyon were not only terrified but also battered and bloody, their limbs mangled as they trembled while gazing around. Seeing their comrades slaughtered mercilessly before them, their last defenses crumbled, leaving them collapsed on the ground, tears and blood streaming down their faces. One of the few surviving generals from the Guangfu was a formidable man, 9 feet tall, clad in heavy armor, his face grim and pale. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and seeing the tragic fate of his men, he let out an anguished roar to the heavens. Note: for consistency and accuracy, Guangfu should be translated as Guangfu, or properly named based on previous context, such as Guangfu being translated as Guangfu or Guangfu. However, since the name wasn't provided earlier in English, I've kept it transliterated. If there's a specific translation for this name, please provide it for consistency. Revised. One of the few surviving generals from the Guangfu was a formidable man, 9 feet tall, clad in heavy armor, his face grim and pale. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and seeing the tragic fate of his men, he let out an anguished roar to the heavens. For better fluency and natural reading, it can be slightly rephrased. One of the few surviving generals from the Guangfu was a towering figure, standing 9 feet tall in heavy armor, his face gaunt and pale. As he surveyed the devastation around him, witnessing the Tanlia fate of his men, he unleashed a mournful roar to the heavens. Note: Tanlia means tragic or Tanlia, but without full context in English, it might not fit naturally. It's better to adjust according to the surrounding sentences. Final edited version. One of the few surviving generals from the Guangfu was a towering figure, standing 9 feet tall in heavy armor, his face gaunt and pale. As he surveyed the devastation around him, witnessing the grim fate of his men, he unleashed a mournful roar to the heavens. The sound of his fury reverberated throughout the valley, echoing endlessly. The boulders had filled the canyon, bodies strewn everywhere, eyes full of defiance looking skyward, never understanding what had happened. They had marched with high spirits to attack the territory of the Branson, only to find themselves trapped without a single glimpse of the enemy. They fought valiantly yet suffered immense losses. Suddenly, whistling sounds pierced the air from above. General Edison looked up to see an overwhelming number of arrows raining down. His face turned deathly pale, his heart freezing, eyes dim as he awaited the inevitable deluge of arrows descending like a torrential rain. High on a hill, Brant watched the gruesome scene below with cold indifference, feeling neither joy nor sorrow, but knowing well that war meant death. One must face its brutal test or perish. Arrows flew repeatedly, filling the canyon. The wind blew chillingly, turning the valley into a lifeless expanse. Every last man of the 50,000-strong army of the Guangfu lay dead without ever seeing their foe. Revised. Arrows rained down repeatedly, filling the canyon. The cold wind blew, turning the valley into a desolate and lifeless expanse. All 500,000 troops of the Guangfu lay dead, never having laid eyes on their enemies. Brant, observing no survivors, expressionlessly ordered, "Spread the command. Clean up the battlefield." "Yes, sir." A messenger by his side waved red and white flags from the cliff edge, conveying the order to his peers across the canyon. Hidden observers from various factions saw this catastrophic event and quietly retreated. What? 50,000 troops all wiped out? How is this possible? How could Brant annihilate my 50,000-strong army with just 20,000 troops? In a distant camp amidst lush greenery and endless grassland, a tall general with a scarred face roared in rage. Behind him, several young and middle-aged generals dared not speak, mourning their fallen comrades silently. 50,000 soldiers, a staggering number. Even 50,000 pigs couldn't be slaughtered in half a day. Yet, reports confirmed their entire force had been eradicated, with not a single survivor, and the enemy had not lost a single man. "General, I volunteer to lead 15,000 troops to confront Brant." A determined Arn stepped forward, fists clenched. "General, I too wish to join Nathan." "General," Carixi joins this plea. The scar-faced general took a deep breath, calming his fury, eyes icy and murderous. "Brant, you've killed 50,000 of my men. I will make you pay tenfold." He turned to his officers, saying coldly, "Prepare the army for rest. In 3 days, we march against Brant." "Yes, sir." Under a full moon and starry night, in Nanjiang City's Lord's residence, the main hall was eerily quiet. Brant, Aiden, Darian, and Dell studied a map before them. Today, they had eliminated 50,000 enemy troops, an achievement that would normally warrant celebration. However, the looming threat of the Guangfu's remaining forces made it difficult for them to feel any joy, instead casting a heavy sense of unease over them. Note: Wangfu means princely manor, or princely palace. Since Guangfu is likely a proper name, it should be transliterated or kept in its original form rather than translated. I've left it untranslated here as it was in your input. For better fluency and natural reading in English, it's also important to make sure context and numbers are consistent with the original text. In the original passage, it mentioned 500,000, 51, troops, not 50,000. Here's an adjusted version. Today, they had eliminated 500,000 enemy troops, an achievement that would normally warrant celebration. However, the looming threat of the Guangfu's remaining forces made it difficult for them to feel any joy, instead casting a heavy sense of unease over them. Such a victory would surely provoke their wrath. With only 20,000 troops, they found it difficult to engage the enemy directly, especially in the open plains surrounding Nanjiang City. Suddenly, To-Do Hider of the embroidered uniform guard appeared, breaking the silence. Brant's eyes narrowed. "What do you want? Has your commander sent another message?" "Commander instructs me to inform General Ellis that in 3 days, 400,000 troops from the Mingzhuangfu will advance directly toward Nanjiang City. The commander hopes that General Ellis can lead all his troops out of the city to engage them in battle," To-Do Hider said softly. He did not elaborate on the true intent behind this message, only relaying what his commander had told him. Whether or not the recipient understood was not his concern. Hearing this, Ellis's eyebrows furrowed slightly. He considered something but felt conflicted internally, uncertain about what to do next. Aiden, Darian, and Del were bewildered by to-do Hyder's words, not fully grasping the implications. However, seeing their general lost in thought, him, looking fiercely agitated. Suddenly, a scout on horseback galloped up from behind, saluting with raised fists and reporting enthusiastically about the victory. Despite being just a scout who rarely engages in direct combat, he felt immense pride in his general and comrades' achievements. Upon receiving the report, Harold waved his right hand, signaling the scout to step down, then fell silent. Cyan, riding alongside on horseback, was startled by the news and became even more curious about Riker. He had thought Riker was merely a competent warrior but hadn't realized he possessed such extraordinary leadership skills. Cyan's gaze shifted to Harold, who was lost in thought, and he murmured inwardly, "Harold, what kind of person are you? Why do so many formidable generals gather around you? Could it be that you truly are the son of a dragon?" The House of Grayson was no longer what it used to be. With only one faction's strength, it could now stand against 3 factions. They could even confuse their enemies completely. Once this war ended, the House of Grayson would own this land, and Harold would become the emperor of a new dynasty. Why doesn't the great Yin dynasty offer help? Could they be ready to give up the rich meat of the Heavenly Saint dynasty? Harold wondered inwardly, puzzled and bewildered. As a staunch ally of the Jeremephew, the great Yin dynasty should have provided assistance in this critical time, especially since Jeremephew was retreating step by step. Yet, they did nothing. Not only did they not send any troops, but the previously dispatched forces supporting Jeremephew had vanished without a trace. News of victories kept coming from Ellis, but never about the great Yin dynasty sending troops. It was as if the House of Grayson were fighting alone against Jeremephew. "Bring me General Jeremiah." "Yes, my lord." The Tiger cavalry soldier immediately left and quickly returned leading a youthful, confident, and imposing Arn. Looking at the Arn, Harold felt gratified. He had spent 10,000 resurrection points earlier to summon Jeremiah during a critical battle. Actually, he had expended 1 million resurrection points, with the first 900,000 wasted before finally getting this remarkable general with the last 10,000 points. Name, Jeremiah. Dynasty, Early Tang. Rank, Supreme General. Martial Art, Long Rainbow Sage Technique. Cultivation, Spirit Martial Level 3. Troops, Elite, Tang Dynasty Forces, 10,000 inch. Jeremiah bowed respectfully and asked, "My lord, may I know why you summoned me?" Regardless of the reason, he would follow orders faithfully. Harold nodded slightly and said expressionlessly, "The great Yin dynasty has yet to assist Jeremephew. I fear they wait for us to weaken each other before reaping the benefits. I order you to return to Nancho City and assist Mr. Hiroshi. Ensure our rear remains secure. I will follow your command." Realizing the severity, Jeremiah responded solemnly. The rear was crucial. It must remain safe. If attacked, it would disrupt the supply lines and risk being surrounded. As a renowned Tang general, Jeremiah understood the gravity of the situation. "Take this. You should know its purpose," Harold said, handing over an ordinary military token from the system's inventory. This token could summon 10,000 elite Tang soldiers, ensuring sufficient forces to protect the rear. Grasping the token, Jeremiah's face lit up. He vowed, "Rest assured, my lord, I will safeguard the rear. Any who dare disturb will be eliminated." With this token, he could command 10,000 elite soldiers, all his former subordinates. The thought brought him immense joy and emotion. He rode toward the rear ranks. Seeing this scene, Cyan was baffled by the mysterious token. After a pause, Harold ordered, "Command the troops to accelerate. Eliminate anyone who obstructs." "Yes." His lordship commands, "Full acceleration." The 2 messengers immediately relayed the order, and the troops sped forward without delay. With less than half a month to reach the capital, he stared unemotionally at the massive fortress before him, Pingshuang City. This was the name of the fortress ahead. It was not under the jurisdiction of the imperial court, but instead governed by a mysterious family that controlled its economic lifelines. This city was immense. Though it was far away, with the intense sunlight reflecting off its surface, Harold's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. The scenes at Pingshuang City's southern gate were clear to him as if they were right before his eyes. The city walls stood 15 or 16 zhang tall, shimmering with a steel-gray hue. Ordinary weapons would struggle to breach them. The city gates were tightly shut. On the city walls, soldiers clad in yellow armor stood guard with their equipment bristling, staring icily at the outside world without a flicker of emotion. They watched every movement closely, ever vigilant. Every 10 paces apart stood a soldier erect and poised, the golden light from their splendid yellow armor dazzling. They held long spears upright and gripped crossbows firmly. Behind them, heavy bolt throwers were stationed like menacing beasts, their cold bolts gleaming ominously, bowstrings taut and ready to unleash devastation upon any enemy approaching the city. Harold observed with a cold gaze, noting the tight defenses and feeling a twinge of alarm despite it being within his expectations. Reaching the capital city directly through this path would be faster, but it seemed the city residents were not welcoming his arrival. Initially, he planned a refined Keith in luxurious attire approached him. He appeared about 40 years old, with a distinguished mien and a neatly trimmed mustache. His eyes held a fleeting glint of malice, while maintaining a cold composure. Adamar, feeling this flash of malice, replied after some thought, "Head of the family, the number of soldiers under Lord Grayson is overwhelmingly large. Plus, they have a formidable cavalry, making our chances of victory less than 30%. If he were dealing with infantry alone, he would be more confident, with about 80% assurance. But against cavalry, his confidence dropped to less than 30%. Despite knowing little about the cavalry's fighting strength, he sensed an oppressive aura emanating from them. Even though Pingshuang City was fortified like an iron barrel, they would struggle to hold out without external aid. Moreover, he believed that Lord Grayson's forces would not engage in a war of attrition. If I arrange for the elimination of that cavalry, how confident are you in defeating Harold's infantry? Tiangang asked coolly. At most, 60 to 70%. 60 to 70% was Adamar's best estimation, and this included consideration of any powerful individuals within Harold's ranks and the threats they posed. There might also be unexpected events that could impact the battle against Lord Grayson. 60 to 70% is sufficient. He glanced at Lord Grayson's army and muttered to himself, Harold, when heaven offers a way out, you choose to walk towards hell. Since you dared to send troops against my Pingshuang city, don't blame me for leaving you no place to bury your bones. He did not wish to oppose Harold, but with the opposing army besieging the city, he had no choice but to defend. Since Harold challenged the authority of their Tadian family, he would show him their might and make him realize the disrespect shown to the Tadian family. In this land, the Tadian family was supreme, the true rulers of this holy territory. Yet Tiangang was unaware that his actions would lead to catastrophic consequences for the entire Tadian family. Night fell. A full moon hung high in the sky, with bright stars twinkling above. Inside the main military tent, Harold turned his attention to Sion after some deliberation and asked, Old Marshal Tadeo, what are your thoughts on this battle? How likely do you think our victory is? Sion responded without hesitation, 50-50 chance. If the general beside you can eliminate Adamar, then your chances will rise to 64. Adamar? Who is he? Harold frowned, puzzled. He was not overly concerned about the odds. Rather, he was intrigued by the solemn mention of Adamar by Sion. Who was this person? What had he done to earn the respect of this seasoned veteran? One of the military leaders discovered by the Tadian family of Pingshuang City. His military prowess rivals mine. Had I been his age, I would not match him, Sion said with admiration. Adamar might be unknown to many, but his emergence 10 years ago left Sion profoundly shaken by his military talent, a memory still vivid today. His appearance also aroused the emperor's suspicion. Since he couldn't be used for good, he must be a menace. Hence, the Tiansheng dynasty became wary of the Tadian family in Pingshuang City, fearing a ticking time bomb capable of bringing down the dynasty. Do you know his cultivation level? Harold asked curiously. 10 years ago, when I met him, he was at the first heaven realm of martial spirit. After a decade, he should now be at the peak of the martial spirit realm, Sion whispered, shifting his gaze to Harold, as if challenging him on how he intended to deal with such a revered opponent. Upon hearing this, Harold fell silent, his mind racing with possible strategies. Ding! 1 month has passed. Congratulations, host. You have earned a free summoning opportunity. Hashtag chapter 29. The scholar, Winston. System. Immediately used the summoning opportunity. Just as he was torn in his thoughts, a notification for a free summoning opportunity appeared in his young age of under 50. Sebastian even mourned him personally, and Zhuge Liang also expressed sorrow over his death. Sigh. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Harold softly said, System. Show me Winston's profile. Ding. Name, Winston. Dynasty, Late Eastern Han. Rank, Peerless Scholar. Martial Technique, Anwu Shengjue. Cultivation Level, 6th Heaven Martial Spirit. Soldier Type, None. Soon, a projection screen visible only to him appeared before his eyes, displaying brief content. Seeing Winston's cultivation level, Harold was taken aback yet secretly excited. His cultivation was exactly like Jamar's current level, almost identical. According to historical records, Winston was not only a strategist but also a martial artist. While he was more suited to be a strategist, his martial abilities were still noteworthy. Harold was curious and eager to see how a traditionally scholarly yet martial individual like Winston could unleash incredible combat power. Without troop formations to enhance his strength, could a scholar stand shoulder to shoulder with a general? He looked forward to finding out, and even wanted to witness it himself. After exchanging a few more words with the others, Sion left the main military tent, leaving Harold and Jamar behind. Once Sion was gone, Harold turned to Jamar and said, General Jamar, please go and personally welcome Mr. Winston. Winston? Yes. Upon hearing this name, Jamar was startled but quickly stood up. As fellow figures from the Three Kingdoms era, he knew of this person well. Despite some personal grievances that made him wish to rub him in the dirt, he needed to put aside their differences now that they served under Harold. As Jamar left the tent, Harold's lips curled into a cold smile. Although I don't know why you gave me that look, if you insist on opposing me, then don't blame me when I make your Tadian family bleed. If his guess was correct, the murderous glance he felt earlier came from the Tadian family, specifically one of their stronger members. Since they revealed their hostility towards him, he wouldn't hesitate to wipe out the Tadian family. One does not provoke him without consequence. If provoked, retaliation is certain. Originally, he planned to persuade the Tadian family to surrender and join his forces, but the icy stare made him reconsider. If they chose aggression, he would meet them head-on. Narrowing his eyes, his face turning icy, Harold muttered to himself, You're not qualified to challenge me. Soon, Jamar brought in a refined youth with a neatly groomed appearance, a mustache, and an imposing presence. This was Winston. Iggy pays respect to Lord. Stepping into the tent, Winston greeted with a bow. You needn't be so formal, sir, Harold responded, rising from his cushion. Seeing Winston's dignified demeanor, Harold felt deep admiration. Indeed, he was a revered ancestor admired by many generations. Pointing to the cushions beside him, Harold gently said, Please, take a seat, Iggy. Thank you, Lord. As Winston sat down, Harold followed suit, and Jamar took a seat nearby. The three began discussing the matters at hand. They talked for a while, sharing their ideas and concerns, revealing a deep sense of camaraderie and nostalgia for home. Throughout the conversation, they also discussed strategies related to Pingshuang City. Lord, where are the leopard riders now? Winston asked. They are here in the main military tent. Why do you ask, Iggy? Harold responded, puzzled. Hearing this, Winston felt reassured and replied, On my way here, I sensed something ominous and noticed many pairs of eyes watching our movements from the shadows. Most of their attention seemed to be focused on the leopard riders. The leopard riders? Why? Is someone planning to attack them? Harold wondered aloud. The leopard riders were his elite troops. In the battle since reclaiming the territory, they had achieved countless victories and helped him overcome numerous obstacles. They generally stayed close to him, ensuring his safety and following his direct orders. Their location always centered around the main military tent. Harold was puzzled about who might be plotting against the leopard riders outside the camp. Could it be the Tadian family of Ping Shuang City? Iggy can't be sure, but I suspect their true target is indeed the leopard riders by your side, Winston said with certainty. On the battlefield, the highly equipped and battle-ready leopard riders were like bulldozers, unmatched in combat. Some people must be wary of their strength, focusing their attention on them and planning ways to deal with them. Winston's certainty stemmed from observing that most eyes were watching the leopard riders patrolling outside the camp. After a moment of silence, Harold asked, "Do you have any strategies to counter this, Mr. Iggy?" Anyone daring to touch his leopard riders would be playing with fire. If someone wanted to play with fire, he wouldn't mind accompanying them, but only if they were capable enough. Winston smiled slyly and said, "Rest assured, Lord, Iggy has a strategy that will not only foil the enemy's plans, but also play them right into our hands." "Then it's all up to you, Mr. Iggy." Harold bowed deeply in gratitude. Chapter 30. Evaluating Strength. The Blood Demon Sect. Grandpa Hendrik, do you think the Branson army can invade Ping Shuang City? Can Kingston resist the attack of the Branson army with his innate military talent? Inside their heavily armed cavalry, their combat strength is incredibly formidable. If properly trained, they could become as strong as the Imperial Cavalry or even reach the level of the Royal Cavalry. As for Harold, he is enigmatic and unpredictable, Brecken said softly. In times of great turmoil, exceptional heroes emerge. The world is in chaos, and dynasties change hands. This was his assessment of the current situation. Not only were the kingdom and the empire embroiled in internal strife, but even the vast and powerful royal court saw frequent internal conflicts. They faced threats from enemies outside while guarding against internal unrest that could spread throughout the realm. Grandpa Hendrik, what do you think of Harold's generals? I have never seen them display their power. They keep a low profile, making it difficult to assess them. Sentries report. Special Envoy Darun, 5,000 Tiger Leopard cavalry soldiers have marched out of the camp. Under the cover of night, within a dense forest, a black-clothed man stood motionless, his gaze indifferent. A silver spear lay upright beside him, glinting in the moonlight. He stared ahead into the green expanse of lush vegetation. Suddenly, a black-clad scout approached, kneeling on one knee and loudly reported. What direction are they heading? Based on their path, they are moving towards the rear of the Branson headquarters. To the rear? The Desi frowned, muttering to himself. It seems the intelligence is accurate. The Branson supplies must be running low. 2 days ago, he had received reports that the Branson supplies were nearly depleted. Though unsure of its veracity, he had taken precautions. Now that the Tiger Leopard cavalry had moved towards the rear, it confirmed that the Branson indeed needed to replenish their supplies. Let's go. With a swift movement, he pulled up his spear, his icy expression hidden behind a ghost mask as he turned to leave. Although the number of Tiger Leopard cavalry troops was fewer than expected, it was enough to deal Harold a significant blow. The reason the Branson household had been victorious in every battle was because of this elite cavalry force. Losing 5,000 of these seasoned soldiers would undoubtedly be a severe blow. How could this be? How did you end up here? Could it be that you've already uncovered our plan? Spitting blood, the black-clad youth looked pale and disheveled, holding a spear while his ghost mask had fallen off. Staring at Jamar in front of him, he felt incredulous. Despite Jamar being dressed in the armor of the Tiger Leopard cavalry, his fiery saber and terrifying aura gave him away immediately as Harold's bodyguard. Hearing the screams of his men dying under the Tiger Leopard cavalry's blades, his eyes darkened, feeling hopeless. At this moment, he realized that Harold had anticipated their presence and set a trap for them. Humph! Jamar stepped forward, his fiery saber slicing through the air, creating 3 dazzling streaks of light. The sword light was blinding, lethal, and devastating, sweeping everything before it in an unstoppable force. The black-clad youth, realizing there was no chance for resistance, met his doom silently. Meanwhile, the Tiger Leopard cavalry finished off all the black-cloaked men without leaving a single survivor. Jamar felt frustration as he surveyed the carnage. He couldn't fathom why anyone would dare face cavalry on open plains. It was suicidal. Certain death awaits those who oppose Lord Yi. Winston indeed lived up to his reputation. With a simple stratagem, he lured out and annihilated the enemy. Even if it were him, he might not have seen through Winston's plan. General, we found a peculiar token on one of the dead enemies. A soldier quickly approached Jamar, presenting the bloody bronze token. Jamar inspected it, noting the strange runes and the words, Blood Demon Sect. Frowning, he ordered, check each body for similar tokens, and collect them all. Yes. Inside the Ping Shuang City, in the VIP room of the Fengshan auction house, a clear and melodious, incredibly pleasant female voice resonated. Mysterious, especially the elite cavalry equipped with state-of-the-art weapons. Their combat prowess is exceedingly formidable. With proper cultivation, they could match the might of Imperial cavalries, or even equal the strength of Royal cavalries. Harold is even more unfathomable, Brecken lightly responded. Great turmoil brings forth extraordinary talents. The world is in chaos, and dynasties are changing. This was his assessment of the current situation. Not only was the dynasty plagued with internal strife, but even the empire and the expansive royal courts began to experience frequent inner turmoil. They had to face threats from external enemies while strictly controlling internal uprisings. Ambitious factions plotted to overthrow various courts, aiming to usurp control and become the new rulers. The various courts desperately sought to annex surrounding territories to increase their own power and territory. Grandpa Hendrik, what do you think about the generals around Harold? I haven't seen them display any strength. They move in secrecy, making it very difficult for me to assess them. Report, Reporting to the special envoy, 5,000 Tiger Leopard cavalry soldiers have marched out of camp. Under the cover of darkness, deep within the dense forests, a black-clothed man stood motionless, eyes indifferent. Beside him stood a silver spear, planted upright in the ground, gleaming coldly. His gaze swept over the lush, verdant surroundings. Suddenly, a black-clothed scout dashed towards him, kneeling on one knee and loudly reporting. To where are they heading now? My observation indicates they're heading towards the rear of the Grayson Ho residence. Head to the rear? The Desi's brows furrowed slightly as he murmured. It seems the intelligence wasn't false. The Grayson Ho supplies must indeed be low. 2 days ago, he received information that the Grayson Ho's camp was short of supplies. Though uncertain of its veracity, he harbored doubts. Now, seeing the Tiger Leopard cavalry soldiers leaving for the rear, it indicated one thing. The Grayson Ho army was truly lacking supplies and needed to replenish them. We move. With a swift motion, he pulled up the spear, releasing a powerful aura. Masked with a ghost face, he turned and departed gracefully. Even though the number of Tiger Leopard cavalry soldiers was fewer than expected, this force was enough to inflict significant damage on Harold. The reason the Grayson Ho could achieve countless victories was entirely due to this formidable cavalry. A sudden loss of 5,000 elite troops would certainly deliver a critical blow. How is this possible? How did you appear here? Could it be that you've already seen through our plan? Blood spurted out as the youth, with a pale face, disheveled hair, and a broken uniform, stared in shock at Jamar before him. Despite wearing Tiger Leopard cavalry armor, Jamar's fiery saber and terrifying aura made it evident he was Harold's guard. Jamar. Hearing the cries of agony around him and seeing his subordinates brutally slain, his gaze dimmed, heart filled with despair. In that moment, he realized that Harold had already discovered their presence and set a trap for them. Humph! Jamar snorted coldly, taking a step forward. His flaming saber swung. 3 dazzling beams of sword light erupted, slicing through the sky. The sword light was blinding, lethal, and sharp. In an instant, it swept everything away irresistibly. Seeing the devastating strike, the black-clothed youth's expression darkened, face deathly pale. He felt helpless, unable to retaliate. He knew that against Jamar's powerful strike, even resistance would lead to certain death. The sword light was relentless, striking sharply. Crash! Bang! The ground shattered, rocks flew, dust rose, blood splattered, and the black-clothed youth was split in two, falling to the ground, his eyes filled with defiance. Simultaneously, the Tiger Leopard cavalry swiftly finished off the remaining black-clothed men, leaving no survivors. Facing the carnage, Jamar felt disheartened. He couldn't understand why these people dared to confront cavalry on open plains. Wasn't this sheer folly? Coldly glancing at the unnamed corpse of the black-clothed youth, Jamar expressed emotionlessly, "To oppose my lord is to court death." Winston lived up to his reputation. A simple strategy lured these men into an ambush, leading to their complete annihilation. Even if he were in their place, he doubted he could see through Winston's plot. Reporting to General, we found a strange token on one of the enemy corpses. A Tiger Leopard cavalry soldier quickly rode over to Jamar, handing over the bloody bronze token he found. Jamar examined the token, covered in mysterious symbols and inscriptions. Only 3 characters were legible. Blood Demon Sect. His brow furrowed slightly, filled with doubt. Could this be a unique token of some sect? Pausing for a moment, he then ordered, "Search every body carefully. Collect any similar tokens you find." "Yes, sir." Chapter 31. Absorbing evil chi to enhance cultivation. Lord, I discovered these tokens on the men we encountered while leading our troops on a mission. It seems they all come from the same sect. Blood Demon Sect. Looking at the 3 characters on the token and the eerie runes covering its surface, Harold felt an ominous and evil aura enveloping him. However, the fiery yellow energy within his body surged forth immediately, engulfing the encroaching evil aura and converting it into pure strength. Upon witnessing this scene, Jamar and Winston were both taken aback, but fortunately, no major mishap occurred. Otherwise, they would have been filled with regret. Boom! A loud noise echoed within his body as Harold's physique emitted a burst of light, indicating an immediate enhancement in his cultivation. 7th-tier martial artist. Seeing Harold's sudden breakthrough, Jamar and Winston were bewildered for a moment, quickly followed by inward joy. If Harold's cultivation increased, their own strength would also be boosted proportionally. The higher Harold's breakthrough, the stronger they would become. Can this evil chi assist me in breaking through my cultivation? He muttered to himself, turning his gaze towards Jamar and asking, "General Jamar, do you have more tokens like these?" In truth, he wanted to test whether the fiery yellow energy could absorb evil chi and transform it into pure energy to integrate into his body. However, he wasn't entirely sure about it. Still, he was willing to give it a try. Perhaps the evil chi could indeed aid in boosting his cultivation. Due to cultivating the fiery yellow Heavenly Emperor decision, his body required tens of times more natural spiritual chi than ordinary people. Even with sufficient spiritual power, it wouldn't suffice for him to absorb and enhance his cultivation. Therefore, if he could absorb other forces besides spiritual chi to boost his cultivation, that would be even better. There are still plenty. Before he could finish speaking, Jamar took out the bronze tokens they had collected earlier and placed them on the ground. Instantly, a strong wave of evil chi faintly leaked from the bronze tokens. The fiery yellow energy within Harold sensed the presence of food and surged out from his body. Seeing the pile of bronze tokens emitting evil chi, the fiery yellow energy greedily expanded, swiftly enveloping all the tokens. In less than a few breaths, the evil chi carried by the bronze tokens was completely absorbed by the fiery yellow energy, which then returned to Harold's body. As the fiery yellow energy re-entered his body, Harold felt waves of pure power infusing into his meridians, making his blood surge wildly. Without much thought, he immediately sat cross-legged. Seeing this, Jamar and Winston did not disturb him, but instead stood guard silently. Because Jamar possessed Sha Qi, killing intent, within his body, he was not afraid of the evil Qi wrapping around him. On the contrary, the Sha Qi inside him suppressed the evil Qi. Huff. After 3 hours, Harold, having thoroughly absorbed the new energy, took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Harold return, the two exchanged glances and congratulated him together. Congratulations, Lord. Your cultivation has improved. In just 3 hours, Harold's cultivation had risen to first-tier great martial artist. Along with this increase, they distinctly felt their bodies rapidly absorbing natural spiritual Qi. Nodding lightly, Harold slowly rose from his cushion, sensing the changes within his body. His newfound strength filled him with great satisfaction. He never expected such a rare opportunity. It truly seemed that heaven was aiding him. As his cultivation improved, Jamar's would surely increase soon. Currently, Jamar's cultivation was 6th-tier spirit warrior. With this boost, tomorrow morning, Jamar's cultivation would greatly enhance, along with Winston. Riker. Turning his gaze to Winston, he softly asked, Advisor Iggy, when will our army attack Pingshuang City? If it were before, he would have attacked without delay. But now, with the strategist on board, he should listen to their strategies more carefully. With the right planning, conquering this small Pingshuang City would be a simple task. Reporting to Lord, Advisor Iggy observed the night sky, which is now covered with dark clouds. A heavy rainstorm will surely occur by noon tomorrow, making it the perfect time for our army to launch the attack, Winston replied, bowing slightly. Clear skies during the first half of the night, dark clouds filling the sky by the second half, and a cool evening breeze. All signs pointed to a heavy rainstorm. Choosing to attack tomorrow would leverage natural conditions, bringing overwhelming pressure on the enemy city. Hearing Winston suggest psychological warfare, Harold was somewhat surprised but very supportive of this approach. Defending Pingshuang City was already difficult. Attacking it would require every means possible to ensure the success of the siege. Of course, he disapproved of brutal tactics or using civilians as threats. In the near future, the citizens of the Tiangang dynasty would become his subjects, so he couldn't disappoint them or bring despair. Fine. We will follow your advice and launch a full-scale attack at noon tomorrow, Harold said coldly, his imposing aura rising, tone indifferent. Yes, Lord. Moo. Boom. 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 Asterisk asterisk. The next morning, bugles sounded, and war drums beat as the troops of Lord Grayson gathered, slowly advancing towards Pingshuang City. 3 li away from Pingshuang City, Harold, Jamar, Winston, and others coldly gazed at the heavily fortified city. Lord, before we attack, I hope we can first let the civilians in the city leave. We must not involve them in the battle, Winston suggests the body of our fallen brother. Approved. Hashtag chapter 32. Formal offensive commences. Kingston, what should I say about you? Killing soldiers on the front lines only stokes the enemy's anger. Cyan, situated on a small hill at the rear, muttered as he watched an arrow from Donovan pierce through the body of a tiger leopard cavalry soldier, killing him. His heart skipped a beat, and he took in a sharp breath. Despite his countless battles and position as the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Holy Dynasty, even he wouldn't dare to do something like this. But Kingston of Donovan had acted recklessly, almost inviting disaster. Grandfather, will things really go as badly as you say? Camila, dressed in a light blue dress, asked with confusion evident on her face. Girl, killing one lion isn't terrifying, but doing so in front of other lions and their companions is catastrophic, Cyan lamented with regret. A military talent like Kingston was someone he admired, yet the man's unpredictable actions often left him helpless. Provoking a group of lions by killing their comrades in front of them would only stir their rage and make them more frenzied. In the upcoming battle, the soldiers of the Bransonate would tear into the defenders of Donovan like hunting dogs. Especially the fierce cavalry, they wouldn't spare a single soldier within the city. Soon, this city would turn into a bloodbath. Unfortunately, Cyan misunderstood. The killing of the tiger leopard cavalry soldier wasn't Kingston's order. Only after the soldier was dead did Kingston realize what had happened. On the walls of Donovan, Kingston's gaze turned cold as he stared at the well-dressed young nobleman beside him. General doesn't know whether you are stupid or have your head filled with excrement, but you will pay for your actions. Feeling the cold glare and harsh tone, though the youth had confidence, he dared not retort and bowed his head in shame. Hearing the insult, the youth mumbled to himself, "It's just killing a cavalry soldier. What's the big deal? They can't possibly want me skinned alive." You couldn't be more wrong. Not only will they skin you alive, but they'll also draw out your tendons, flay your skin, crush your bones, and scatter your ashes, Kingston said with icy resolve. This brat had fired an arrow without orders, directly provoking the tiger leopard cavalry, equivalent to challenging their fury and stirring their hatred. If it weren't for this being Tadian Imang, the heir of the Tadian family, Kingston would have drawn his sword and killed him without hesitation. Seeing Kingston's icy demeanor and lack of any hint of lying, Tadian Imang was immediately frightened. He quickly retreated, swallowing nervously as if sensing impending doom. Humph! With a cold snort, Kingston ignored the brat and issued orders to the surrounding soldiers. Spread my command. The army of the Bransonate is preparing to attack. All soldiers prepare for battle immediately. The situation had reached a point of no return. Even blaming Tadian Imang now wouldn't quell the enemy's fury. Instead of further rebuking him, it was better to focus on the defenses. There was nothing else he could do but take it one step at a time. Turning his gaze to Tadian Imang, he sighed inwardly. Tadian Imang truly was incapable and caused more harm than good. A perfect example of a spoiled aristocrat. If he were anything like his brother, he wouldn't have made such thoughtless, hateful decisions. The sky gradually darkened as ominous clouds gathered above, casting a heavy, oppressive atmosphere over Donovan. Realizing what was happening, Kingston's expression changed, but it was too late to change the course of events. So, you were waiting for this moment. Boom, boom. Suddenly, thick clouds covered the sky, thunder roared, and torrents of rain began to pour down. Prepare to attack, Harold ordered. Yes. for messengers, riding war horses, spread out in 4 directions, relaying the orders. As the commands were carried out, horns blared, drums pounded, and the long-awaited troops of the Bransonate gazed murderously at the city before them. Jamar gave Harold a slight nod and began pouring over the walls, attacking the defenders like wild beasts. Do not let them onto the walls. Drive them back, kill them all. Quickly. Follow me, and leave them no room on the walls. Wipe them out. Brothers, follow me. Confronted with this sudden assault, seeing the Bransonate soldiers climbing over the walls via those strange devices, Kingston's expression darkened. At that moment, he understood why Cyan had lost the defense of Teduzu City during the downpour, eventually becoming a captive. With these advanced siege weapons, any defense would be doomed to fail, especially when used against Donovan now. Without delay, he led the defenders to push back the invading forces. Unfortunately, even with exceptional skill, it was already too late. Many soldiers of the Bransonate had breached the walls, establishing a foothold. Meanwhile, Jamar, watching from below, saw Kingston cutting down his own men on the wall. Filled with anger, he gripped his fiery cloud saber and climbed the siege tower, reaching the top. In a single leap, Jamar unleashed his murderous aura, slicing down with unmatched ferocity. The dazzling blade glowed brilliantly, rivaling the sun and moon, striking fear and death into the hearts of the enemies. In an instant, several meters around him were awash with blood, and bodies flew through the air, faces frozen in shock. Several meters away, the defenders of Donovan stood stunned, watching the sky rain blood and mutilated bodies fall, their faces turning pale with horror. Chapter 33, Clash of Two Fierce Warriors. Humph! Jamar swept his cold gaze around, and with a sneer, an overpowering aura erupted like molten lava. Observing the defenders of Ping Shuang City who were retreating in fear, he inwardly scoffed and then fixed his eyes on Chance, not far away. His lord had said this man must die. Kill! With a loud cry, Jamar advanced. Seeing their general arrive, the soldiers of Branson's estate were instantly elated, their eyes glowing with fervor and their blood boiling. They then followed behind to slaughter the enemy. Instantly, on the city wall, cries of battle rang out like thunder, earth-shaking and bone-chilling, thick killing intent pervading the air, flashes of sword and spear everywhere. Now, bodies of warriors from both sides lay strewn about, and as one lifted their gaze, everything was red, the stench of blood overwhelming. Blood almost formed rivers. This ghastly scene did not deter either side or halt their fighting. Rather, it only fueled them further. The pungent smell of blood permeated everyone's bodies, making their blood cells churn rapidly. Icy gazes turned completely red from the fuming from his forehead, a burning rage erupting. The sword glow tinged with blood, blindingly bright, surrounded by blood flames, slicing through the sky, the spear's shadow piercing, like a dragon rising from the sea. Rumble. A deafening roar echoed. The city walls shook violently, but thankfully built from special materials and protected by formations, thus remained largely undamaged. Soldiers watching the battle were dumbstruck, stunned, almost speechless. Blood splattered across the ground, leaving all speechless. Is this guy even human? He can match our general blow for blow. Ping Shuang City's defenders watched anxiously, trembling, cold sweat dripping from their brows as they witnessed the intense battle between the two. Facing such a formidable opponent as Jamar, the soldiers of Branson estate felt exceptionally roused, rain pounding on them yet unable to stop their frenzied combat, slaying enemies before them. Having such a powerful general leading them into battle, how could they not triumph? On the war chariot, Harold stood like an ancient giant, his gaze unwavering, calmly observing the intense battle, unperturbed by the rain beating down on his armor. Mr. Zijing, have the Secret Service been arranged? Replying to Lord, all Secret Service agents are now hidden at the east, west, and north gates, ready to intercept any Tadion family members attempting to flee. Winston responded coldly, hendrically focusing on attacking the south gate while relaxing pressure on the other 3 gates, creating a false sense of alertness among the enemy. But they did send some troops. Moving like shadows, swift as the wind, the famed Secret Service agents lay in wait at the other 3 gates, ready to strike when Tadion family members attempt to escape. Reporting to Lord. The city gates of Ping Shuang have been breached. Our army has entered the city to engage the enemies. Standing up slowly, waves of momentum surged from Harold, his face expressionless. Pass the order, entire army advance. By nightfall, I want the entire city of Ping Shuang secured. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the messenger signaled the horn-blowing soldiers in the distance, conveying Harold's command. Seeing the orders conveyed, the horn-blowing soldiers immediately blew their horns, the resounding sound echoing throughout the army. Moo. Turning to Winston, Harold smiled. Mr. Zijing, since the city gates are breached, let's enter the city and assist our troops. Yes. Winston smiled calmly, acknowledging the situation without issue. Mang, responsible for the city's defense, froze upon seeing the gates opened, soldiers pouring in like a flood, his face turning pale, losing control of his bladder, the smell spreading. As you speculated, Mr., the Tadion family indeed constructed secret tunnels connecting to the broken transverse mountains. Truly, they refused the path to heaven and chose to barge through hell. Chapter 34, 1000 Commander Alvaro of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. Who's there? The gray-robed elder's face changed when he heard the icy, ear-piercing voice behind him, sending a chill down his spine. His eyes darted around in search of the source. The Tadion family members emerging from the cave stopped mid-step, exchanging wary glances, their bodies trembling slightly as they cautiously eyed the front. Just as everyone was puzzled, a group of mysterious figures suddenly appeared before them, some standing on the ground, others perched on thick branches. Though unsure of who these people were, the predatory gaze they fixed upon them made their bodies shudder and cold sweat drip from their foreheads. They stared nervously ahead, observing the over 100 men clad in flying fish robes, equipped with embroidered spring knives, their eyes as cold as venomous snakes, exuding an eerie aura. The old man furrowed his brow, filled with questions. Who are you? Embroidered uniform guard. The Keith leading them calmly announced their identity. After revealing himself, his eyes turned disdainfully cold. A powerful aura erupted from him, suppressing the Tadion family members, while a lethal intent loomed in his expression. Members of the Tadion family, I am Thousand Commander Alvaro of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, and I have been waiting here for some time. Since last night at midnight, he had been resurrected by Harold using revival points, along with hundreds of other Embroidered Uniform Guard members. According to Winston's arrangements, they had been lying in ambush in this broken horizontal range. In fact, they had spent the entire night searching for the secret passage leading to the Ping Shuang City branch of the Tadion family. Unfortunately, their searches were fruitless. Until just now, one of his subordinates noticed unusual movements in this area, and they immediately gathered, only to find a large group of people. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that these people were members of the Ping Shuang City Tadion family. Are you under Harold's command? Second Elder Tadion Yu Tian's face changed as he asked. You're correct, but no prize? Alvaro responded with a smile. Seeing the approaching embroidered uniform guard, Tadion Yu Tian's heart raced with anxiety. He acknowledged his own strength, 8th level Wu Tadiong, a respectable warrior. But the group before him didn't seem like amateurs either. Especially the Keith in front of him, who gave off an equally formidable presence. With over 100 men backing him, Tadion Yu Tian felt overwhelmed. Regaining composure, the Tadion family members weren't ones to be trifled with, each drawing their weapons and preparing for battle, though they hesitated due to Tadion Yu Tian's orders. Everyone, retreat into the secret passage. Yes. Alvaro cast a glance, then drew his embroidered spring knife, eyes turning cold with murderous intent as the weapon gleamed chillingly. Charge! With a roar, he led the charge into the secret passage, followed closely by the rest of the embroidered uniform guard. Facing the attack, Tadion Yu Tian drew a fiery long sword from his storage ring and engaged Alvaro in fierce combat. As the fight commenced, more guards rushed past them towards the young Tadion family members, who were now surrounded, their eyes glowing fiercely, full of killing intent. In just a few rounds, the Tadion family suffered heavy casualties, fear enveloping them as they desperately tried to flee. Tadion Yu Tian, caught up in his battle with Alvaro, watched helplessly as the powerful guards slaughtered his descendants. Unable to assist, he could only scream. Everyone, run back home. All he could do now was hold off this strong opponent and allow the survivors to escape through the secret passage back to the clan. Only then could they seek refuge under their family's protection. Otherwise, are you trying to undermine our morale? Tadion Kaiming's expression turned cold. Throughout his life, he detested traitors and rumor-mongers. This misinformation could erode the final line of psychological defense among his people. Even if it came from a clansman, he wouldn't tolerate such behavior at this critical moment. Clanhead, what I say is absolutely true. The soldiers of Branson used climbing tools to take the city walls, opened the gates, and allowed the forces outside to enter the city. Tadion Shan spoke helplessly. If it were possible, he too wished this were all a lie. But the truth couldn't be altered. Anything else would doom their entire clan. Despite Gideon's valiant resistance, the enemy continued to flood into the city without reprieve. Realizing this, the crowd in the living room turned anxious, whispering to each other. What they hadn't anticipated was that within just a few hours, the forces of Branson had already breached the city walls. Gazing at the ceiling, Tadion Kaiming clenched his teeth, eyes cold. Harold, if my Tadion family survives, I will never let your newly established dynasty rest. Clanhead, disaster. Young Master Christian and others are returning via the secret passage, covered in blood. At this moment, the Tadion family steward Tadion Mudwa, a gray-robed elder, rushed into the living room, shouting frantically. Upon hearing these words, Tadion Kaiming's face turned grim, and without another word, he sprinted out of the living room. The other senior members of the Tadion family also reacted, their faces changing drastically as they hurriedly followed after Tadion Kaiming. Chapter 35. Battles erupt everywhere. Swords and arrows fly around on the balcony outside. You should quickly go into the pavilion for shelter, said Old Master Tidu. Grandpa Hendrik, there's no need to worry. We're standing so high up that it's impossible for an arrow to reach us. Before Carmen could finish her sentence, an arrow flew towards her. Fortunately, Brecken managed to catch it in time, preventing it from hitting Carmen. Carmen, who had been boasting and not believing in misfortune, looked at the arrow that was less than 10 centimeters away from her face and felt incredibly embarrassed. It's like I was asking for an arrow to hit me for my big talk. Initially, she didn't believe in bad luck and even thought that standing so high up would make it impossible for an arrow to reach her. But then, an arrow did come straight toward her eyes. The slap in the face rang loud and clear. Snap. Brecken broke the arrow with one hand. Tadion family residence, where smoke was billowing up. Even though it was raining heavily, they could still see the thick smoke rising from afar, and the sounds of battle indicated a fierce struggle within the Tadion family. What's happening inside the Tadion family? Swish. As soon as Brecken finished speaking, a figure in tight black clothing appeared on the rooftop. His eyes sharp as knives, his aura calm and blending seamlessly with the rain. He seemed like a shadow. The newly arrived black-clad man knelt down immediately and reported, just now, a group of mysterious people emerged from a secret passage in the Tadion family compound, and they clashed with the Tadion family's leadership. The Tadion family's second elder, Tadion Yu Tian, has been killed by these mysterious people. Mysterious people? The two frowned, feeling puzzled. They knew the Tadion family had a secret passage, but since they hadn't entered the compound, they had limited knowledge about it. But how could someone enter the Tadion family through their secret passage? Could those mysterious people be dispatched by Harold? Keep a close eye on these mysterious people, but do not engage them to avoid unnecessary conflict, Brecken instructed coldly. They were outsiders and should avoid trouble if possible, staying neutral to benefit both sides without offending either party. Offending both sides would bring them no advantages and might even cause unnecessary troubles. Although they were not afraid of confrontation and had the power to eliminate both sides, as businessmen, maintaining Scout mounted his horse again and left promptly. Harold knew the Tadian family was the dominant force in Pingshuang City, having built a fortress within the city to protect their safety. He was surprised by the strength of the Tadian family's fortress, which made it difficult for Hill to breach it. Since brute force wasn't working, using intelligence and siege towers was the best approach. Not long after the scout left, a brocade-armored guard appeared beside Harold and whispered a report into his ear. Upon hearing the message, Harold's brows furrowed slightly, his face momentarily unpleased, but he quickly regained composure. Mr. Iggy, the brocade-armored guards have infiltrated the Tadian family via a secret passage and encountered strong resistance. Let's provide some support. Complying with your orders. Winston responded quietly, offering no objections. What surprised him was that the brocade-armored guards entered the Tadian family via a secret passage. Could the entrance really be in Duanhing mountain range? Though puzzled, they accompanied Harold to the Tadian family. Hurry, everyone forward. Archers, release your arrows, ballistae launch stones. I refuse to believe we can't break this shell. Report. My lord has approved the use of siege towers to forcefully attack the Tadian family's gate. Hill, commanding the assault, suddenly heard the scout's report, his eyes lighting up. He then ordered his soldiers to step back slightly. This was the moment he had been waiting for. With the lord's approval, it was time to scale the Tadian family's wall. Taking out a siege tower from his storage ring, he personally directed his soldiers to push it closer to the Tadian family's gate. The Tadian family's defending soldiers watched the scene, their brows furrowing in confusion. Even the higher-ups responsible for the defense were bewildered by the strange object, not knowing what it was. Of course, they were unfamiliar because they had never seen it, even when attacking the walls of Pingshuang City earlier. Charge. Once the siege tower was secured, Hill drew his sword and snatched a shield from a nearby soldier, leading the charge onto the wall himself. Chapter 36, breaking into the Tadian family compound. Lord of the household, disaster is upon us. Our family's gate has fallen, and the army of forest has already breached our inner defenses. The skies were filled with rolling thunderclouds, and under the endless rain, blood mixed with water formed streams. On the ground, corpses lay strewn about. A towering man screamed in desperation, his voice hoarse with fury. His battle armor was soaked in blood, his face deathly pale, and rivulets of blood dripped slowly from his features. His hair appeared as if dipped in fresh blood, stark red and alarming. Yet, he hurriedly rolled and ran towards them. His frantic expression betrayed a sense of imminent doom. It seemed only escape could save their lives now. What? Saul, who had been engaged by Alvaro and others, heard this news and his complexion changed abruptly. He thrust his sword forward, swift as lightning, with razor-sharp sword energy swirling around it. Seeing the incoming sword energy, Alvaro and his men quickly retreated, evading the indirect attack. Though they bore wounds, their reaction speed remained unimpaired. After quickly driving back the attackers, Saul sprinted toward the distant man and seized him by the collar, his expression cold and grim. Is what you say true? Lord, every word I speak is true, not a single lie. May I be struck by lightning if I lie, the robust man said, gritting his teeth. Are you kidding? With great calamity at hand, he had no time for jokes, nor did he have the luxury to make any. In mere breaths, the army of forest had used two strange objects to breach the walls and swiftly occupy them. No matter how strong their fighters were, they couldn't withstand the overwhelming numbers and relentless attacks of forest's troops. Meanwhile, Alvaro and the other four, who had just evaded Saul's attack, moved in with a killing intent. In a swirl of blade energy as they engaged in fierce combat. Watching the Tadian family gates open wide, with soldiers of forest pouring in, Harold sneered inwardly. Originally, he had intended to pass through, but since the Tadian family insisted on confronting him, he couldn't be blamed for his ruthless actions. He lifted his head slightly, allowing the rain to beat against his armor, his tone cold. Since the gates are broken, join the battle as well. Understood. Receiving the order, the Tiger Leopard cavalry mounted their steeds and charged into the city like gods of war. As hundreds of Tiger Leopard cavalry entered the Tadian family estate, hidden secret guards gradually emerged, following closely behind Harold and Winston. Harold took a step forward, with Winston right behind him. Jamar wasn't here. He was Harold's bodyguard and couldn't be too far away, lest he fail to intervene when danger approached. Passing through the gates, they arrived in the city, seeing bodies littering the ground, half belonging to both sides, but it seemed the Tadian family outnumbered them. They didn't pause but continued deeper into the compound. The battle outside the city was over, and the most intense fighting was now happening within the inner courtyard, which was where they headed. Do you still wish to fight after losing? Harold looked coldly at Gideon, who was heavily wounded, breathing erratically, and appeared extreme. Gideon's injuries were worse, even threatening his life. Asterisk bam. Bam. Asterisk. Rain cascaded down as the two resumed their battle, feeling a profound respect for each other despite the intensity of their duel. Gideon, despite being gravely injured, found immense joy battling such a formidable warrior, yet his expression remained impassive. Before the battle concluded, he couldn't show any emotion, or it would give his opponent an opening. Under torrential rain, they fought tirelessly, refusing to fall until the other was brought down. Bam. After several exchanges, Jamar seized the opportunity when Gideon failed to react, delivering a brutal kick, hurling him violently to the ground. Splat. Faced with Jamar's forceful kick, Gideon coughed up more blood, rolling on the ground before struggling to stand up again. Bam. But before he could stabilize himself, the weakened Gideon fell to his knees, his pale face drained of any remaining strength. Chapter 37. Advice from Cyan. Do you still wish to fight? From 5 meters away, Jamar stood towering over the opponent, his aura as fierce as a tiger's, and his expression cold as he observed the adversary in front of him. Though this man was his opponent, he greatly deserved Jamar's respect. It was rare to encounter such a formidable enemy. Kingston's face was pale like paper, his overall demeanor weak, but his eyes were fixed on Jamar with deep admiration, and even more, awe. He had cultivated to the 10th heaven of martial spirit. His opponent was at the 8th heaven of martial spirit. After such a long battle, the powerful Kingston not only could not subdue his opponent, but was being overwhelmingly dominated, which left him utterly astonished. Through this extended duel that lasted for hours, he deeply realized not only how strong the opponent was, but also that he possessed the ability to defeat someone above his level. Fight! He snarled under his breath, using his spear to prop himself up, but before he could stand, his weakened body caused him to kneel again on both knees. Bang! Shaking his head slightly, Jamar remarked coldly, General Jamar can crush you easily right now. Do you really think you have the strength to fight me? Tadov as a loyal servant, die as a loyal ghost. Kingston simply replied. Other small kindnesses would be repaid tenfold by him. A single meal's favor would earn their loyalty and diligence. This was his martial way. You're a man, but unfortunately, you follow the wrong person. Jamar's gaze was cold, like a demon god surveying the world, then suddenly, overwhelming blade light enveloped him, shining brilliantly like a blazing sun, illuminating all directions and annihilating everything. This scene seemed eternal, like the white tiger roaring in the sky of ancient times, emitting endless ferocity, while the ground was filled with dazzling blade lights, sharp to the extreme. Swish! In an instant, the blade light cut through the air, Jamar's face icy cold, sweeping his long knife instantly. Kingston watched helplessly, his eyes dim like ashes. Facing such a powerful strike, he felt no regret about dying but was bitter that he never got the chance to display his military talents on the battlefield, or serve a benevolent ruler. At this moment, he had no intention of resistance. Struggling would be futile. Moreover, he lacked even the strength to stand, let alone fight such a formidable warrior. General Jamar, stop! A voice came from behind, causing Jamar to halt just millimeters away from striking Kingston with his flaming sword. Turning around, he saw Cyan rushing towards him, clearly flustered. Why do you stop me? Jamar questioned icily. If this old man did not give him a satisfactory answer, he wouldn't hesitate to take him down too. Anyone obstructing the Lord's plan was an enemy, and enemies deserved no mercy. Phew. Seeing Jamar restrained and not killing Kingston immediately, Cyan breathed a sigh of relief and resignation, but have chosen to submit to it. Despite his calm facade, he was internally conflicted and uncertain if his actions were right or wrong. But thinking of his beloved granddaughter, all thoughts of right and wrong faded. Why are you doing this? Aren't you ashamed? Kingston said emotionlessly. Internally dismissing Cyan's actions, even despising him, Kingston felt his admiration disappear. He believed Cyan would be loyal to the Tiangang dynasty, dedicating everything, even his life. But reality proved otherwise. His thoughts now seemed laughable. Cyan replied softly, perhaps you think my actions are wrong, but when life has its entanglements, you will be torn about what to do. Facing this response, Kingston inwardly sneered and asked, speak. What do you want from me? Why did you stop him from killing me? Cyan didn't beat around the bush, saying, I hope you will serve Harold. He can provide you with opportunities to fulfill your ambitions and unleash your full military talent. Kingston, initially planning to reject outright, fell silent upon hearing these words. Jamar furrowed his brows but remained silent, allowing Cyan to continue persuading. If they could gain another capable general for their lord, it would be a great boon. In the near future, they would establish a vast empire with countless allies joining their cause. Yet, Harold needed not only their loyalty but yet now they were brutally slaughtered, one after another, their eyes wide with unfulfilled vengeance under the blades of their enemies. All of this was caused by this Desi before him, someone they had never offended, but who brought disaster upon them. Harold looked down at him with cold indifference, as if he were an arrogant dragon gazing upon an insignificant ant or, more accurately, a proud dragon watching over a worm crawling before him. He paid no heed to Saul's threats, even sneering at him. Even if Saul's ancestor possessed formidable power, it would be insufficient to stop him. With every advancement in cultivation, the might of China's warriors and scholars grew stronger. By then, even if the Tadion family's ancestor led a horde of powerful fighters, he would not fear them in the least. However, he had to admire the coordination between Winston and Alvaro. Despite never having met, coming from different eras, they worked together seamlessly to confront Saul, who was a formidable opponent. Seeing such disdain from the other side and the carnage within the Tadion family, Saul let out a furious howl to the heavens and began burning his essence blood to enhance his strength. Seeing this, Harold's face turned grave as he said, not good. He's going to burn his essence blood to boost his strength. We must stop him. We can't let him do that. Burning essence blood for strength is a major taboo. Earth would dissipate into nothingness. The weak Hubiao riders were easily torn apart by Saul, their bodies turning cold and lifeless. Winston, quickly getting back up, saw Saul advancing towards Harold and immediately disregarded his own injuries, charging forward with his sword ablaze. As Saul approached, Harold's expression grew increasingly serious, his heart racing as though it would burst. Just when Saul was within a meter of Harold, a powerful aura surged from behind Harold, forcing Saul to retreat instinctively. Standing in front of him now was Winston, glaring with burning rage and unyielding determination. At the same time, Brecken appeared beside Saul like a phantom, the rain evaporating into steam as soon as it touched him, leaving him completely dry. Phew! Breathing a sigh of relief, Harold felt as though he had narrowly escaped death. If it weren't for this mysterious elder's timely intervention, he might have ended up dead. Calming himself, Harold turned to face Brecken and bowed slightly in gratitude, saying, Thank you, Elder, for saving me. There's no need to thank me, Brecken replied coolly. I was only acting on behalf of someone else. If you wish to thank anyone, thank my young lady. Had it not been for Lady Carmen's plea to save Harold, Brecken would never have intervened in the conflict between these two forces. Although he didn't know why she wanted to save this youth, since she asked, he had to comply. Unbeknownst to Brecken, this act of kindness, not just his, but ultimately due to Carmen's compassion, would prevent future calamity from befalling the Arnie family. Seeing people from the Fengshan auction house arrive suddenly and rescue Harold just as he was about to kill him, Saul's face darkened ominously. Fengshan auction house, isn't this overstepping? So what? Brecken retorted dismissively. Brecken, while my Tadion family may not have the power to challenge your organization, do you think our patriarch will not seek retribution against you in the future? Saul replied icily. The emperor of the empire doesn't concern me. Why should a minor sect like the Blood Demon sect? Huh. Harold furrowed his brow, feeling puzzled. Though he didn't know who the elder beside him was, it was evident that he belonged to a significant force. Someone who wasn't afraid of the imperial ruler. Thump. Saul's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed involuntarily. While someone like Harold might not fully grasp the terror of the empire, Saul knew all too well how formidable it was. Even if he knew little about it, it was enough to instill deep fear in him. Facing such a terrifying force, even the Tadion family's patriarch, a senior elder of the Blood Demon sect, dared not provoke them. Yet this elder before him dismissed it with contempt. Ha ha ha. Laughing wildly, Saul was filled with rage yet powerless. He couldn't utter a word of rebuttal against such overwhelming strength. Harold, today my patriarch cannot harm you, but one day, I swear he will make you wish you were dead. I'll await you in hell, ha ha ha. Leaving those icy words, Saul slashed his sword across his own neck, ending his life. Chapter 39, discussing the next move. Saul, the strongest warrior of the Tadion family, committed suicide by cutting his own throat, instantly declaring the Tadion family's defeat. The Pingshuang city defenders threw down their weapons one after another and chose to surrender. Without any resistance from the enemy, all defenders surrendered. The Jinyiwei Marquis estate troops began to occupy every position in Pingshuang city. Even as heavy rain fell from the sky and blood flowed like streams on the ground, this did not deter the high spirits of the Jinyiwei Marquis estate troops. They marched with their heads held high and fervent eyes into the city. Next morning, as mist rose and the sun hung high in the sky, today was a beautiful day. At the Tadion family residence, in the inner courtyard guest hall, Harold, Jamar, Winston, along with Gideon, who had been persuaded by Cyan to be loyal to Harold, were present in the living room at that moment. They gathered here mainly to discuss their next move, or rather, whether they should directly attack the capital or first take over surrounding cities before attacking the capital. Facing the silence among everyone, Winston spoke up first. My lord, Iggy thinks we should march straight to the capital and completely replace the rule of the Tiansheng dynasty. But just as he finished speaking, Gideon immediately countered. My lord, I disagree with this approach. I believe we should occupy the cities around the capital first, then surround it to force its surrender. Seeing the two continuously argue without reaching an agreement, Harold felt an immense headache, almost wishing to drive them out to let them calm down. However, considering the urgent war situation, he still needed to deliberate further with everyone before making a decision. After all, his every move concerned the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, so there could be no carelessness or negligence. Otherwise, it would cost their lives. Turning his gaze to Jamar beside him, he asked, General Jamar, what are your thoughts on the upcoming battle? How should our army attack the capital? Just as Harold finished speaking, the two who were arguing instantly stopped and looked at their lord with puzzled eyes. Jamar bluntly replied, My lord, I will follow your orders in everything. Whoever you tell me to attack, I will attack. Whoever you tell me to kill, I will dispatch. Hearing such a reply, black lines appeared on Harold's forehead, while Winston and Gideon were stunned, looking at Jamar in astonishment. This response left everyone speechless. They didn't even know how to counter such a question. However, what Jamar said was not wrong. Whatever way Harold wanted them to attack, they would follow without objections. Report. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a messenger rushed into the living room breathlessly and weakly, kneeling alone. Looking at the messenger, Harold remained expressionless and simply ordered, Speak. The subordinate reports, my lord, this is General Riker's letter for you. As he spoke, he immediately pulled out the scroll he carried. Without a word, Jamar took the scroll from the messenger, ensuring it was harmless before passing it to Harold. After receiving the scroll, Harold opened it and saw a series of Chinese characters understandable only by the scholars and generals from Huaxia. Reading the contents, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he handed it over to Winston beside him. Winston skimmed through the content carefully and then said excitedly, My lord, since General Riker has already taken control of the territory of the Noble Alliance, we should seize the capital as soon as possible. According to the scroll, half a month ago, Riker led over 400,000 troops to decisively defeat the 600,000-strong Noble Alliance army. The Noble Alliance suffered a devastating defeat and no longer had anyone capable of resisting Riker's army. Under Riker's fierce advance, the various noble families laid down their weapons and chose to submit to the Jinyiwei Marquis estate. With no resistance, Riker quickly captured the noble territories but did not stop there. Instead, he led the army straight to Huacheng and stationed there. Huacheng was situated at the border between the Tiansheng dynasty and Beimo dynasty, a frequent battleground for the two kingdoms. Now, with Beimo's forces stationed at the border, there was a possibility of them launching a southern invasion against the Tiansheng dynasty. The garrison in Huacheng was few, making Riker's large army an ideal supplement. Gideon was bewildered at first, but when he heard that the territories of the four allied families had already been occupied by their Jinyiwei Marquis estate, he was startled and eager to meet this general who conquered the Noble Alliance territories. Report. Just as Harold was about to order an assault on the capital, another messenger rushed into the living room. Speak. The subordinate reports, my lord, the Dian dynasty has sent troops to assist Franklin Fu. General Ellis's offensive has been halted, and our army has suffered heavy losses, retreating back to Anchor Arnie City. The Yin dynasty? Harold and others' expressions turned grave and exceptionally grim. The formidable adversary, the Yin dynasty, had finally intervened. Though it was unclear why they had delayed, their intervention caused severe losses to the Dingyuan Marquis estate army. Mr. Iggy, what do you think about Dian's assistance? My lord, although I do not know Dian's motives, I believe we should have General Ellis halt the attack to prevent deeper infiltration and enemy ambush, Winston replied seriously. My lord, I agree with Mr. Iggy, Gideon respectfully bowed. The Dian dynasty was more powerful than the Tiansheng dynasty. Though unknown about General Ellis, he agreed not to advance further to avoid total annihilation. Harold did not respond but fell silent. He knew very well the outcome of reckless actions, but now, after a brief silence, he coldly ordered, inform General Ellis to cease the attack and establish defenses. No attack on Franklin Fu without my orders. Yes, my lord. The messenger who brought Ellis's command lightly nodded, and then left to deliver Harold's order. Turning to the messenger who conveyed Riker's command, he continued, tell General Riker to immediately reorganize his forces and recruit more soldiers to enhance our strength. Yes, my lord. Waiting for the messenger to leave, he sternly addressed everyone and ordered, pass my command down. At noon today, the army shall advance towards the capital. Any who obstruct our advance shall be treated as enemies and dealt with mercilessly. Dividing the forces had started to cause a shortage of resources in the rear. If they did not stop attacking, Rising Shuang City. Completed. Rewards, 2 million resurrection points, 1 special military token, 10 bottles of Shen Yuan Dan, 5 pills each, which help martial artists enhance their cultivation but cannot be used by Chinese heroes, 1 Chonghuan spear, and 1 bottle of Xuanhuan Dan, 10 pills, which enhance a martial artist's spiritual power. Seeing such generous rewards, Harold felt incredibly pleased. All his hard work had not been in vain. Other than the special items, when he saw the 2 million resurrection points and the special military token, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, as if everything around him had come to a standstill. At this moment, Harold was overwhelmed with joy, so much so that his entire body trembled, his face flushed with elation. He could barely contain his excitement. The generous rewards from the system truly filled his heart with love. Sigh. Taking a deep breath, he gradually calmed himself down, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his lips. System. Check information. Ding. Super summon system. Host. Harold. Cultivation. Great Martial Master Tier 1. Resurrection points. 3,010,000. Chinese generals. Jamar. Ellis. Cornelius. Riker. Jeremiah. Foreign generals. Adamar. Famous scholars. Hiroshi. Winston. Army. Tiger Leopard Cavalry. 75,000 appearing on his forehead. What kind of draw is this? This is so unimpressive. Calming down, he then said, System. Continue using 10,000 resurrection points to summon. Ding. Congratulations, host. You summoned the famous general of Southern Tiangang, Briggs. What the heck, Scholar General Briggs? Harold gaped in shock, mentally commenting on this unexpected outcome. 1,000 troops, 10,000 horses, they all evade the white robes. The commander of the white robe army, Briggs? He never imagined this summon would bring such a legendary figure. This must be divine fortune, sheer dumb luck. As the virtual space warped and a silver vortex appeared, he hurriedly stopped the system from bringing Briggs forth. After taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, his rapidly beating heart and trembling body betrayed his extreme excitement. This is truly a bountiful harvest. He then said, System, check Briggs's information. Ding. Name, Briggs. Dynasty, Southern Tiangang. Level, Peerless. Martial technique, Confucian warfare scripture. Cultivation, Level 6 Wu Taediong. Soldiers, Peerless, White Robe Army, 7,400. All Level 6 Great Martial Masters. Elite, Southern Tiangang Elite, 100,000 inch. Seeing the cultivation level of the White Robe Army, his face twitched. The brocade guard vanished as if he had never been there. Yet the slight breeze indicated his presence moments ago. With the brocade guard gone, Harold continued spending resurrection points to summon more Chinese literary and martial generals. What the heck? Did my luck run out? How could all subsequent summons turn out useless? Using 800,000 resurrection points yielded no significant Chinese heroes, leading to a bitter commentary from Harold. 800,000 points down the drain. While he did summon some items, weapons, pills, and even a normal military token, it didn't seem very worthwhile. Checking his remaining over 1 million resurrection points, he felt a crushing weight on his shoulders, his heart bleeding. System, immediately use 1 million resurrection points to summon 100 Death Trap Camp warriors and transfer them to Ellis's side. He already had sufficient forces to overthrow the dynasty, but Ellis faced overwhelming enemies, especially with reinforcements from the Dian dynasty. Adding elite troops would ease his burden. Though he had 10,000 Tiger Leopard cavalry warriors, it wasn't enough because they weren't his personal troops, preventing them from forming battle formations together. Moreover, cavalry was better suited for plains warfare, not mountainous terrain. Chapter 41. Girl, you're fluttering with springtime feelings. General Briggs, I pay my respects to you, my lord. Briggs was around 30 years old, clad in silver battle armor and wielding a long silver spear, compelling others to kneel before him. Seeing this unfamiliar but mighty warrior, Gideon was struck speechless by the profound impact, filled with more doubts than words. Although his strength did not match Jamar's, his unique aura and the scholarly essence emanating from him were indescribable. Is this guy really a warrior? That was the only question lingering in his mind at that moment. After letting Briggs chat casually with everyone and introduce himself, Harold spoke up, Since General Qian has arrived, we shall immediately gather our troops and prepare to set out at any moment. Yes. Grandpa Hendrik, where do you think Harold summoned such a powerful and elite force? Inside the elegantly decorated private room of Fengshan Auction House, Alia asked Brecken, her face full of bewilderment. She had seen the white-robed army entering the city. Apart from the white-robed army, she also witnessed another massive elite force of 10,000 soldiers. They were well-equipped, their spirits high, exuding an overwhelming combat readiness, resembling seasoned veterans. Most astonishingly, this powerful army's might was on par with, or even exceeded, the elite soldiers of the imperial dynasty. Stroking his goatee, Brecken replied calmly, "I'm not sure, but the power displayed by forest residents is already astounding. Given time, a vast empire will be established under Harold's rule." "What? Grandpa Hendrik, you must be joking? Does Harold have the ambition to build a vast empire?" Alia said, disbelief evident on her face. Establishing a kingdom is one thing, but kingdoms are ranked into upper, middle, and lower tiers. The soon-to-collapse Heavenly Holy Dynasty is a lower-tier kingdom. Above upper-tier kingdoms lies the Imperial Dynasty, which is far from easy to establish, let alone a higher level. Currently, Harold hasn't even established a kingdom. How could he have the ambition to found a vast imperial power? Even if he did, it would take at least 100 years, possibly even 1,000. Girl, the world is undergoing great changes, and the rise and fall of dynasties cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Harold possesses imperial potential. He might indeed establish an empire within a millennium, Brecken commented coolly. A millennium? Harold didn't want to wait that long. Even waiting a century was too much for him. With the assistance of China's extraordinary talents, why would he need so long to build a vast imperial power? Though establishing a country requires stabilizing the state and ensuring prosperity for its people, he hoped to first claim a vast territory before governing it, and finally expanding further. But Grandpa Hendrik, establishing an empire is incredibly difficult. Can Harold really achieve this? Alia asked doubtfully. "Miss, since you don't believe he can establish an empire, why did you ask me to save him?" Brecken retorted. I asked you to save him because I didn't want to see him die. I couldn't bear to watch such a powerful genius perish, Alia responded formally, her face blushing slightly. Brecken teased with a gentle smile. "Girl, your heart is fluttering with springtime feelings. Ha ha ha." In the Duanqing mountain range, on the peak of a forested mountain, Tadian Kaoming and Tadian Feng stood silently, their gazes distant, staring intently at Pingshuang City. Their eyes flashed with icy coldness. Their cold stare extended over lush greenery, a dense forest thriving abundantly. Thinking of his fallen parents and deceased relatives, his heart burned with anger, filled with rage and hatred. "Father, Rena, Tessa will avenge your blood. Harold, you killed my parents and butchered my clan. One day, I, Tadian Feng, will make you pay in blood." He escaped the catastrophe solely because 3 months ago he left home to train and enhance his cultivation elsewhere. However, last night, just when he returned, or rather before he even entered Pingshuang City, he saw the city shrouded in a thick cloud of blood, with new masters controlling the entire city. Through thorough inquiries, he learned that his family, the Tadian clan, had been exterminated, his parents killed by Harold's subordinates, and all his clansmen massacred. Now, his heart harbored only one thought: revenge. Revenge against Harold, revenge against the Branson mansion, and revenge against every person who harmed his parents. But he knew that with his current strength, he couldn't touch Harold and his men. Only by increasing his power and forming a force could he stand against them. "Harold, today's grudge will be etched deeply in my heart. One day, I will make you pay in blood." With eyes full of enmity, he left with a cold remark. After settling all matters and leaving a defensive unit in Pingshuang City, Harold put on his black and gold battle armor once more. His cold gaze scanned the large map before him, seeing vast tracts of land from the Heavenly Holy Dynasty now under his control, causing his eyes to gleam with greed. If he conquered the capital, this land would belong to him, and he would establish a vast imperial power here. Imagining himself founding an imperial power on this land, thinking of the countless Chinese heroes about to assist him in dominating this chaotic era, his eyes welled up with tears, and his trembling body revealed his uncontrollable excitement. Beside him, Jamar stood tall and imposing. "Reporting to my lord, our troops are assembled and awaiting your command," Winston announced, walking in with clasped hands. "Mr. Zijing, how was the preparation of our supplies? Are they sufficiently ample?" "Reportedly, our supplies are abundant, and our soldiers have all been equipped with new weapons." "Excellent. Since our troops are ready, let's march straight to the capital and claim it for ourselves," Harold turned around and declared calmly. "Yes." ###Chapter 42. Huacheng. Eliminate the time bomb. Huacheng. When flowers bloom, their fragrance fills 1,000 miles. Every spring, when the season changes, the area around Huacheng is always adorned with blooming flowers, a sight that seems to be one of the finest spectacles in the world. No one knows why so many flowers bloom in Huacheng, but everyone knows that this place has been a battlefield for years, with rivers of blood and corpses strewn everywhere. However, the Heavenly Saint Dynasty and the Beima Dynasty have an agreement. During the flowering season every spring, there must be no fighting or bloodshed around Huacheng. Though it's already autumn now, the air in Huacheng still carries a faint floral fragrance, which brings calmness and brightness to the heart. Flynn's residence, inner courtyard, living room. Riker, dressed in black soft armor, was staring intently at the map before him. These two major clans seem reluctant to participate, the Jinyiwei responded coolly. After a moment of contemplation, Riker asked calmly, "Can you eliminate the 3 clans planning to defect based on your strength? If these 3 clans don't have external support, we can handle them." However, according to our informant, there is a powerful figure within the Tadeo family who is not inferior to General Riker. The Jinyiwei shook his head. "Not inferior to this general?" Riker raised an eyebrow, filled with doubt. What's going on? How could there be someone in Huacheng as strong as him? If there is such a time bomb within the city, he must deal with it, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to defend Huacheng. He wasn't afraid of the Beima army outside the city walls, but his Lord Harold had given strict orders. He must defend the city and not leave to engage the enemy or lose the city. Is this information reliable? Our operatives are uncertain, but they've noticed that the Tadeo family has been acting cautiously lately, as if trying to avoid being discovered. Leave the Tadeo family alone for now. I will personally deal with them. As for the other two clans, eliminate them all tonight at midnight. Riker said calmly, his gaze as serene as if discussing trivial matters. He originally intended to discuss how to counter the Baima army with the 5 major clans, but he didn't expect them to turn traitor beforehand. Since these 3 clans chose this path, he wouldn't hesitate to act ruthlessly. Yes, sir. Upon receiving the order, the Jinyiwei disappeared instantly. As the Jinyiwei left, Riker turned around slowly, revealing a cold and stern face with killing intent lingering in his eyes. Thinking about the 3 soon-to-be traitors, his aura grew stormy, and an overwhelming murderous aura enveloped him. Since you want to die, don't blame me for being ruthless. With a cold tone, his expression remained icy. Someone come here. As soon as he finished speaking, a Qin soldier entered, kneeling before him. General, what do you need? Bring General Chavi here. I need to discuss something with him. Yes, sir. Soon, a tall and sturdy middle-aged general wearing blue battle armor and radiating formidable energy appeared. General Chavi pays respect to you, sir. What do you need from me? Chavi, the former commander of Huaqing, later switched allegiances to the Grayson Ho Manor, becoming one of Riker's officers. Naturally, Chavi was a tough man who wouldn't easily surrender and abandon the city he had protected. His submission was earned through countless battles against Riker. Previously, when Riker besieged the city, to minimize casualties, he sent envoys to persuade Chavi to surrender to the Grayson Ho Manor. Chavi didn't agree immediately. Instead, he chose to think deeply and decided to settle it through combat. If Riker lost, he would have to retreat, leaving Huaqing independent. If Chavi lost, he would lead the border soldiers to join the Grayson Ho Manor. Speak up. Yes, sir. After Chavi stood up, Riker relayed the news from the Jinyiwei. Upon hearing Riker's account, Chavi expressed disbelief. Sir, although I don't know what happened, I find it hard to believe that the 3 major clans would betray Huaqing. Seeing this reaction, Riker had anticipated it, so he wasn't surprised. Yet, he was puzzled by Chavi's unwavering trust in the 3 clans. Was there some hidden mystery here? Sir, you don't know. After listening to Chavi's explanation, Riker was filled with doubts. If the 5 major clans once agreed to unite and fight against enemies, why would they choose to switch sides now? Could it be that the Baima infiltrated the 3 clans, replacing the original leaders? I don't know if what you say is true, but my men have reported that these 3 clans plan to collaborate with the Baima army to capture Huaqing. I don't like having a sharp blade lurking behind me. If you want to confirm whether these 3 clans have betrayed Huaqing, follow me tonight and let's see how they respond, Riker said calmly. The 3 major clans were like a sharp blade that could stab him at any moment. As a military commander, he wouldn't tolerate a blade behind him or allow it to threaten the lives of his soldiers. Yes, sir. Sigh. Upon hearing Riker's decision, Chavi sighed inwardly, hoping he bribed. Otherwise, he would have to personally escort them away from Huaqing. Soon, 2,000 elite Qin soldiers surrounded the entire Tadeo family estate. Not even a fly could escape. Yet no attack was initiated. Learning that their residence was encircled by Riker and his 2,000 soldiers, the Tadeo family's leadership, including Tadeo Mang, were shocked. Subsequently, the patriarch Tadeo Ning led everyone outside. Seeing the imposing soldiers standing straight under the moonlight casting menacing shadows, and feeling the calm yet terrifying presence of Riker, Tadeo Ning gulped repeatedly. The Tadeo family leadership was panic-stricken, wondering if their plans had been exposed. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Tadeo Ning stepped forward with a smile and asked, General Riker, may I ask why you have brought so many soldiers to my family's doorstep? Slowly turning around, seeing Tadeo Ning still pretending, refusing to admit, Riker gazed down at them like a proud war god and said, Doesn't Patriarch Tadeo know why I am here? Or perhaps you don't think you need to know. Had their plan been exposed? No, it was foolproof, known only to the upper echelons of the 3 major families, impossible for outsiders to discover. Could Riker be bluffing? Yes, he must be bluffing to create a reason to act against them. Shaking his head lightly, Tadeo Ning smiled and said, General Ming, what are you talking about? If I knew why you're here, why would I come out so hastily to greet you? Seeing him still refusing to confess, Riker remained unruffled, half smiling. Is Patriarch Tadeo still playing games with me? Instantly, Tadeo Ning's face turned cold, his aura surging. It seems General Ming already knows about our plans, and those of the other 2 families. Now he was certain their plot had been leaked and reached Riker's ears. But he was puzzled. By whom? How could there be a traitor within their ranks? Was the traitor from his Tadeo family, or one of the other 2? Upon hearing this, Chavi, hiding among the Qin soldiers, felt a deep anger and despair. Why had they betrayed Huaqing? What benefits had the Baima dynasty offered them to make them betray Huaqing? If I didn't know your plans, why would I be here tonight? Riker calmly replied. I'm curious, how did you persuade the high-ranking members of our 3 families to become your pawns? Tadeo Ning asked coldly. I did no persuading. As for how he became your mole, that's a mystery to me. Riker replied. The Secret Service operatives are everywhere. He also couldn't be entirely sure about their movements. Additionally, he wondered how they had infiltrated the Tadion family's top brass. You didn't persuade the high-ranking members of our 3 families? Could you have planted operatives among us? Tadeo Ning's expression changed. Hearing this, the Tadeo family's leadership began whispering amongst themselves, trying to identify any spies. How could there be outsiders hiding among their high ranks? Thinking about an enemy lurking nearby made everyone feel increasingly uneasy, as if they were on the brink of death. Even though hidden agents were less terrifying than outright traitors, they could strike at any moment, stabbing them in the back. Clap, clap, clap. Riker clapped 3 times. Following his signal, the Secret Service operatives began slaughtering the Tadeo family leadership. They died in confusion, unable to understand what was happening. Hearing the Tanjiao sung from behind, Tadao Ning frantically turned around to see Elder Benji, the seventh elder, standing there. / edited version. Upon hearing the screams of agony from behind, Tadao Ning frantically turned around, only to see Elder Benji, the seventh elder, standing there. Blood dripped from his sword, his expression icy, exuding a fearsome aura like a reaper from hell. Under his feet lay the bodies of the other 4 elders, their eyes filled with disbelief and confusion. Hendricrius and cold-eyed, Tadao Ning demanded, "You're not the seventh elder? Who are you?" From the terrifying aura and overwhelming presence, he quickly realized this wasn't Elder Benji but a mysterious figure disguised as him. Benji, the real seventh elder, was most likely already dead, decapitated long ago. He also confirmed that it was this mysterious person who— Chapter 44, The Swordsman's Attack. Kill. Chavi, with an extremely cold expression, swiftly drew his black longsword. His aura surged forth as he immediately attacked Tadao Ming in front of him. Seeing the attack coming, Tadao Ming's face changed slightly. He then drew his spirit weapon, a deep blue longsword. Clang. The two clashed together. Ice blades met, and sparks flew like stars igniting the mundane world. Seeing the intense battle unfold between the two, Riker waved his right hand lightly. The elite soldiers behind him immediately stormed into the Tadao family estate, followed by a series of horrific screams. The horrific screams echoed through the tranquil night, sending chills down everyone's spine, making their bodies tremble uncontrollably. Seeing the elite troops rush into his residence and hearing the horrific screams, Tadao Ming's face turned exceptionally grim. However, he could not spare a hand to help. Riker! He inwardly roared in anger. A powerful aura surged out, and with a flick of his wrist, sword chi circled around him before he launched a frenzied attack at Chavi. Chavi had a cold expression, with surging killing intent. His gaze looked at Tadao Ming as if he were already dead, his large blade emitting fiery light before slashing down violently. Whoosh! Tadiote scattered everywhere, sword beams shimmered, forming a colossal sword beam several yards long that shone with fiery red light, like a heavenly sword hanging in the sky, charging directly toward Tadao Ming without hesitation. Bang! Spit! Tadao Ming's sword light shattered, as if striking stone. He coughed up blood in large amounts and was hurled away, rolling on the ground several times. Although his cultivation was at the 8th heaven of martial spirit, facing Chavi, who was at the 9th heaven, he was clearly outmatched. His strength was far from enough to even fill the gap. With a pale face and eyes filled with terror, he watched Chavi approach step by step, instantly terrified and stepping back. Yet there was deep reluctance in his eyes. He had hoped that the Tadao family's return to Baima dynasty would secure some rare resources to aid his cultivation to reach the martial marquis realm. But now, all his plans were ruined, life and death lay before him, and everything was void. This moment, whoosh, a sword beam shot out like a dragon leaping, piercing the heavens, suddenly attacking. The sword light flickered faintly blue, exuding an incomparably sharp sensation, slicing through the air like a divine sword striking the 9 heavens. Bang! Riker, sensing the death aura enveloping Chavi, quickly moved forward, pulling Chavi backward, allowing him to narrowly escape this lethal blow. Chavi, pale-faced and eyes wide with shock, gulped nervously as he watched the incoming sword beam. On a nearby 4-story pavilion, a figure stood tall and straight, resembling a sword. He was youthful and handsome, with blue sleeves fluttering, gripping a white longsword lightly, though his face remained calm. Chavi clearly sensed an extremely domineering and sharp intent radiating from him. At that moment, it felt as if a longsword pointed straight to the sky, towering above the world, looking down upon all ants below. Woo! Ho! Through the aura revealed, Chavi was shocked. This was a sword-wielding martial marquis expert. Why would a martial marquis be here? Shouldn't someone of this level focus on cultivation and improving their strength in these small dynasties? How did he appear here? Could they possibly defeat such a high-level expert? You are Riker? Standing between the pavilions, the seemingly ethereal Keith spoke coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. As he spoke, sword chi danced around him. His gaze was indifferent, like a supreme warrior from the heavens, calmly observing Riker as if watching an ant. Riker stood upright, full of heroic vigor, with a fierce aura emanating from him. The sword at his waist yearned for dust settled. Both took a step back, their swords trembling in their hands. Sensing the formidable combat prowess of the opponent, excitement flashed across Riker's eyes. His fighting spirit surged like a volcanic eruption, making his blood boil. This feeling of battling a strong opponent was too exhilarating. The Keith's sharp gaze flickered slightly with surprise. He hadn't expected this Arn before him to have such superb swordsmanship, almost matching his own. No wonder the Emperor dispatched me personally. If he continues to grow, he will surely become a thorn in the side of the great Yin dynasty. The middle-aged swordsman murmured inwardly. Though he didn't know where Harold had recruited such a powerful martial general, the frightening talent alone meant that by his age, he would become an exceedingly formidable expert. If he wasn't eliminated now while still in the cradle, the great Yin dynasty would be destroyed by his hands in the near future. With a cold face, the middle-aged swordsman shook his long sword, causing sword light to shine brightly like the moon falling from the heavens, turning into a crescent moon and slashing down fiercely. Whoosh! Moonlight condensed, scattering sparkling light. This sword strike disturbed the moonlight, condensed the moon essence, like the waxing and waning of the moon, natural and unstoppable. Riker, unfazed, his body radiating fierce chi, his eyes glaring with rising ferocity, rapidly spun his common sword, enveloping himself in sword chi before launching a long icy sword beam towards the opponent. Bang! The formidable strike executed by the middle-aged swordsman was instantly repelled. Sword intent scattered everywhere, leaving Chavi and Tadao Ming stunned. His brows raised, his face changed as he immediately retreated. But an unparalleled sword beam swept towards him like a galloping wild horse. Clang! The swords clashed again, sending the swordsman flying, his body stained with blood, a fresh streak of red at the corner of his mouth. Shock filled his eyes as he stared at the opponent. How could this guy be so strong? Wasn't his cultivation at the martial spirit realm? How could this terrifying attack surpass that of a martial marquis? Kill. However, Riker did not intend to let him off. Instead, he roared lowly, continuing his pursuit with a cold expression. Chapter 45. Wu-ho? Nothing more. Bang. Blood spattered, and the middle-aged swordsman's face turned deathly pale. He staggered backward, nearly collapsing to one knee. A gaping wound on his chest almost severed him in two, revealing white bone through the bloody gash. Despite this, his demeanor remained cold, fear absent from his eyes. He rapidly mobilized his spiritual energy to seal off his blood vessels, stopping more than anything. Anyone who betrayed the city his master protected with his life would not be allowed to live. The middle-aged swordsman was now drenched in blood, his face deathly pale, covered in grievous wounds that made onlookers shudder. Blood dripped continuously from his body. His long sword emitted mournful cries. But even so, his face remained icy and calm, devoid of fear. He glanced at Riker, who appeared slightly pale but still formidable. He knew his condition was dire. If the battle continued, he would surely die. Quickly dispelling the surrounding attacks, Riker's gaze remained fixed on the swordsman, his aura boiling and intensifying. However, compared to the middle-aged swordsman, his injuries were negligible and did not affect his performance. Kill. He suddenly stomped the ground and soared into the air. As he attacked, his wrist flicked, unleashing sharp sword chi capable of cleaving through heaven and earth. Clang. The middle-aged swordsman quickly recovered and parried, but against Riker's furious attack, he struggled to defend. Bang. Splat. The sword light shattered, and the middle-aged swordsman spat out blood, flying several meters away. Struggling to rise, he endured the pain, his gaze icy as he watched Riker closely. His complexion became paler, his body weak but standing defiantly. He knew better than to underestimate his opponent. Continuing this fight would only result in death. Inside, he was bitter. How can Riker be so strong? Which fool told me he was weak? Just when Riker's feet slammed into the ground, creating indentations, his eyes cold and filled with killing intent, he increased the power in his hands, sword chi surging. The middle-aged swordsman hastily retreated, realizing he mustn't delay any longer or risk death by Riker's sword. Damn it! I cannot continue to prolong this fight. Otherwise, I will either be exhausted or killed. As he quickly retreated, he murmured to himself. Knowing he couldn't withstand Riker any longer, he had to escape. Even if he failed his lord's mission, at least he wouldn't die in vain here. Looking at Riker relentlessly pursuing him, he clenched his heart and pulled out a teleportation talisman he had stored for years. Seeing the mysterious symbol in his hand, Riker's face changed, accelerating his attack with terrifying force. Unfortunately, he was just a moment too late. Swish. General Riker, you will pay for this. Next time we meet, I will make your life worse than death. The middle-aged swordsman vanished, leaving behind a chilling message in the air. Watching the escaping swordsman, Riker stood still, his face icy cold, murder in his eyes, his aura raging like storm clouds. He regretted not striking when he had the chance. After seeing the battle end and the mysterious middle-aged swordsman disappear, Chavi hurriedly approached Riker, asking, General, are you alright? Splat. As Chavi spoke, Riker spat out blood, his eyes rolling back before he collapsed forward. General? Quickly supporting Riker, Chavi panicked. He was relieved to find that Riker had merely fainted due to overexertion during the fierce battle. Riker had pushed himself to his limits to engage the swordsman so intensely. Now, with the battle over and the swordsman escaped, Riker's suppressed weakness emerged, leading to his current state. Summoning the Qin soldiers to protect Riker and bring him to the Tadeo family manor, Chavi then led troops to cleanse the Tadeo family members. Riker's weakened state should not be seen by others at this time, lest it be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Passing through the gates of the Tadeo family manor, he saw bodies strewn about, rivers of blood flowing, mostly Tadeo family members. Few Qin soldiers lay dead, if any. Witnessing the terrified expressions of the Tadeo family members, he showed no mercy, ordering his soldiers to slaughter them mercilessly. And the knot in his throat finally relaxed. He had gambled and won. The Todd family would continue to thrive in Huaqing. Earlier, they had been threatened by the Tadeo family and that mysterious swordsman, who warned that if they did not join their plan, the Todd family would be eradicated. Despite this, he decided to take a gamble. He chose to support the Branson manor instead of the Tadeo family. And fortune favors the brave. He won. What about the other two major families? Glenn asked. The Ebenezer and Arnie families were massacred without leaving any survivors. The gray-clothed elder sighed heavily. The tragic scenes of the Ebenezer and Arnie families still lingered vividly in his mind. Even though he only glimpsed part of it, the cruelty was enough to make him feel sick. Too brutal. Both families were completely wiped out. Mysterious people? Glenn furrowed his brow, eyes narrowing slightly as he asked, Do you know who these mysterious people are? What force do they belong to? I don't know clearly, but I think they are from the Branson Manor. Branson Manor? Murmuring to himself, he then asked, What about General Riker now? Did you see him? Whether Riker could survive was crucial not only for Huaqing's fate, but also for the survival of the Todd family. If Riker lived, it would greatly benefit them. If he was severely injured, Glenn was willing to provide him with the precious elixir from the family's collection to help him recover. Just severe internal injuries? Glenn's eyes lit up, seeing a new opportunity open before him. This was a tremendous opportunity. Helping Riker would greatly benefit the Todd family's future. Louis Christian, you must prepare immediately. I want to pay a visit to General Riker with the long-hidden 7 transformation elixir. What? The 7 transformation elixir? Master, that's our clan's rare treasure, reserved for the most critical moments. If we give it to Riker, wouldn't it be wasted? Miles hesitated, his face showing doubt. The 7 transformation elixir, capable of reviving the dead and healing wounds, was acquired by the Todd family through a stroke of luck. Due to its extreme value, it had never been used. Few people even knew it existed. No, Louis Christian, trust me. This is not a waste. If we can help Riker in his greatest time of need, our development within the jurisdiction of the Branson Manor will be entirely beneficial, Glenn said passionately. #### Long family. In a dimly lit secret chamber, Ajax, the head of the Long family, knelt on a cushion. He was in his 40s, dressed in brocade clothes, with a refined appearance and a well-groomed beard. Before him sat an elderly man with silver hair, ruddy complexion, and formidable presence. The old man, Deegan, the Long family's picked and then asked dubiously, Ancestor, is the Branson Manor worth currying favor with? Worth it, and very much so. If the Long family wants to return to the main branch and reclaim control, we must gain the support of the Branson Manor, Deegan said calmly, his heart burning with passion. Return to the main branch? Those simple words stirred excitement in Ajax's mind. However, soon doubts crept into his heart. The Long family's main branch was a dominant clan led by a martial king. While they were just a branch family, cast out for various reasons, wandering ever since. Ancestor, the Branson Manor doesn't even have a martial marquis. Can they help us return? Ajax questioned skeptically. The Branson Manor indeed lacks a martial marquis, but they have warriors capable of battling at that level. With time, they will certainly reach the martial king realm, or even higher. Hendrik Thermore, regardless of whether the Branson Manor can help us return, we must take this gamble. Otherwise, we will never have the chance to return to the main branch, Deegan said firmly. He was indeed a martial marquis. Yet, deep inside, he yearned to lead his people back to the main branch, a desire that had burned within him since birth. All these years, he felt powerless and hopeless. But now, in this chaotic era, the sudden rise of the Branson Manor offered him a glimmer of hope. Thus, he was willing to take this gamble. Not success, then death. #### Chapter 47. Strategist, Eric. Anchor Arnie City. The scorching sun blazed overhead, bathing everything in its harsh white light. Despite the oppressive heat, the city's residents continued their daily toil, opening shops and selling necessities to others. However, within the inner courtyard of the governor's mansion, in the living room, there was an unusual stillness, with a heavy, suffocating atmosphere, as if a storm was brewing on the horizon. Ellis stood upright, his gaze cold as he stared at the map before him. He had a plan forming in his mind, but didn't know how to execute it. The great Yin dynasty, you have ruined my plans. One day, I will lead my troops to conquer your territories. If not for the interference of the great Yin dynasty, which caused significant losses on the battlefield, he would have already occupied many regions of the Mingzhu Tadfu. Aiden, Darian, and Del, the 3 brothers, would also not have narrowly escaped death due to enemy ambushes. Thankfully, the brocade guards rescued them from certain death just in time, allowing them to survive. Although they survived, they were now unable to continue fighting and could no longer accompany him in battles or assist him in conquering more territories of the Franklin Fu. Hendrik Thermore, tens of thousands of his soldiers died in battle. Report, General, there is a scholar outside who wishes to see you. Just as Ellis was pondering his revenge, a soldier rushed in from outside, knelt on one knee, and reported loudly, A scholar? Ellis's brows furrowed slightly, filled with confusion. Did he mention his name? After some hesitation, the soldier clenched his teeth and replied, He said his name is Eric, and that he is a longtime friend of yours. Eric? Could it be? Ellis's face lit up with joy, and he immediately turned to leave the living room. The bewildered soldier watched his general depart, thoroughly puzzled. Could that person really be acquainted with his general? Yes, it must be so. If not, the general wouldn't be this excited. He quickly got up and followed Ellis out of the living room. At the entrance of the governor's mansion, a Desi dressed in fine embroidered robes, exuding an air of elegance, stood outside, walking back and forth. He appeared around 30 years old, with a neat beard above his upper lip. His attire was tidy, and his demeanor refined. 5 soldiers from the Grayson home mansion looked at him with puzzlement, unable to understand what he was doing. Gong Tai. Hearing the familiar call, the Desi paused and turned toward the voice, seeing Ellis standing at the entrance of the governor's mansion. Recognizing Ellis, the Desi smiled slightly, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, General Ellis, it has been a long time. Upon confirming that it was indeed Eric, Ellis's eyes welled up with tears of emotion, and he embraced him warmly. The scene left those around them utterly baffled. However, seeing the evident familiarity between the two, they assumed they must be old friends. Reunited with an old comrade in arms, Eric felt an intense surge of emotions. Ding. Name, Eric. Dynasty, Late Eastern Han. Rank, Elite Scholar. Martial Arts, Wuyang Chunqing Eddie. Cultivation level, 7th rank Martial Spirit. Military class, none ****. Half a month ago, while attacking the Chao Tad city, Harold idly spent some revival points to summon heroes from Chinese history. To everyone's surprise, he hit the jackpot by summoning the strategist Eric. After summoning him, Harold sent Eric to assist Ellis against the Franklin Fu in the Great Yin dynasty. Though Ellis was powerful in combat, he lacked strategic acumen. Eric was brought in to fill this gap. With both a general and a strategist working together, even a coalition of the strongest forces would be easily handled. After a warm embrace, Ellis hurriedly invited Eric into the mansion, where they began discussing old times and future plans. The soldiers outside watched in bewilderment as their general led the young scholar inside, appearing like long-lost. In his anger, he inadvertently pressed down on his wound, causing intense pain. Half a month ago, during the ambush, 2 arrows struck his buttocks. Though the wounds were healing, the pain lingered. He was frustrated. Why did they aim for his ass? Did his but have a grudge against them? Seeing his brother's predicament, Del, who lay nearby, said helplessly, Brother, please take it easy. If you reopen your wounds, who knows when they'll heal. Dell's injuries were somewhat better, having only suffered a broken leg from rolling boulders. Thanks to herbal medicines, he was mostly recovered, though he still needed time before fully walking again. What do you know? Try being shot in the ass twice and tell me how you'd feel. If I don't vent, how can I avenge myself? Darian cursed. If I knew who shot you, I'd chop them to pieces with my great sword, he muttered. The heavily bandaged Aiden, exposing only his mouth and eyes, chimed in irritably. Can you two stop bickering? I'm trying to rest and recover. Their banter continued, each dealing with their own grievances and frustrations. ####Chapter 48. Recovery from injuries. Creak. The door opened, and the three brothers immediately stopped bickering, turning their heads in unison. Then they saw Ellis walking in, accompanied by Eric. Seeing the three of them lying on the bed, Ellis felt a mix of amusement and frustration but didn't know how to reprimand them. These three had just returned from the brink of death, and were his most trusted and capable generals. How could he bear to scold them? General. The three greeted him together, unable to rise from their beds. How do you feel? Ellis asked with a smile. Everything else is fine, just my butt hurts a bit, Darian chuckled sheepishly. Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter at his remark. But it wasn't his fault. After all, who would have expected to get shot in the butt by an arrow? Fortunately, it only hit the flesh. If it had struck elsewhere, he might not be able to use the restroom properly anymore. Seeing everyone laughing, Darian's face turned red with embarrassment. What are you laughing at? It's true. Did I say anything wrong? Darian said, looking unconvinced. It was not something he wanted or expected, but why did those arrows seem to find his but like they had eyes? Thinking back to the sudden pain in his behind when the two arrows struck, he felt indignant even now. Alright, stop laughing. Take these 3 pills. Ellis took out 3 healing pills brought by Eric and handed them to the 3 brothers. Darian and Dell, whose hands were still functional, each took a pill and swallowed it without hesitation. As for the last one, Ellis placed it in Aiden's mouth. Aiden was wrapped up like a mummy, only his eyes and mouth could move, so Ellis helped him swallow the pill. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering their mouths. A rich medicinal power spread throughout their bodies, seeping into their meridians and spreading to heal their wounds. Under the effect of the medicine, they immediately felt intense itching at their wounds, making them want to scratch. But the 3 brothers knew that enduring this itch meant their injuries would heal, allowing them to walk freely once more. Soon, the potent medicinal power finished healing the injuries on their bodies, and they felt less pain. They realized they could now get up and walk freely. Feeling the recovery of his butt and other parts of his body, Darian exclaimed excitedly, Ha ha ha, my ass is finally healed. I can get up and walk now. Slapping his backside where the arrows once struck, now without any pain, he felt incredibly relieved. He also silently vowed to protect his behind better in future battles, never to be hit there again. Dell, similarly feeling his body recovering, slowly moved his feet, savoring the sensation of being alive, feeling extremely comfortable. This feeling was far better than the past half-month of lying in bed. If it weren't for the healing pills, they would have been up long ago. But there was no alchemist in the area, and buying such pills was impossible, forcing them to stay in bed. With a cold expression, Aiden, sensing his body's recovery, unleashed his spiritual energy to forcefully tear open the bandages covering his body. The bandages split apart, revealing his muscular abs and chest, with various alarming scars that made people gasp. Though special medicines could have repaired these scars, he chose to leave them as a reminder of the fallen brothers and the battles he fought, warning himself never to relax on the battlefield. After stretching his muscles and feeling his fully recovered body, Aiden nodded in satisfaction, enjoying the lack of pain. Turning his gaze to Ellis, he asked, General, where did you find these healing pills? Their effects are so powerful. Hearing their eldest brother's question, Darian and Dell paused their movements, looking curiously at Ellis. Ellis smiled and replied, These healing pills were sent by our Lord through Guicai. If you want to thank our Lord, focus on recovering fully and join me in the upcoming battles. Just then, he introduced Eric. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. His name is Eric, one of our Lord's strategists, here to assist us against the Gay Prince and the Great Yan Dynasty. The Guicai mentioned earlier is him. The 3 brothers exchanged glances and said in unison, Aiden, Darian, Dell, we pay our respects, sir. Though they didn't know the man's abilities, he was sent by their young Marquis, indicating it. What else but to defeat them? Darian declared aggressively, eager for a fight. General, give the order. My saber thirsts for action. Aiden said, slightly excited. Chapter 49. Elite forces eddy-erking in the mountains. Commander Yuan was spot on. The Great Yan Dynasty indeed has an elite troop hidden here. Amidst the lush green grass and dense foliage on a hill swept by cold winds, 2 men in brocade uniforms lay concealed. One of them whispered in a bird-like voice, so faint it could barely be heard. Their vision stretched over a vast expanse of green. Thriving vegetation and dense forests dominated the landscape. However, not far off, a moderately sized clearing housed numerous military encampments. Though distance and towering trees separated them, these 2 men possessed exceptionally keen eyesight, comparable to eagles soaring in the sky. Each detail within those distant encampments was as clear as if it were right before their eyes. Inside the military camps, red armored soldiers stood at attention, armed with spears and helmets. A closer inspection revealed that these red armored soldiers were undoubtedly among the finest of the elites, lurking in wait for some command. By recognizing the flags they carried, the duo deduced without difficulty that this well-equipped, combat-ready army numbering 50,000 strong belonged to the Great Yan Dynasty. Now what? Should we immediately leave and report to General Herbert? The left-hand man asked slowly. Previously, their commander Cornelius had instructed them to scout the mountains and identify any hidden elite forces. After thorough searching near a valley, they detected unusual activities. With their sensitive noses, they caught a faint aroma of dried meat in the air. Without overlooking even the slightest clue, They followed the scent and uncovered the presence of a great Yin dynasty elite force. Yes, we will act separately. I'll report to Commander Yuan, and you inform General Ellis. The right-hand man nodded in agreement. But just as they prepared to quietly retreat, a clear bird call sounded. The two men's expressions darkened as they shielded their aura and camouflaged themselves completely into the surrounding greenery. This clear bird call came from a fellow comrade, warning them of approaching footsteps. To avoid exposure, they controlled their heartbeat, aligning every breath with the wind, terrified of being discovered. Hundreds of meters away in the woods, a company of 100 red-armored soldiers, fully equipped and filled with martial intent, patrolled under the giant ancient trees. Upon hearing the sharp bird call, the Barak leading the group halted instantly, his cold gaze sweeping the surroundings while his men readied for battle. After a moment, when the expected clear bird call didn't come again, the middle-aged Barak relaxed and continued leading his troops on patrol. The lack of another clear bird call only meant that enemies lurked nearby, and they must eliminate all intruders to ensure none escaped alive. Shortly after the 100 red-armored soldiers moved on, a figure camouflaged as a tree appeared on a large branch of an ancient tree about 100 meters away. Ensuring no one else was around, he vanished silently, emitting a clear bird call as he did. The two hidden men, upon hearing the signal from their comrade, also slipped away quietly. Before leaving, they used their spiritual energy to restore the flattened grass to its original state, leaving no trace for the enemy. Night fell, and stars blanketed the night sky. As Ellis and his officers deliberated strategies against the allied forces of Franklin's residence and the Great Yin dynasty, a figure like a shadow emerged behind them, interrupting their discussion. Seeing the sudden appearance of the brocade-uniformed officer, everyone frowned, sensing impending bad news. For some reason, whenever these officers arrived, they brought unfavorable tidings. Well, what bad news do you bring this time? The brocade officer's face turned grim. He nearly sat down in frustration. Did they really bring nothing but disaster? Oh well, perhaps they did. He couldn't help it. It wasn't his fault. Seeing the trio's astonished faces, Ellis explained calmly, "It's not surprising you didn't know. Since our offensive against Franklin's residence, they rarely showcased their true strength. As Harold's cultivation grew, so did theirs, including the soldiers under their command. Unbeknownst to many, their strength had escalated significantly, making them seem even more formidable. Even Franklin and the Great Yin dynasty likely knew little of the Tiger Leopard cavalry's true power beyond recognizing them as a terrifying force." Comparing the cultivation levels, Eric conceived a plan to annihilate this Great Yin elite force. Turning to the brocade officer, he said softly, "Keep a close eye on every move of this elite force. Once you have information, report back to us immediately, but never let them notice your presence. Understood?" Understood. With a salute, the officer disappeared. Once he left, Ellis asked, "Gong Tai, do you have a strategy to eliminate this elite force?" "Yes, Gong Tai does," he replied, nodding. Turning to the three generals, he continued, "However, I need your help to lure this elite force onto the plains where the Tiger Leopard cavalry can crush them completely." Chapter 50. The army reaches the capital. The sky was ablaze with sunlight. Before the southern gate of the capital city, under the scorching sun, an imposing mass of troops from Forest Estate had arrived at the city gates. "Capital, the rest is up to you. Don't worry, I will try my best to persuade those brats. However, before I enter the city, your troops must retreat 10 miles. Otherwise, they might be too afraid to open the gates and let me in," Cyan said calmly. "Sure." Harold nodded approvingly, then ordered the troops to turn around and retreat, leaving only Cyan behind. Seeing her grandfather about to enter the city alone, Camila felt bitter inside, but could do nothing more than watch helplessly. Feeling his granddaughter's gaze, Cyan smiled faintly and said, "Tadiato girl, don't worry. Grandpa will be fine. If anything happens to me, please take care of Doris well." After he left the ranks, Harold reminded him, "Marshal, you have only 3 days. If within 3 days the princes inside the capital do not surrender, my army will storm the city. Don't worry, after 3 days, I'll ensure their surrender," Cyan vowed confidently. "I await your good news." Leaving those words, Harold had someone steer the war chariot away, while Camila looked wistfully at her gradually disappearing grandfather. Riding his warhorse, Cyan soon approached the city walls. Facing Cyan's sudden appearance, Bradford furrowed his brows. He wondered, why has he come here? He had heard rumors of Cyan being captured, but had some doubts until he saw him face to face. Now he knew, the Supreme and the right ally. "Thank you." Cyan bowed deeply in gratitude. At that moment, Bradford returned the bow promptly. After completing the bow, he asked directly, "Marshal, why have you come here alone?" "I wish to enter the city to persuade those brats to surrender, giving them a chance to survive. I hope you will open the gate so I can talk to them." Cyan responded straightforwardly. Bradford remained silent, choosing between conflicting thoughts and loyalties. Finally, looking at the retreating Grayson troops and his fellow soldiers who lacked the strength to fight, he decided to support this move. "Open the gates and allow the old marshal in." "Yes, sir." Without hesitation, the soldier operating the iron gates complied, raising the heavy doors. Though he didn't understand his general's decision, as a soldier, following orders was his duty. Waiting for the gate to open, Cyan took a deep breath and rode into the city. Immediately after he entered, the gates closed slowly behind him. Walking into the capital city, Cyan observed the eerie silence. The streets empty, windows and doors tightly shut. He silently sighed. War truly brings suffering. Suddenly, Bradford descended from the city wall and greeted him formally. "Marshal Bradford greets you, Marshal. I am no longer your marshal, just a captive from Forest Estate." "No need for such formalities," Cyan laughed bitterly. "No. To everyone else, you are not the marshal, but to me, you will always be the venerable marshal in my heart." Bradford shook his head firmly. Even though Cyan was no longer the supreme marshal, he respected him deeply, holding the image of an untouchable supreme marshal in his heart. Witnessing this, Cyan sighed inwardly and looked sorrowful, not speaking further. Instead, he urged his horse forward, a profound sense of desolation in his demeanor as he headed towards the imperial palace. Chapter 51. Lord, my hands itch. Lord, why should we try to persuade them to surrender? We could just fight through, Jamar growled irritably inside the main tent of the military camp. General Jamar, while capturing cities is advantageous, we should still minimize casualties among our soldiers as much as possible, Winston said with a smile. Yes, I agree with Mr. Zijin. If we can reduce casualties, we should do so. After all, our forces are not yet robust enough, Harold nodded in agreement. Even if their forces were substantial, they couldn't rely on sheer numbers. If one always engaged in battles of attrition, who would dare join the army in the future? Even with generous benefits, people wouldn't be willing to sacrifice their lives recklessly. As someone who was soon to be an emperor, he especially couldn't afford to squander his soldiers' lives. Otherwise, no one would want to serve under him. At this moment, only the three of them were in the main tent. Chance was elsewhere, leading 10,000 leopard riders and 300,000 troops to attack various cities. Harold trusted him not because of his military prowess or powerful cultivation, but because he was trustworthy. Throughout the campaign, he incorporated captured defenders into the army, which was why it had grown steadily. While others lost soldiers in battle, his forces grew stronger. Feeling utterly speechless, Jamar looked stunned and chose to remain silent. Seeing this, Harold sighed inwardly and said, I know you crave a fight and want to engage strong opponents, but there are no more strong fighters in the capital now, so hold off for now. Wait until we find suitable opponents for you. But, Lord, if I don't fight for 3 days, my hands start itching uncontrollably, Jamar said, clenching his fists and looking helpless. When Chance was around, they occasionally sparred. Since Chance left, he had no one to train with. Whenever he saw soldiers practicing martial arts, his hands would itch badly. He wanted nothing more than to join them in combat. But he knew better than anyone that his strength far exceeded theirs. He could easily cause serious injury or death. Hearing this, Harold's face darkened slightly. Understood, does it have to be this way? Honestly, thought Riley. Winston also felt helpless at this. Putting it aside, Harold gently said, our resources are already running low. We must hasten the end of this conflict to rest and recover, expand our farmland, and plant crops. Yes, indeed. Winston nodded and continued, Lord, winter is approaching, and there are few warm coats in the army. We need to expedite the end of the war to protect our soldiers from the cold. It was already late autumn. In half a month, winter would begin. According to what he knew, winter in Tiangang dynasty meant snow covering the ground and bitterly cold weather. Although preparations were underway for winter supplies, especially warm coats for the soldiers, the ongoing war meant they were insufficient. Ending the conflict quickly was crucial for those who wanted to return home, and for keeping the remaining troops ready. After a moment's thought, Harold spoke softly, Mr. Zijin, please make a trip to Pingshuang City and buy some winter supplies for the army from Fengshan Auction House. Fengshan Auction House wasn't just an auction venue. It was also a powerful merchant guild spread across various kingdoms, supplying wartime materials alongside luxury items. With enough money, one could acquire almost anything, even weapons and armor. Harold chose them mainly for their quick delivery and high-quality products. Rest assured, Lord, I will do everything I can to secure enough supplies, Winston promised firmly. In the golden hall of the palace, Zhao Yun knelt before the imperial throne, gazing at it pensively. Beside him, 5 princes and other royal family members glared angrily at him but kept their distance. Despite the presence of martial spirit cultivators here, they were no match for Zhao. The crowd simmered with suppressed anger and frustration but dared not speak or act rashly. Tiansheng dynasty had trusted him so deeply, yet he had betrayed them to join the rebel forces of Forest. After a long pause, Zhao straightened up and said, I know you hate me, but I have my reasons. I don't ask for forgiveness, only that you hear me out. Prince Barkley, the eldest prince, responded coldly, fine. Tell us your unavoidable reasons for betraying the dynasty. Others also stared at him, wanting to kill him, but their rationality restrained them. Sion said softly, Forest's power exceeds your imagination. They have cultivators far stronger than I. My purpose in entering the city was to urge you to surrender and secure a chance for survival. Nonsense. No matter how strong Forest is, he is merely a dog we nurtured. As the masters, we shouldn't fear a rabid dog, an elderly royal retorted. Right. Even if Forest has many troops, the royal family isn't weak either. We'll go down fighting together, Prince Norbert added disdainfully. Sion anticipated their unwillingness, but knew there were 2 orders for defense. A soldier rushed to his side and whispered something in his ear. Are you sure? Bradford asked skeptically, still bewildered. Absolutely. Crown Prince Barkley and his men have already arrived at the city gates and are preparing to surrender to the Branson. The soldier nodded lightly in confirmation. Bradford instructed the troops on the wall to await his command, not to attack without it, before descending the wall. Seeing the city gates remain closed, Harold on the war chariot frowned slightly, feeling increasingly irritated. If you won't surrender, then don't blame me for unleashing my wrath, Harold muttered under his breath. With a gentle wave of his right hand, for messengers immediately dispersed to relay the order. At this moment, however, the distant city gates opened, white flags appeared on the walls, the defending soldiers laid down their arms, and the officials poured out of the city. Harold immediately stopped the messengers from issuing further commands, stood up slowly, gazed into the distance, and felt a surge of excitement. In his current strategy, nonviolence is prioritized over combat whenever possible. Persuasion is preferred over force. After all, it's all about achieving the greatest gain with minimal cost. They were still in a growth phase and couldn't afford losses. Their parents were waiting for them to return home for the new year. Seating himself again, downfall. Turning around, facing his soldiers, he lifted the items high and proclaimed, Soldiers of the Branson, your sacrifices have not been in vain. Victory is ours. These simple words fueled his inner fervor, making his body shudder with excitement. After nearly a year of warfare, they had reclaimed lost territory, marched straight to the capital, and forced the Tianshang royal family to surrender. Long live the Branson! Long live the Branson! Long live Lord Yi! Long live Lord Yi! The soldiers raised their weapons, shouting passionately. Though many were conscripted forcefully, after such prolonged battles, they now felt part of the Branson. Regardless of recognition, they felt excited, holding their weapons high in fervent cheers. Watching the elated Branson troops, Barclay and others felt bitter. They had truly been defeated, utterly and humiliatingly. Noon. The victorious army surged into the city, taking control of everything. All defenders became captives, classified by hill. Troops and officers were separated to prevent rebellion incitement. Harold, leading the Tiger Leopard cavalry, marched proudly into the imperial palace with Jamar. At the Golden Throne Hall entrance, creak. Jamar pushed open the doors. Harold entered, seeing Cyan kneeling before the dragon throne. Surprised yet silent, Harold understood today. Chapter 53. The threat from the elite warriors of Daqin. Report to the great general. Our left flank has fallen into an ambush. General Carly was killed in action, and the entire 10,000-strong force was annihilated. Standing silently in his war chariot, General Christopher of the Baima dynasty directed the assault on Huaqing with a cold, emotionless gaze. Just as the Baima forces were within 10,000 meters of Huaqing, a pale-faced scout galloped towards him on horseback, saluting and loudly reporting the dire news. Upon hearing this, Christopher's expression faltered, and his heart sank. He was filled with confusion. What could have happened? How could 10,000 troops vanish so suddenly? Could Riker's reinforcements have arrived? Is this information confirmed? Confirmed by your orders, great general. Having seen it with his own eyes, how could it be false? Christopher frowned and asked, can you identify who led the opposing force? Former Huaqing garrison commander Chavi. Chavi, are you certain you didn't mistake him? He knew Chavi well. Despite his mediocre abilities, Chavi had repeatedly repelled his forces using Huaqing's strategic advantages. Later, when Riker arrived, Chavi became his deputy, together defending Huaqing. Christopher had originally planned to collaborate with the Tadeo family to take Huaqing and destroy Riker's hundreds of thousands of troops. Unfortunately, their plans were foiled due to infiltration and betrayal within the Tadeo family. However, what stunned him most was that Chavi had now annihilated his 10,000-strong left flank force attacking by Tadeoan Trail. I am certain I did not mistake him, the subordinate affirmed. After a moment of contemplation, Christopher asked, which Huaqing battalion does Chavi command? The highly equipped, heavily armed black-armored soldiers brought by Riker, a fierce, formidable force like wolves and tigers. To witness 10,000 comrades slaughtered before his eyes, he still vividly recalled the battle. The enemy fielded 30,000 troops, while they had 10,000. Yet, under 3-to-1 odds, General Carly's men were crushed mercilessly. How many casualties among the black-armored soldiers? Christopher asked, expressionless. From intelligence reports, these black-armored troops, led by Riker, were known for their ferocity and efficiency, dealing maximum damage with minimal losses, often overwhelming their enemies. Although devastated by losing 10,000 soldiers and one of his best generals, Christopher was even more concerned about the condition of the black-armored troops. Only through their losses could he gauge their true strength. Fewer than 5,000, the scout replied bitterly. In less than half an hour, despite numerical superiority, the black-armored soldiers decimated 10,000 enemies with minimal loss. If not for witnessing it firsthand, he wouldn't believe such a lopsided victory was possible. Their archery range was impressive, coordination flawless, striking lethal blows at every turn. Christopher's face changed. Unease surged within him. This black-armored force was no ordinary unit. How could they obliterate 10,000 troops with just 5,000 casualties? Such performance under such conditions only heightened his unease. Looks like we must delay the attack on the Heavenly Holy Dynasty. Otherwise, my 80,000-strong army might meet the same fate, Christopher murmured inwardly. Without officially engaging in battle, he had already lost 10,000 troops. If he didn't understand the situation better soon, his remaining forces would also be wiped out. Dismissing the scout, he immediately ordered the army to halt, retreat 5 miles, and set up camp. Half an hour later, just 3 miles from Huaqing, Christopher stood atop a hillock, narrowing his eyes and fixing a cold gaze on Huaqing's south gate. Despite the distance, the bright sunlight, and the chilly breeze, Christopher, being a martial artist, possessed sharp vision, comparable to that of an eagle, focusing intently on Huaqing's defenses. The city gates were tightly shut, guarded by black-armored soldiers standing ready, vigilant against any potential attacks. On the walls, every 10 paces stood a soldier, spear in hand, exuding an air of cold lethality. On the open sections of the wall, massive siege crossbows lay poised, menacing and lethal. Squadrons of 10 soldiers each appeared ready for combat, seemingly prepared for any scenario. Observing Huaqing's defenses with great detail, Christopher felt an unexpected admiration. This Riker is indeed no ordinary general, he murmured impressed. From the disciplined layout of the city's defenses alone, he could confirm that Riker was far from a typical military commander. His capabilities rivaled Christopher's own. Clenching his fists, his body trembled with anticipation, eager to clash with Riker. But as a general, he must strategize and not let emotions cloud his judgment. As he turned to leave, a young black-armored general appeared on the city walls. Identifying him as Riker, Christopher felt a mix of curiosity and caution. Riker also noticed the gaze and stood straight, returning the cold look. In that brief moment, it felt as though they had clashed on the battlefield, evenly matched and fiercely fighting. Wu Ho realm expert? Looks like the Baima dynasty isn't simple. Having a Wu Ho realm expert as a general, Riker muttered. Another Wu Ho realm warrior after the previous swordmaster. Riker felt vexed. How did this lesser dynasty have so many Wu Ho experts? Moreover, he believed there were more and stronger Wu Ho warriors within the Baima dynasty. This matter required immediate reporting. Why is he able to defeat that fool? He's also a Wu Ho realm expert. Clearly, the Branson family is formidable. I must report this to the Emperor. Similarly, recognizing Riker's cultivation, Christopher was amazed. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he made an unexpected decision. With Riker reaching Wu Ho, the replacement of the Heavenly Holy Dynasty by the Branson family indicated significant power. Though he had come here confident of victory, unforeseen developments now threatened his plans. The appearance of the powerful black armored troops and Riker's Wu Ho cultivation surpassed expectations and were beyond his control. Seeking guidance from the Emperor was his only recourse. Chapter 54. Proud and mighty Qin. We face national peril together. Night had fallen. Standing atop the city wall, Riker slightly tilted his head to gaze at the sky, where countless stars shone brightly, each outshining the other. What did these bright stars represent? And what did they indicate? Their meanings eluded him. But judging from their brightness, it was clear that the world was about to descend into chaos, and many wise rulers would soon emerge. Their emergence would alter the fate of this continent. General, may I ask why you summoned me? Chavi, who had arrived here, felt puzzled. He had originally been guarding the White Lotus path to prevent enemy forces from launching a surprise night attack. Though perilous, this path could be defended by a single powerful warrior against thousands. However, if the enemy occupied the White Lotus path, it would pose a fatal threat to Huaqing, like a sword piercing the heart, causing suffocation and paralysis, leading to certain death. I have summoned you for an important task, one that must be carried out personally and kept secret. Curious, Chavi's expression turned solemn upon seeing Riker's serious face. Please instruct, General. With a wave of his hand, Riker beckoned Chavi closer. Once he stood beside him, Riker whispered a series of instructions in his ear. Despite not fully understanding, Chavi listened attentively before turning to leave. He needed to carry out Riker's orders, while the protection of the White Lotus path had been taken over by 10,000 elite Qin soldiers. Looking into the distance outside the city walls, Riker's lips curled into a cunning smile as he murmured to himself, fortunately, our Lord sent them here. Otherwise, our army would suffer heavy losses in the coming battles. Under the dim night sky, Chavi left Huaqing alone, following the direction indicated by Riker. He moved stealthily, quickly reaching the Crescent Mountain range 30 miles away from Huaqing. After ensuring no one was around, he breathed a sigh of relief and delved into the mountains. However, just as he entered, a refined Desi with delicate features emerged from the opposite side, having seen him disappear into the mountains. Isn't that Chavi, the general of Huaqing's defense forces? Why would he be here? The Desi wondered silently, filled with questions, but choosing not to delve deeper. As the only son of Lord Long and the most talented among the younger generation of the Long family, he had come to the Crescent Mountains seeking rare treasures and opportunities to enhance his cultivation and train his strength. His half-year-long journey was now coming to an end, and he planned to return home to see how things were. It surprised him to encounter Chavi here. Unaware that his movements had been observed, Chavi continued deeper into the mountains, taking great care not to be discovered by the enemy. After a long while, reaching the designated spot, Chavi looked around and found no one waiting for him, leaving him puzzled. This should be the place General Meng mentioned, but why is no one here? Could they not have arrived yet? He mused to himself. He wasn't worried and decided to wait patiently. Riker had instructed him not to move until he received the proper signal. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from the left front. Chavi, who had been sitting on the ground, instantly stood up, ready for battle, his eyes alertly watching the left front. In view came a figure clad in pitch-black armor, fully armed except for his eyes, with a bronze sword at his waist, looking like a demon from hell. Seeing the armor, Chavi was startled. How did a soldier from that unit end up here? No, the aura was different. He wasn't from that mysterious unit. The black-armored warrior emerged from the darkness, coldly staring at Chavi, then quietly said, "The password." Hearing this, Chavi quickly regained his composure and calmly replied with the prearranged password. Proud and mighty Qin. Riker had given him this password before he left, telling him to remember it well and use it here. Why had Riker chosen this password? Let us face national peril together. The black-armored soldier responded simply. Though his response was slow, the tone carried a sharp edge, sending chills down one's spine. Are you General Chavi? Yes, Chavi nodded, still confused. How did this stranger know his name? Could Riker have told him? Thinking back to the similarities between this soldier and the mysterious ones he encountered earlier, his confusion lifted. Still, he wondered why this soldier was here. My name is Leaf, Deputy Commander under General Riker. Please follow me, General. Leaving that brief statement, Leaf turned and walked away. Chavi followed without hesitation, eager to learn more. They navigated through layers of obstacles and finally reached a hidden clearing. In front of him stood rows upon rows of Qin elite soldiers, fully armed, standing silently and orderly. Seeing the sheer number of heavily armored, seemingly formidable black-armored soldiers, Chavi swallowed hard, his eyes wide with amazement. Now he understood why Riker had brought him here. With this force, even 1,000,000 enemy soldiers would be annihilated without a trace. If his guess was right, there had to be over 100,000 of these elite troops before him. Deployed on the battlefield, they would undoubtedly be like demons reaping lives. We are here under orders from our lord to assist General Riker against the Baima dynasty. To avoid detection by the enemy, we have been hiding here. Please help us secretly enter the city, Leaf said softly. Actually, they had only recently arrived, or rather, had been summoned to this place for some reason. It was best to keep their presence a secret, even from those who were already part of the Lord's ranks. Taking a deep breath, Chavi nodded firmly, his blood surging with excitement. To fight alongside these formidable warriors was the greatest honor. He had no regrets. Facing the overwhelming number before him, he pondered silently on how to bring them into the city undetected. There were too many. Once they left the mountains, they would inevitably draw attention from countless eyes. After much thought, Chavi looked grim, finding no solution. All he could do was stare at the Qin elite soldiers with a bitter smile. Was there really no way to get them into Huaqing? Why did I forget that place? Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Chapter 55. The intention behind the Fengshan auction. At midnight, a slight chill permeated the air, and the cold wind pierced through to the bone. In the city lord's residence, on the vast parade ground, Riker looked at the Qin sharp soldiers standing before him with satisfaction, his eyes filled with wild excitement. These were his former comrades, the finest troops of the great Qin dynasty who had fought many battles alongside him in both southern and northern campaigns. He never thought he would see them again in this lifetime, but now they were reborn to fight together once more. The Qin sharp soldiers stood at attention, their presence awe-inspiring, like demons emerging from hell ready to tear apart the earth with their fangs. Seeing such a formidable force, Chavi was greatly astonished. He had initially thought that such elite troops would number less than 50,000, but it seemed there were far more, each one fierce and powerful. Turning to Riker, Chavi asked softly, General Chavi, how did you manage to bring them into the city lord's residence unnoticed? My late master once told me that there is a secret passage within the city lord's residence stretching all the way to the Crescent Moon Mountains, originally built for covert grain transportation, Chavi replied. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Riker asked, puzzled. Chavi sighed, replying, Master told me about this passage decades ago, so my memory of it is faded. If I hadn't suddenly remembered it, I might have forgotten altogether. Originally, he should have forgotten about the passage. But then the word passage came up in his mind, and he recalled what his master had said. Although he had only traveled through the secret passage once, the memory was vivid, as if it had happened yesterday. The passage, though not large, 3 meters high and 4 meters wide, was suitable for human passage and extremely sturdy, making it perfect for transporting these elite troops to the city lord's residence. Moreover, it was well hidden. Virtually no one knew about its existence except himself. Do you know of anyone else who knows about this passage? This passage could be a double-edged sword since it connected to the city lord's residence. If enemies were unaware, it could provide numerous advantages, but if they found out, they could flood Huaqing through it. Before using the passage, only I knew of its existence. Excellent. Riker nodded sternly. From now on, you must keep this a strict secret. No one must know about the passage. Additionally, prevent anyone from entering the city lord's residence, especially the parade ground. Yes, sir. Lord, Mr. Winston has sent a letter. Under the blazing sun, at a military camp, Harold was practicing sword techniques, fully concentrated. Sword flashes illuminated the air, dazzling and incredibly sharp, his gaze unwavering. Not far away, Jamar stood resolutely, dressed in black combat gear, his eyes focused on Harold, providing guidance. Suddenly, Hill appeared, his expression serious. He walked briskly towards Harold, bowed respectfully, and reported softly, Sigh. Upon seeing Hill with a letter, Harold swiftly stopped, the sword flashes vanishing as the blade returned to its scabbard. Crack, crack. Harold stretched, making his joints crackle, maintaining a calm demeanor. He then approached Hill and took the letter, carefully reading its contents. A moment later, Harold's face remained composed. It seems we need to meet Carmen. Carmen? Lord, who is she? Read for yourself. Handing the letter to Jamar, he let him read it. After finishing the letter, Jamar's expression turned cold. Lord, why is she playing games? Why is she willing to sell us supplies, but unwilling to hand them over? If it weren't for the terrifying old man by her side, he would have rushed on a piece of the heavenly Saint dynasty? Harold's face darkened. He wished to wipe out these dynasties, but first, he had to resolve immediate issues and stabilize the newly formed dynasty to reassure the people and expand territory. Tell General Gideon to hold the line. Without my order, he must not attack the Ice dynasty or initiate any offensive. Violators will be executed. Yes, sir. The scout swiftly mounted his horse and galloped away. Lord, why not allow Gideon to attack the Ice dynasty? Jamar asked, confused. Before knowing the Ice dynasty's true intentions, we must proceed cautiously and avoid provoking them. If they dare attack, we will defend. In a few years, we will have the strength to conquer them. Harold responded coolly. While they had enough military power to engage other dynasties, they lacked sufficient supplies to sustain prolonged warfare. The Heavenly Saint dynasty's grain stores were nearly depleted after intense battles, insufficient for prolonged engagements. The best course of action was to establish a new dynasty, pacify the people, promote agriculture, and restore food production before expanding. Additionally, these frequent invasions by other dynasties indicated they were waiting for an opportunity, which his sudden rise disrupted. This invasion today, I will endure. But someday, I will make your countries fall and annex your territories into mine. Note, the translation adheres closely to the original text while ensuring natural English phrasing and coherence. Character names are transliterated correctly according to Pinyin. Shocked. He was also curious about who this veiled girl and the rebellious-looking youth beside her were. Brecken smiled gently and pointed to the young lady on the right, saying softly, This is my Miss Alia? Ah, so it was she who had asked Brecken to save him. Calmly, he smiled, clasped his hands in respect, and said with great reverence, It turns out to be Miss Arnie. Fergus thanks you for saving my life last time. If there's ever anything I can do for you, I will do my utmost. Tadiatal Lord, you're too kind. If you truly want to repay Yinan's kindness, then agree to one request from her. As for what it is, Yinan hasn't decided yet. She'll tell you when she does. Alia responded with a smile hidden beneath her veil. Fergus didn't mind if he could repay her or not. They belonged to different worlds, and whether they would meet again was uncertain. Moreover, how could he repay her even if he wanted to? Fergus replied without hesitation, All right, I promise to fulfill one reasonable request from Miss Arnie. Though he didn't know what she might ask for, even if their current strength differed greatly, he believed deeply that soon he would narrow that gap. Perhaps he could elevate his status to unparalleled heights. He nodded lightly to Brecken, hoping he would continue the introductions. Brecken nodded back and pointed to the Desi on the left, introducing him gently, This is Fraser, the second son of Sword Shadow Sect's leader. Fraser? What a ridiculous name. But thinking about it, Sword Shadow Sect? Why had he never heard of it? Could it be a top-tier sect? Indeed, the Sword Shadow Sect was one of the three major powers in Nanyang domain, ranking above first-rate dynasties and below empires. Upon receiving this information from the system, Fergus was startled by the significant background of this person. Originally, I didn't realize it was the young lord of Sword Shadow Sect. Please accept my apologies for not giving a proper welcome, Fergus said apologetically. No need for such formalities. It wasn't until Mingxi insisted that I came. Otherwise, your invitation wouldn't have reached me. Fraser sat cross-legged, his expression cold and tone dismissive. Who was he? The second son of the leader of Sword Shadow Sect. Even the emperors of medium-sized dynasties couldn't interest him. If it weren't for Alia, he wouldn't bother coming and talking to someone like Fergus. Hearing his words, Alia's face darkened, feeling extremely displeased. Sure enough, his presence brought nothing good. Although irritated by Fraser's attitude, Fergus chose to bear it considering the power disparity. He thought to himself, I'll endure this humiliation for now, cultivate secretly, and settle scores with you later. Tadiato Lord, today we came simply. His caution surpassed her expectations. After some casual conversation, Alia and the others bid farewell and left slowly. Fergus accompanied them to the entrance of the Lord's manor, smiling politely. May I escort you here? If I've offended anyone, please forgive me. Tadiato Lord, you're too kind. Alia responded sweetly. Miss Arnie, about the military winter coats I wish to purchase, when can we finalize the transaction? Your word would help me plan better, Fergus asked with a smile. ##### Chapter 57. The Heaven-Blessed Son? The Secret of Camila. Lord, that Desi is not ordinary. I believe his cultivation is no less than that of a high-rank martial ancestor, Jamar said slowly, watching the departing crowd. His expression was unusually solemn, as if he feared the enemy might return to attack again. Especially that Desi, Fraser, the young master of the Sword Shadow Sect. Despite his appearance being very casual and seemingly low in cultivation, he had hidden his true strength exceptionally well. However, Jamar could keenly sense that this person was a cunning hunter. Hearing this news, Harold's heart was instantly filled with shock. Are you sure his cultivation is really at the high-rank martial ancestor level? Even though he hides deeply, I can still feel his immense power. Damn! Fraser is pretending to be weak, while harboring great strength. What the hell? He originally thought he had encountered someone with low cultivation who merely relied on his powerful family background and acted arrogantly. But now it turns out this guy is already a high-rank martial ancestor. An 18-year-old high-rank martial ancestor. If this news spreads, countless jaws would drop. According to historical records from the South Domain he had obtained from the Imperial Library of the Tiangang dynasty, the youngest martial ancestor in the Southern Domain was Xuanwu sect's former sect leader, who achieved this feat at just 20 years old by becoming an unparalleled swordsman, transcending his mortal body, and ascending to the rank of martial ancestor with a single long sword. But now, he had witnessed an 18-year-old martial ancestor right before his eyes? And not only that, but a high-rank martial ancestor. Could this guy really be one of those legendary heaven-blessed sons who possess both talent and good fortune? These words suddenly appeared in Harold's mind. What could this fellow be hiding, and what are his intentions? His gaze deepened as his eyes narrowed, unable to fathom why the son of the prestigious Sword Shadow Sect's master would willingly tarnish his reputation as a tiger father, dog son. Why would he hide his cultivation? What was his purpose? What secrets does he hide? I hope you don't drag me into your affairs. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to eliminate you, so-called heaven-blessed son. Harold's expression turned cold, and his eyes filled with killing intent as he muttered to himself. Putting aside further thoughts, his current main goal was to develop and strengthen his own power, growing steadily without drawing too much attention. As for the secrets surrounding him, he had little interest in them and didn't want to provoke this fellow, given that he was a heaven-blessed son. Considering the formidable force behind such a young martial ancestor, Harold could only imagine how terrifying it must be. Suddenly, the 100-man commander Alvaro of the Imperial Guard appeared beside Harold, whispering a lot of information into his ear. Upon hearing this, Harold's eyebrows furrowed, and his expression darkened slightly. Where is he now? In the dungeon of the Flynn's mansion. In the dark, damp, icy-cold dungeon where water dripped from the walls and occasional screams echoed, the Imperial Guard was torturing a Keith. Despite enduring unspeakable torment that made one beg for death but never receive it, the Keith under the Imperial Guard's cruel torture screamed incessantly. After prolonged suffering, he fell unconscious, causing Harold to frown upon arriving. He nodded lightly at Alvaro, understanding his command. Alvaro immediately ordered the surrounding guards. The Lord wants to speak with him. Wake him up. Salt water on his wounds. The man remained resolute, biting his teeth to endure without uttering a word. Not talking, huh? I admire that, but let's see if your mouth remains as strong as steel, Harold smiled wickedly, continuing. My subordinates are not nice people. I hope you can withstand their treatment. Leaving this parting shot, he turned away with Jamar, trusting the Imperial Guard to extract the necessary information. Alvaro's face turned icy as he gave a nod to his subordinates. Facing the Imperial Guards who had previously tormented him mercilessly, the Keith felt his insides tighten, and the dungeon once again filled with agonized screams. Exiting the dungeon, Harold glanced up at the sky, murmuring to himself, that girl must be hiding something important if others are targeting her. It seems I need to investigate this personally. Just as he prepared to meet Camila, he saw Winston leading a chubby, plain-dressed Keith toward him. Your Excellency. Both bowed respectfully in unison. Confused by the unfamiliar man, Harold inquired, Mr. Zijin, who is this man? Why have I never seen him before? This is Jalen, sent by Minister Hiroshi to take charge of the Internal Affairs Bureau here in Pingshuang City, and will serve as the new city lord, Winston replied softly. After explaining, he nodded to Jalen, signaling him to proceed with his duties. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Jalen respectfully handed over his credentials to Harold. Excellency, these are the documents provided temporarily by Minister Hiroshi. Please inspect them. Chapter 58. A Heaven-Ranked Secret Realm. Fergus looked at the official document written in Chinese characters. He instantly understood that the man was indeed sent by Hiroshi, and that Jalen was truly here to take over as the governor of Pingshuang City. Returning the official document, Fergus scrutinized him closely but could find no signs of deception, only deepening his curiosity about what made him worthy of being dispatched by Hiroshi. If he had been specifically chosen by Hiroshi, it indicated he possessed exceptional abilities and was even capable of maintaining stability here. Since you are sent by Sir Hiroshi, it means you possess extraordinary qualities and have already earned his trust. Please do not disappoint either of us, Fergus said softly. Please rest assured, Lord. Jalen will not fail your expectations or let down Lord Hiroshi. Jalen replied firmly, clasping his fists together with determination. Fergus nodded slightly, then turned to Winston. Master Zijing, please show him around so he can familiarize himself with his new duties. Yes, my lord. As the two men left, Fergus accompanied Jamar to the courtyard where Camilla was practicing swordsmanship. She wielded a spiritual sword that shimmered with faint starlight, emitting a pale green sword glow. Sword chi surrounded her, flowing gracefully with her movements, swift like a startled swan and elegant like a wandering dragon. Her swordplay was exquisite beyond compare. Her enchanting posture combined with her formidable skills made her even more captivating, almost irresistible. External sword chi, following the flow of intent, soft yet firm, unyielding, and filled with domineering sword intent. Every strike exudes an aura of killing intent. It seems this girl still wants to kill me. Fergus felt a bitter smile forming within him. Her resolute demeanor reaffirmed his belief that Camilla remained determined to end his life. He felt dejected. How could she still be obsessed with eliminating him? It's often said, a day of marriage is worth 100 days of grace. But for him, it seemed to be the opposite. A day of marriage was worth 100 days of enmity. Noticing Fergus's presence, Camilla stopped practicing. Looking out at him from the training grounds, her eyes were cold and devoid of warmth, even harboring hints of hostility. Without further ado, she flicked her slender arm, and her starlight sword landed precisely into its scabbard 5 meters away. Approaching Fergus, her expression remained icy. What do you want? Seeing him come during the day was quite rare. Normally, he would come late at night, tormenting her until morning. If it weren't for her current weakness, she would have long since killed him. Why should she prolong this suffering? Do I need a reason to visit? Fergus extended his right hand, gently touching her porcelain-like face, a devilish smile spreading across his lips, ready to pounce at any moment. Unmoved by his touch, Camilla remained cold, her icy gaze fixated on him, waiting for an explanation. Seeing her obstinacy, Fergus's expression darkened. Without warning, he scooped her up and carried her toward the distant pavilion. Jamar, understanding what was about to unfold, respectfully turned away. After 5 hours of intense activity, Camilla lay weakly in bed, flushed and panting heavily. Realizing her limit, Fergus finally stopped, dressing and sitting beside her. Softly, he asked, the Imperial Guards caught a group of people who intended to abduct you. Could you tell me what secret you possess that makes many warriors eager to kidnap you? Hearing this, Camilla was taken aback. Had someone discovered her secret? How was that possible? Only a handful knew about it. Seeing her silence, Fergus became even more certain that Camilla held significant secrets coveted by others. While I am curious about your secret, I hope above all that you remain safe. These days are chaotic. Avoid going out if you can to protect yourself. Leaving this statement hanging, Fergus stood up and exited the fragrant room. Staring at his retreating figure and reflecting on his words, Camilla felt a strange stir in her heart. For the first time, she felt a crack in the walls she had built around herself. Does he care for me? Why do I have such thoughts? Shouldn't he be my enemy? The thought of Fergus caring for her made her blush furiously. Hiding under the covers, she buried herself completely. Just outside the room, Fergus saw Jamar standing alongside Alvaro, the captain of the Imperial Guards, who seemed to be awaiting him. My lord. Both men spoke in unison. Yes. Fergus nodded and focused on Alvaro. Have you interrogated them? Yes, under severe questioning, they confessed everything, Alvaro confirmed. Tell me everything they revealed. Yes, my lord. Alvaro nodded and began. The Keith belongs to the Fog Concealment Sect. They plan to take Camilla to obtain the treasure from the Heaven-Ranked Secret Realm, thereby becoming the 4th largest sect in Nanyang region. Heaven-Ranked Secret Realm? Fergus murmured to himself, startled. Secret realms were classified into 5 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Mystical, Yellow, and Human. Heaven rank was the strongest and most elusive. Obtaining one could greatly enhance the overall strength of his forces. The Human rank, though the weakest, was still not easily accessible and controlled by the Imperial Court. Despite obtaining a Human rank secret realm, the resources inside had been nearly exhausted and needed millennia to recover. However, the fact that Camilla possessed knowledge of a Heaven rank secret realm shocked and delighted him. Obtaining treasures from such a realm would significantly benefit his growth, boost his cultivation, and enhance the skills of his generals and troops. Swoosh. Task triggered. Obtain the Heaven rank secret realm from Camilla. Upon completion, reward: 10 million revival points, 2 special military tokens, 10 ordinary military tokens, and a clue about your sister. The rich rewards made his eyes gleam with excitement. Such abundant rewards would allow him to rapidly strengthen his entire kingdom and fend off any strong opponents. But when he saw the mention of clues about his sister, his face froze, breath ceasing as if time stood still. News about his sister? Even the slightest clue would mean the world to him. Unfortunately, there had been no trace thus far. System, I accept this task. Clutching his fists tightly, he silently vowed. Anna, wait for me, brother will find you. Whoever dares harm you, they shall meet their doom at my hands. Chapter 59. General, Heart. If I want to get the information about the heavenly secret realm from that girl, I must win her over. Otherwise, based on her character, she'd rather give it to someone else than tell me. Harold muttered to himself, constantly pondering his next move on how to extract the heavenly secret realm's secrets from Camila. Despite their marital bond, he knew all too well that the girl deeply despised him, wishing nothing more than to see him flayed and ground into dust. Sigh. Another arduous revolution that leaves one helpless. Even if the path is fraught with difficulties, for the sake of finding his sister, he would wipe them out without hesitation. Whoosh. Suddenly, a guard in brocade armor arrived instantly, kneeling on one knee while taking out a scroll from his side and said, "My lord, this is the letter General Ellis and his men asked me to deliver to you." Receiving the scroll, Harold opened it carefully and read its contents. A slight smile curved at the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of excitement. Success belongs to the diligent. With the help of strategist Eric, Ellis's army swept through like a storm, completely dismantling the allied forces of the Franklin Palace and the Great Yuan dynasty, successfully annexing the territory of the Franklin Palace. Ellis almost entirely crushed the forces of the two major powers, eventually forcing them to retreat into the territory of the Great Yuan dynasty. Although he didn't manage to eliminate Ross, Harold was not overly disappointed. He firmly believed he would kill Ross eventually, and do it personally. Handing the scroll to Jamar beside him, Harold turned his gaze back to the kneeling guard and said, "Tell General Ellis that before our dynasty is fully established, they must not antagonize the Great Yuan dynasty. If the Great Yuan dynasty attacks, they should simply repel them." Understood. The guard responded quickly and vanished calmly, as if he had never been there. Ding. Congratulations, host has completed the task of unifying the Tiangang dynasty. Rewards, 3 million revival points, 1 free summon, 1 ordinary military token, a dragon rock blade, 6 bottles of blood spirit pills, 3 pills per bottle, a 3-level increase in cultivation, and the whereabouts of the host's sister. System. Where's my sister now? Is she safe? Is she in any danger? Ignoring the rewards, Harold anxiously asked about his sister's whereabouts, worried that she might no longer be alive. Ding. Your sister Anna is still alive, and living better than you. Do not worry about her safety. According to system predictions, she will face a fatal threat in 10 years. What? A fatal threat? Who dares to harm his sister? Upon hearing that his sister was in danger, Harold's expression turned cold, emitting a bone-chilling aura, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Feeling the cold aura emanating from Harold, the two beside him were startled, exchanging confused glances, wondering what could have made their lord suddenly emit such icy cold energy. What happened? Why did their lord suddenly emit such intense coldness? Which scoundrel angered their lord? Suppressing his inner fury, Harold asked with an icy tone, "System, what's going on? Who wants to harm my sister?" Ding. Insufficient host privileges. Please complete tasks to gain higher privileges. Struck by this response, Harold's expression darkened. But thinking of his sister being in danger, he suppressed his anger and the murderous intent rising within him. "I don't care who you are. If you dare to harm my sister, I will tear you limb from limb," he muttered to himself. Instantly, his tone hardened, his eyes flashing with a cold light like icy blades. Now, not only does he need to enhance his strength, but he also needs to complete the system's tasks to find out where his sister is. Leaving Camila's courtyard and returning to the living room, he sat down on the main seat with a cold expression, Jamar standing silently beside him, exuding a mighty aura. System, use 1 million revival points to summon 100 elite soldiers from the Anchorneing army and send them to Ellis. Ding. Summon complete. Use all remaining revival points to summon more guards in brocade armor. Since the Tiansheng dynasty is now under his control, it's time to plant eyes everywhere, allowing more guards in brocade armor to patrol the dynasty and serve as his eyes. Only by stabilizing the internal power structure can development proceed, and it will also accelerate progress. Moreover, these guards can act as his eyes, monitoring the movements of various factions. Additionally, there are eyes from other dynasties to watch. Knowing your enemy is key to victory. Ding. Used a total of 2,085,500 revival points. Using all revival points at once, Harold felt no pain. On the contrary, he felt wealthy and powerful, spending lavishly. Use the free summoning opportunity. Ding. Congratulations, host summoned the famous general of the Western Han dynasty, Hart. Who? Hart? Hearing the system announce this news, Harold was surprised, inwardly rejoicing, even trembling slightly. Who is Hart? He is a founding hero of the Western Han dynasty, a renowned military commander, especially renowned for boldly entering the Han Gate feast alone and forcibly rescuing Tao Du Bang. Indeed, using the free summon always yields either a famous general or strategist. As for using revival points, it's just a joke, utterly wasteful. System, check Hart's profile. Ding. Name, Hart. Dynasty, Western Han. Rank, world-renowned general. Skills, the Divine Valor Saint Scripture. Cultivation, Martial Marquis Third Heaven. Soldiers, first-class elite soldiers of the Western Han 10,000 inch. In front of the distorted void, a silver vortex appeared, from which emerged a man clad in dark battle armor, wielding a sword in his right hand and a shield in his left. Standing 8 feet tall, with a thick beard, he exuded a heroic aura, looking hearty and laughing as he stepped out of the vortex. Whoosh! The moment Hart appeared, an overwhelming aura spread in all directions, prompting Jamar to step forward immediately, blocking the strong aura. Resisting the intense aura, Jamar's expression turned cold, his eyes gleaming with killing intent as he accused, "How dare you show such disrespect to our lord?" Realizing his lack of decorum, Hart quickly reined in his aura and hurriedly apologized, grinning sheepishly. "Forgive me, my lord. I was just too excited upon arrival, causing my aura to leak out uncontrollably. To err is human. With General Ebenezer here, my estate's strength will certainly rise to new heights," Harold said with a faint smile. In the instant the powerful aura was released, He sensed that it was not intentional, but rather due to excitement causing the aura to spill out. Seeing that Harold did not blame him, Hart felt relieved and stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, saying, "It is an honor for Hart to serve our Lord." What's this? Why does this city have an aura that makes me uneasy? At the same time, inside a luxurious private box at the Fengshan auction house, Brecken, leisurely sipping tea, suddenly sensed a powerful aura, causing him to frown. Confronted by the sudden strong aura, he felt a twinge of fear, but soon noticed that the aura had disappeared, leaving him puzzled. Why does this place have such a powerful aura? Could there be a stronger expert present than myself? Chapter 60, Military Layoffs. Report. General Briggs has successfully eradicated all bandits within the borders of the Tiangang dynasty and is now returning with the army. Just as Harold was discussing how to deal with the upcoming Fengshan auction, with Jamar and others, a scout quickly entered from outside, knelt on one knee, and loudly reported. Upon hearing this news, Harold's lips curled into a slight smile. He marveled that Briggs, the renowned general of southern Tiangang, truly lived up to his reputation for speed in suppressing bandits. Before summoning Briggs, Harold had already ordered him to lead his troops to eradicate the bandits rising within the Tiangang dynasty, ensuring they did not cause excessive panic. The internal chaos, coupled with widespread battles, had led to the emergence of banditry, which left Harold feeling somewhat helpless. In the end, he could only dispatch the famous General Briggs to quell the bandit threat. After a moment of contemplation, Harold spoke softly. "Go back and inform General Briggs that he does not need to lead the army towards my location. He can proceed directly to the original residence of the Branson." "Yes, my lord." The scout nodded in response to the order, turned around, and left immediately. As soon as the scout left, Harold continued discussing the next steps with everyone else. Since they couldn't afford to provoke the Fengshan auction, it was crucial to maintain good relations with them and avoid any hostility, lest it bring about fatal consequences. If their own strength were equal to that of the opponent, Harold wouldn't have to be so cautious, fearing that the other side might swallow them whole. "Lord, since the war is over, it's time we reduce our military personnel," Winston said calmly, though his demeanor suggested he was determined to proceed with layoffs. Jamar and Hart agreed with Winston. It was indeed time to reduce the ranks. Who should be laid off? Naturally, the captives who had been conscripted into the military. Due to a shortage of soldiers, they had previously chosen to conscript all the captured prisoners and make them fight alongside the army. Now that the war was over, it was time to let them return home to reunite with their families. "What plan do you have in mind for reducing our numbers?" Harold asked gently. Reducing the number of soldiers essentially meant laying off the conscripted prisoners. Most of his troops were conscripts due to the demands of war, but this was out of necessity. Since the war had temporarily ended, it was time to fulfill his promise to allow them to return home. However, Harold wasn't sure how to go about the layoffs. After such a long time fighting together, everyone had become part of the Branson forces. Suddenly ordering layoffs would likely hurt morale. Winston smiled faintly and offered his strategy. "Lord, simply gather all the conscripted prisoners together and explain the situation." 3 days later, having attended a simple yet boring auction where only one item was casually sold in the afternoon, Harold and the others came to the camp outside the city. Besides the originally mobilized Branson troops, the vast expanse of conscripted prisoner soldiers stood quietly before them, poised and calm, waiting for Harold's orders. Standing on the platform, Harold's expression was solemn like an ancient emperor. He calmly surveyed the hundreds of thousands of troops before him. Beside him, Jamar and Hart stood straight, radiating majesty. "I believe everyone is curious why I've gathered all of you here. Now, I will explain why. I promised you that once the war was over, I would allow you to return to your homes and reunite with your families. Now, it's time to honor that promise." The departing soldiers began packing their belongings, while those staying behind fetched pens and paper to write home. Though they couldn't go home, they could at least send messages to reassure their loved ones and wish them a happy new year. In a secluded corner of the camp, a Desi dressed in soft armor sat against a large tree, using the light of the flames to write a letter home. Upon closer inspection, his letter remained mostly blank, as if he were indecisive or hesitant. At this moment, another Desi in soft armor approached him and plopped down on the ground without regard for cleanliness. "Tadeu, why haven't you written anything? Are you hesitating? Can I ask you to help me write mine?" The youth named Tadeu nodded slightly. "Sure. What do you want me to write?" Since Tadeu had some reservations, he decided to help his fellow villager first before writing his own. Putting away his own letter and taking the others, he focused on it, waiting for the other to dictate his thoughts. "I don't know what to write," the youth confessed, looking embarrassed. Unlike Tadeu, he couldn't read or write, nor could he express his longing for home in words or communicate with his family. "Think carefully. What do you want to tell your wife and parents? I'll help you write it. We have time," Tadeu reassured him. The man's name was Gale, a childhood friend and comrade in arms who had fought beside him and chosen to stay in the military. Struggling to think, Gale finally admitted, "I can't come up with anything." "You haven't thought of anything?" Gale sighed. "You know how slow-witted I am. If I tried to write something," puzzled gazes, Winston calmly explained, "Lord, while this arrow is indeed laced with deadly poison, one that would kill any warrior below Marshal Duke level instantly, the archer did not aim to hit you directly. His goal was to lure our generals away so that his hidden assassins could strike. Though the arrow aimed at Harold, once struck, death would be certain. But his true intention was different. The archer knew that Harold had strong warriors around him who would intercept the arrow. Therefore, his real objective was to draw Jamar and others away." Upon hearing Winston's explanation, everyone felt enlightened but quickly grew tense. What cunning fellows! If the generals left Harold's side, surely a powerful enemy would come. The consequences were predictable. "Surigi, what do you suggest we do?" Harold asked, grateful that Winston had alerted him. Otherwise, the enemy's plot might have succeeded. Even with tens of thousands of troops and elite riders nearby, Once a general left, the enemy would seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Anger only clouded one's judgment. Only calmness and clarity could lead to wise decisions. As a strategist, Winston naturally possessed such wisdom, or he wouldn't have thrived during the chaotic Three Kingdoms era. Since General Jamar did not leave the group, those villains must know their plan has been foiled. However, I believe they will certainly return to continue their attempts against Lord, Winston continued. In the distant forest, a Desi perched on a tree frowned in disappointment. He had hoped that one of the arrows would lure Jamar away, but the enemies proved too perceptive, immediately uncovering their plot. Standing on the branch with a finely crafted longbow in hand and a quiver slung across his back, this was clearly the assassin targeting Harold. Unfortunately, the enemy had already noticed their plan, rendering their carefully crafted scheme ineffective. Swish. Sir, the enemy has recognized our plan. Captain orders you to retreat immediately. A tightly clad black-robed figure, revealing only his cold eyes like a hunting dog, appeared beside him, kneeling down briefly and reporting. What about the captain? The captain has already retreated after our plan was exposed. Then let's go. Given the enemy's sensitivity, they needed to rethink their assassination strategy. Failure to complete the task would mean their lives were in jeopardy. For now, they would need to reassess. As they left, on a nearby tree, Alvaro, a 100-man commander of the embroidered uniform guard, slowly revealed himself, his gaze coldly following the departing duo. He was not alone. Around him, nearly 30 more officers in flying fish attire, armed with embroidered spring blades, emerged. They stood ready, awaiting orders. Alvaro sent one guard to transmit instructions, then followed the youth and the black-cloaked figure, ensuring no loose ends remained. #### 7 days later. ### Teduza City. Hearing of Harold's return, the city lord of Teduzu, a thin Keith with a slightly pale complexion and an air of scholarly refinement, hurried to the city gate to greet them. However, by the time he reached the gate, Harold and his men had already entered the city, encountering Otis rushing towards them. Your humble servant, Otis, pays respects to my lord. You are the city lord of Teduzu. Yes, your humble servant. I failed to welcome you at the entrance. Please do not hold it against me. Otis stammered nervously. Harold's return was a significant event, but due to his subordinates' failure to notify him in time, Otis feared for his position and even his life. He prayed that Harold would not blame him. Otherwise, he'd be in serious trouble. I am not a lion, so there's no need for such fear. Moreover, we did not give a precise arrival time, Harold assured him. Inside, Harold was puzzled by Otis's frail appearance. Could it be that he was overindulging with his concubines, weakening himself? Thankfully inquired, why do you appear so pale and weak? Is there some serious internal injury? Chapter 62. Entering the city for rest and reorganization. Reporting to your excellency, this official fell gravely ill in childhood. Although a skilled physician saved my life, the treatment was too late, leaving a lingering illness within my body. Otis spoke matter-of-factly. This lingering illness left him frail and weak, as if he had been drained of all vitality by a woman. However, that was not the case. His condition was solely due to the illness root from his childhood. The illness root could have been eradicated, but his family was barely making ends meet and couldn't afford the medicinal pills needed for healing. Therefore, he made up his mind to find a way to obtain wealth and buy the healing medicines to completely rid his body of the illness. He thought he would live in obscurity and never heal until Hiroshi posted the list of selected officials, giving him a glimmer of hope. After a moment's reflection, Harold took out a Yuan Dan from the system storage and tossed it to Otis, saying, this pill is called Yuan Dan. Taking it will thoroughly remove the root of your illness. Ah. Otis looked startled, hurriedly catching the blue pill thrown by Harold. Thud. Overwhelmed with emotion, he knelt on both knees, expressing gratitude. Thank you, your excellency, for the medicine. Otis never dreamed that after serving for only a few months, he would receive such a gift, a medicine that could cure his long-standing ailment. This filled him with great joy. He resolved that as long as he lived, he would remain loyal to Harold, diligently managing Teduza City to repay his kindness. You deserve it, but I can't give this medicine away freely. From now on, manage Teduza well, and do not disappoint me, Harold said calmly. Rest assured, your excellency, I shall not let you down. Otis replied firmly. Nodding lightly, Harold waved his right hand, signaling Otis to leave. Upon receiving the order, Otis turned and left obediently. He naturally couldn't stay during Harold's meeting, especially now that he had the medicine to take and start recovering. Swoosh. Not long after Otis left, a man in Imperial Guard attire appeared like a shadow in the living room and kneeled. Your Excellency, Commander Arnie has infiltrated their ranks. According to the latest report, those who wish to assassinate you have come near Teduza City, and one group has entered the city to gather information. How daring they are to come here, HMPF. Your Excellency, let me go bring back their heads. Cautious, the man replied quietly, pausing to ponder. If it weren't for Harold's two Wu-Ho-level guardians, he would have charged in and taken Harold's head long ago. However, Harold had many strong allies and an elite cavalry, making it difficult to get close. Turning slowly, he spoke coolly, Harold likely won't stay long in Teduzu. We need to plan carefully on how to eliminate him. Yes. In the moonlit garden, Harold pulled out his sword, his face expressionless. Swish swish. A faint sword aura emerged, filled with killing intent, containing elements of the 5 phases, star energy condensed. Feeling much stronger than before, Harold smiled sinisterly. With enhanced cultivation, his strength had indeed increased. He took a deep breath, tightened his face, gathered internal power, narrowed his eyes, and began practicing his swordsmanship. After several rounds, the air filled with sword aura, creating a vast sea of blades around him. The sword aura was ethereal, full of lethal intent, each move like a death-bringing stroke from the heavens, slaying all who opposed. The sword was swift as wind, its light dazzling, filling him with joy. He felt the sword flow smoothly, deeply satisfied by the practice. With immense satisfaction, he continued until drenched in sweat, exhausted, and drained of spiritual energy. Only then did he stop. Thud. Huff. Placing the Kailan sword in the ground, he reined in his aura, breathing deeply, pale but sharp-eyed. Congratulations, Your Excellency, on improving your sword skills. Winston congratulated, smiling. My skills are far from matching yours, sir, Harold smiled bitterly. Winston was no ordinary advisor. He was also an accomplished swordsman, whose prowess in sword arts was unmatched. Had he not witnessed it himself, Harold wouldn't believe a strategist like Winston possessed such formidable sword skills. Fortunately, Harold had sought advice on improving his sword techniques from Winston earlier, which led to rapid progress. Your Excellency practices the Emperor's sword, a path full of hardships. Naturally, our mere swordsman skills cannot compare. Chapter 63. How comfortable it is to wear a cotton-padded coat. 3 days later, the city was bright and clear, enveloped in a thin mist with a slightly cool air. A light chill breeze blew, causing one's bones to shiver, trembling violently. After waking up, Harold washed up and stepped out of the tent, only to see snowflakes falling all around him and the earth covered in pristine white. Winter had arrived, bringing heavy snowfall, despite uncontrollably. Fortunately, a Hubao cavalry soldier reminded them that the cotton-padded coats were exceptionally warming, so they rushed over to ask Winston for some to wear under their armor. Wearing specially made cotton-padded coats inside, they instantly felt much warmer, and even amidst the heavy snowfall, they didn't feel any cold at all. Do we have more cotton-padded coats? Yes, but these supplies are managed by Mr. Iggy. Jamar nodded lightly in response. Winston was not only Harold's military advisor, but also the quartermaster, managing all supplies. Naturally, the cotton-padded coats they purchased earlier were kept by him. Without wasting time, Harold quickly called Jamar to head towards Winston's tent. Upon arriving at Winston's tent, they saw Hart roasting meat and warming wine, enjoying himself. Suddenly spotting Harold, Hart stiffened and hurriedly got up from the ground, looking particularly embarrassed. My lord. Seeing Hart eating roasted meat and drinking fine wine while he was standing guard in the snow, Jamar's face turned black with annoyance. Damn it, he was standing guard so diligently, while this guy was running here to eat without inviting him. Well, General Ebenezer seems quite relaxed, drinking fine wine and eating roasted meat, Harold said with a half smile. Hee hee, my lord, I felt a bit hungry, so I came here to find some wine and roast some meat. Hart laughed nervously, trying to justify himself. Harold shook his head slightly. He allocated them through the Imperial Guards, delivering them to Ellis, Riker, and others, who then distributed them to their subordinates. Each soldier received 2 sets of cotton-padded coats, as did each garrison soldier in various cities, ensuring everyone was prepared for winter. Inviting both men to sit around the fire and enjoy a hearty meal of meat was incredibly satisfying. For a long time, feeling warmth return to his body, Harold was amazed at how effectively the cotton-padded coats kept him warm. I need to find a way to get more cotton-padded coats produced to ensure sufficient supply for future needs. This alternate world's winter was no ordinary cold. Winter had just begun. Yet the cold already made people shiver uncontrollably. If winter truly set in, the cold would be unbearable. He needed to prepare in advance and organize large-scale production of these coats. In the near future, his dynasty would be established on this land, and countless soldiers would serve him. As their emperor, though he couldn't provide them with a perfect life, he must ensure they were well-fed and warmly clothed to perform optimally in battle. As they chatted merrily, Winston returned like clouds parting after a snowfall and saw everyone chatting happily. My lord. There's no need for formalities. Come sit with us. Yes, my lord. Placing his oiled paper umbrella aside, he joined them by the fire. Once seated, Harold gently inquired, Where did you go just now? Reporting to you, my lord. I was checking the remaining grain supplies. And what was the result? The situation is dire. Our grain supplies are inadequate and will only last about half a month. After that, our stores will be empty, so we must reach the Marquis Grayson's residence as soon as possible, Winston replied softly. Hearing this, Harold frowned. Grain supplies were crucial and couldn't afford any mistakes. Even if the soldiers were all warriors capable of enduring prolonged periods without food or drink, they would suffer a significant drop in combat efficiency if engaged in battle without proper nourishment. Being deep in enemy territory meant there wouldn't be immediate battles, but he didn't want his troops to starve. After a moment of silence, Harold gently asked, Can we reach the Marquis Grayson's residence within half a month at our current pace? With heavy snowfall closing off the sky, our army's progress is slow. We cannot reach the Marquis Grayson's residence in half a month. It will take at least a month. ###Chapter 64. Entering the mountain for a hunt. Lord, Captain Arnie has sent word that the Blood Demon sect plans to assassinate you in 3 days. As everyone was enjoying their drinks and chatting leisurely, a guard from the Imperial Secret Police suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee and calmly reported. Upon hearing this, everyone's brows furrowed slightly. Jamar and Hart's faces turned extremely cold, their eyes flickering with intense murderous intent. Their inner power surged and roiled within them. If they hadn't restrained their anger, they would have already raised their weapons and slaughtered those people until blood flowed like rivers. Sigh. Suppressing his inner fury, Harold took a deep breath. The rats in the shadows have finally begun to move. All their preparations were not in vain. Go and tell Alvaro that everything here is ready. We're just waiting for him. Additionally, make sure he guarantees absolute success and does not let the Blood Demon sect see through our plan, Harold said calmly. Once Alvaro and his team had thoroughly infiltrated the group planning to assassinate him, he learned that these were members of the Blood Demon sect, and among them was even a Martial Marquis realm powerhouse. Originally, they were ordered to kill him and bring his head back to the Blood Demon sect as proof. Unfortunately for them, numerous strong fighters, not inferior to the Martial Marquis realm, frequently appeared around him, making them hesitant to act rashly. Now, these people could only lurk in the shadows, constantly plotting ways to kill him but failing each time. The guards swiftly stood up, then be in danger, or that the blood demon sect had no other powerhouses. Moreover, Harold must remain safe, otherwise, they would all be doomed. Looking at each other, they spoke in unison. Rest assured, Mr. Eddie, as long as we are here, no one will harm a single hair on the Lord. As Harold's liege and their protector, how could they allow him to be in danger? Anyone who dared lay a hand on him would lose their teeth and be split in half by their blades. Seeing everyone's concern for him warmed Harold's heart. He resolved to quickly establish a dynasty and welcome more Chinese heroes. 3 days later, leaving Winston to guard the camp, Harold set off with Jamar and Hart, along with 1,000 tiger leopard riders. Watching Harold and his party leave, Winston felt somewhat worried about potential mishaps. After all, anything could happen. He murmured to himself, "My lord, please be extremely careful." Meanwhile, deep inside Wild Ridge Mountains, the Blood Demon sect members rejoiced upon learning that Harold had left the camp and was heading toward them. Perched on a thick tree trunk, wearing a bronze mask, Blood Demon sect leader Jose stared coldly down at the snowy landscape below, his fists clenched. "Harold, I've prepared your grave. Next, I will bury you in it." Behind him stood black-clad men, their expressions cold, their gazes sharp like blades. Each held a sword, appearing like venomous snakes hidden in deep caves, revealing only their chilling eyes, ready to strike at any moment. At the end of the black-clad men, a pair of calm, unwavering eyes watched Jose intently. Jose, despite his fervor, did not notice these watchful eyes. Just as they entered Wild Ridge Mountains, Harold sensed the icy atmosphere, as if poisonous snake-like eyes were watching them from every direction. But he paid it no mind, leading the group deeper in and ordering everyone not to make any suspicious moves. Otherwise, if the enemy noticed something amiss, they might flee, wasting all their efforts. Swish! A piercing sound broke the air. A thunderbolt arrow shot out, flashing with lightning, accurately hitting the skull of a red-haired wild boar. Bang! Puff! The weak-skulled red-haired wild boar was pierced by the thunderbolt arrow. The lightning crystal embedded in the arrowhead immediately exploded into a fist-sized ball of electricity, which spread throughout its body. Faced with the powerful electric current and direct hit to the head, the wild boar died instantly, falling beside a tree. In an instant, a tiger leopard rider rode over, bent over, and picked up the boar. Seeing Harold take down the red-haired wild boar with a single arrow, Jamar clapped and shouted, "Lord, excellent archery. Though my archery is good, it's a pity we haven't encountered any formidable beasts on the way," Harold said with it. Feeling the chilling aura emanating from him, he instantly grew interested. A marquis-level warrior. This person must be the Blood Demon sect's leader. Seeing Harold remain calm and fearless, Jose couldn't help but frown, feeling uneasy as if disaster was looming. "Why does this kid look at me so strangely?" He muttered to himself, his gaze cold, filled with confusion, yet unshaken in his resolve to eliminate the enemy. Focusing on Jamar and Hart beside Harold, especially Hart, he felt even more puzzled. Who is this person? Why does he give me such an odd feeling? Although I don't know who you are, standing beside Harold means I will send you to hell, Jose thought coldly. Kill them. The cold order was issued, and the black-clothed men's faces turned grim, their eyes flashing with cold light before rushing forward in a frenzy. Seeing the enemies arrive, the tiger leopard cavalry didn't back down either. Dismounting their steeds, they prepared for battle. The dense forest was unsuitable for cavalry, and the ground covered in snow made it necessary to fight on foot. Even so, they could still coordinate with their steeds, weapons gleaming toward the black-clothed men. Nodding lightly to Jamar, Harold said, "General Jamar, go deal with that Blood Demon sect leader." Understood. Jamar dismounted and slowly walked into the fray, but his target was not the black-clothed men, rather Jose far away. Anyone near him who brandished weapons against him ended up dead from one punch. Seeing his side being overwhelmed, and Jamar advancing towards him, Jose's face darkened, his gaze ice-cold. Since you wish to die before Harold, then so be it. If that scholar were here, he might fear their combined strength. But now, facing just this one person, he felt no fear. Slash. Drawing his sword, its light scattered, a thunderous strike aimed directly at Jamar. Unfazed, Jamar smiled sinisterly, gripping his fire-cloud long knife tightly, emitting overwhelming power, his face cold and intimidating. Boom! The blade and sword collided. One side radiated boundless killing intent, tyrannical and dominant, like a world-covering strike. The other, cold and peerless, sharp sword light colliding like two giant mountains. Instantly, thunderous sounds echoed, blood splattered, knife and sword energy dispersed. Both stepped back, their weapons vibrating. Feeling the strength of the opponent, excitement flashed in Jamar's eyes. The fighting spirit within him erupted like a volcano. Haha, what a thrill. Another round. Laughing loudly, his face exhilarated, the knife light rose again. Sensing the strength, Jose's expression changed, filled with disbelief. Their intel was wrong. This Jamar was no ordinary strong. He admired the prowess of this tiger. Shot an arrow at him earlier. He felt displeased. Alvaro, you and your people should join the battle. You personally go against the archer, while the remaining ones are dealt with by your subordinates. Harold spoke calmly, causing the Blood Demon sect members present to frown in confusion. However, a series of screams suddenly interrupted them. Everyone looked in the direction of the screams. Before their eyes, the black-clothed men, originally comrades, started slaughtering each other, leaving everyone bewildered. What's going on? Why are they fighting among themselves? Soon, the Blood Demon sect realized these attackers weren't their own. Seeing the sect members pulling back, Alvaro and company stopped, watching them with cold stares. The young archer, aiming at them, asked coldly, "Who exactly are you? How did you infiltrate our ranks?" Seeing this turn of events, Alvaro and his companions removed their masks, revealing their true identities. Court guards. Standing in the line, Alvaro added coolly, As for why we hid within your ranks, it was on the orders of our lord, to launch an inside attack and eliminate you. Fortunately, these were heinous villains, or pretending to be loyal would have been tough. Any mistake might expose them. Their hard work paid off. Focusing solely on killing their Lord Harold, they completely overlooked internal issues, allowing the guards to infiltrate smoothly. Coughing up blood, slightly pale and swaying, Jose saw the sudden change, his face turning uglier. They had an enemy hidden within, and they were oblivious to it. Cold eyes turned to Harold. His anger burned within, deciding to kill this guy. But first, he needed to deal with this obstacle, otherwise, he couldn't get close to Harold. Kill. Roaring inwardly, eyes flashing with killing intent, he lunged at Jamar with his shining, razor-sharp sword. Bang. Facing the attack, Jamar remained unfazed, powerful aura surging, holding the heavy knife firmly, stomping forward aggressively. Chapter 66. Intense battle with a powerful foe. Younger brother Harold. Spurt. After an intense bout of fighting, blood splattered everywhere. Jose's face turned pale as he staggered backward rapidly, a huge gash on his chest nearly splitting him in two. Despite this, his demeanor remained cold and unafraid. Facing the overwhelmingly powerful Jamar, Jose tightened his expression, raising his long sword again, intending to slay his opponent. From this fierce battle, he deeply felt an immense shock and confirmed one thing. Harold's Tiger generals were not ordinary. Ha ha ha. It's exhilarating, so invigorating. Jamar's face was flushed with excitement as he led outward riders. The ground, originally white, turned red with thick blood, resembling a rose that made one shudder. Having slain Jose, Jamar sheathed his great saber into his storage ring and approached Harold, reporting, "Lord, your servant has slain the enemy." "Well done." Harold nodded gently. He then instructed the tiger leopard riders to dig a large pit for burial. Though these men were enemies, he did not wish for their bodies to be devoured by beasts or left to rot in the wilderness. Half a month later, in Kong City, at the former residence of the far-reach Marquis, on a snowy morning, the northern city gate was open, and many people stood waiting, seemingly welcoming someone. Yes, they were welcoming Harold and his group. Soon, a vast army came into view, led by Harold, Winston, Jamar, Hart, and others. "Greetings, Lord." "Greetings, young Marquis." As Harold arrived, Hiroshi led everyone to kneel. "Very well, rise," Harold nodded lightly, dismounting from his warhorse and personally helping Hiroshi up. In nearly a year, if not for this man's efforts behind the scenes, conquering the entire heavenly holy dynasty would not have been so smooth. Though he did not fight on the front lines, his contributions far surpassed any warriors. In the inner courtyard of the far-reach Marquis residence, after heartfelt conversations, Harold looked gratefully at Hiroshi and said, "This time we could overthrow the heavenly holy dynasty, all thanks to your support from the rear, providing us with sufficient military supplies. Otherwise, this war would have been difficult. To serve you is my honor. Moreover, as your minister, I should offer strategies and eliminate obstacles for you." Hiroshi smiled. Over the past year, though he continuously sent supplies to the front line, it was all part of his duty. Helping Harold solve problems and removing obstacles was his privilege, leaving him without any grievances. Just then, a little boy about a year old, wearing elaborate clothing, entered the hall. Excited and joyful, the child, upon seeing numerous strangers, felt slightly nervous. However, when his gaze landed on Hiroshi, he hurriedly ran to him and tightly hugged his leg, looking around curiously. Seeing this little boy, Harold felt inexplicably moved, his eyes fixed on him. "Harold, brother." The familial connection allowed Harold to identify him immediately. It was his younger brother, Harold. Tadeofting the child from his feet, Hiroshi pointed at Harold with a smile and said, "Tadiodle-e, take a closer look at him." Following Hiroshi's finger, the child saw Harold seated, feeling an inexplicable stir of emotion as he stared blankly. Everyone present watched the adorable, porcelain-like child with curiosity and delight. The child not only wore enchanting attire, but also had a mesmerizing appearance. His clear eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, his fair complexion like a cloudless sky. "Be brother." Finally, the child spoke his first words, his voice soft and sweet, charming like birds chirping. Yet, Harold heard him clearly, standing up abruptly, his eyes brimming with tears. Upon hearing Harold finally speak, Hiroshi was initially shocked but soon filled with immense joy. Ever since the child learned to walk and eat, they hadn't heard him speak, causing great concern. Though unable to speak, the child clung to him, following wherever he went, always flipping through books even if he couldn't read them. Now, hearing the child speak and address his only living relative, Hiroshi felt overjoyed. Placing the child back on the ground, Hiroshi smiled. "Tadiodle-e, go to your brother?" "Okay." After hesitating, the child glanced between Hiroshi and his brother Harold before mustering the courage to approach. Seeing his brother coming, Harold descended from his seat and slowly squatted down in front of him. Facing this child, his emotions were indescribable, but the bond of kinship overwhelmed his heart. "Tadiodle-e." Harold raised his right hand, reaching out to touch his brother's face. Despite his initial caution, Harold did not stop him. Feeling the familiar warmth of the palm, the child was lost in the sensation. Though unfamiliar with his brother's appearance, the warmth of his palm was something he cherished. "Brother." Harold embraced his brother tightly, hugging him with enthusiasm. Chapter 67. The second prince of the Baima dynasty. "Attack!" Riker shouted, his right hand brandishing a sword that shimmered with a cold light. His spiritual energy surged wildly, and threads of minuscule sword auras instantly coalesced around him, exuding an overwhelming aura. A formidable sword technique was unleashed along with swift movements, momentarily creating an oppressive force like an icy mountain descending upon the enemy. Faced with Riker's aggressive onslaught, Christopher held his breath, his face solemn, radiating immense presence. His eyes turned cold as he wielded his heaven-piercing halberd. Instantly, his muscles bulged, generating powerful strength through his arms. The halberd, charged with unyielding power, launched forward without hesitation. Boom! The deafening roar reverberated in all directions. The halberd clashed with the sword, the sound echoing throughout the battlefield, enveloped in a haze of dust. After a prolonged battle, both warriors retreated a short distance, their gazes cold, filled with murderous intent as they stared at each other. Just as Christopher was about to step forward for another attack, a signal to retreat rang out from behind, causing him to frown in confusion. Without hesitation, he said coldly, "Riker, our battle today ends here. We shall continue this fight another day." With those words, he turned and left. Riker didn't chase after him, but watched him go with a puzzled expression. Why would the Baima army suddenly call a retreat? Could there be trouble brewing behind them? He didn't dwell on it long, simply signaling the troops to withdraw. If the enemy wasn't going to fight, there was no point in continuing. Besides, his objective for leaving the city was to gauge their opponent's strength, which he now had a better idea of, including their tactical deployment. "Second Prince, may I ask why you called the retreat?" Christopher asked coldly, his gaze landing on the elegantly dressed Desi before him. From his subordinates, he learned that the retreat order came from this very youth, Evan, the second prince of the Baima dynasty. He was confused. What was this Desi doing here, and why did he call the retreat? Did General Zhao not realize that Riker was testing your strength? Evan remarked coolly. "Of course I knew, but if he wanted to test me, I obliged. Besides, I also wanted to test his abilities and tactics," Christopher replied. As a general, he understood Riker's intentions. Since the other party wanted a test, he might as well accommodate them. Additionally, he needed to evaluate their overall capabilities. Though he gained little from this exchange, it still provided valuable insight. Did you know there's a spy from the Branson mansion within your ranks? They're like eyes watching every move you make," Evan sneered. Christopher furrowed his brow, his expression turning serious. "A spy? What's going on?" He looked at Evan in puzzlement. How could there be a spy in his ranks? "You shouldn't look at me like that. Every word I say is true. I have no reason to lie to you. As for who the spy is, my people haven't identified them yet," Evan said indifferently. If it weren't for his spies and Huaching informing him, he wouldn't have known about the infiltrator in Christopher's army. Unfortunately, they couldn't trace the spy further, only knowing that they were highly covert, known to very few. Probably only Riker, the commander of the army, knew the spy's identity within Christopher's ranks. Hearing this, Christopher fell silent, pondering how Riker managed to place a spy among his troops. Evan appeared rather frivolous and seemed like a spoiled aristocrat, yet he was known for his ruthlessness and cruel methods. Finally, Christopher met Evan's gaze and asked, "May I inquire why you are personally present in the army, Your Highness?" "To assist General Zhao in dealing with Riker. Here is the Emperor's command. Read it and you'll understand." Evan handed over a scroll. Upon receiving the scroll, Christopher scanned its contents quickly before passing it back. "Since it's the Emperor's order, this general dare not disobey. However, I hope Your Highness does not cause unnecessary chaos in the army, or I cannot lead effectively." Through the message, he learned that the Baima Emperor sent Evan to counter the black-armored elite troops. This time, Evan brought a formidable contingent, hidden outside the main camp due to special reasons. "Rest assured, General Zhao, my target is that black-armored unit. As for the Branson irregular forces, handle them yourself," Evan said frankly. Internally, he was eager to confront the black-armored elites and see how they matched up. However, he remained cautious, knowing they must keep the element of surprise and avoid alerting the enemy. Christopher remained silent. Evan was cunning and unpredictable, yet not suited for military leadership. While he wondered why the Emperor chose him, he decided to stay focused and hope for no mishaps. "Your Highness, Riker is no ordinary general. Please be vigilant and don't give him any opportunities," Christopher warned earnestly. He chose to join the Branson estate. Otherwise, he might be facing destruction. "General, the enemy is coming aggressively. How should we deal with them?" "Don't worry yet. Our priority now is to find the Baima dynasty's elite force and annihilate them to thoroughly foil their plots against us," Riker said calmly. Christopher indeed was a competent general. Riker believed Zhao could match him in battle. Unfortunately, the current arrival was just a useless second prince, Evan. It was like a stirring stick causing more harm than good, benefiting Riker immensely. Now, he must find and eliminate the hidden elite force before turning his attention to Christopher. "General, what should we do now?" "Come over here." Calling Chavi aside, Riker whispered instructions to him. Despite the confused expression after hearing the words, Chavi left to execute the orders. After Chavi departed, Riker's lips curved into a cold smile as he turned and spoke in a cool tone. "Christian Phi, I need you to find and eliminate the spies in the city, no matter alive or dead." Under normal circumstances, he would let the spies live. However, now all hidden spies must die. Only with no eyes behind him could he safely deploy troops and focus on dealing with Christopher and Evan. For this kind of hidden operation, the Jinyiwei was undoubtedly the best choice and the most suitable to complete this task. "Yes." Upon hearing Riker's order, an icy, bone-chilling voice emerged from the shadows. "Long family." In the dimly lit secret chamber, young Master Shay of the Long family sat cross-legged on a cushion, calmly facing the family's elder ancestor Deegan. Seeing this young successor, Deegan felt immense joy and satisfaction with his growth. His talent far surpassed his own and reached heights unattainable by him. In the future, their Long family would return to the main branch under his leadership. "Ancestor, why did you summon me?" He was puzzled by the summoning. Only half a month ago, he had greeted the elder when his power returned. Deegan looked serene, saying, "The poison in my body has penetrated deep into my bones, and I don't have many days left. I've summoned you to entrust some matters to you." "What?" Shay's face turned pale, then darkened. Clenching his fists, his internal aura roiled. Ready to erupt, his face filled with anguish. Despite appearing fine, their ancestor was already gravely poisoned. The presence of Bai Qi, a rare treasure in this chamber, kept him stable. Once out of this room, the poison would fiercely invade his body, leading to his demise. For years, they searched everywhere for precious medicines to treat the elder, but to no avail, watching helplessly as he deteriorated. Child, don't be so sorrowful. Everyone has their time. As martial artists, we accept our... Clouds seemed to gather above his head. Have objections? Are you kidding me? How dare I object to you? Facing someone of Riker's prowess, equivalent to their family's ancestor, how could he have any objections? But he wondered why Riker had come unexpectedly. General Ming, your visit honors our house. We wouldn't dare object. I'm just curious why you came. ##### Chapter 69. The Green Sea Mystic Pill. Of course, I have matters to discuss with your Long family. However, Chief Long, are you really going to chat with a guest at the front door? Having come to the Long family in the dead of night, there were indeed important matters to discuss. This time it even involved the Long family's patriarch. Before coming to the Long family, he had already visited the Todd family and passed on the items sent by Harold. Now, arriving at the Long family, he naturally had something to gift them, a matter of utmost importance to the Long family's patriarch. Upon being reminded by Riker, Ajax's expression slightly changed. It's my fault, General Ming. Please come inside. Let's discuss this inside. Although they did not know why Riker was here, they still adhered to proper etiquette. Discussing matters at the doorstep was neither appropriate nor polite, and it could be seen as stingy or inhospitable, especially if they didn't even invite their guests in for tea. All right. Riker nodded slightly and turned around to face his Qin soldiers. Wait here. Without my orders, do not make any rash moves, and do not harm any, and his watching had remained intact largely due to this elder's efforts. Indeed. Noticing Riker's respectful demeanor, Deegan felt surprised and nodded approvingly. Tadiato Quan, fetch 2 cushions for General Ming and your father. Yes. Shay acknowledged and slowly stood up to bring 2 cushions. Once the cushions were placed, Deegan looked at Riker. General Riker, please sit. Thank you. Riker thanked him and sat down without hesitation. Since he had been invited, sitting was the polite thing to do. After Riker took his seat, Deegan gently asked, I wonder what brings General Riker here. Is there something important you wish to discuss with me? Believing that Riker's personal visit must entail more than mere conversation, Deegan anticipated significant matters needing discussion. Without speaking, Riker pulled out a jade box from his person and presented it to the elder. This is a gift from my master for you. As for what it is, you'll know once you open it. Staring at the jade box before him, Deegan felt deeply puzzled. What was Harold up to? Why send such a strange gift? What could it be? After some hesitation, he reached out to take the box. Ancestor. Seeing this, Ajax and Shay quickly tried to stop him, unsure of its contents and wary of potential danger. Deegan simply shook his head and continued holding the box. He inhaled deeply. Necessary matters. There was nothing left for him to stay. Moreover, there were many tasks waiting for him. He could not linger any longer lest it affect military decisions. General Ming, please walk safely. If you have time, feel free to visit us often. Our doors will always be open to you and every soldier of the Branson Manor, Ajax said with a smile. Thank you. Riker nodded slightly and led the Qin soldiers away. Watching Riker and his men leave, Ajax turned and walked back into his residence with a smile. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of a distant pavilion, a pair of cold eyes observed the scene intently. Although he couldn't hear their conversation, he could deduce that the Long family had switched allegiance to the Branson Manor. I must report this to His Highness the Second Prince immediately. Murmuring to himself, he slowly vanished into the darkness. At the same moment, 2 concealed figures of the Imperial Guard stared intently at the direction he disappeared. Surely, that man is our target. One of us has doubts. There must be others following him. Let's continue tracking until we confirm who's behind him, then we'll eliminate them all. With that, they also vanished, continuing to follow the unknown figure while remaining unaware of being tracked themselves. Chapter 70. Strategist, Emeric. Congratulations. The host has successfully summoned the renowned scholar of the Western Han Dynasty, Emeric. Oh wow. Emeric, one of the 3 great heroes of the early Han Dynasty? Holy cow. Is free summoning this terrifying? Every time he summons, he gets the grand prize. Rather than using revival points for summoning, he now prefers to use free opportunities. Each free opportunity either yields a famous general, a renowned scholar, or a special military emblem, never once wasted. Phew. Taking a deep breath, suppressing the excitement, calming his excited body, a slight smile crept onto his lips. System, check Emeric's profile. Beep. Name, Emeric. Dynasty, Western Han. Rank, world-renowned. Skills, the art of military strategy. Cultivation level, second heaven of martial Ho. Unit type, none. Another martial Ho realm expert. It feels so satisfying. Seeing Emeric's cultivation level, Harold was quite satisfied, even a little excited. The more powerful allies he had, the greater their utility. After all, only with numerous strong allies could they not fear enemy attacks, and he would not have to worry about his own safety. Suddenly, in the living room, Harold saw the air before him distort, forming a silver vortex from which a Keith with a refined demeanor and an aura of righteousness stopped these fools from advancing. Our hard-earned spoils would have already been plundered, leaving us with scraps. Seeing Harold's anger, Emeric inwardly smiled, instantly understanding why his lord was so furious. Their actions were enough to enrage anyone, making one wish to confront them directly. His Excellency, getting these 2 dynasties to withdraw is actually quite simple. Really? You have a strategy? Harold's eyes lit up. Although Hiroshi and others were also renowned scholars, most focused on domestic affairs rather than foreign policy. Now with the 2 dynasties aggressively threatening, they can only think of temporary ways to make them retreat, which won't last long. Ideally, he hopes to disrupt these 2 dynasties, preventing them from attacking him, giving him time to grow stronger. Though not perfect, it will resolve the immediate crisis and ensure these two dynasties do not invade for 2 to 3 years, Emeric replied calmly. That's perfect. 2 to 3 years is precisely what we need. Hearing that Emeric's plan could keep the two dynasties at bay for 2 to 3 years, Harold's eyes lit up. Not just 2 to 3 years, even 1 year would be needed urgently. Once the dynasty is established and people live peacefully, he can plan how to occupy surrounding dynasties. If possible, he wants 2 to 3 years to stabilize today's Tiansheng dynasty. The current Tiansheng dynasty is like a sponge full of holes, barely holding together. Only filling these holes will build a stronger empire. Seeing his agreement, Emeric didn't delay and quickly presented his strategy to solve the immediate crisis. After listening, Harold frowned and wondered, Mr. Zifeng, will this work? Emeric smiled calmly. Actions determine outcomes. We need someone to incite discord between the Tianmu dynasty and the Dian dynasty, and the Dou dynasty and the Baimo dynasty, and everything will fall into place. Great. Then follow Mr. Zifeng's advice. I'll have the Jinyiwei incite these major dynasties against each other. Inciting discord between the two dynasties? Though morally questionable, he approved. Besides, enemies must be fought fiercely. Reducing these dynasties' elite forces would greatly benefit future conquests, minimizing casualties. Turning his gaze to a dark corner, Harold said, Bring Commander Alvaro here. I have something important for him to handle. Yes. An icy voice echoed from the dark corner. Seeing hidden people nearby without noticing, Emeric was momentarily startled but quickly calmed down. These must be Jinyiwei agents hidden in the shadows. Their stealth skills were indeed impressive. He asked someone to bring tea and called Jamar, Hart, Hiroshi, etc., then muttered, System, check personal info. ####, Chapter 71. Discussion on the capital city construction. Seeing the two men in front of him, dressed in flying fish robes and armed with embroidered spring knives, Ishan and Tadian Tachuan, Harold felt very satisfied and excited. Two commanders, both at the first level of martial Ho. The expenditure of 1 million resurrection points was well worth it. He had gone to such great lengths to use a massive number of resurrection points precisely to summon them and have them create chaos. Not long after the two emerged, Alvaro walked in and knelt before Harold, saying, Greetings, Lord. Stand up and speak. As he stood up from the ground, Alvaro saw his two colleagues. Although they wore flying fish robes and carried embroidered spring knives, he still did not know their identities. If he guessed correctly, he and they must have lived in different eras, which was why he couldn't identify them. They are also Jinyiwei commanders. He is Ishan, and he is Tadian Tachuan. Harold pointed to each of them from left to right, introducing them to Alvaro. After introducing them to Alvaro, Harold introduced Alvaro to the two, saying, This person standing before you is named Alvaro, also a Jinyiwei commander, and one of the first batch of Jinyiwei during the Ming dynasty. Hiss. Upon learning Alvaro's identity, Ishan and Tadian Tachuan took in a sharp breath and looked at him with slightly serious eyes. First batch of Jinyiwei? What an honor. This person in front of them was a senior. Compared to this senior, they were mere rookies being in the last batch of Jinyiwei. To let everyone know each other, Harold nodded at Emeric beside him, signaling for him to convey what he wanted to say. Understanding his intention, Emeric faced the group and said, Gentlemen, I have something important to tell you. Please remember and fulfill it wholeheartedly. Seeing his serious expression, the three looked at each other and realized how important the matters to be conveyed were. Please instruct us, sir. Just as Alvaro, Ishan, and Tadian Tachuan left, Hiroshi, Jamar, Hart, Winston, and others gathered in the living room. After everyone got acquainted and gradually familiarized themselves with each other, Harold gently said, Since we are all acquainted now, let's start discussing the matter at hand. Yes. Harold returned to his main seat, while everyone dispersed on both sides. Looking at the silent crowd, Harold spoke first. Now that the Tiansheng dynasty has completely come under our control, where do you think we should establish our capital? Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with enthusiasm. The long-awaited plan was finally about to be implemented. Once the capital city was established, they would firmly plant their feet in this continent, begin campaigns everywhere, and expand their territory. At this moment, Winston spoke up first, Lord, I think Kongqing is ideal for establishing the capital. It has vast land and fertile soil. Emeric added, Lord, has had people dig canals to divert the constant flow of water here. Oh, how did you manage to channel the water here? Harold asked curiously. After all, he was the first to travel through time. He knew very well how difficult it was to get this water to flow here, but Hiroshi could solve this problem, which surprised him. However, he wondered how Hiroshi managed to achieve this. Seeing everyone's confusion, Hiroshi didn't hold back and smiled as he explained everything in detail. Hearing Hiroshi's method, everyone thought it was brilliant, and Harold was speechless. How did he not think of such a good solution himself? Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, he expressed gratitude towards Hiroshi with his gaze. He admired Hiroshi's accomplishments deeply and would remember this. Since Mr. Hiroshi has solved our concern, let's select a site for constructing the palace. The palace is ready. We only lack a location to place it, Harold said calmly. Previously, when using resurrection points to summon, he was lucky enough to obtain an ancient palace with grand halls inside. Lord, the task of selecting a site will be handled by myself and Sir Zijin. Mr. Hiroshi will continue to be responsible for selecting suitable officials to govern various cities, Emeric gently suggested. Since city governors were not fully appointed yet, if selecting the palace construction site were also assigned to Hiroshi, it would inevitably delay progress. Since they were here now, they should help share the burden and build the palace quickly to establish the dynasty. Very well. Then the two gentlemen will handle the selection of the site, Harold agreed. Turning his gaze to Hiroshi, he added, Mr. Hiroshi will continue to handle the selection of city governors. Yes. After further instructions, everyone left the living room, and Harold sighed with relief, slumping into his chair. Being an emperor indeed isn't easy, but if he weren't an emperor, others would carve him up. Besides, this world was full of dangers, and only by establishing a powerful force could they protect themselves and their families. Taking a deep breath, Harold slowly stood up from the chair and headed out of the living room. Jamar and Hart were waiting outside. This was a tense period, and they couldn't stay far away from Harold, or else they wouldn't even know what happened if he were in danger. Just as he stepped out, he saw snowflakes falling from the sky, cold winds blowing fiercely, penetrating the bone and causing shivers, making him want to hide in bed forever. What miserable weather, he muttered to himself, feeling incredibly frustrated. Never had he seen such cold weather before. Let's go. Follow me to the secret chamber. I will practice cultivation there for several months, Harold said calmly. Chapter 72. Seclusion for cultivation. In the secret chamber, Harold sat cross-legged, practicing his inner essence cultivation technique, focusing on maintaining a steady flow of energy in his dantian. His breathing was stable and measured as he meditated. Beside him, a pile of spirit stones emitting rich spiritual energy lay on the ground, continuously radiating their potent essence that enveloped and seeped into his body. Each time the spiritual energy penetrated Harold's body, his cultivation level and strength increased, albeit slowly but steadily. Not far away, Jamar and Hart stood erect, their imposing presence resembling ancient warriors. Their duty was to protect their lord from any threat, ensuring no one dared to come close. Anyone who attempted would be minced into flesh. The stronger their lord Harold became, the more powerful they would grow, achieving higher realms accordingly. With sufficient strength, they would fear no formidable enemy and ensure no harm befell their lord. Time gradually passed, and the spirit stones were slowly depleted, their essence being absorbed by Harold. The shackles within his body began to loosen, and his cultivation rapidly ascended. After 2 months, with all the surrounding spirit stones completely consumed, Harold ceased his cultivation. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled gently. Phew. Third-level martial spirit. Seeing his cultivation improve, Harold felt highly satisfied. His efforts had not been in vain. Though the improvement was minor, it was significant enough for use. After all, his physique differed from ordinary humans, and the cultivation method he practiced was terrifyingly potent, naturally resulting in a slower pace of cultivation and requiring an immense amount of spiritual energy. Standing up from the ground, he immediately stepped forward with steady movements, bursting forth with a perfect set of boxing techniques. The punches were a blend of hardness and softness, alternating between firm and gentle strikes. He repeated this exercise until his internal spiritual energy was completely exhausted and his body drenched in sweat. Only then did he stop. To solidify his cultivation, he absorbed the residual natural spiritual energy within the chamber, converting it into a continuous stream of spiritual power. After restoring his energy and noticing the stench emanating from his body, he felt repulsed. Without hesitation, he turned and walked toward an adjacent chamber. In the adjoining chamber, there was an artificial hot spring, known only to a few. Even the former rulers of the Grayson Mansion, the Franklin clan, were unaware of its existence. After bathing in the hot spring and changing into clean clothes, including a specially made cotton robe, he left the chamber. Lord. Jamar and Hart chimed in unison. Nodding slightly, Harold softly inquired, did anything happen while I was cultivating? In the past 2 months since you entered seclusion, 2 major events occurred, Jamar replied calmly. First, during your first month of seclusion, the Great Yin dynasty and the Northern Emo dynasty launched fierce attacks on our borders. However, Generals Riker and Ellis managed to thwart these attacks. Second, as per your orders, the Jinyiwei has instigated conflicts among the 4 major dynasties. Both the Great Yin dynasty and the Northern Emo dynasty have now withdrawn their troops. Hearing that both empires had retreated, Harold felt deeply gratified, admiring Americ's strategy. Though ruthless, it effectively resolved their immediate crisis, proving immensely useful for their future. Have Mr. Zifong and Mr. Zijin selected suitable locations for constructing the palace grounds? Harold asked gently. The locations have been chosen, but due to heavy snowfall over the past 2 months, the 2 gentlemen have temporarily halted construction work, Jamar said with a bitter smile. Shortly after Harold entered seclusion, Americ and Winston had identified suitable locations for the construction. Unfortunately, a heavy snowstorm struck the night before the planned commencement of work. Due to circumstances beyond their control, they decided to suspend the project, allowing workers to return home until the... Do you possess any secrets related to the heavenly secret realm? Harold gently inquired. Upon hearing this, Camilla's expression changed slightly, her heart tensing up, filled with more confusion than alarm. How did Harold know about the heavenly secret realm? Taking a deep breath, she maintained a calm exterior and replied, You are correct. I do possess secrets about the heavenly secret realm, but why should I tell you? Don't you want to see your husband establish a powerful supercourt dynasty? I don't. Harold's face darkened at Camilla's reply. Frustrated, he wondered how her temper could still be so bad. Sighing, he realized dealing with this girl required addressing both physical and emotional aspects. Revolution comes with sacrifices. I understand you don't want to now, but in the near future, I will make you reveal everything about the heavenly secret realm. Also, many people now know you possess knowledge about it. Try to avoid going out unless necessary, Harold said softly. Through surveillance by the Jinyiwei, they found those interested in the heavenly secret realm were still relentless, even tracking them to Kongqing. With enemies in the shadows and them in the open, combined with certain special reasons, the Jinyiwei couldn't eliminate these individuals but continued monitoring their every move. Additionally, he wanted to uncover who was behind these rats and how they discovered this secret. Feeling Harold's genuine concern, where Hiroshi and the others were already waiting. Additionally, he saw a little guy, his younger brother Harold, in the living room, who clung to Hiroshi without letting go. Seeing his elder brother arrive, the younger Harold quickly ran over. Mua. Harold picked him up and kissed him hard on the cheek, saying, Christo, why are you up so early? Hungry, replied the young Harold in a babyish tone, rubbing the little guy's head. He smiled and asked, Did you eat? Yes. Louis Tadeo took me. Hearing his younger brother's answer, Harold knew without guessing that the kid must have gone to find Hiroshi after waking up hungry. It wasn't surprising, since being taken in, the kid was closest to Hiroshi, always following him around. Sometimes the little guy preferred being with Hiroshi rather than him. Turning to Hiroshi, he said gratefully, "Thank you, sir." Standing straight, Hiroshi clasped his hands and bowed, replying, "You're welcome, Lord. What I did was insignificant, and besides, I also like the young master very much." Tadiatel Harold was not only adorable but also extremely affectionate, deeply winning Hiroshi's affection. Even though daily work left him tired, seeing this little guy made him feel inner peace. Moreover, the little guy was afraid of strangers but wasn't scared of him. He treated him like his own child. Harold smiled without a word, remembering Hiroshi's actions deeply in his heart, never to forget them. Sitting in the main seat, he held little Harold in his arms, while Jamar and fists. The blood was still warm, indicating it had just died. As soon as the Keith entered, the 9 figures knelt down respectfully, greeting him. "Greetings, 7th Elder." This Keith, looking fierce yet somewhat simple-minded, was Barry, the 7th Elder of the Blood Demon sect, a powerhouse at the 3rd level of Wuzong. Bang. Nodding slightly, Barry threw the dead wolf onto the ground, pointing at 2 men with his right hand. "Clean this wolf thoroughly." "Yes." Though unwilling, the 2 men nodded and carried the wolf out, unable to defy him. He was their most unreasonable and tyrannical elder, one who resolved everything with his fists. Moreover, he was responsible for eliminating Harold, with these men as his subordinates to help deal with troublesome enemies. Sitting on a stone near the fire, he watched the 2 men leave, his expression cold. "Make sure you peel the skin well, otherwise, I'll peel yours off." "Yes." Barry's words sent shivers down the 2 men's spines, an icy chill rising from their feet to their heads. Ignoring the departing rookies, he looked at the group and then at the burning flame, asking, "Have you gathered any news about Harold?" They exchanged glances, and one man stepped forward to reply, "Elder, according to our sources, Harold is currently in Chunfeng, the city where the former Yuan Marquis residence is located. The residence is heavily guarded, preventing us from getting close enough to observe his every move." Frowning, Barry asked, "What do you know about his activities? How many powerhouses does he have around him, and what levels are they?" He might be tyrannical and unreasonable, relying on his fists, but it didn't mean he was purely brawn without brains. Jose's group being wiped out suggested that Harold had significant backing, likely opposing the Blood Demon sect. Before identifying Harold's true backing, they should avoid rash actions, lest they suffer a disastrous defeat. Our information suggests Harold is preparing to establish a capital in Chongqing, planning to found a new dynasty within Tiansheng dynasty's territory next year. Timothy, Ellis, Chance, Jeremiah, they are guarding the border. Their cultivation shouldn't be lower than the 2nd level of Wuho. As for Hiroshi, Winston, Jamar, and Briggs, they are within Chongqing, their cultivation not lower than the 3rd or 4th level of Wuho, the man replied. Apart from them, did you find any stronger powerhouses backing Harold? Barry asked coldly. Why did he need this information? These rookies wouldn't require his direct involvement. Even these weaklings could take care of those rookies. His target was the powerhouse backing Harold, not the lackeys around him. Tadiatel did Barry know that those very lackeys would become the ones to kill him soon. "I am ashamed. Please forgive me, Elder." The man hastily kneeled, beads of sweat running down his back, swallowing nervously. Chapter 74, Emeric offers advice. "Lord, I wonder why you summoned me?" Emeric asked curiously as he hurried into the living room. He had been discussing matters with Winston when a guard from the Secret Service suddenly appeared, informing him that Harold urgently needed to see him. Without a moment's delay, he rushed to the living room and saw Harold with a serious expression, indicating something significant was about to happen. "You see for yourself." With that, Harold handed the letter in his hand to Emeric. Emeric took the letter with some confusion and carefully read through it. His expression changed instantly. Blood Demon Sect. 9 Martial Marquis Realm powerhouses. 1 Elder at the Martial Ancestor level. These 3 key pieces of information in the letter made him realize the gravity of the situation. A formidable enemy was coming, and in large numbers. Alvaro has already infiltrated them, and learned that the Blood Demon Sect is advancing with great ferocity. "Mr. Z. Ebenezer, what strategy do you suggest we use against these people?" Several months ago, Alvaro was sent out to gather intelligence on the assassins dispatched by the Blood Demon Sect and infiltrate their ranks. After considerable effort, Alvaro and his secret service not only found the Blood Demon Sect's assassins, but also successfully infiltrated their upper echelons. Facing Alvaro's courage, Harold admired the first batch of Secret Service personnel immensely. Now, they needed a Merrick strategy to counter this formidable threat. Jamar and Hart were still only at the 8th tier of the Martial Marquis realm, far from the Martial Ancestor level. "My lord, since the Blood Demon Sect doesn't know our internal situation, we can use this to mislead them while urging General Jamar and General Hart to intensify their cultivation. Once both generals reach the Martial Ancestor level, they can unite to handle the Blood Demon Sect's elder," Emeric suggested, showcasing his quick wit and intelligence. 10 days ago, Jamar and Hart had been assigned to a secret chamber for intensive cultivation to prepare for even stronger opponents. This decision had just come to fruition as strong foes arrived. Whether it was fate playing with them or a test from heaven, today they must resolve this issue. Otherwise, future troubles would be endless. It seems we have no choice. But just to be safe, we must be cautious. The dynasty is about to be established. We cannot let anyone disrupt it, Harold responded with a nod. Harold felt fortunate that they had followed Emeric's advice earlier, sending Alvaro and the Secret Service to find and infiltrate the Blood Demon Sect. Alvaro did not disappoint, successfully infiltrating the high ranks of the sect and becoming one of their powerful members. With this inside view, Harold could track all their actions and decisions. "My lord, please rest assured. I will make all necessary arrangements to ensure there are no mistakes," Emeric promised resolutely. Ahead lay unprecedented challenges. As a strategist, he would ensure Harold's success and the smooth establishment of the new dynasty. Once the capital city was built and the new dynasty announced, Harold would receive the Dragon Qi, greatly enhancing his cultivation. His loyal subjects would similarly experience rapid advancement. If there's nothing else, my lord, I'll proceed with the preparations. Go ahead. Yes. After Emeric left, Harold's face turned cold, exuding a bone-chilling aura. The Blood Demon sect? Huh? He had initially wondered how to deal with them, but now they were delivering experience points right to him. 8 martial marquis powerhouses and 1 martial ancestor powerhouse. A massive amount of experience points, better described as resurrection points. System. Use 3 million resurrection points to summon the remaining troops of the Ankernian camp and teleport them to Ellis. In the 2 months before his seclusion, Riker, Ellis, and Jeremiah had earned a substantial number of resurrection points. Since he had them, why not use them? Letting them go to waste was pointless. Ding. Summon completed. They have been transported to an area near Ellis. System. Use 4 million plus points to summon more Secret Service agents. Having summoned all the Ankernian camp troops, next came the elite Secret Service agents. With the dynasty about to be established, he needed more Secret Service agents to serve as his eyes and ears, forming a vast intelligence network. Only then can I truly feel at ease. Ding. Summon successful. Total cost. 4.89 million resurrection points. Meanwhile, in a forest elsewhere, a well-armed unit of 300 soldiers materialized. These soldiers, clad in red armor and exuding fierce fighting spirit, were clearly from the Ankernian camp. In a hidden courtyard within the Branson residence, a group of Secret Service agents dressed in flying fish attire and armed with ornate spring knives appeared silently. Having used all his resurrection points, Harold left the living room and proceeded through corridors to a secluded chamber. Inside this chamber, where the spiritual energy was dense, Jamar and Hart sat cross-legged, meditating surrounded by piles of spirit stones. The potent energy from the stones permeated the room, aiding their cultivation. As the energy entered their bodies and integrated with their meridians, Harold felt reassured seeing their cultivation progress. To prevent any future issues, he planned to help them solidify their foundations as they rapidly advanced. Hiding his presence, Harold took deep breaths and approached Jamar. He placed 10 green moss jade stones around him. Next, he did the same for Hart. Though expensive and rare, these stones meant little to Harold if they could help enhance his general's cultivation. Generals, this battle rests entirely on your shoulders, Harold whispered to himself after making all preparations and retreating to the side. Chapter 75. The Warrior, Warren. Winter turned to spring, marking the passage of yet another year. On the first day of spring, the heavy snow ceased and warm sunlight rose, casting its warmth over the melting white earth. With the arrival of spring, the heavy snow began to melt. Emeric and Winston called for the workers to resume their labor, planning to complete the work within 2 months. As the internal affairs official, Hiroshi was equally busy, quickly recruiting city lords from various cities. Many people came with high expectations. Sadly, those who could pass the rigorous examinations and stay on were few and far between, sometimes none at all. It was clear that the examinations for city lords were not only intense but also extremely stringent. However, anyone who passed would undoubtedly rise rapidly in power and prominence. Meanwhile, Harold, seated in the living room, wore a smile as he gazed at the large map before him, deeply satisfied. This leather map depicted the newly delineated territory of the Bransonate, complete and detailed, each location clearly marked. Compared to the map from the Heavenly Saint Dynasty, this one was even clearer and more accurate, better representing the current Bransonate. Brother, what are you looking at? A young Harold asked, stepping over the threshold and entering the room with evident curiosity. Hearing his brother's voice, Harold turned around to see the young boy with clear, questioning eyes staring at the map before him. Takeoffing the little one into his arms, he smiled and asked, Christo, why don't you go find Louis Tadeo? Finding his younger brother here was quite unusual. Normally, the boy was always around Hiroshi. Why had he suddenly come to him? Hadn't he found Hiroshi? Louis Tadeo's place is too boring, so I came back on my own, young Harold said with a rather dejected look. After a brief moment of gloom, the boy perked up again, his curious gaze turning towards the enormous map before him, filled with questions. What was this strange thing? Why did it look so big and odd? Brother, what is this? This is a map of our Bransonate. How about it? Do you like it? Harold smiled. I don't like it. Why? Harold asked, puzzled. Because I've never been there. Harold couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. It made sense. No matter how grand the map looked, how could one appreciate something they hadn't experienced? Ruffling the little one's hair, he smiled and said, Christo, when you grow a bit taller, you'll be able to venture out and explore the outside world. The outside world is fun, right? Yifeng asked, eyes wide with curiosity. Of course. Outside, there's not only fun things but also all kinds of delicious food and many beautiful young ladies. Harold smiled. Waiting for his brother to grow, Harold planned to teach him cultivation techniques early to build a solid foundation. Young eagles can't stay in the nest forever, nor should they be overly restricted. Otherwise, their wings might break, preventing them from flying freely. Beautiful young ladies? Young Harold's eyes lit up with excitement. He couldn't wait to grow taller. Cough. Whether young ladies mattered or not, what mattered was that he liked watching them. Seeing such a gaze, Harold couldn't help but feel somewhat disconcerted, inwardly frustrated. What was going on with this little guy? Did Hiroshi teach him this? Unfortunately, Harold guessed wrong. Young Harold's behavior wasn't taught by Hiroshi but was innate. Initially, when seeing the boy exhibit such tendencies, Hiroshi had also been puzzled and resorted to continuously filling his mind with knowledge. Christo, let's go see your sister-in-law. At nightfall, the starry sky shimmered brightly. In the living room, sitting in the main seat, Harold suddenly heard the system's congratulations, making him incredibly happy. Ding! Congratulations, host has summoned a famous general from the late Eastern Han era, Warren. Warren? Isn't he the one beheaded by Josh while still warming wine? Amazing! This free summon sure delivers. Another renowned general summoned. Harold was thrilled, his body trembling slightly. System, check Warren's profile. Ding. Name, Warren. Dynasty, late Eastern Han. Rank, peerless general. Cultivation technique, Devil Tiger Divine Decree. Level, Martial Ho first tier. Unit type, elite Xiliang troops, 100,000 strong. Reviewing Warren's profile, Harold felt deeply satisfied, nodding approvingly with a slight smile. Truly deserving of being a Chinese warrior. Upon appearance, already possessing the strength of Martial Ho first tier. Such formidable power was truly impressive. He himself was only at Martial Spirit third tier, still far from reaching Martial Ho. Suddenly, space before him twisted, revealing a silver vortex from which emerged a towering man, 8 feet tall, with a tiger-like body, wolfish waist, leopard head, and ape-like arms. Stepping out of the vortex, the awe-inspiring figure knelt on one knee, head bowed respectfully, his long saber pointed straight toward the sky, emitting endless sharpness. General Warren, please rise. No need for excessive formalities. Personally lifting the respectfully kneeling warrior, Harold felt an extraordinary excitement and thrill. Indeed, worthy of being a Chinese valiant warrior. Just his presence radiated immense power and surging blood energy. No foe stood a chance before him. Thank you, Lord. Moved by Harold personally helping him rise, Warren stood, bowing again with deep gratitude. Deciding in his heart, his previous life was now past. In this life, he must not betray his lord. Anyone who dared harm Lord Harold would have to step over his dead body. Thinking of being killed by Josh, Warren felt depressed. If only he hadn't been so careless. With General Warren's arrival, the strength of our Bransonate will greatly increase. Harold smiled. Envisioning having another formidable general by his side, Harold couldn't help feeling excited. Now with Warren's addition and uniting the other generals, he felt more confident facing the upcoming Blood Demon sect's martial ancestor. However, for safety, Jamar and Hart needed to expedite their cultivation progress. Otherwise, unpredictable situations could arise. To serve my lord is indeed a great honor, Warren stated sincerely. Through the system, he knew Harold faced impending challenges with powerful martial artists arriving soon. As a warrior, he would help his lord overcome these difficulties. Even knowing he was no match for a martial ancestor, he would never allow anyone near his lord. Moreover, if they united as warriors, they would surely have the capability to engage the approaching adversary. Suppressing his joy, Harold took a deep breath and then positioned Warren beside him. 2 more free summon chances awaited, and he couldn't waste them. He must quickly summon more renowned warriors and scholars. System, continue using the remaining free summon opportunities. Ding. Congratulations, host has summoned a famous swordsman from the Warring States period, Paul. Chapter 76, Assassin, Paul. General, Giovanni. Paul? Harold's face froze, and his heart filled with surprise. The assassin Paul from the Warring States period. Fond of reading books and practicing swordsmanship, he was known for his generosity and heroism. What impressed Harold the most was that this valiant man could stand straight before Emperor Qin Shi Huang without fear. Although he ultimately failed in his assassination attempt and fell himself, he left behind an immortal legend that people still discuss. Harold felt a deep sense of admiration and could not help but be lost in thought. In the era of the Warring States, that chaotic time, the stars shone brightly, heroes emerged, scholars taught, sages imparted wisdom, and many heroic figures came from all walks of life. They acted for love and righteousness. They would go on perilous missions and face death bravely. The Warring States era was one of the most brilliant periods in Chinese history. It produced countless talents, ministers like clouds, mighty generals like rain, and the 100 schools of thought, along with strategic alliances and counter-alliances. System notification. Name, Paul. Dynasty, Warring States period. Rank, peerless assassin. Martial technique, the secret art of the Dark Knight. Cultivation level, Martial Duke 7th tier. Troop type, none. P.S. This Paul is not the historical Paul. He is the mythic version of Paul. He is extremely powerful, and you can speculate as much as you want. Sigh. Seeing Paul's cultivation level, Harold couldn't help but gasp, his eyes wide open, and his heart filled with shock. Martial Duke 7th tier. No wonder Paul was the one who attempted to assassinate the first emperor of Qin. His cultivation was so formidable right from the start. Thinking of Paul's arrival, his eyes suddenly lit up with joy. First, he drew a powerful assassin, Paul, and then, almost immediately after, he drew an incredibly powerful general, the Marquis of Champion Giovanni. Regardless, he had to suppress his excitement and not let himself be too shocked. Otherwise, he would lose composure in front of these 2 strong figures. Even as he tried to contain his excitement, his body trembled in delight, feeling almost out of control. Seeing their lord like this, the 2 did not say much. It seemed Lord Yi must have summoned a significant colleague from history, but they were curious about who this new companion was. Taking a deep breath, he calmly said inwardly, System, check Giovanni's data. System notification. Name, Giovanni, national hero. Dynasty, Western Han Dynasty. Rank, peerless general. Martial technique, divine martial saint technique. Cultivation level, Martial Duke 8th tier. Troop type, elite cavalry of the Western Han, 50,000 strong. Good heavens, Martial Duke 8th tier. Worthy of being a peerless general. Recalling how Giovanni was made a Marquis at 17. While he was only a high school student in his previous life, Harold felt inadequate. Dying young at 24 due to illness, he mourned the legendary general who left an eternal mark in history. In his past life, Giovanni couldn't fulfill his ambitions. But in this new world, he would undoubtedly shine brightly and leave a name for eternity. Suddenly, the space in front of everyone twisted, and a silver vortex reappeared. Out stepped Giovanni, standing 8 feet tall, handsome and dashing, clad in red and white armor, exuding battle-ready valor. Sigh. What a Arn. Seeing such a youthful marquis of champion, both Paul and Warren couldn't help but gasp, thoroughly astonished. Emerging from the vortex, Giovanni knelt down respectfully, saying, Giovanni pays homage to my lord. Would General, please rise quickly. Coming back to his senses, Harold hurriedly helped him to his feet. Instantly, information about the Marquis of Champion Giovanni spread to each general's mind, letting them know of this tiger-like warrior's arrival. But at this moment, everyone marveled that Giovanni's strength was unmatched in their memories, truly unprecedented. With this tiger general here, dealing with incoming threats would be much simpler, and they could directly intimidate the enemy. For now, they needed steady development, not recklessness. Given their current resources and the fact that the citizens had just regained stability, they couldn't afford another war. However, Harold knew better than anyone that founding a new dynasty wouldn't be simple. They would have to endure challenges from both the Heavenly Order and formidable enemies. Time passed quickly, and 1 month flew by. It was now quietly entering April, the weather becoming hot under the blazing sun. At Branson Mansion, in the living room, Mr. Zifong, how is the progress on leveling the land required for the palace? Harold sat at the head of the table, while below, Hiroshi, Emeric, Winston, Giovanni, Briggs, sat formally, focusing intently. Over the past half-month, Briggs, Giovanni, and Warren were responsible for organizing troops and training soldiers to enhance national strength. Report to my lord, within half a month, the land required for the palace will be fully prepared. Emeric stood up and respectfully reported. Excellent. I hope you continue to supervise the project diligently. Harold nodded with satisfaction at Emeric's efficiency. The work was nearly complete in less than 2 months. Turning to Winston, he asked gently, Mr. Zijin, how is the land reclamation progressing across various regions? What was most needed in war? Of course, food and weapons, with food being the most crucial. After dividing tasks between Emeric and Winston, Winston was responsible for land reclamation to prepare for future grain planting. Reporting to my lord, a total of 8 million mu of farmland has been reclaimed across various regions, and planting has already begun. Harvest can be expected by autumn. Winston stood up and replied respectfully. Excellent. But to be safe, I hope you encourage local officials to pay close attention to the rice growth and watch out for locusts, droughts, and asking, Generals, how is the training of our troops? How does their combat effectiveness compare to before? In the past month, these commanders from China hadn't been idle. They were responsible for training the new recruits to enhance their combat capabilities. Hearing Fergus's question, Giovanni and Briggs exchanged glances. Then, Briggs stood up and replied, reporting to your highness, compared to before, our troops' combat effectiveness has clearly improved, though it's still early days and the improvement isn't yet significant. As a commander, he understood the challenge of cultivating a crack force. He knew better than anyone that it would take years to build an elite army. Even with their current elite troops, it was far from sufficient. They needed to integrate this world's people into their ranks to truly build a formidable force. That's fine. We still have 2 or 3 years. During this time, you should continue training the new recruits and gradually improve their combat skills. Fergus smiled warmly, unperturbed. Having experienced such challenges himself, he fully understood the difficulty of training a new army, especially one numbering in the millions. Additionally, they had 2 or 3 years to solidify their dynasty's foundation, train elite troops, and summon more comrades to this world. At this moment, Jamar and Hart were still absent, still meditating diligently in the secret chamber. Due to their unique constitutions and unusual cultivation methods, their advancement was slower. However, Fergus believed that within half a month, both would emerge from seclusion, reaching the first level of martial ancestor. Turning his attention to Hiroshi, Emeric, and Winston, he said softly, Masters, please consult the almanac and determine a suitable day for the establishment of the Great Anchor Dynasty. The 3 exchanged glances and then stood up together, replying in unison, Please rest assured, Your Highness. We will find the appropriate date within 3 days. As they spoke, everyone's eyes gleamed with excitement, their hearts burning with anticipation. Their dynasty was about to be established on this continent. As the first ministers of the Great Anchor Dynasty, they would uphold the dynasty, protect their territory, and welcome more comrades. Seeing the rapid development of Branson Manor over the past 2 years since his arrival in this world, Fergus felt satisfied. In the first half year, he had led a tranquil life with his family intact. But in the latter half, chaos erupted, engulfing the Tiangang dynasty, leading to the death of his parents and the disappearance of his sister. With the system's assistance, he rapidly developed, reclaiming territories and even conquering the entire Tiangang dynasty, multiplying the strength of the Branson Manor by several dozen times. Undoubtedly, his mighty generals, renowned scholars, and Chinese soldiers played a decisive role, but Fergus did not undervalue his own leadership as an excellent commander. Time passed swiftly. Another half-month flew by. Jamar and Hart successfully emerged from seclusion, both having advanced to the first level of martial ancestor. Their aura was formidable and imposing. On this early morning, Fergus, along with Hiroshi, Emeric, Jamar, Giovanni, Hart, and others, including Fergus's younger brother, all left Kong City through the eastern gate. After traveling 4 li outside the city, they reached the destination, a vast expanse of land, once barren and empty. Upon arrival, Emeric turned around and said, Your Highness, this is the 20 li open area developed over the past 2 months according to your requirements. Thank you, Master. This open area met his expectations perfectly. It was where he intended to construct the Imperial Palace. Starting from their position, extending 20 li forward and expanding 20 li on both sides, forming a square. Despite the immense manpower, resources, and financial investment, they completed it quickly thanks to their robust finances. Being able to assist Your Highness is my greatest honor, Emeric responded with a smile. Transferring his younger brother to Hiroshi's care, Fergus took a step forward, breathing deeply. System. Test the area and reinforce the foundation. Ding. Test started. Test complete. Satisfactory. Initiating gravitational reinforcement for the Imperial Palace Foundation. Boom. Suddenly, under everyone's watchful eyes, confirming no one was within the 20-li radius, a powerful pressure descended from the sky, crashing down and enveloping the entire area. A deafening roar echoed as the ground shook violently, dust rising and blurring everyone's vision. Hiroshi and the others were mildly shocked, but the little Fergus in Hiroshi's arms was astonished, mouth agape with curiosity. Indeed, for a child, it resembled a spectacular fireworks display, captivating and exciting. After a long while, the dust settled, revealing that the ground had sunk 5 meters deep. Seeing the system's masterpiece, Fergus was inwardly amazed yet smiled contentedly. The system indeed delivered. System, commence construction of the Imperial Palace. Ding! As soon as Fergus spoke, a fist-sized energy sphere glowing with blue light emerged from his body, flying upward and emitting a blinding light that covered the entire Kong City. Confronted with this sudden brilliance, everyone in Kong City closed their eyes to avoid being blinded. Moments later, the dazzling light dissipated, revealing a magnificent golden palace standing tall, like an ancient giant, with towering walls and intricate, cryptic runes covering its surface. Its doors tightly shut, it seemed almost alive. Chapter 78. The Imperial King's Palace. This is the Imperial King's Palace of our dynasty. Instead of being curious about its layout from outside, why don't all of you come in and have a look with me? He smiled gently, holding his brother Harold in his arms, then led everyone towards the distant gate. The crowd exchanged glances, chuckled to themselves, and stepped forward, following closely behind him as they approached the massive entrance. Creak. Soon, when the group arrived at the gates, the tightly shut palace doors automatically opened, just as if equipped with sensors. Whoosh. In an instant, an ancient aura enveloped them, making everyone draw a sharp breath. As they moved their steps inward, majestic and magnificent pavilions appeared one after another, like a picturesque scene unfolding before their eyes. Stepping inside, Harold explained with a smile. The Imperial King's Palace is divided into 4 halls, 6 courts, 2 special zones, and the southern and northern sectors. I won't detail each part now, you will understand in due time. The southern sector includes the infantry camp, cavalry camp, and archery camp, which are independent training bases mainly for military drills. The northern sector houses the gathering of Virtuous Hall and the Heavenly Star Hall, serving as discussion venues for our Huaxia scholars and warriors. Harold listened to his brother speaking in an unfamiliar language, feeling quite puzzled. He couldn't understand a single word, but remained quiet without interrupting or disturbing him. His obedience stemmed from frequently accompanying Hiroshi, listening to him day and night. If he were with anyone else, he would have asked questions by now. However, Hiroshi, Americ, and others not only understood but could also write in this language. It was Chinese, the exclusive language of Huaxia. Harold couldn't comprehend it because he wasn't from Huaxia. Meanwhile, Briggs's 10,000 elite troops received orders to leave the camp outside the city and enter Kongqing via the eastern gate, ultimately arriving at the Imperial King's Palace. The residents of Kongqing, numbering 1 million, were bewildered by the mobilization of these 10,000 elite soldiers, unsure of what was happening. Briggs, waiting at the palace gate, divided his troops into 4 groups of 25,000 each, then stationed them on the walls surrounding the palace to guard the 4 cardinal directions. By sunset, the group had finished touring the Imperial King's Palace and headed towards Grayson Ho's residence. Harold, nestled comfortably in his brother's arms, slept soundly. While walking, Harold turned his gaze to Hiroshi and said, "Sir, with the establishment of the dynasty imminent, we need you to draft an invitation to invite people to join us. Please rest assured, my lord. Upon returning, I will immediately prepare a list and send out invitations," Hiroshi replied with a bow. Nodding lightly, Harold looked at Winston and said, "Sir Zhuge, please ensure that the workers expedite the construction of the new city walls, completing it before the founding of the dynasty." When the snowfall diminished, Americ and Winston oversaw the laborers working on the foundation and the new city walls, respectively. The vast new wall encompassed both the Imperial King's Palace and the entire city, merging them into one cohesive unit. Winston responded, "My lord, be assured. The new city wall is nearly complete, and it will be finished before the founding ceremony." Nodding again, Harold turned to Americ and instructed, "Sir Zifong, please establish land management for the capital city, allowing those who wish to develop here to purchase land and build their enterprises. Additionally, have the laborers dismantle the old Kongqing walls. The capital city must open up fully to attract more residents and establish numerous commercial connections, promoting rapid economic growth." As for the old Kongqing walls, Harold saw no reason to keep them, especially since the new walls were almost finished. "My lord, rest assured. I will handle these matters upon returning," Americ responded sternly, bowing deeply. Night fell, the sky clear with countless stars scattered across it. In the study, Suddenly, 2 court guards arrived at a humble thatched cottage, looking at the grave next to it, their faces darkening. The cottage was covered in dust, and the grave had been excavated for nearly a month, leaving no significant traces. "What should we do?" one guard asked, his face grim. "Search thoroughly for any clues. Otherwise, we cannot report back to our lord," the other guard replied expressionlessly. They had come from Kongqing to inspect Harold's parents' graves, but found the scene unsettling and confusing. They needed to gather some clues to report back. "It seems we have no choice." Without further ado, they entered the cottage and began searching. They eventually found a letter and a scroll. The letter read, "Present this scroll to your lord. Once he reads it, he will understand. Caricio." After reading, they exchanged glances, faces dark, and vanished on the spot. Chapter 79. Invitation. Impatient and restless. "Grandpa Hendrik, do you think we should attend the founding ceremony of the great Anchor dynasty?" In the lavish penthouse of the Fengshan auction house, a melodious female voice sounded. Clear and elegant like the song of a lark, the speaker was none other than Amy. "Miss, if you want to go, why beat around the bush? Besides, I never refused your request." Brecken, sitting in his chair, responded calmly, gazing steadily at Alia across from him. He inwardly sighed. This girl was still as mischievous as ever. She clearly wanted to attend the founding ceremony of the Great Anchor Dynasty, but acted coy here with him. Hearing Brecken's words, Alia blushed, her veiled face showing embarrassment, though it lasted only briefly. If anyone else had said that, she would have retreated into a corner out of shame. Cough. Adjusting her embarrassed expression, she looked slightly pleased. Then, Grandpa Hendrik, when are we going? Since the elderly man agreed, she felt no reservations. In fact, she could hardly wait to go to Kongqing. Honestly, she was very curious about what a founding ceremony entailed and what came after the establishment of a dynasty. Even though it was just a minor kingdom, her curiosity remained intense. Growing up in her cradle, she knew little of the outside world, and this time she snuck out secretly. However, she was quite unlucky. No sooner had she left home than she was caught by the old man in front of her. If not for her desperate pleading, Brecken would have forcibly taken her back. Brecken nodded gently and asked, "Any time. But, my dear, what gift do you plan to give them since they're establishing their dynasty here?" "Ah, we have to bring gifts?" Alia exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, of course. You wouldn't go empty-handed, would you?" Brecken replied, somewhat exasperated. Hee. Alia felt quite embarrassed but couldn't be blamed entirely. Raised in a prestigious family, pampered by her parents, and always shielded from harm, they were often on the receiving end of gifts, rarely giving any themselves. Even if they did, she wouldn't know who sent them. Then, Grandpa Hendrik, what should we give them? Alia asked, feeling perplexed and unsure. Naturally, something useful to them. Don't you dare offer anything trivial? I didn't mean that. I'm saying I don't know what gift to give. Humph. Grandpa Hendrik, you're such a blockhead. Alia shook her head hurriedly, pouting and clenching her fists to show her frustration. Meanwhile, in the Christianwood Mountains within the Dian Marquis Manor, Gallagher was fishing beside a clear, tranquil stream. Behind him stood 9 Blood Devil Sect martial ho experts in perfect formation, exuding a chilling presence, calm and composed. Suddenly, an eagle's cry echoed above. One of the black-robed men looked up to see a black eagle circling overhead. The black-robed man slowly extended his right hand, seemingly beckoning the eagle down. Seeing the gesture, the eagle swooped down and landed gently on his hand. The man fed the eagle a blood-red pill before retrieving a message box from its neck and passing it to a colleague. The man approached Gallagher. "Elder, Nightshade has sent a letter." "Read it," Gallagher ordered calmly. The black-robed man quickly opened the box, took out the letter, and read aloud. "In half a month, the Dian Marquis Manor will announce the establishment of a new dynasty in Kongqing, which will become the capital." A new dynasty? Ha! A dying man trying to establish a new dynasty? Since Everett wants to build a new dynasty, let's give him a gift. Gallagher laughed coldly. His gift was simple: make Everett perish and turn his newly established dynasty into nothingness overnight. "Have all the demon guards arrived?" Gallagher asked softly. "All are in position, awaiting your command to appear around Kongqing." "Not yet. Keep them hidden. Once I reach Kongqing, they can move," Gallagher instructed calmly. These people were undeniably strong, but Everett's forces were formidable. High cultivation alone wouldn't suffice if they couldn't eliminate all soldiers. As an elder with strategic acumen, he couldn't act rashly. Instead, he intended to use the demon guards to delay Everett's troops while his team handled Hiroshi and others. He himself would deal with potential martial zone experts or directly target Everett. Understood. Inside the Dian Marquis Manor living room in Kongqing, early to tell him. He'd wait until he grew older. Enjoying the warm touch of his brother's palm, Harold laughed happily, relishing the love from his family. "Brother, why do other children have parents, but we don't?" Having often been with Hiroshi, he noticed that all the children in town had their own parents who frequently took them out to play. Due to this reason, he often asked Hiroshi, but Hiroshi would laugh and not answer, always evading the question or distracting him with food. Facing his brother's sudden inquiry, Harold's face froze, the previously cheerful expression fading. He wanted more than anyone else to answer his brother's question, but he didn't know how to respond, how to explain it. Quickly, he smiled and patted his brother's head. "Christo, father and mother have gone to a very far place. Once you grow up, they will return to us. Do I need to grow as big as brother for our parents to come back?" Harold asked with wide, puzzled eyes. "Yes. When Christo grows as tall as your brother, our parents will return," Harold said with a smile. "Okay." Harold nodded vigorously, clenching his small fists, and declared resolutely, "Then Christo must eat more every day to grow as big as brother quickly." "Yeah." Harold nodded inwardly with a bitter smile, feeling an array of emotions. A child's nature is always so pure and innocent. At this moment, he wondered if his brother would blame him when he learned the truth in the future. However, now he no longer sought any forgiveness. All he wished for was for his brother to live safely and happily every day. Without pausing, Harold carried his brother towards the living room, saying with a smile, "Christo, when you grow up, I'll give you the entire mansion. Do you want it?" "Yes, yes, yes." Hearing that his brother was giving him such a large mansion, Harold's small red face nodded hard, but soon he was puzzled. "Brother, if you give me the whole mansion, where will you and my sister-in-law live? Will you sleep on the streets?" Cough, cough. His little brother's response almost made Harold stumble, leaving him speechless. Did he look like someone who would sleep on the streets? That was ridiculous. Even if everyone else slept on the streets, he certainly wouldn't. "Of course, brother has a place to stay. Don't you remember the palace I showed you before? That will be the home for brother and my future sister-in-law." Recalling the huge palace, Harold felt envious. However, hearing that it belonged to his brother, he felt a bit regretful. But realizing this large mansion would be his, he became excited and happy. Suddenly he asked, "Then, brother, can I go to your place to play often?" "Of course. Before you're an adult, you'll live with me," Harold responded with a smile. "Yay. Flower City." At this moment, Riker, dressed in armor, stood alone on the city wall, gazing towards the direction of the Baima dynasty. Though it seemed calm on the surface, the Baima dynasty had retreated to handle its relationships with other kingdoms. Yet, Enemies often strike when one is most relaxed, pouncing like a hunting dog. Moreover, with their kingdom about to be established, the enemy might seize this opportunity to launch a massive attack. As a border general, during this critical time, he could not afford to relax even slightly. Otherwise, he would provide an opening for the enemy to exploit. General, may I ask what worries you? Chavi, who slowly approached, asked curiously. With the new dynasty about to be established, the Baima dynasty will definitely take advantage of this opportunity. Shouldn't I be worried? Riker replied faintly. So that's it. Understanding Riker's concerns, Chavi smiled calmly. General Riker, there's no need to worry. The Baima dynasty has an agreement with Flower City that it will not invade during spring. I hope that is the case. The Baima dynasty only had an agreement with the Heavenly Saint dynasty, which previously controlled Flower City, not with them after its downfall. Without an agreement, they faced no hindrance or restriction, allowing them to act freely. Assuming they wouldn't invade due to some misguided belief could spell disaster. General Riker, General Chavi. Just as Chavi was about to speak, a guard suddenly appeared beside them, bowing respectfully. Sensing the guard's arrival, Riker felt an ominous premonition, sensing something significant was coming. Why have you come in such haste? Has there been any unusual activity from the Baima dynasty? Our informants report that the Baima dynasty has dispatched nearly 5,000 elite troops near Flower City, preparing to attack and massacre the surrounding villages. Upon hearing this news, Riker's expression turned cold. Do you know where these people are now? Since the Baima dynasty dared to attack, they shouldn't blame him for tracking them down and striking back. Attacking citizens of the great Anchor dynasty was an insult to their honor. Dealing with enemies required the sharpest blade. Chavi, standing beside him, felt as though slapped in the face. Bang. General, please punish me. Chavi knelt on one knee, full of shame. No blame for what you couldn't foresee. Besides, not everything can be anticipated. The actions of the Baima dynasty are likely because the distant frontier Marquis replaced the Heavenly Saint dynasty. The alliance between Flower City and the Baima dynasty no longer holds. He had already anticipated this, keeping it in mind. What surprised him was the swift action taken by the Baima dynasty against Flower City. Billions of his kingdom. As a border general, it was his duty to protect the land and its people. Any who dared to trespass must be eradicated. Yes. Aware of his previous lapse that nearly led to disaster in Huaqing, Chavi now resolved to atone by ensuring the demise of the Baima dynasty's forces. After bidding farewell to Riker, Chavi turned and left. His immediate task was to assemble the Qin sharp warriors and prepare for the arrival of the brocade-clad guards, ready to personally lead the attack on the Baima dynasty's elite force. Ignoring Chavi's departure, Riker turned to gaze into the distance, toward the direction of the Baima dynasty. In an instant, a terrifying aura within him began to stir, powerful and ancient, commanding and fearsome, evoking an irresistible urge to kneel before him. His expression was cold, his eyes filled with killing intent, and a faint but terrifying bloodlust emanated from his body. At this moment, Riker resembled a beast emerging from hell, ready to bear its fangs and claws against all. Once our kingdom is stable, I will lead our armies to annex the Baima dynasty, erasing it from this continent. Their own dynasty was still in its infancy, requiring time to consolidate power before engaging in external warfare. However, once the conditions were right, he would lead the army against the Baima dynasty, ensuring its complete destruction for its repeated provocations. As for the royal family of the Baima dynasty, there was no question. They had dared to oppose him, and now they must prepare for their inevitable doom. The soldiers patrolling nearby, standing every 10 steps apart, suddenly felt a chilling aura emanating from their general, causing a bone-chilling sensation to run from their feet to their heads. This was the first time they witnessed such rage from their general, likely due to the impending threat to the people of Grayson Ho Manor. Who could blame him when the Baima soldiers were about to harm the citizens under his protection? If anyone dared to touch those who belonged to his domain, there would be no mercy. They must be exterminated. Asterisk whiz. Whiz. Whiz asterisk. Asterisk aya. 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 Asterisk. Within the secluded valley of Christian Bai Mountains, sharp arrows shot through the air like ferocious dogs bearing their fangs, attacking the resting red-armored elites with lethal precision. The valley echoed with cries of agony as each arrow struck home. Defend. Defend. Facing the barrage of arrows and seeing his comrades fall one by one, the armored Keith shouted fiercely. Despite not knowing the identity of the hidden enemy, he understood the urgency of mounting a defense if they wished to survive. Hearing their commander's voice, the red-armored soldiers, previously stunned, quickly regained composure and raised their shields for protection. Asterisk clang. 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 Asterisk. Hidden within the forest, Chavi observed the swift response and well-formed defensive formation of the enemy, silently admiring their prowess. Truly, they were among the finest elites. However, he would not let this stop him. Attack. Drawing his long sword, he charged forward, leading the charge out of the woods. The Qin sharp warriors, brimming with battle spirit, followed closely behind. Just as the red-armored troops managed to fend off the arrows, a group of black-armored soldiers appeared, led by Chavi, sending the Keith's heart plummeting. Repel the enemy. Not questioning how Riker's forces knew of their location, he focused on the immediate threat. Failure to repel these attackers would mean certain death. The North Baima elites, unafraid of death, prepared to fight valiantly until the end, especially since their mission was far from complete. Asterisk boom. Boom. Asterisk. In an instant, shields clashed, the weaker red-armored troops unable to withstand the fierce impact from the Qin sharp warriors. Even those with slightly greater strength were forced back, coughing up blood and turning pale. Chavi, now deep within enemy ranks, locked eyes with the Keith, his wrist flicking as he unleashed a surge of sword chi directly at him. Sensing the deadly intent and incoming sword chi, the career cultivation level did not prevent him from matching his prowess with superb swordsmanship and vigorous vigor. Yet this only deepened his confusion. How could Chavi have advanced so rapidly, achieving Marshal Duke status in merely a year? Questions flooded his mind, but there were no answers. Intelligence failure. That thought lingered in his mind, echoing the realization of their misjudgment. Chapter 82. Stronger one? Ant under the sword. Boom. The sword glinted with light, and the intent of the sword flew wildly, instantly whipping up a fierce gale. In an instant, the sword aura soared into the air, bloodlight shone, and the two collided with a thunderous roar that echoed around. Dust filled the air, obscuring everything. Facing Chavi, who could fight above his level, the Keith spat out a mouthful of old blood. His face turned deathly pale, his eyes wide open in disbelief. But there was no time for reflection as danger loomed. His long spear swung again in his hand. Instantly, colorful spear lights appeared around him, radiating a dreamlike hue, shining brightly, incredibly bewildering. To be able to withstand this general's 9/10 strength and still remain unscathed, indeed you are worthy of leading elite troops. Chavi muttered to himself, his eyes cold as ice, the tide of killing intent surging like waves, swirling sword chi surrounding his body. Without any hesitation, the sword in his hand shimmered, and then he stepped forward. His body instantly turned into a blurred shadow, fiercely attacking the Keith before him. He acknowledged that the Keith before him was powerful, far surpassing him by 2 realms. But after special training and consuming the primal essence pill, his current combat strength was extraordinary, his chi and blood raging like the sea. Even if the Keith was 1 realm higher, he could still slay him under his sword. However, now with his internal chi depleted, he must seize this moment to end the man's life while he was injured. Otherwise, they might be the ones to suffer. The Keith, who had just caught his breath, suddenly sensed a terrifying crisis. He froze, pupils constricting rapidly, hairs standing on end, revealing unprecedented fear in his eyes. Instantly, a faint blue glow emerged behind him, weak but already closing in tightly. Boom. Blood splattered. The Keith's entire right hand was severed. Losing his right hand left him pale, his face twisted in pain as he retreated forcefully, covering the wound on his right arm with his left hand. Unfortunately, it did little to stop the bleeding, quickly staining his hand red. With a vicious look, he watched Chavi closing in on him step by step, panic and fear clouding his eyes. He thought the other party was a rookie, but now realized he was the true novice. If he managed to survive here, he would certainly demand answers from those intelligence officers for providing such inaccurate information. Who betrayed them? But Chavi gave him no such opportunity. His sword waved swiftly, stepping forward aggressively to press the attack. Strike him down while he's wounded. That was his rule. Damn. Seeing Chavi closing in within 3 steps, the Keith cursed inwardly, turning to flee. Humph. Thinking of running? Not a chance. A ruthless look flashed across Chavi's face. He lifted his sword, aimed at the man's back, and with both hands exerted force, stabbing it straight in. My general, how could I die at the hands of such a person? Tadeo Christian coughed up blood profusely, his face ghastly, partly confused and partly disbelieving. At this moment, despair and unwillingness filled his eyes. There were still so many things left undone. How could he die here? How could he die at the hands of such an ant? He extended his trembling left hand to clutch his chest tightly, but the blood kept seeping out, quickly staining half of his body red. Thud. Before taking a few more steps, he fell to his knees, collapsing on the ground, ultimately perishing. As he died, his eyes remained wide open, full of regret and questions about the falsity of the intelligence provided. The battle concluded, and the red-armored soldiers instantly felt their morale collapse. The battlefield turned into a one-sided massacre, bodies falling one after another in pools of blood. Even though some of the Qin sharpshooters also fell, in comparison, the enemy lost far more lives. Moments later, Chavi stared coldly at the corpses on the ground, without a trace of pity or sympathy. Compassion and sympathy have no place on the battlefield. There were no victors or vanquished, only life or death. Looking at the scattered bodies, Chavi said indifferently, dig pits, give them a proper burial. They were enemies, true enough. Their actions made them detestable and shameful. But they could not be as shameless as these enemies. Numerous ferocious beasts inhabited this area, necessitating burying their bodies to provide them rest and prevent being devoured by wild animals. Yes, the formidable fighting power displayed by the Qin sharpshooters deeply impressed Chavi, filling him with admiration and fervor. Having such elite forces meant that their far reaches Marquis house had nothing to fear and no one to challenge them. Furthermore, over recent days, he noticed Riker's strong desire to expand their territory through warfare. Meanwhile, in a nearby forest, a pair of cold eyes observed Chavi and his men concluding the battle, feeling a mix of emotions. In the man's heart raced with astonishment, his eyes widening in shock. Simultaneously, his doubt was resolved. No wonder Tadeo Yuan was discovered so quickly. These people had been searching for them all along. Why waste words? Bring him back to General Riker. Our task is complete. An Imperial guard remarked coldly. The best way to deal with someone like him was a swift slash, not endless chatter. Ha 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 ha. After a fit of laughter, the black-clothed man turned grim. I admit you are strong, but catching me is a fool's dream. Sensing the black-clothed man's movements, Conrad's face changed. Not good. This guy is going to self-destruct. Hashtag chapter 83. The 9 curves soul-stealing technique. Want to self-destruct? Do you think that's possible? Bang. Before the black-robed man could react, a hand slammed into his face and pressed him against the tree, leaving him in agony and making it incredibly difficult for him to self-destruct. Faced with this sudden turn of events and his powers being completely restrained, the black-robed man's face turned pale with fear, his eyes shifting slightly to the left. Suddenly, another man, also a member of the Jinyiwei, Imperial Secret Police, appeared beside him like a ghostly shadow, completely silent. He had a delicate face, well-proportioned features, and an icy expression. He wore a flying fish robe and stood there calmly like a hound made of ice. Pay respects to Captain Tadeo. Relieved, Miles and his two companions clasped their hands together, their faces filled with respect as they spoke in unison. The man before them was named Benji, a captain of the Jinyiwei and also their leader. They felt fortunate that their leader had appeared just in time and stopped this guy from self-destructing. Although the explosion of a martial spirit expert would not kill them, it would severely wound them. Humph, are you three idiots? Didn't I always tell you to be careful? Or did you treat my words like the wind? Benji said with a cold expression. If he hadn't arrived in time to stop this person from self-destructing, the three clowns behind him might have been blown all over the place. He felt frustrated. Did his previous words mean nothing? Did these three guys completely ignore him? Hee boss, how could we ignore your words? We were just a little too excited and forgot, Miles replied awkwardly. Humph. Benji snorted. With a cold look on his face, he continued, since you remember what I said, repeat it back to me. Ah. Benji's command immediately shocked the three, their mouths wide open as they looked at their boss with wry smiles. They thought, come on, is this really necessary? Isn't the boss being a bit harsh? What, you don't want to say it? Or have you forgotten? Benji's expression darkened. Seeing their leader's grim face, the trio exchanged looks and had no choice but to reluctantly recite in unison. Do not approach them easily unless you neutralize the enemy's power. That was too soft. Haven't you eaten? Speak louder, Benji said with a slightly cold tone. Do not approach them easily unless you neutralize the enemy's power. The three replied loudly, albeit reluctantly. Humph. This time I won't blame you. But if I catch you relaxing next time, I'll make sure you regret it. After delivering this chilling warning, Benji shifted his gaze to the black-robed man and said, since you've come here, it shows that you're someone important. It's delightful to see you become my prey. A smirk appeared on his lips as he spoke. Seeing Benji's sinister smile, the black-robed man swallowed nervously, his body trembling uncontrollably. Although he didn't know what was coming next, it was evident from Benji's evil grin that whatever was to come would haunt him forever. Soul Steel. Benji retracted his smile, whispering softly. His left hand suddenly clenched, sending a powerful force surging into the man's mind. Feeling a surge of energy attack his consciousness, memories began to be extracted from him. Despite his desperate struggles, the black-robed man remained helpless. It wasn't just hard to struggle. Even screaming in pain proved impossible. Completely restrained, he couldn't use any of his strength, leaving him wishing for death. Under the influence of the 9 curves soul-stealing technique, the black-robed man's memories flooded into Benji's mind, causing his complexion to turn pale, almost collapsing on the spot. However, thanks to his astonishing willpower, he remained unharmed, silently extracting the memories. After a long while, the black-robed man's eyes rolled back, his face twisted grotesquely, life ebbing away as he finally died. Sigh. Upon seeing the man die, Benji released his right hand and exhaled slowly, his complexion gradually returning to normal. Through the 9 curves soul-stealing technique, he learned the man's name, Igor, his mission's objective, and who was in charge, among other mysterious details. Dispose of his body. Without hesitation, he took the storage ring from the man's finger and left the order casually before walking away. Yes. Obeying the order, the three quickly approached. Miles withdrew his blade, while the remaining two used flames to incinerate the body completely. Just as they finished burning Igor's corpse, Benji returned, now dressed in black. His original clothes, including the embroidered saber and flying fish robe, were tucked away. Upon closer inspection, the black clothes he now wore were the very ones the black-robed man had worn moments ago. No one knew why he had changed into these clothes. Approaching the three, he handed them a scroll and whispered, "Give this scroll to General Riker. I'll be infiltrating the Baima dynasty using this person's identity. As for contacting me later, once you reach the capital of Baima, use our secret signal." Benji then used the disguise technique to change his appearance to match the black-robed man, altering his aura as well so that it matched perfectly. He also suppressed his cultivation level to 7th rank martial spirit. If not for the transformation process, anyone looking at his face would immediately recognize that their boss was actually the deceased Igor. Wrapping his head and part of his face with a black cloth, Benji disappeared, vanishing without a trace. The three, still standing there, exchanged looks before also disappearing, leaving the area as if no one had ever been there. With orders from their leader, they had no choice but to comply. They also needed to report back to Riker and act as their Lord Herald's eyes, vigilantly monitoring every move of the Baima dynasty. Infiltrating the Baima dynasty wasn't necessarily bad. Though dangerous, it would help alleviate Lord Herald's burdens, acting as his eyes and detecting every enemy move. Soon, they would join their leader in infiltrating the Baima dynasty, acting as their lord's eyes and relaying every move of the Baima dynasty to Herald. The 9 curves soul-stealing technique allowed them to steal enemies' memories, effectively becoming them. It was one of the mandatory skills for the Jinyiwei. The disguise technique enabled them to alter appearances, bone structure, and auras, aiding infiltration. It was another essential skill for the Jinyiwei. Through these two techniques, the Jinyiwei could infiltrate enemy territory without detection. However, shortly after they left, Chavi and his group also cleaned up the battlefield, removing the bodies of their fallen comrades, leaving only blood-stained marks in the valley. Chapter 84. The overwhelming attack of the Dian dynasty. Northwind City. This city connects the Dian dynasty and the northern Dingho mansion, serving as a border fortress that causes endless pain to the Dian dynasty. Since Ajay fled and the Dian dynasty's army withdrew back to Dian, Ellis and Eric stationed here, the enemy could only look on from afar. Several months ago, the Dian dynasty launched a fierce attack on Northwind City but was firmly resisted by the army led by Ellis, making no progress at all. They even paid a heavy price in lives. The soldiers of the Dian dynasty could only gaze up at the city that stood before them, blocking their path forward. Originally, the Dian dynasty planned to attack again, but unexpectedly, the Timber Kingdom came with an overwhelming force, forcing them to withdraw their troops. Ajay Ross felt extreme pain and cursed himself for building such a formidable city when he had nothing better to do. Now, not only has Northwind City fallen into the hands of the Grayson Ho Mansion, It is also being used to resist the Dian dynasty's forces, rendering his revenge plan futile. In the Lord's residence, Ellis, Eric, and Northwind City's Lord Dodge were discussing the incoming enemy forces. Although the enemy numbered less than 10,000, they were elite forces capable of posing a severe threat to the surrounding villages and civilians of Northwind City. As generals and officials of the Grace and Home Mansion and the Lord of Northwind City, they would not allow the Dian dynasty to be so rampant. Sitting on the right side of the living room entrance, Ellis turned to face Eric and said, Gong Tai, if the Imperial Guards find traces of Dian's elite forces, you and Lord Dodge will be responsible for defending Northwind City while I lead the Anchorn Army Corps to deal with them. No problem, but please be careful not to fall into the enemy's trap. Otherwise, I won't be able to save you, Eric solemnly advised, nodding slightly. Rest assured, even if I fall into a trap, I can still lead the Anchorn Army Corps to break through. Ellis clenched his right fist, speaking coldly and fiercely. Traps? Strategies? He was unafraid of these fiendish tricks. Moreover, neither he nor his Anchorn Army Corps were pushovers. If the enemy set a trap, he would ensure they could break out and inflict heavy damage on the enemy. Turning his gaze to Dodge, he spoke softly, Lord Dodge, going forward, you must manage Northwind City well with Gong Tai and prevent the enemy from disguising themselves and infiltrating the city. Dodge, sitting on Eric's right, a refined man of medium build who looked more like a scholar than a warrior, clasped his hands and replied, General Gao, please rest assured. I will protect Northwind City alongside Mr. Eric. After saying this, he hesitated and asked, General Gao, are you not taking too much of a risk leading only 700 troops? 700 against 80,000? How could that possibly work? A spurt of saliva would drown them. Though he acknowledged the strength of the Anchorn Army Corps under Ellis, even the mightiest warriors have limits. Taking 700 against 80,000 didn't seem wise or safe at all. Besides, they were facing elite forces of the Dian dynasty. Lord Dodge, there's no need to worry. Since I chose to lead my Anchorn Army Corps against the Dian elites, I'm confident in our success. Ellis smiled. He understood why Dodge was concerned. After all, fighting 80,000 wolves was different from fighting pigs. Even lions could be torn apart by packs of wolves. But he had a plan. Moreover, his Anchorn Army Corps had already reached the first heaven stage of martial arts. Ellis turned to the two men and said softly, since we've located the Dian elite forces base, I shall depart immediately. Please protect Northwind City until my return, and we'll celebrate together then. Take care, General Gao. Both men rose from their chairs, clasping their hands in salute. Stay safe, gentlemen. Ellis nodded, returned the salute, and left the room, signaling the accompanying Imperial Guard. Watching Ellis leave, both men exchanged glances and inwardly chuckled. Ellis sure was eager, but they understood. With the enemy poised to attack, they must act swiftly. Otherwise, if the enemy spread out and started massacring the people, it would be disastrous. Additionally, they would have to divide their forces to combat these scattered groups, losing any sense of where the commanders were. Lord Dodge, now that General Gao has made his move, let us not waste time talking. We must focus on defending the city, Eric remarked. Though not a general, Eric still had the capability to defend the city and prevent the enemy from breaking through quickly. Once Ellis dealt with the enemy, they could return to Northwind City. Let's proceed as you suggest, sir. Dodge replied calmly. Chapter 85. Clash of Armies in the Canyon. Halt. Do not advance. The turbulent command echoed through the canyon, and the elite soldiers of the Dian dynasty clad in blue-black armor halted in unison, their gazes coldly fixed on what lay ahead. The canyon was 20 meters wide and a kilometer deep, nestled between two colossal mountains. A chill wind blew, casting an eerie gloom that made one shudder involuntarily. This place was known as the Valley of Lost Souls. More than 10,000 elite soldiers stopped upon seeing figures blocking the path ahead. They maintained icy stares and prepared for battle. General Germain of the Dian dynasty, leading this army, remained expressionless. A powerful aura surged around him, his battle spirit unmistakable as he gazed coldly at the enemy before him. Sunken Gang. Ellis. What are they doing here? Momentary confusion filled his mind, but then clarity dawned. He realized they had a traitor within their ranks. Despite their utmost caution in eliminating anyone who saw them, their location was exposed. It confirmed his suspicions that a high-ranking traitor was among them. But who this traitor was, he could not yet determine. Officers and soldiers of the Dian dynasty, your humble general has been waiting for you, Ellis declared boldly, standing straight with a long saber in hand. His eyes gleamed with intensity. Behind him stood the troops of Sunken Gang, shield in left hand and saber in right, fully armed and alert, their expressions cold and resolute. A terrifying aura hovered above them, coalescing into a fierce-gut battle stances. Attack! Roaring loudly, Ellis swung his saber and charged forward, courageously engaging the enemy. The charge shall know no retreat. In Sunken Gang's heart, death is preferred over life. The troops followed closely, the ominous aura above their heads forming a massive tiger that moved swiftly alongside them, filling the valley with their spirited shouts. Since you're so eager to meet your doom, I'll send you on your way. With a cold snort, Germain wielded his massive axe and shouted in response. Kill! Leading from the front, Germain charged, with the rest of the Dian dynasty's elite following. However, due to the canyon's narrowness, only a fraction could attack at once. Ellis chose this place for its constraints. It prevented the full deployment of enemy forces. Clang! Thud! 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 The weapons of both generals collided, sparks flying as shockwaves radiated outward. Meanwhile, the soldiers clashed, but the Dian dynasty's elites, mostly at Martial Master Stage 7 to 8, were no match for the Sunken Gang warriors, who had achieved the first stage of martial spirit. Upon initial contact, many Dian dynasty elites were sent flying, and the Sunken Gang soldiers didn't let up, pursuing their foes relentlessly. The battle erupted instantly. The canyon transformed into a bloody battleground, limbs severed, Blood splattered, screams echoing non-stop as the Dian dynasty's elite fell like lambs. Both generals met with a thunderous collision, each forced to take a few steps back, feeling a slight numbness in their hands. They stared at each other, slightly shocked. So strong. Both thought the same. Through their brief clash, Ellis determined Germain was at 5th rank Marshal Marquis, while Germain recognized Ellis's level as 3rd rank Marshal Marquis, contrary to reports. What happened? Why does Ellis's cultivation differ from the intelligence? Germain mused inwardly, puzzled. According to his intel, Ellis should be at peak 10th rank Marshal Spirit. Even if there was a breakthrough, it should have been only 1st rank Marshal Marquis. Yet this man had reached 3rd rank Marshal Marquis. You hide your strength deeply, Germain stated flatly. To deal with scoundrels like you, Ellis replied indifferently. His cultivation had recently advanced due to special circumstances. Only those from Huaxia and Herald knew about it. Others merely believed he was already powerful. Concealing his true strength benefited both him and the soon-to-be-established dynasty. Humph. Since we cannot talk peace, let us fight, Germain snorted coldly. Fight. Ellis roared lowly, stomping the ground, which crumbled beneath him. His saber whirled as he lunged at Germain. Bang. Seeing Ellis charging with ferocity, Germain matched him, gripping his massive axe tightly and unleashing a roaring aura. Boom. Their blades met again, driving their feet into the earth, stirring dust into the air, their hearts burning with passion. It had been long since either had faced such a powerful opponent. Sensing the might of the other, both felt their blood boil, and their combat spirit soared as they unleashed frenzied attacks. Meanwhile, behind the Dian dynasty's elite, atop the mountain, 20 agents of the Jinyiwei hider stood silently. Nearby lay massive boulders, ready to be pushed down the canyon, but they waited for orders. Though not soldiers, they understood desperate battles and last stands. They were here to cut off the enemy's escape route, not to create a fatal threat to Ellis's forces. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, movement nearby caught their attention. Captain Avon of the Jinyiwei hider frowned. There's an intruder. Capture him alive if possible, but do not let him escape. Hashtag chapter 86, sworn to resist. Die. With a cold snort, Ellis's eyes blazed with boundless killing intent. Gripping his long saber tightly in both hands, he stepped forward and spun around, bringing the blade down in a devastating slash. Seeing the wild saber coming down upon him, Germain, already battered and bruised, his entire body covered in injuries, his face went pale with terror. Fear filled his eyes as he gripped his massive battle axe, determined to meet the strike head-on. Facing this terrifying blow from Ellis, Germain knew there was no chance of turning back to flee. Now he could only confront it head-on, steeling himself to endure the blow to protect himself. Seeing Germain's determination, Ellis felt a slight surprise, but wielded his saber even more forcefully. His towering frame stood like a divine mountain, eyes glaring down disdainfully. The long saber he held cut through the air, its brilliant light illuminating the heavens, invincible. Boom. Thud. The long saber collided with the giant axe, the sound like a thunderclap shaking the sky, deafening and reverberating. A powerful and terrifying shockwave spread outward. Germain was instantly sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face was deathly pale, devoid of any color, his heart shaken. How can this man be so powerful? Ellis's strength instilled fear within him, making him doubt that the Branson house possessed such a formidable warrior. Yet seeing the opponent overpowering him, inflicting wounds all over his body while he could only cause slight internal injuries, he had to believe what was happening before him. Fight! Steadying himself, his expression turned cold. He roared in anger and continued to charge at Ellis. Ellis's power clearly told him he must not sit and wait for death. Otherwise, the end would surely come soon. Even though his body was in excruciating pain, he clenched his teeth tightly, gripping the giant axe firmly. He looked at Ellis, who remained as steady as a rock, exuding an overwhelming aura, and charged forward once again. Ellis stood firm, expressionless, with rolling waves of killing intent enveloping his body. Blood-red malice spread around him, resembling a demonic god descended upon the mortal world. You are indeed a fine general. I admire you. Unfortunately, we stand on opposite sides. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the long saber, raising it high with a shimmering cold light. Reversing his right hand, he slashed down fiercely. Boom! The imagery of mountains and rivers appeared under his blade, then shattered abruptly. Blood flames rose into the sky, a terrifying force of shattered mountains sweeping across, as if intending to obliterate everything. Witnessing this unstoppable strike, a seemingly world-splitting slash, Germain felt endless fear engulf him. His face darkened to a deathly gray, and he let out a miserable smile. Ellis's saber, appearing to shatter a world, fell down with unmatched ferocity. Instantly, boundless saber light enveloped the blade, emitting lethal killing intent, like a crimson streamer slicing through the air. Boom! The ground shook, dust swirling around them, and their intense battle came to an abrupt halt. Bang! As the dust settled, Germain's giant axe dropped to the ground, and he fell to his knees, eyes rolling back, collapsing lifelessly. A generation's fierce warrior thus fell. The sudden defeat struck the remaining elite soldiers of the Dian dynasty, who were desperately resisting. Their faces turned ashen, like having been struck by lightning. Their revered general had fallen. This simple thought floated through everyone's minds. They stood dumbfounded, trying hard to convince themselves that what they saw was not true, that their general was still alive. Yet what they saw made their hearts break. They had to believe it, even though they did not want to accept it. Their honored general had fallen. Ellis, pale-faced, stared coldly at Germain, feeling deep regret in his heart. What a pity to lose such a capable general. Slightly raising his head, he watched the elites of the Dian dynasty continue their desperate resistance, then called out coldly, "Those who surrender will not be killed." His icy voice echoed through the valley, reaching everyone's ears and continuously resonating within it. What? Hearing Ellis's words, the Dian dynasty elites exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Should they surrender or keep fighting? The two choices left them confused. Brothers, we are the elite of the Dian dynasty. We'll either fight until the end or take our own lives. We will never surrender. One soldier shouted defiantly, raising his weapon. Others responded, hesitations transforming into steadfast resolve, shouting aloud. Yes, we will never surrender. Dying in battle is preferable to dishonor. Kill. Avenge our fallen general and brothers. Long live the Dian dynasty. Brothers, let's carve a bloody path together. Even if we die, we'll have companions in the netherworld. To live. Swear to resist until the bitter end. Swear to resist until the bitter end. Faced with the enemy's steadfast resistance and unwillingness to surrender, Ellis's expression turned cold, surrounded by surging killing intent. Kill. Since the enemies would neither surrender nor lay down their weapons, he could only match them to the end. He admired these elites for holding on to their faith until the last moment without choosing to surrender. He admired the fallen Germain and was moved by the elite forces he led. Though he did not wish to slay them, since they chose to stand by their beliefs, he had no choice but to follow through. Advance without retreat. Fight to the death without hesitation. The soldiers of the Ankaran army chanted loudly, faces cold, murderous intent surging around them, ferocious tigers condensing in the sky as if to become real. Faced with this formidable enemy, the Dian dynasty elites showed no intention of retreating. Instead, their morale grew higher. Even though their morale had somewhat diminished, they still wielded their blades, charging forward, vowing to fight to the death against the enemy before them. Want to run? Do you think you can? Watching the Desi desperately fleeing ahead, 3 Jinyiwei officers pursued him relentlessly, their faces cold, their bodies brimming with killing intent. The Desi wore beast-like attire, had a handsome face, short hair, and carried a bow and quiver, looking like a hunter. However, his speed was remarkable, shocking the pursuing Jinyiwei officers. But they didn't dwell on it, continuing their pursuit. Brothers, is it really necessary? I just happened to see you hiding there. Why are you chasing me like this? Looking at the 3 relentless Jinyiwei officers behind him, the Desi felt distressed, helpless, and speechless. He regretted his curiosity deeply. Now he understood the phrase, curiosity killed the cat. These 3 figures, radiating an aura even more fearsome than wild beasts, were clearly not good people. If your conscience is clear, why fear ghosts knocking at your door? Something. The Desi fell face first into the ground, sliding about 5 to 6 meters. When he came back to his senses, the 3 Imperial guards already surrounded him, looking down at him with smirks. Seeing these 3 intimidating figures, the Desi trembled with fear. Sweat dripped down his forehead, and his body shook uncontrollably. Damn it. This time, I'm really done for. Since you've been caught, accept your fate. Kill me if you want, the Desi said dejectedly. Killing you outright would be too easy. Slowly torturing you will make us more satisfied, Arno said with a smile. Yes. You didn't stop when we asked earlier. Since we've caught you now, we'll make you suffer before letting you die, Gil Hyder nodded. Boy, making us chase so far. How do you think we should torture you? Arden said with an eerie smile. Seeing the 3 sinister smiles, the youth felt a chill run through him. He realized that these 3's power was comparable to his own, and their combat ability was terrifying. He was no match for them, but he didn't want to die. Thud. Driven by a desperate desire to survive, he hugged Arno's leg. Brothers, let's talk this through. I have an old mother and a newborn child waiting for me. Let me live. He was still young and didn't want to die. There were still many beautiful women outside waiting for him. He didn't want to meet his end here, but he knew he couldn't beat these 3. Not even one-on-one, much less all 3. Now, better alive than dead. He must stall for time, and find an opportunity to escape before they decide to kill him. Don't worry, we won't kill you. Someone as talented as you is exactly what our team needs, Arden smiled. Ah. Hearing these words, the Desi was utterly confused, his eyes wide with surprise. Thud. Just as he was about to ask why, Arno struck him unconscious without warning. The Desi's eyes rolled back, and he slumped to the ground. Glancing at each other, the 3 men lifted the youth onto Arno's back, picked up his bow and quiver, and left. Seeing the unconscious youth in primitive clothes on the ground, the head of the unit, Avon, frowned in confusion. Is this the person who spied on us just now? Yes, it's this guy. Arno explained the situation. After hearing the explanation, Avon's eyes brightened. You're sure this boy is like us? Through Arno's account, Avon learned about the youth's abilities and his keen sense of smell. Such individuals were precisely what they needed. Their dynasty would soon expand across the entire continent. The current number of Huaxia Imperial Guards wouldn't suffice to serve as their lord's eyes. Hence, Harold had instructed them to recruit anyone who showed similar potential. And this youth was the perfect candidate. Absolutely sure. His hiding skills, reaction speed, and sharp senses, all are exceptionally strong. He has the makings of a great Imperial Guard, Arno nodded. If this boy wasn't suited for the Imperial Guards, they wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to bring him here. As for whether he wanted to join or not, that wasn't up to him. It was their decision. If he's suitable material, wake him up and ask if he wants to join. If not, eliminate him, Avon said coolly. Yes. Arno fetched a water bottle, took a sip, and sprayed it on the youth. PFFF. Cough cough. Startled awake by the sudden splash, the youth started coughing. Who the hell peed on my face? Upon hearing this, Arno's face darkened with rage. Had he not restrained himself, he would have slapped or throttled the youth. Ha ha ha. Those around burst into laughter. Hearing the laughter, the youth wiped off the water and looked around. Seeing the surrounding faces, he turned pale. Damn, I've fallen into a den of wolves. The 3 guards earlier were already formidable enough. Now, there were even more. This was like walking straight into a trap. Can't panic, can't panic. He kept muttering internally, trying to calm down. Smiling, he said, Hey brothers, what do you need me for? If you're after money or sex, I don't have any. But if it's about the sky, why are you wearing this outfit? Avon asked calmly. Oh, I grew up in the mountains with my grandfather, so I've always worn this kind of clothing. After my grandfather died, I came out on my own, Yanni said softly. Avon carefully observed every word and action of the other party, confirming that he was not lying. His trust in him instantly increased by half. But to ensure safety, he still needed to examine this kid further, or check himself once more. Slowly squatting down, Avon suddenly used a pressure point technique that left the other person completely immobilized, unable to move. Realizing his body couldn't be controlled, Yanni felt an immediate surge of panic, his complexion turning pale. Boss, do you really have to do this? You don't need to kill me, right? I admit I was wrong, okay? Boss, you're awfully talkative. Give me some peace. Avon found a piece of cloth from somewhere and stuffed it into the other person's mouth, preventing him from speaking temporarily. After doing this, Avon grabbed Yanni's left hand, pulling it to his face for examination. Seeing this, Yanni felt extremely uneasy. His whole body became stiff with goosebumps. Is this guy gay? Unfortunately, Avon was not gay. He just wanted to check if the kid had any calluses on his hands. After a while, Avon got the answer he was looking for. It made him very satisfied. This kid must join the Jinyiwei, Imperial Guards. Quickly releasing the pressure points, Avon stood up slowly. Yanni, regaining control of his body, checked himself repeatedly to see if anything fatal had been left on his body. Phew. After confirming that nothing was wrong with his body, he began breathing heavily. He turned to Avon and said, Boss, look at how honest I'm being. How about letting me go? Rest assured, I won't reveal anything here. If I say a single word, I'll be doomed. All he wanted now was to leave here, away from these people. It was terrifying. These people were not to be trifled with. He needed to escape quickly, even if there were many of them. As long as he could run a kilometer away, they wouldn't be able to catch him, even with wings. However, he needed to calm them down first. Kid, I now formally invite you to join our Jinyiwei. Do you agree? Avon said calmly. Jinyiwei? What organization is this? Why had he never heard of it? Yanni felt utterly confused, looking at everyone doubtfully. This wasn't his fault. He'd really never heard of the Jinyiwei. After all, most of his life had been spent in the mountains, rarely venturing into human territories. The Jinyiwei is naturally a very powerful organization, part of the Daxia dynasty, with considerable power. We can investigate princes, generals, and commoners alike, Avon said excitedly. Seeing Avon so enthusiastic, Yanni couldn't help but feel intrigued. Teddyoving among wild beasts in the mountains every day, he had long grown tired of it and dreamed of coming to the human world. But being unfamiliar with the place, he worried that he might end up dead, so he seldom ventured out. Sensing Yanni's interest and hesitation, Avon immediately said, What are you hesitating about? Don't you want to have not only powerful strength, but also the authority to intimidate others like us? Yanni remained silent, making decisions deep within his heart. There was no proof given, which made him hesitant. After all, no one knew if stepping into it would mean falling into a pit of endless resentment. After some time, Yanni lifted his head slightly and asked, Will there be beautiful women as Jinyiwei members? Can we date freely? Ha ha ha. Yanni's sudden words caused everyone present to laugh heartily, inwardly speechless. Despite his scholarly appearance, this kid turned out to be a lecher, though his character was rather likable. Seeing everyone laughing, Yanni felt extremely embarrassed. But what he said wasn't wrong. With great power, without the company of beautiful women, it would be like having empty pleasure. The remaining 3 tests had to be passed. Only those who truly passed could join the Jinyiwei and be official members. Are the remaining tests difficult? Yanni asked curiously. Chapter 89. The Imminent Establishment of the Dynasty. May 15th, Tiangang Year. Kong City, with its bustling commerce and rapidly developing economy, was adorned with lanterns and decorations in anticipation of the establishment of the new dynasty. For the residents of the original Dingyuan Marquis Manor, their respected master securing control over the realm was a momentous occasion that warranted celebration. Even the common people outside the manor were joyful as long as they had a place to live. Gradually, under the influence of local officials, they began to integrate into the new dynasty and accept its rule. Wide streets teemed with armored soldiers moving briskly, seemingly busy with some important tasks. They were the elite troops of the Dingyuan Marquis Manor, assisting with preparations for the grand coronation ceremony 3 days later and helping the city's inhabitants. May 16th, Tiangang Year. Delegates from various factions started arriving in the city, ready to witness the founding ceremony of the great Anchor dynasty. Harold's men paid little attention to these delegates or those with hidden agendas, knowing that establishing court power on this path meant slicing into a cake no one else wanted shared. More takers would only mean smaller slices. For safety, however, the brocade-clad guards continuously patrolled, mediating disputes between different factions to prevent any trouble. Additionally, they strictly guarded against anyone entering or approaching the ancient imperial palace. Though they might be hard to enter even if one tried, caution was paramount. Thus, Harold instructed the guards to remain vigilant. Under the formidable presence of the guards, the representatives who arrived at Kong City behaved themselves, avoiding provocations or stirring conflicts. Yet, there were still those who dared to challenge the status quo. Such people were promptly removed without violence, to avoid the impression of inhospitality. May 17th, Tiangang Year. Inside the Dingyuan Marquis Manor, in the living hall, Harold sat at the head of the table, his brows finely drawn, exuding an air of imperial majesty. Below him, a dozen men sat silently, faces stern, postures upright. On the left were Hiroshi, Barnabas, and Zhang Taoyuan. On the right were Elon, Morgan, and Elwood. As for Qingqingji, Huaxiong, and others, they were responsible for leading the army to monitor the surroundings and prevent potential disruptions by enemies. Harold turned his gaze to Hiroshi and asked softly, Sir, how are the preparations for the sacrificial ceremony coming along? Reporting to my lord, all preparations are complete. We can proceed with this haste, and even a slight misstep could lead to regret. The most urgent task now was establishing the dynasty, followed by a couple of years for recuperation and consolidation. As for what happened after those few years, it would naturally culminate in taking decisive action. No monarch would ever find their territory too vast, least of all he. Night fell, stars dotted the clear sky, heralding a sunny day ahead. At a luxurious restaurant, a young girl's voice chirped curiously, "Grandpa Hendrik, I see many powerful warriors in this city, even ones reaching the Wuzong level. Do you think Harold and his people can handle them?" In an extravagant private room, young Yanan lay sprawled on a large chair, her mind filled with curiosity. Nearby, Lu Fu sat sipping tea, enjoying himself. Their arrival had been discreet, unbeknownst to anyone, including the trackers of the secret police. Otherwise, Harold would have personally welcomed them into the manor. Young Yanan asked, "Do you really think the Jinyiwei Marquis Manor has enough strength?" "Grandpa Hendrik, aren't you joking? They don't even have a Wuho warrior. Have you lost your marbles?" Lu Fu smiled gently, "Miss, things are always changing. Besides, the Jinyiwei Marquis Manor seems to possess considerable strength to handle such warriors." "But does it?" Young Yanan responded skeptically. "Do you really believe today's Jinyiwei Marquis Manor is the same as before?" Lu Fu replied with a mysterious smile. "Wuho warriors. Not to mention Wuho, the Jinyiwei Marquis Manor probably had 5 or 6 Wuzong warriors. When they secretly entered Kong City 3 days ago, he noted the military commanders were Wuho level and above. Although he intended to further investigate, he avoided trouble. One thing was certain, the Jinyiwei Marquis Manor harbored numerous strong warriors, likely surpassing Wuzong in strength. "Grandpa Hendrik, how did the Jinyiwei Marquis Manor gather so many strong leaders and natural military talents?" Young Yanan asked curiously. "I'm not sure." Lu Fu chuckled, shaking his head. "However, gathering such a cadre around Harold suggests he possesses extraordinary talent, marking him as a true dragon emperor, a dominant ruler of a great dynasty." Chapter 90. The Great Anchor Dynasty, established. On May 18th of the Tiangang era, just as it was said last night, today is bright and sunny, with clear skies and clouds drifting gracefully, emitting a faint white glow. Sunlight bathes the vast land like the twilight of the evening. In the region where dense forests cover hills and plains, a majestic city stands tall, radiating a soft, auspicious light under the golden sunlight, incredibly dazzling. The city wall stands 23 zhang high, seemingly piercing the clouds. Its presence is magnificent and awe-inspiring, exuding dignity and grandeur. In an instant, its imposing aura blankets the sky Yichurjiutan, suppressing all 9 heavens. Note, suppressing all 9 heavens is a literal translation of Yichurjiutan, which is a bit fantastical. If you want a more natural English expression, we could say, its imposing aura blankets the sky, dominating the entire realm. For better fluency in English, I suggest, the city wall stands 23 zhang high, seemingly piercing the clouds. Its presence is magnificent and awe-inspiring, exuding dignity and grandeur. In an instant, its imposing aura blankets the sky, dominating the entire realm. On the towering city walls, soldiers clad in black armor, with eyes sharp as knives, stand guard or patrol back and forth. They are all at the martial master realm. The 4 gates, east, south, west, and north, are wide open, with 200 elite soldiers in black gold armor standing solemnly on either side. Their expressions cold and intimidating, their auras terrifying, eyes as sharp as blades. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that not a single one of them has a cultivation below the 5th or 6th level of martial spirit. Hendrik or Thermore, their formidable aura is released without restraint, leaving passers-by deeply shocked, almost incredulous. In the broad streets within the city, every 100 paces, there are 2 elite soldiers holding long spears, faces expressionless, standing guard, facing each other, forming a long line that extends to the imperial palace. What formidable elites! With such powerful elites, no wonder the House of Grayson could replace the Tiangang dynasty, observed a ruddy-faced old man in gray, his face filled with admiration. Yes, so many elites. Even a medium-sized dynasty might not be able to field this many, agreed a sturdy Keith next to him, nodding in approval. With so many elite soldiers and strong generals, I wonder what kind of dynasty the House of Grayson will establish? Outside the Imperial Palace's square, a huge altar stands centrally, rising 100 zhang high with 999 steps leading up to it, and all offerings for the ceremony are already in place. Below the altar, civil and military officials stand respectfully, their faces solemn, though there are only about 2 to 3 dozen of them. This did not diminish the air of authority they exuded. Behind the officials, countless soldiers clad in armor hold their weapons, their bodies standing ramrod straight, exuding a serious demeanor. There were 10,000 soldiers in total. In the outer area, numerous spectators from various forces watched silently, too intimidated to speak, observing the scene. Did the House of Grayson have martial ancestors, and not just 1 or 2, but 3 or 4? Alia said disbelievingly. Brecken replied softly, "Girl, I can't explain everything now, but you'll understand soon." Meanwhile, the appointed time had arrived. Harold, dressed in a black imperial robe, wearing a crown, with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, walked onto the square step by step on a red carpet. Behind him, Hiroshi followed solemnly, respectfully carrying a jade plate which held a mysterious scroll, the seal of the realm, and an imperial edict. Behind them, Jamar and Hart stood upright, silent and indifferent, their terrifying auras wildly fluctuating like surging waves. Feeling the terrifying auras of these 2 generals, everyone was inwardly startled, almost disbelieving their own eyes. Martial ancestor cultivation? And even mid-stage? How is this possible? How could he elevate his cultivation to such strength in such a short time? Far away, Brecken detected Jamar's aura, inwardly astonished, finding it hard to believe, almost thinking he was dreaming. In just a few months, Jamar's cultivation had risen from martial spirit to martial ancestor, something Brecken found hard to believe. Could it be that he had been hiding his true strength all along? Yes, that must be it. Approaching the altar, Harold took a deep breath, maintaining a solemn expression as he slowly stepped onto the platform, with Hiroshi following closely behind. Reaching the altar, Harold extended his hands and carefully placed the Nine-Dragon National Seal, an imperial decree, and a mysterious scroll, all important artifacts for establishing a new kingdom, from Hiroshi's tray onto the table. Music and rites. Following Emeric's loud proclamation, the uplifting horn sounds rang out, accompanied by thunderous drumbeats and harmonious music, spreading elegantly throughout the area. First, pay respects to heaven and earth. At Emeric's loud command, a surge of righteousness soared straight into the 9 heavens. Harold took a deep breath, bowed 3 times solemnly, then slowly stood up. Heaven and earth form the foundation of law, the nature of all things, the rules governing existence. Second, pay respects to the sages. Hiroshi called again, the righteousness so thick it seemed like a pillar supporting the heavens and piercing through the Milky Way. Harold knelt lightly, bowed 3 times, and then stood up. These sages were ancient ancestors of humanity who fought bloody battles against demon races, danced with fiends, joining the ranks of civil officials below, taking the first position, standing atop the altar, overlooking the civil and military officials, 10,000 troops, and countless citizens and martial artists. Harold felt immensely proud. This moment, he was the human king of this dynasty. Chapter 91. The Blood Demon Sect Strikes. Long live the king. Long live the king for 10,000 years. Long live the king. Long live the king for 10,000 years. In an instant, the founding ceremony of the dynasty concluded. Hundreds of officials bowed respectfully, profoundly moved. 10,000 soldiers knelt on one knee with fervent gazes. The cries echoed through heaven and earth. In the entire royal city, countless commoners and martial artists knelt in reverence, shouting, "Long live the king." The representatives from various forces who had come to attend the ceremony were instantly overwhelmed by the overwhelmingly powerful aura of majesty. They involuntarily followed suit, kneeling and proclaiming their loyalty. At this moment, Harold was also incredibly moved. His efforts had not been in vain. From today onward, he would be the king of the Great Anchor Dynasty, a ruler of the human race in this domain. From this day forth, the capital of the Great Anchor Dynasty shall be established in Kangxing as Anchor Capital, and the calendar will be reformed to the first year of the new era. Harold declared solemnly from his high vantage point, overlooking all directions. Having said that, he gave a slight nod to the eunuch chief Andy beside him, signaling him to announce the appointments recorded in the imperial edict. Ding. Name, Andy. Dynasty, Late Ming. Rank, Half-Step Ultimate. Cultivation Technique, Tai Yin Longevity Sutra. Cultivation Level, Martial Ancestor Tier 5. Soldier Type, None. When he initially drew this person, Harold was thoroughly bewildered, hardly believing it. A month of free draws resulted in a eunuch, and what's more, a notorious grand eunuch known as the 9,000-year-old, Andy. He had even considered questioning the system about how this could happen. However, when he saw Andy's cultivation level, he felt immense joy and satisfaction. Martial Ancestor Cultivation, and at the 5th level of Martial Ancestor no less, Jamar, Hart, and others only reached the 2nd level, but this individual surpassed them by 2 realms. The system's response was equally bewildering. Nonetheless, upon receiving orders, Chief Eunuch Andy immediately came forward, holding the imperial edict from the long table, facing the ministers below. From this day forth, Jamar is appointed commander of the Imperial Guards, Duke of the 2nd rank. From this day forth, Hart is appointed deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, Baron of the. Everyone present turned pale, whispering anxiously, who was so audacious to challenge someone during such a critical moment? Were they courting death? Representatives from various dynasties, however, sparkled with excitement, eagerly anticipating the ensuing drama. The Blood Demon sect was a formidable force. They hadn't expected Harold to provoke such an entity, clearly inviting disaster. Unfortunately, the newly founded dynasty might be short-lived. Following the voice, Harold saw Elderberry of the Blood Demons, followed by 9 powerhouses. How dare you? How can a despicable person like you speak the name of Zack? Boomed Andy, his face turning cold, eyes filled with terrifying murderous intent. His imposing aura pressured everyone below, almost making them kneel. Even cowards nearly fainted due to his intimidating presence. Perceiving this eunuch's terrifying aura, Barry was startled speechless. He couldn't believe that the seemingly ordinary eunuch possessed the same cultivation level as himself. Brecken, observing from afar, did not share the same sentiment. Sensing Andy's formidable cultivation, Alia was utterly shocked. Grandpa Hendrik, why is that eunuch so powerful? Where did Harold find such a terrifying... He waved his right hand, revealing the concealed black-robed figures. Pant. The sudden massacre of the guards tasked with securing the perimeter sent shockwaves through the crowd. They hastily retreated. Seeing the slaughtered guards, Harold's expression remained unchanged, his inner fury boiling. Soon, a large number of black-robed figures appeared. Dressed in black and emitting a terrifying aura, they resembled demons from hell, instilling fear. Observing nearly 10,000 black-robed figures, Harold felt a mix of surprise and amusement, his lips curling into a sinister smile. Simultaneously, 10,000 soldiers turned, coldly watching the black-robed intruders. Hashtag Chapter 92. The battle begins. General Jamar, General Hart, since our honored guests have arrived, please do us the honor of welcoming them so they do not think our Great Anchor Dynasty is lacking in etiquette, Harold said coldly. Agreed. The 2 men standing near Hiroshi and the others immediately left the formation and slowly approached Barry and his group upon receiving the order. Barry watched as the 10,000 elite soldiers parted to make way for these 2 formidable tiger generals, Jamar and Hart. He could not help but feel a bit surprised. Their strength seemed to exceed what was reported in intelligence. However, they still appeared weak. Even if the two were to fight together, they would be no match for him. The two men's eyes were filled with a chilling, killing intent, their murderous aura sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. Do you want to take this guy on, or should I? Jamar asked indifferently. You've been with Zack for so long, and must have achieved many war merits. Let me handle this one and earn some merit myself, Hart whispered. Fine, but be careful. A villain like this likely has underhanded tricks, Jamar replied briskly. All right. Nodding slightly, Hart stepped forward, conjuring his weapon. A shield in his left hand, and a sword in his right. Seeing Hart approaching, clearly intending to challenge him one-on-one, Barry furrowed his brows, feeling puzzled and skeptical. With just you, do you think you can defeat an elder like me? Ridiculous. State your name. I don't kill nameless people, Barry sneered, challenging Hart. My name is Hart. Whether I can defeat you or not will depend on how many moves you can withstand from me, Hart replied coldly. Arrogant. Barry's face turned cold, and a fierce aura surrounded him. Drawing his blood-red greatsword, he stomped forward, ready to attack. The flashing blade and menacing aura intimidated all who watched. Hart, undaunted, moved to meet him head-on. Though both were at the martial ancestor level, Hart wanted to see how fighters from other worlds compared to those from Huaxia. Previously, when Hart had fought Jamar, they had been evenly matched without a clear victor. This time would reveal more. Boom. Steel clashed, emitting a thunderous sound that reverberated throughout the area. Both men staggered back, their arms trembling from the impact. Barry's eyes sharpened as he realized that the opponent's brute strength was on par with his own. As the two engaged, chaos erupted. The black-robed figures rushed toward the altar while the 10,000 elite warriors, faces expressionless, thrust their spears forward and advanced. The battle began. People scattered, fearful of getting caught in the crossfire. Some felt elated, others despondent, and still others curious. The citizens of Kong City, no, the capital of the Anchor dynasty, quietly cheered in their hearts, believing their king would triumph and their generals would defeat the enemy. Alvaro, now that you're home, it's time to show yourself. The icy voice from the altar puzzled the crowd. Everyone was baffled, unsure of whom Alvaro was. Even the 8 black-robed figures about to join the fray exchanged confused glances. Standing by the side, Brecken and Alia also wondered who Harold referred to as Alvaro. A cry of agony broke out. Everyone turned to see one of the 9 black-robed figures stab his companion through the chest. Damn it! Backstabbing each other. The blade was swiftly pulled out, and the injured man slowly turned around, his face filled with disbelief. You! Splat. Before he could finish his question, the black-robed figure quickly slashed his neck, causing blood to spurt out, and the body fell lifelessly to the ground. Realizing something was amiss, the other black-robed figures quickly backed away, drawing their weapons to confront the sudden traitor. This man wasn't one of them. If he were, he wouldn't attack his comrades. Even if he were, he might have already betrayed them. You're not He-Fei, who are you? One of them asked coldly. Vastly pulling back from Hart, Barry saw the betrayal among his subordinates and his face darkened, radiating lethal intent. At last, he understood why their plans were exposed. An informant had been among them all along. Outside, the onlookers were bewildered, asking each other what was happening. How could comrades turn against each other? What sinister plot lay behind this? Grandpa Hendrik, what's going on? Why did the blood demon sect's internal expert suddenly betray them? Alia asked, perplexed. Staring at the black-robed figure who killed the blood demon sect member, Brecken's expression remained. Brecken murmured in awe. Such amazing stealth skills. No wonder he could infiltrate the blood demon sect. With such uncanny methods, even if he infiltrated the Fengshan auction house, I wouldn't be able to detect him. Alia's jaw dropped in amazement. Grandpa Hendrik, that Desi is really impressive. He hid himself so well within the blood demon sect without being discovered. What kind of cultivation method does he use to be so powerful? Hashtag chapter 93, total annihilation. Clang. Ha ha ha, very good, very good. More. Shielding against his opponent's attack, Hart roared with laughter, unmatched in his boldness. The sword light surged once more. In an instant, the dazzling light circled around him, razor sharp. His next slash seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth apart. Barry's gaze was sharp, his face devoid of emotion, though a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. He hadn't expected this barbaric warrior to be so formidable. He had been overconfident. Despite his skillful saber techniques, after several dozen exchanges, he couldn't land a critical hit on his opponent and felt as if he were being pressed into a corner. But Barry wouldn't hold back because of this. This elder will engage this barbarian. You all go kill Harold. Agreed. Upon receiving the order, the 7 blackness crimson light. Falling to the ground, they became cold corpses, eyes filled with disbelief and regret. They had thought this guy was a rookie but found him to be a lion, a wolf, tearing them apart effortlessly. The other black-clothed men, hearing their companion's warning, abruptly stopped in their tracks, glancing back at the scene. Before their eyes were their fallen comrades, Alvaro's blood-drenched saber dripping blood, his icy gaze staring straight at them like a wild beast. The crowd around heard that the Commander Alvaro of the embroidered uniform guard was also a martial lord, gaping in shock and disbelief. A commander? What does this title mean? Regardless of the position, someone who could infiltrate deep within the blood demon sect unnoticed was undoubtedly a powerful official. Yet, the people wondered why such a strong individual wasn't bestowed a higher rank. Was there some secret behind this? High above on the altar, Harold watched everything coldly, unperturbed by the chaos, not uttering a single word. He had overestimated these people. Thinking of even stronger warriors under the blood demon sect, he grew more determined to enhance his cultivation and empower the warriors around him to withstand external threats. Your Majesty, the hour has arrived. Please order General Hart to finish off the enemy swiftly. Do not let this delay the founding ceremony. Riker Tadeo's voice jolted Harold awake. He immediately gave orders, General Hart, don't keep playing with this elder. Finish him quickly. Do not let him waste our time. At this crucial moment, entering the palace to deliberate on state affairs was the top priority. As for these minor threats, did he need to fear them? Agreed. Hearing Harold's voice, Hart responded swiftly, glaring icily at Barry. I wanted to play a bit longer, but my king commands otherwise. I shall end this now. What did that mean? Barry furrowed his brow, confusion rising in his heart. Could it be this man hadn't been using full strength all along? But how could that be? From their battle, how could Hart not have used his full strength? Barry had sensed his opponent exerting full power from the start. Just as Barry hesitated, Hart's large sword slashed fiercely toward him. Sensing the impending danger, Barry raised his blade to block. Clang. Bang. The blades clashed, sparks flying as terrifying shockwaves rippled out. Before Barry could react, Hart smirked, his left hand holding the shield pushing forward with great force. Oh no. Barry's face changed dramatically. Attempting to block, he was too slow, sent flying backward, spitting out blood. Hart didn't give him a chance to recover, stomping forward with his sword shining brightly, aiming directly at Barry. Harold wanted this person eliminated, not just severely wounded and incapacitated. Seeing the saber tip coming toward him, Barry panicked internally, enduring the pain within him, flipping himself up, steadying his body, and swinging his large saber at Hart. To death with you. His face contorted in rage, displaying the immense power of a martial lord, his saber like a soaring dragon, striking Hart with overwhelming force. Faint starlight condensed, tiny rays sprinkling down. This one strike stirred the starlight, refining the moon's essence. This one strike, like the waxing and waning moon, was irresistible. This one strike, like a moon cleaving the heavens, was tumultuous. Stopping suddenly, Hart showed no fear, stomping the ground with a cold laugh, his shield deflecting as he charged forward. Boom. A deafening sound echoed as the saber shattered, Barry's saber disintegrating. A powerful shockwave sent him flying backward. Splat. Hart laughed coldly, pressing forward relentlessly, his long sword pointed directly at Barry. Seeing the powerful attack, Barry tried to block, but it was too late. Hart's sword pierced through him, pinning him to the ground. I wanted to test your mettle, but your strength was lacking. Since that's the case, allow me to send you on your way. To eliminate any lingering threat, Hart kicked Barry in the chest, thoroughly extinguishing his life. With wide, uncomprehending eyes, Barry met his end, filled with regret. He couldn't understand why this would happen to him. The intel was wrong. Now he regretted being too arrogant, too confident. He should have gathered more information about the great Anchor dynasty. If he had, things wouldn't have ended like this. But there was no medicine for regret. While Hart was resolving Barry, the commander Alvaro swiftly dispatched the remaining black-clothed warriors, ending their lives on the plaza. Splat. Simultaneously, the soldiers of the martial spirit cultivation swiftly eliminated the last enemy from the blood demon sect. During the battle, the martial spirit soldiers did suffer losses, but compared to the blood demon sect, with fewer than 1,000 casualties, they held a clear advantage and instilled profound dread. Witnessing less than half an incense stick time of fighting, seeing the total annihilation of the blood demon sect forces, representatives from various powers were deeply shaken, while citizens of the great Anchor dynasty felt immense pride. Chapter 94, The First Court Assembly. Enter court. Andy shouted loudly. Whoosh. Taking a deep breath, Harold slowly descended from the altar. Accompanied by civil and military officials, they entered the imperial palace and subsequently arrived at the Taihua Hall. Meanwhile, the ruthless Jinyiwei, along with less than 10,000 elite troops, quickly cleaned up the battlefield, removing bloodstains from the square. As for the spectators, they gradually dispersed, carrying a mixture of disappointment and countless joys. The Taihua Hall, also known as the Golden Hall, was where the ministers of the Daxia dynasty held deliberations. Inside the Taihua Hall, Harold sat high on the dragon throne, his expression stern and dignified, resembling an ancient dragon. Andy stood bent beside him. Below, civil and military officials stood to the left and right respectively, civil officials on the left and military officials on the right. Long live the king. Long live, and may Zach reign forever. Ministers rise. Thank your majesty. Though the hall claimed to house numerous officials, there were only about 30 people present, apart from Han Chinese elites. All other officials were personally selected by Hiroshi. Harold had to admit, Hiroshi truly had talent. Each official he chose possessed ability and conscientiously performed their duties. Moreover, most of these officials came from humble backgrounds, brimming with zeal and eager to repay their homeland, many being former residents of the Branson estate. But some were also from outside the estate. Hiroshi. Turning his gaze towards Hiroshi, Harold spoke softly. Your servant is here. With a respectful expression, Hiroshi stepped out from the ranks. After the assembly, you will personally receive representatives from various factions and arrange their accommodation in the former Branson residence. As for the next, your servant obeys. Emerick bowed and returned to his place. Winston. Your servant is here. Winston stepped forward. After the assembly. Subsequently, Harold issued a series of orders aimed at comforting the populace, encouraging population growth, promoting recovery and recuperation, and strictly defending against border invasions. Especially concerning land issues. The land had just endured turmoil, leaving countless people displaced and farmlands abandoned. They needed irrigation. War required what? Certainly, grain and military supplies. Grain came from fertile land. Though he ordered the development and irrigation of new fields, it was insufficient. Abandoned farmlands must be restored to increase grain production. Any matters to report, or can we dismiss? Andy slowly stepped forward and loudly announced. The officials remained silent, indicating no further business. Dismiss. Long live the king. Long live, and may Zach reign forever. Andy slowly said, and Harold turned away. Officials immediately knelt down, entering the imperial study and sitting down. Through the open window, Harold watched cherry blossoms falling, then softly called, Paul. Your servant is here. A slight movement in the air revealed Paul's form as he kneeled, head lowered in respect. Henceforth, I hereby appoint you deputy commander of the Jinyiwei's Shadow Division, responsible for training assassins for me, Harold said emotionlessly. While the Jinyiwei was indeed a special organization, everyone knew and guarded against it, so special members were needed. These people belonged to the Jinyiwei but operated clandestinely as executioners and secret operatives. Yes. Very well. Harold nodded lightly and said, select suitable individuals for the Shadow Division. You have my full authority. Thank your majesty. Paul thanked him. Now, go and select and train them. Tiangang will assist. Your servant obeys. Paul's expression remained cold as he respectfully retreated and disappeared. Taking a deep breath, Harold sat on a cushion nearby and contacted the system. With the dynasty established and the system-issued task completed, it was time to claim rewards. However, as he connected with the system, a child's voice interrupted him. Big brother. Hearing his younger brother's babyish voice, Harold looked up to see Harold Jr. forcefully pushing the door open, revealing a narrow gap before climbing over the threshold. Unfortunately, the threshold was too high for the little one, leaving him with helpless eyes. Harold helplessly nodded at Andy, signaling him to bring the little one. Obeying the order, Andy opened the door, picked him up, and brought him to Harold. Set down, the little boy rushed into his brother's arms, his face content. Hee, brother, are you done with today's work? Harold smiled. Yes. Patting the little one's head, he smiled and asked, did you finish? Christo, why did you come here? Shouldn't you be with your sister-in-law? Did she bully you? Last night, he arranged for Camilla and his younger brother Harold to enter the imperial palace to prevent any trouble during the ceremony. Indeed, just as the ceremony began, the Wu Yin sect sought Camilla, intending to kidnap her. Coincidentally, they met the Jinyiwei and were all arrested. Learning from the last experience, they knocked the captives out, removed the poison, and tortured them for information. No, sister-in-law didn't bully me. She sent me to check on you. Hearing you were surrounded by bad people, she was very worried and wanted to know if you were injured. Harold shook his head hurriedly. If Camilla knew he told everything, it would be awkward. They agreed not to tell him the whole story when sending him to check on his brother, but the little one broke protocol. As soon as he saw his brother asking questions, he spilled everything. Didn't expect the little girl to care so much about me, Harold muttered, a wicked smile creeping across his lips. Hashtag Chapter 95, The Arrival of Honored Guests. Your Majesty, I have invited Senior Brecken and Miss Alia as you commanded. Just as the two brothers were having a pleasant conversation, Americ's voice suddenly came from outside the study. Harold smiled slightly and immediately invited everyone to come in. Soon, under Americ's guidance, Brecken and Alia entered the imperial study. Upon entering, the two guests couldn't help but be astonished by the luxuriousness of the room. Books were neatly arranged everywhere, and everything was well organized. Facing Harold, Americ bowed slightly and whispered, Your Majesty, I have brought Senior Brecken and Miss Alia as requested. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Earlier during the council meeting, Harold had instructed him personally to invite Brecken and Alia to the palace. He wanted to thank them for their arrival in person. Without fail, guided by the Imperial Guard, he quickly found the inn where they were staying and warmly invited them to the Imperial Palace. Since he had brought them here, his next task was to carry out Harold's orders, to issue a decree compelling the major clans to reduce their private armies. Whether they would follow the order or not was up to them. His responsibility was merely to deliver the message, not to enforce it. Very well. He nodded lightly, then asked Andy beside him to bring cushions. Subsequently, he turned his gaze to Alia and Brecken. Long time no see, both of you. How have you been? Harold, seated in his brother's lap, looked at the elderly man and the young lady with bright, curious eyes. Especially when he saw Alia, his eyes sparkled, wishing he could reach out and touch her. What a beautiful big sister. I like her so much. Sadly, I'm too small. Feeling the little one's gaze, Alia, beneath her veil, smiled sweetly without any reservations. On the contrary, she was quite curious about this little boy. Who exactly is he? Why can he get so close to Harold? Could he be Harold's child? The thought caused an inexplicable discomfort in her heart, as if a knife had stabbed into it. After some casual chat, Brecken asked puzzledly, Tadiadal friendy, who is this little guy in your arms? He seems very close to you. The little boy bore some resemblance to Harold and appeared to be less than 2 years old, making Brecken uncertain whether he was Harold's child or a relative. Tadiadal friend? Brecken only dared to call him this way because Harold allowed it. Otherwise, calling Harold little friend in front of others would definitely infuriate the nearby 9,000 years. Noticing the puzzled looks from both guests, Harold smiled and explained, This is my younger brother, also named Harold. Having introduced him to the two, he patted his brother's head and said, Christo, these are big brother's friends? You can call him Grandpa Hendrik and her sister Arnie. The mystery was solved. Alia felt a sense of relief inside. No, why should Annie feel relieved? Could Auntie be falling for him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Auntie wouldn't fall for such a rogue, she muttered inwardly. To Alia, Harold was indeed a rogue, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly how. Still, she distinctly sensed an unruly aura around him. Despite her outward denial of liking Harold, deep down, she had already unknowingly grown fond of him. Yet, her pride made her unwilling to admit it. All right. Nodding slightly, Harold looked at Brecken and greeted him with a charming smile. Grandpa Hendrik, nice to meet you. Seeing Harold greet so politely, Brecken was inwardly surprised. He admired Harold for educating the boy well. Unfortunately, Brecken misunderstood. Harold's politeness wasn't due to education from Harold, but rather from his constant exposure to Hiroshi, who frequently engaged in formal greetings with others, teaching the boy by example. Turning his gaze to Alia, Harold smiled again. Sister Arnie, nice to meet you. Looking at the adorable little boy, Alia couldn't resist wanting to pinch his rosy cheeks, but seeing how fearful of strangers he seemed, she couldn't help feeling disappointed. Was she really destined never to pinch this little one? Much later, as sunset approached and twilight began, the conversation in the Imperial study remained lively. Through this chat, Harold learned many things from Brecken and gained a better understanding of the strength of the various forces in the Nanyang domain. He found this initial exchange incredibly fruitful. Eventually, as the night wore on, Harold fell asleep in his brother's arms, drooling softly. Today's discussion has been most enlightening. All my doubts have been resolved, and I sincerely thank you both for coming, Harold smiled. Tadiatal friend, you're too kind. We hurried to attend the founding of your great Anchor dynasty and didn't bring any substantial gifts, but we did bring a small token of our respect. Please accept it, Brecken replied, handing over a prepared storage ring. Even if Harold hadn't sent anyone to fetch them, they would have delivered the gift. After all, they had been invited. Harold didn't take the storage ring, shaking his head with a smile. Senior to do. That's too kind. You saved my life. I should have invited you myself. How can I accept gifts now? These two were his esteemed guests and his saviors. How could he casually accept their gifts? Even if he accepted the gift, he would feel indebted to them. Alia shook her head with a smile. Let's keep things simple. If you invited us, how could we not bring gifts? Since you've brought a small token, I will accept it. Should the time come when you need anything, feel free to ask, Harold agreed, silently vowing to repay them someday. Though they were currently extremely powerful, he believed the gap between them would narrow in time. When that day came, he would be able to repay them fully, satisfying any request. While Alia might believe there was still a gap between them, Brecken didn't. A rising human king, after all, was someone who could rival the laws of nature itself, whose immense power even the heavens might fear. As a human king, Harold would make the entire heavenly spirit continent, and even the legendary lands beyond, tremble beneath his feet, potentially bowing to him. Brecken hoped to witness this rise within his lifetime, to see him build an unprecedentedly strong court. Smiling at the two, Harold said, both of you, I have arranged accommodations for you within the palace. Please stay for a few days. I want to properly thank you. Chapter 96, The Divine Doctor, Caden, General, Tiger, Chime. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of establishing a kingdom. Your rewards have been issued. Please check them. After instructing someone to take his brother to sleep, Harold heard the system's voice in his mind, causing him to shudder with excitement. When he announced the establishment of the Great Anchor Dynasty today, the system had already declared the task complete, but at that moment, he had rejected receiving the reward right away. He wanted to first establish the dynasty and appoint ministers before smoothly finishing everything off. Looking at the abundant rewards in the system inventory, Harold felt quite satisfied. It was and caution was always best. With this divine doctor's arrival, our Great Anchor Dynasty's elixir production will undoubtedly improve significantly. Harold muttered excitedly. System, do you have Caden's profile? Harold asked. Chime. Name, Caden. Dynasty, Spring and Autumn Period. Rank, Peerless. Martial Art, Longevity Sage Formula. Cultivation, Martial Sovereign 5th level. Troops, none. Whoa. Seeing Caden's cultivation level, Harold couldn't help but gasp. Indeed, not bad for the renowned doctor passed down through the ages in China. At this moment, he was eager to meet Caden. The doctor revered and loved by people during the spring and autumn period, but ultimately died tragically at the hands of petty individuals. In that chaotic era, remarkable Chinese talents continuously emerged, earning respect and love from the masses. But similarly, petty people abounded. He was very pleased with Caden's cultivation level. Now he just didn't know how capable he was or whether he could refine elixirs, as the front lines desperately needed them. Ideally, they should produce a large quantity of healing elixirs and even elixirs to boost cultivation levels during the recovery period. Only enough elixirs could ensure soldiers fought fiercely, saving their lives and gradually turning them into formidable elites. System, use the remaining free summon opportunity. Standing up straight, he raised an eyebrow and said softly, Chime, congratulations, host, for summoning the Qin general, Tiger. Tiger? Wasn't he friends with Riker and Steven? And wasn't he also among those who conquered the Six Kingdoms? Although not the commander-in-chief, he played a role in assisting Steven and others in conquering the Six Kingdoms. Seeing another formidable Tiger general, Harold was overjoyed. What a delightful experience. What is overnight wealth? Summoning two exceptional figures at once was overnight wealth. System, do you have Tiger's profile? Chime. Name, Tiger. Dynasty, Qin Dynasty. Rank, Renowned General. Martial Art, Marquis Martial Arts Technique. Cultivation, Martial Sovereign 1st level. Troops, Elite Qin Troops, 10,000 inch. Great. 10,000 fierce troops. He liked it. He was also pleased with Tiger's cultivation level. Currently, he was only at Martial Marquis 4th level, completely inferior to the Chinese heroes. Despite intense cultivation, his practice was slower due to unique martial arts techniques and a special constitution. However, he diligently cultivated to make himself stronger. Once he became powerful, so would the heroes from China. Simply put, he was holding everyone back. The strength of the Great Anchor Dynasty has increased. Harold whispered joyfully. With more Chinese heroes arriving, the strength of the Great Anchor Dynasty grew, making it less fearful of impending enemies. They were currently in the recovery stage and shouldn't provoke enemies or spark wars between dynasties. Their current goal was recuperation, integrating all people into the Great Anchor Dynasty, which would make future tasks easier. System, immediately use 500,000 revival points to summon a Jinyiwei, Imperial Secret Police, captain. Though Alvaro had returned, Jinyiwei captains were still in short supply, and he needed to summon a few more. As for the summoned Jinyiwei captain, he would train Jinyiwei personnel here and integrate them into the Chinese Jinyiwei. Chime. Congratulations, host, for summoning Jinyiwei captain. Jedediah. System, use the remaining revival points to summon Jinyiwei. Chime. Consumed. A total of 773 Jinyiwei summoned and placed in the Heavenly Martial Pavilion. Harold nodded contentedly. Heavenly Martial Pavilion. A special area within the Imperial Palace with 7 pavilions, the largest being the Heavenly Martial Pavilion, exclusively for the Jinyiwei. Located at the southwest corner of the Imperial Palace, its usage was entirely at their discretion, without interference. Using all revival points to summon Jinyiwei, rather than drawing ministers and generals was mainly because the system was stingy. It was like recharging in a game, only to find you couldn't get what you wanted despite spending all your resources. Of course, faced with Harold's thoughts, the system was helpless. After all, it tried to be civilized, cough, cough. Choosing to summon a large number of Jinyiwei to act as informants to gather intelligence on neighboring dynasties and map their territories was essential. After 2 to 3 years of recuperation, they would inevitably engage in various battles. Before such engagements, knowing the enemy's deployments and maps was critical. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Going into battle blindly was tantamount to suicide, regardless of having a strong army. Taking a deep breath, Harold's expression turned cold as he sternly said, "System, give me all the information you have about my sister. I want to know where she is and if her life is in danger." Chapter 97. You have a good Tessa. Tiangang City. Zhou Family Manor. Inner Courtyard Hall. Bang. Head of the family. Are you just going to stand by and watch our Zhou family fall into ruin? In the inner hall, 4 elderly men in their 70s glared fiercely at Albie. Their eyes blazed with rage, cold and intense, as an overwhelming pressure surged through the air. They had received the decree from the Daxia dynasty that all noble families must reduce their private armies. Failure to comply would result in immediate execution without pardon. Reducing their private armies was akin to cutting off one of their arms. For these noble families, having offended many people due to power struggles, it meant leaving their descendants unprotected, and their influence and resources would diminish significantly. What do you want me to do? Do you plan to resist? Do you have the strength to do so? Albie's brows furrowed deeply, and he bellowed angrily. He was unwilling to comply, but what could he do? The emperor's decree was absolute, and the Daxia dynasty was clearly stronger than the former Tianshang dynasty, not only boasting the most elite army. Facing such a powerful dynasty, the Zhou family dared not defy it. Their strongest warrior was merely at the 8th level of martial spirit realm. How could they dare to disobey? Even if they had the intention, they lacked the courage. A misstep could lead to the complete annihilation of the Zhou family. Their might is undeniable, but so what? Their strength is confined within the borders of this dynasty. What about beyond those borders? The eldest of the 4 elders sneered coldly. Patriarch Elder, what do you mean by that? Albie frowned, narrowing his eyes, a sense of unease creeping over him. You look at this. The elder tossed a sealed letter to Albie with a cold smile, unafraid of the consequences. Albie's face paled as he read the letter's contents, collapsing heavily into his seat. This, what are you planning? Don't you realize this will doom our Zhou family? Albie roared, his eyes glowing with fury and his body radiating murderous intent. Collaborating with the Fog-Hidden sect and other families loyal to them to disrupt the Daxia dynasty. Wasn't that suicide? Had these old fools lost their minds? Doomed? Nonsense. The strongest in the Daxia dynasty is only at the 4th level of martial ancestor realm. The Fog-Hidden sect, being one of the 3 strongest sects below the major powers, has countless martial respect warriors. Why should we fear the Daxia dynasty? The leading elder retorted. If they have so many strong warriors, why don't they personally handle the Daxia dynasty instead of making us ants deal with it? Albie replied coldly, his voice filled with disdain. These old men were getting senile. It was obvious that confronting the Daxia dynasty was like biting into a tough bone. Yet, they still chose to follow the Fog-Hidden sect blindly. Wasn't this hastening their own demise? If the Fog-Hidden sect was so powerful, surpassing even the Blood Demon sect, why didn't they take direct action? Instead, they asked these mere ants to confront the Daxia dynasty. Even a fool could see that the Fog-Hidden sect intended to use them to weaken both sides before reaping the benefits. So what if we are mere ants? As long as we can protect the family's interests, we'd be willing to be dogs. The leading elder's aura flared intensely, his expression cold and unforgiving, as he suppressed Albie right before everyone. The dozens of Zhou family officials in the main hall watched coldly, not a single one moving to stop him, instead showing disdainful looks. Seeing his kin so willing to betray their honor, Albie felt a wave of despair and sorrow flood over him. Suddenly, bang! A deafening explosion shattered the front door of the Zhou family manor. Whish! A cold gust of wind blew in, chilling to the bone, causing everyone in the main hall to shiver. Who is it? As everyone turned back, their icy gazes locked onto the entrance, and a formidable aura erupted toward the door. Imperial guards? Upon turning, they saw 10 Imperial guards in flying fish robes and armed with embroidered spring knives, startling everyone. Why would Imperial guards appear here? The leading elder's face turned pale, a chill running up his spine, his heart sinking into despair. Investigating on orders of the commander, confirmed involvement of the Zhou family with the Fog-Hidden sect attempting to disrupt the empire. Confirmed true. Execution without pardon. The lead Imperial guard stated calmly. What? How could this happen? How could we have been exposed? The 4 elders' faces turned deathly pale, their hearts gripped with fear. They believed their plans were extremely covert. Could there be a traitor among them? Swish. Without delay, the guards drew their swords and stormed into the hall, their blades swinging wildly. In moments, blood splattered across the room as bodies fell. Within minutes, apart from Albie who remained seated in shock, no one else was left alive in the hall, each one with a look of regret on their faces. They now regretted it, but it was too late. Having dealt with all the resistance, the Imperial Guard sheathed their swords, turning their gaze to Albie, their leader speaking up, "You have a good Tessa. If it weren't for him, you'd already be dead." With those words, he led his men away. As the Imperial Guards vanished, Albie snapped out of his trance, pale-faced, witnessing the aftermath, feeling nauseous. Reflecting on the guard's words. "Tessa? Guo Jia," Albie murmured, tears streaming down his face. He had 2 sons, the elder son named Zhou Jia, who loved military affairs and leading battles, leaving home after a quarrel long ago. His younger son, Zhou Yuan, focused entirely on cultivation, becoming a strong martial artist, often training outside but occasionally writing to update him on his condition. He thought his elder son had died in battle, but it seemed he not only survived but joined the Daxia dynasty's forces, or even became a commander. Most unexpectedly, it was due to his efforts that Albi remained unharmed. Jia, your decision was right. I shouldn't have stopped you, nor forced you to leave home. A true man has ambitions far and wide. He now fully supported his elder son's choices both emotionally and mentally. Gazing at the lifeless bodies around him, he said expressionlessly, I warned you not to meddle recklessly. The Daxia dynasty is not to be provoked. Did you really think the Imperial Guards were just for show? At this moment, he finally understood. The true terror of the Imperial Guards wasn't in their brutality but in their ability to infiltrate from within. No matter how tightly guarded you were, they could find a way in and strike, leaving you vulnerable. Chapter 98. A Purge of the Realm. At the same time, in various cities of the Great Anchor Dynasty, bloodshed filled the sky, spreading a pervasive stench of death and making countless civilians and martial artists quiver in fear. In just 3 to 4 days, over 100 prominent families were entirely wiped out within the borders of the Great Anchor Dynasty. Bodies lay scattered everywhere, and rivers ran red with blood. The scenes were so terrifying that people dared not leave their homes. Most of these annihilated forces had refused to disband their private armies, or even colluded with the Misty Concealment sect and foreign court powers. Suddenly, countless factions lived in constant fear, no longer daring to be negligent. They hurriedly distanced themselves from the Misty Concealment sect and severed ties with neighboring kingdoms. Previous examples chilled their hearts and left them fearing to underestimate the power of the Great Anchor Dynasty. Was it a paper tiger? Who had ever seen such a terrifying paper tiger? If the Great Anchor Dynasty were a paper tiger, other forces might not even qualify as one. Such swift and brutal actions truly scared many factions to the point where they couldn't stand steadily. Especially the horrifying methods employed by the embroidered uniform guard terrified everyone, leaving them unwilling to take the mysterious power of the Great Anchor Dynasty lightly. Major forces began to deeply fear this dreadful department and became wary of those around them, afraid that these people might be hiding among them at this moment. Suddenly, everything changed in the Great Anchor Dynasty, and no force dared to harbor any sinister intentions. Prominent families swiftly reduced their private armies, keeping only those with talent and strong abilities while dismissing the rest back home. However, when dismissed, these soldiers did not return home but reported to locations designated by the city officials before being enlisted into the military. Of course, if anyone wanted to go home, that was also allowed without hindrance, provided they did not use their status to oppress others, under threat of legal punishment. Harold ordered each city's governor to recruit all dismissed private soldiers, mainly to prevent them from becoming bandits and harming the people. Moreover, although these private soldiers had never been on the battlefield, their prowess was exceptional, and with proper training, they would certainly become elite troops. Seeing the Great Anchor Dynasty's actions, the inclusion of large numbers of private soldiers into its military camps left major families profoundly regretful, but there was no remedy for past mistakes. Of course, for ordinary citizens and martial artists, these changes had little impact. At most, it elicited mild sentiments. Conversely, the current measures taken by the Great Anchor Dynasty benefited the country and its people, leading to widespread support. On August 18th, the first year of the new era, the 3rd month since the founding of the Great Anchor Dynasty, outside the study, Harold rushed in, followed closely by 2 palace maids who feared this small master might fall. The guards standing outside the study watched this 2-year-old boy run hastily and were startled. Their eyes were fixed on him, ready to intervene if he stumbled. Fortunately, the little boy kept his footing steady, and they relaxed. Screech. Reaching the door of the study, Harold pushed with all his strength, but the door was too heavy, only opening slightly. Without hesitation, he climbed over the threshold through the narrow gap. The 2 maids who rushed out upon seeing the small master enter the study were somewhat anxious, but didn't dare to follow inside. Seeing his brother arrive suddenly while writing edicts, Harold paused, surprised. He put down his pen and asked, Tadiaddle, why have you come to see your big brother again? Entering the study, Harold quickly ran up to his brother, his face flushed with excitement. Hee brother, I'm going to be a big brother, I'm going to be a big brother. Huh. Tadiastining to his younger brother's nonsense, Harold raised an eyebrow, feeling speechless. How badly did this kid want to be a big brother? Jason, hearing the child's words, could not help but frown. Children were children, always having a playful nature. Holding him gently, Harold asked with a smirk, a big brother? Tadiaddle, tell me, who are you going to be a big brother to? Grandpa Caden said Auntie has a baby in her tummy, so I'll be a big brother, Harold replied innocently. Upon hearing this, Harold was stunned, his expression freezing for a moment, unable to calm his racing heart. Baby? Camilla is pregnant? Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Harold said seriously, Tadiaddle, don't lie to your brother. If you do, I'll spank you. No, brother, I'm not lying. Grandpa Caden said Auntie has a baby in her tummy. Harold responded vigorously, shaking his head. Confirming his brother's statement, Harold lifted him and stood up without another thought, immediately leaving the study. Jason didn't hesitate and quickly followed after them. Jade Orchid Palace. On an open lawn, Harold, wearing a black dragon robe, silently gazed at Camilla sitting under a pavilion, dressed in magnificent palace attire, exuding nobility and warmth. His heart was flooded with emotions. Carrying Tadiaddle slowly to the pavilion, Harold smiled warmly at Camilla, unsure of what to say. That stormy night a year ago, they had quietly begun a relationship. Now, 1 year later, she was indeed pregnant. Seeing Harold arrive, Caden, dressed in gray robes and looking ruddy while checking her pulse, stopped immediately. Along with the 2 palace maids, they greeted him respectfully. Greetings, your majesty. You may rise. Noticing Camilla about to get up, Harold shook his head, signaling her to remain seated. Turning to Caden, he softly asked, Old sir, can you confirm? Seeing the anticipation in Harold's eyes, Caden smiled gently and answered, Your majesty, Lady Tang is indeed pregnant. Judging by the pulse, she is exactly 3 months along. Is that? With excitement swelling in his Harold smiled, gently stroking the little boy's head. He felt a mix of emotions, none of which he could articulate fully. Now he was both a father and mother to the child. Without Camilla's help, the child would have undoubtedly cried himself to sleep. Why aren't you sleeping yet? I couldn't sleep, so I came to find my big brother with sister-in-law, Harold replied. His gaze turned towards Camilla, who held a wooden box, and he smiled, My dear concubine, at such a late hour, you should be resting. Why have you come here? If you missed me, you could have just sent someone to fetch me. No need to come personally. In an instant, hearing Harold's shameless words, Camilla blushed furiously, glaring fiercely at him. Scoundrel. Noticing that Camilla's glare accused him of being a scoundrel, black lines appeared on Harold's forehead as he inwardly laughed bitterly. Before, he didn't think much of this girl, but now he realized she was also quite shy. Come sit down, he invited. Hearing Harold's call, Camilla sat nearby with a gentle smile. After eating the late-night snack brought by Camilla, Harold began chatting idly with her while feeling increasingly drowsy until he dozed off in his brother's embrace. Watching Camilla, who seemed to have something on her mind but struggled to speak up, Harold felt somewhat amused and helpless. Was it really so difficult to say? My dear concubine, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't act like a timid child, Harold said. Humph. Camilla huffed and glared fiercely at him without speaking. She then took off the pendant from her neck and placed it on the table in front of them. Looking at the mysterious pendant on the table, Harold felt utterly confused. Wasn't this the pendant the girl always wore? Why did she take it off? Previously, Camilla refused to remove this pendant no matter what. When Harold tried to take it forcefully, she even bit him, leading him to abandon the attempt quietly. Since she guarded it so fiercely, it must be important to her. Perhaps it was a memento left by her mother. But why was she giving it up now? Seeing Harold's confusion, Camilla softly explained, This pendant is called the Azure Sea Mystical Jade and was left to me by my mother. Isn't this thing very important to you? Why are you taking it off? Harold asked in confusion. It is indeed important to me, but I feel you need it more, Camilla replied with a smile. What do you mean? Harold frowned, narrowing his eyes in confusion. There was certainly some intrigue in Camilla's words. Still, Harold couldn't guess her true intention. How could it be useful to him? Could it be? Camilla continued. Didn't you want to know where the heaven-rank mystic realm is? This pendant is the entrance to it. The sudden appearance of Blood Demon Sect's powerful warrior last time terrified her, but thankfully, Harold had many powerful people around him. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. The Blood Demon Sect's strength far surpassed a small kingdom like Harold's, so if they sent another powerful warrior, it would have been fatal. Deeply in love with Harold, she didn't want to see her loved ones die, so she decided to hand over the heaven-rank mystic realm, without hesitation. Staring straight at the pendant on the table, Harold's heart pounded wildly, excitement surging through him. All his efforts hadn't been in vain. Next morning, Harold arrived at Tiangang Pavilion with Andy, where Americ had been waiting for a long time. Your Majesty. Seeing Harold arrive, Americ gave a slight bow in respectful greeting. Ah, there's no need for formalities, Harold said calmly, and immediately had Americ lead them to the center of Tiangang Pavilion. Inside Tiangang Pavilion, there was an unusual spacious area adorned with various lifelike murals all around. At the center stood a floating jade disc engraved with ancient runes. There was a slot in its middle, seemingly meant to hold something. Approaching the jade disc, Harold took out the pendant given to him by Camilla yesterday and inserted it into the slot. With a flash of green light, the floating jade disc slowly rotated, gradually disintegrating into a thin, fervent joy. They had everything now, generals, ministers, elite troops, but one crucial element was still missing, abundant cultivation resources. Securing this heaven-rank mystic realm was like receiving a timely boon. How could he not be elated? Indeed, congratulations to us all. Harold smiled, then continued calmly, however, the heaven-rank mystic realm appears very dangerous. Exploiting it will be challenging, so we must plan carefully before proceeding. Now that the heaven-rank mystic realm was under his control, he wasn't worried about anyone seizing it. He was prepared to obliterate any invaders, no matter how many. Note, the original text contains duplicate character names. For consistency and clarity, I've used Harold, the older brother, and Camilla for the primary characters. The young Harold is simply referred to as Harold. Chapter 100. Idle chatter among the group. September 29th, year 1 of the Common Era. In summer, the Daxia dynasty enjoyed a bountiful harvest. Faced with record-breaking grain production from various regions, Harold, seated in the imperial study, was elated as he meticulously read through reports from all over the empire. All the documents on his desk reported local grain yields, and how the year had seen such an unprecedentedly abundant harvest. Dynasty might still be in turmoil. Of course, the officials in court and governors from all cities also fulfilled their duties diligently, accelerating economic recovery. During this period, several remarkable figures from Huaxia began to appear one after another. Generals Pablo, Brendan, and Davidson. Renowned scholars Amos and Gil Juzheng. After these individuals arrived, Harold granted them titles and positions to help manage the Daxia dynasty. Though disappointed by the scarcity of civil servants, Harold took what he could get. Any addition was better than nothing. March 17th, year 1 of the Common Era. In the Imperial Palace, Tiangang Pavilion, Harold, Hiroshi, Americ, and other military officers gathered to discuss the events of the past year. Their Daxia dynasty remained peaceful and economically thriving, while neighboring kingdoms faced internal chaos and frequent border skirmishes, occasionally erupting into large-scale wars. Although Daxia's borders faced provocations from other dynasties, each attack was successfully repelled. Before them lay a massive animal skin map, showing the territory of the Daxia dynasty and surrounding regions. After summarizing recent events, Emeric turned to Harold, who sat on a cushion, and said, "Your Majesty, colleagues, I've described recent happenings. What are your thoughts? What else is there to think? Let's take our hammers and deal with them. Since they dared to provoke us, we should destroy their dynasties." Leading the charge, Hart, with fiery enthusiasm, clenched his fists, eager to establish military glory. His outburst encouraged others to voice their opinions. "Exactly. Since these scoundrels provoked us, we'll crush them and show the strength of our Daxia dynasty." Warren nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty, I agree with the generals. They should know that we won't retaliate unless provoked, but once provoked, we will strike back hard." Giovanni, sitting next to Hart, also nodded in agreement. "Do you think we have the resources for endless battles?" Winston retorted. "Several major battles would ruin our prosperous economy." Gil Juzheng, beside Hiroshi, interjected, "Your Majesty, our dynasty is still recovering. It's not suitable to declare war now." Tadiastining to the debate, Harold inwardly sighed. Was this what ruling entailed? However, the lively discussion lifted the mood. Cough, cough. Perturbed by the continuous debate, Emeric finally cleared his throat, trying to regain attention. Unfortunately, his voice was drowned out by the loud discussions. Finally, Hiroshi intervened. "Everyone, please calm down. Your Majesty is watching." The room fell silent as everyone became aware of their behavior. They felt embarrassed, realizing they had been arguing before their sovereign. Watching everyone quieten down, Emeric breathed a sigh of relief, unable to comprehend the soldiers' fervor. Was it necessary to be so heated? Despite their embarrassment, Harold smiled. "Continue speaking. There's no need to worry about me. If we are to discuss, let it be candid." He appreciated open discussions and respected everyone's opinions. However, initiating wars too soon would hinder their recovery and development. Realizing their awkwardness, everyone lowered their heads, saying nothing. Just then, Andy entered hurriedly, kneeling before Harold. "Your Majesty, the Empress is in labor." "Ah." Startled initially, Harold then beamed with excitement, rising from his cushion and leaving abruptly. Seeing him rush away, the group exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile, and followed Harold. ##### Chapter 101. Campaign against the Five Great Dynasties. May 18th, Year 3 of the Common Era. It had already been 3 years since the founding of the Dianker dynasty. Over these 3 years, the economy of the Dianker dynasty rapidly developed, and its overall strength surged. Desiring wealth requires building roads first. This issue was deeply understood by Harold. Thus, over these 3 years, while quickly enhancing its strength, the Dianker dynasty was also constructing roads. Major and minor roads were all built, connecting any place where Dianker citizens lived, forming a massive network. During these 3 years, the Dianker dynasty welcomed 8 outstanding figures from the Huaxia civilization, generals like Dai, Anderson, and Will, and scholars like Alfredo, Alvis, Khalil, Django, and Kevin. Over 3 years, Harold could only obtain 8 Huaxia heroes through free summons, which made him incredibly furious, wishing he could smash the system to bits. It took him 3 whole years just to summon 8 heroes, which seemed absurdly insufficient. It felt like the system was intentionally making things difficult for him. However, given how powerful the system was, he could do nothing but suppress his anger, cursing the system's ancestors silently. However, when he saw the talented individuals summoned, Harold was inwardly thrilled, especially about the scholars. He couldn't have been happier. They were all strategists from the Three Kingdoms era, each renowned in their own right. It was truly divine assistance. He had generals, not many but enough for now. Strategists, however, were scarce, countable on one hand. Now with 5 more, it felt like receiving timely rain. In the Imperial Palace's Grand Hall, Harold sat majestically on the dragon throne, exuding a domineering presence that overshadowed everyone present. Beside him stood Andy. Moreover, aside from Jamar and Giovanni, no one here could match him. Each time he sought practice with them, they claimed to be busy with important tasks. Deep down, he knew they simply wanted to avoid his constant challenges. And the beasts in the Tian-level secret realm? He had fought only the weaker ones, fleeing from the stronger ones. Encountering a Tier 10 firewolf last time nearly cost him his life if not for Jamar's timely help. Even defeating the firewolf left them all heavily wounded. If not for Caden's healing potions, Hart would have been a goner. System notification. Task 1 triggered. Conquer the 5 surrounding dynasties within 3 years. Success rewards include 5 free summons, 50 million resurrection points, 2 special soldier talismans, and 10 ordinary soldier talismans. Information about the host younger sister. System notification. Task 2 triggered. Defend against alien invasions with no time limit. Success rewards include 10 free summons, 100 million resurrection points, and 3 special soldier talismans. Just as Harold prepared to speak, he heard the system announce new tasks and rewards in his mind. After being silent for 3 years, the system's return brought substantial rewards, filling Harold with delight. Especially the mention of his younger sister, which illuminated his path ahead. However, when he heard about defending against alien invasions, he furrowed his brows, puzzled. He wished to question the system, but knew it would be futile. Engaging the system was like talking to a wall. Hold your ground and counteract whatever comes. I want to see what kind of aliens dare invade our Dianker dynasty, Harold murmured to himself. After discussing thoroughly, with most agreeing, the Dianker dynasty began preparations to annex surrounding realms, revealing its sharp claws. With Harold's stern expression from the throne, the officials below stood ready, awaiting their emperor's commands. Giovanni, Warren, Kevin. We are here, Your Majesty. Giovanni, Warren, and Kevin stepped forward, showing respect. Harold looked at Giovanni and said, I appoint you, Giovanni, as commander, Warren as deputy, and Kevin as strategist. Mobilize 2 million troops immediately to campaign against the Frost Leaf dynasty. Understood. They bowed slightly and returned to their positions. Dai, Alvis. We are here, Your Majesty. Dai as Deputy Commander, Alvis as Strategist. Mobilize 1.5 million troops to assist Commander Jeremiah in conquering the Dawu dynasty. Understood. Dai and Alvis bowed and returned to their positions. Anderson, Bradford, Eric. We are here, Your Majesty. Anderson shouting. Everyone had battles to fight except for him and Jamar, who stayed behind. How could this be acceptable? For Jamar, whether or not there was a battle to fight was irrelevant. But it was different for Hart. He couldn't stand a day without fighting someone, especially in the battlefield slaying enemies. It was something he dreamt of constantly. Now, if no battle assignments were given to him, no missions to conquer neighboring dynasties, wasn't it like locking him in a cage? Looking at Hart, who had rushed forward, Harold asked with puzzlement, General Ebenezer, do you have any matters to discuss? What did that mean? His king did not assign him to battle. Isn't that, after all, like wasting resources by not putting such an enthusiastic general into action? Your Majesty, I also wish to fight on the front lines and join everyone else in our campaigns against the surrounding dynasties, Hart said seriously, his eyes filled with longing. He had been bored stiff in the imperial palace. If he weren't allowed to go on campaign and fight, he would be tempted to die. Upon hearing his words, everyone burst out laughing inwardly. Don't let his imposing and swift stature deceive you. He was truly a general who was passionate about military achievements. As a Merrick from the same era, he naturally knew Hart's habits. If you didn't allow him to go to the front line to fight and slay enemies, he would absolutely buzz around your ear like a fly. Your Majesty, since General Ebenezer desires to take part in the battle, perhaps Zack could permit him to join General Riker in dealing with the Baima dynasty, to avoid unnecessary incidents. The Merrick stood out of line, bowed respectfully, and spoke slowly. After a moment's thought, glancing at Hart, who longed for combat, Harold softly replied, since you love engaging in battles, I will allow you to accompany General Riker in handling the Baima dynasty. However, we need to agree. You must follow all orders from General Riker. Otherwise, you must return here. Hart thumped his chest and solemnly vowed, please rest assured, Your Majesty, I will strictly obey General Riker's command and never cause trouble on the battlefield. Cause trouble? An international joke? Finally getting a chance to fight. How could he dare to cause mischief on the battlefield? If he messed up and Riker reported him, he'd surely be forcibly sent back. Old Gil, wait up for me. Why are you in such a hurry? Just as he left the Tahua Palace, Hart hurriedly caught up with Americ. Hearing Hart's voice from behind, Americ, walking down the steps with several colleagues, stopped instantly and turned around. Allowing the few colleagues to leave first, he waited on the spot for Hart to catch up. Hart came before him and said helplessly, hey, ensuring absolute obedience on the battlefield, Hart would likely cause countless problems. Through their discussions, it was decided that during this morning's court session, Harold himself would appoint generals and strategists to the front lines, deliberately omitting Hart. Given Hart's impatient nature, he would certainly volunteer himself. Then, Harold would lay down the rules before finally agreeing to send him to the front lines. Watching Americ walk away, Hart stood dumbfounded, his heart unable to settle. He had been tricked. Even though he was tricked, this got him into battle. Without hesitation, he hurriedly left. His next step was to quickly put on his armor, find the two strategists, gather the troops, and head to Huacheng. Leaving the Tahua Palace, Harold, accompanied by Andy, walked towards the study. Attack orders were already issued. The next step was to await each division's arrival at the frontier and then plan a major offensive against surrounding dynasties. Initially, he planned to lead the charge personally, but opposition from all ministers baffled him, leading to his staying in the imperial palace reluctantly. While staying, he silently plotted that next time, he would counter the ministers' objections and personally lead the troops, showcasing his kingly dominance. Master Hyder, has Blood Demon Sect shown any new activities recently? Harold inquired calmly. Blood Demon Sect's silence bewildered him, leaving him curious about their intentions. Reasonably, having eliminated so many of them, one would expect them to be furious, yet they had vanished without a trace. Replying to Your Majesty, yesterday Arnie Fintan within the Blood Demon Sect sent word that they haven't dispatched strong forces against us recently because they found an ancient sect relic. They are now trying to enter the relic, Andy reported slowly. An ancient sect relic? Harold muttered to himself, suddenly enlightened and all his doubts dissolved. No wonder these bastards didn't attack us, instead rushing to explore the ancient relics. Strange events indeed. Send 100 guards to the Blood Demon Sect to infiltrate under Alvaro's command, Harold ordered. There were abundant resources in the ancient relics. As a ruler, he could not miss out on these rich spoils. However, for safety, more guards should be added to Alvaro's team to secure the resources within the relic. Moreover, they were deadly enemies. Allowing Blood Demon Sect to obtain these resources would be tantamount to stabbing himself in the back. Understood. This translation maintains the paragraph structure, tone, and style of the original Chinese text while translating it fluently and accurately into English. It keeps character names consistent with pinyin and ensures coherence with previous content. Hashtag chapter 103. Please don't call me Second Lewis. The people from the Mist Concealment Sect have been quite subdued lately. Tell me what's really going on. Why would they choose to lie low? Harold asked nonchalantly. The Mist Concealment Sect had long harbored the dream of kidnapping Vicky, but the Imperial Palace was heavily guarded and protected by powerful warriors. They could only watch and not act. However, over the past 3 years, the typically loud and ostentatious Mist Concealment Sect suddenly chose to go into hiding, which made him feel uneasy. Even after sending his personal guards, the Jinyiwei, to infiltrate them, no news had come back, adding to his unease. There must be something amiss. He couldn't believe the Mist Concealment Sect chose to hide without a reason. Could it be they were brewing an even more outrageous plan? Your Majesty, our Jinyiwei inside the Mist Concealment Sect couldn't penetrate their higher echelons, so we find it hard to gather relevant information. However, We received a report that one of the elders of the Mist Concealment sect was gravely injured by an alien race and is now in seclusion to recover, Andy said slowly. Alien race? Hearing these words, Harold's brows furrowed, and his sense of unease intensified. Could the second task announced by the system just now be related to this? Though he didn't know if there was any connection, it was better to be cautious. If the system mentioned this mission, it indicated that the alien race was stirring up trouble, likely preparing to attack his great Anchor dynasty, or the entire Nanyang domain. Afterward, ask Jedediah to arrange for several Jinyiwei 100 commanders to infiltrate the Mist Concealment sect while assigning them to Alvaro. We must get to the bottom of why they've been so quiet, Harold said. He didn't know why the alien race had inflicted such heavy injuries on the elder of the Mist Concealment sect, but this situation was far from simple. The Mist Concealment sect must be hiding something. Getting the sect members to divulge answers was almost impossible. The only option was to send strong Jinyiwei operatives to infiltrate the sect and gather information. Yes. Just as the two were discussing, two children approached them. One was about 5 years old, the other around 2.5 years old. They were dressed extravagantly, with long high ponytails, porcelain-like complexions, and large, clear eyes like stars in the night sky. Brother. Father. The two greeted Harold upon reaching him. Harold instructed Andy to handle matters, then slowly squatted down, stretching out his hands to pat both children's heads. The 5-year-old was his brother, Harold, while the 2.5-year-old was his son, Izar. Since Izar's birth, his brother Harold had been revolving around the child, even leading him here and there. The two children gradually became close companions, growing up together. Why aren't you staying at the Yuan Palace? How did you end up here? Harold smiled. Before Harold could respond, Izar blurted out, Father, I and Second Louis got hungry and came out to look for food, but, Tianwu Pavilion. Andy was walking toward the pavilion, while the Jinyiwei greeted him with smiles. Although they disliked him, they welcomed his presence more since he usually brought them tasks. Leading Andy into Tianwu Pavilion with a smile, Thousand Commander Jedediah kept chatting amiably. Andy knew Jedediah's intentions but didn't mind. He enjoyed the flattery. Once inside, Jedediah immediately had top-quality tea prepared, and then asked politely, Eunuch Lord Hyder, may I ask what command the king has sent us? Not much, just to assign some people to assist Zack with 2 tasks, Andy said leisurely, sipping his tea. Being addressed as 9,000 years old, he sat comfortably, enjoying himself like a superior. Jedediah, though displeased inwardly, could only accept it reluctantly. Having lived in the same era, he knew better than to offend 9,000 years old, even if he wasn't as formidable as before. So, what tasks has the king given me? Puff. Andy blew lightly on his tea, drank it, and then said, Firstly, the king wants you to dispatch 100 Jinyiwei immediately to the Blood Demon sect under the command of Captain Arnie. And the second task? The king also asks you to secretly assign several hundred commanders to infiltrate the Mist Concealment sect to uncover what they're hiding. Andy continued calmly. Eunuch Lord Hyder, I understand the first task, but why does the king want me to send people to investigate the Mist Concealment sect? Jedediah asked curiously. That I don't know. The king just asked me to pass on these 2 tasks to you. As for how to proceed, it's up to you to figure out, Andy replied softly. If King Harold had instructed this, there must be a reason. Moreover, the Mist Concealment sect seemed very peculiar and dangerous, like a beast ready to pounce. They needed to be wary and ensure the sect didn't catch them off guard. After a moment of thought, Jedediah clasped his hands and said solemnly, I understand. Please inform the king that I will promptly arrange for the Jinyiwei to carry out these tasks. Hashtag Chapter 104. Chavi's Confusion. Hwacheng. As night fell, the sky was dotted with bright stars. A full moon hung high, illuminating the world below. In the main hall of the Flynn's residence, Riker and others had gathered. Through the secret teleportation array, Hart, Alfredo, Django, and their 2,500,000 troops arrived in Hwacheng within 3 days. Riker sat at the head of the table. Hart and Chavi were seated on his right, while Alfredo and Django sat on his left, their gazes focused on Riker. Looking at everyone with satisfaction, Riker smiled warmly and said, Firstly, I thank General Hart and the 2 strategists for your presence. With you here, dealing with the Baima dynasty will be more than manageable. General Ming, don't be so formal. It's a pleasure to serve under you as deputy. Hart laughed heartily. Speaking from the heart, whether or not he was a general meant little to him. He primarily enjoyed leading troops into battle, engaging enemies on the front lines, and fighting personally. Only by killing freely on the battlefield did he find true enjoyment. To him, everything else was mere nonsense. Riker chuckled without responding. He had read the letter that King Harold sent, and though it raised some questions, he chose to trust the king's judgment. If the king spoke so highly of Hart, it must mean that Hart was an extraordinary commander who might even disobey orders. With a serious expression, Riker announced, the 3-year period has ended. Let us follow the king's command. The Great Anchor dynasty officially declares war on the Baima dynasty. While everyone wore smiles, Chavi beside them looked utterly bewildered, his mind full of questions. He stared at everyone with a shocked expression. The Great Anchor dynasty declaring war on the Baima dynasty? What was going on? Why would they suddenly declare war on the Baima dynasty when things had been peaceful? Even though the Baima dynasty frequently provoked them, surely it wasn't enough to go to war so quickly? How long had it been? Just 3 years, right? Noticing Chavi's puzzled look, Riker gently said, General Gil, are you confused? Why we suddenly declared war on the Baima dynasty? Reporting to the general, I indeed have my doubts. Our Great Anchor dynasty is still in its recovery phase. Why declare war now? Chavi responded respectfully, clasping his hands together. He didn't oppose the declaration of war. In fact, he wholeheartedly supported it. But what puzzled him was the suddenness. Without a reasonable explanation, he didn't know how to proceed. Moreover, if they were still in recovery, why initiate warfare all of a sudden? Even if provoked, it seemed excessive to mobilize an entire army for war. Does General Chavi not wish to build his legacy, expand our territories for Zack? Riker countered softly. His simple words were like a wake-up call, clearing Chavi's confusion. He realized that their king had ambitious plans, aiming to expand and create a more powerful dynasty. Now Chavi understood why the Baima dynasty's provocations over recent years had been met with restraint. It turned out the Great Anchor dynasty had been plotting and waiting for this moment. However, Chavi clasped his hands again, his face showing slight excitement. To help expand the territories for Zach is an honor. I am willing to follow you into battle against the Baima dynasty. Expanding the kingdom and assisting the monarch to build a vast empire was what military commanders dreamed of. Destroying other dynasties and establishing everlasting glory were their daily aspirations. This ambition wasn't just for the commanders, but probably also for the soldiers. Riker nodded approvingly, recognizing Chavi's ambition and loyalty. Standing up slowly, he added coldly, in 3 days, following the king's schedule, we will attack simultaneously with the other 4 major dynasties. Yes, sir. Everyone stood up in unison, replying in agreement. Chavi was once again lost, his eyes glancing at everyone oddly. How could the Great Anchor dynasty declare war on 5 dynasties at once? Wasn't that like throwing eggs at stones? Facing Chavi's doubts, Riker offered no further explanation. It would be better for him to witness the Great Anchor dynasty's combat power firsthand. Hearing was believing less than seeing was proving. Only after seeing it with his own eyes would Chavi be convinced. Even if what he saw wasn't real, the fact that they were declaring war on 5 dynasties at once couldn't be denied. Long family. Atop the 7-story tower, Deegan, the patriarch of the Long family, stood silently, gazing forward with a mix of suspicion and intrigue. On the bustling streets below, armies marched back and forth, vigilance high, as if preparing for something, or perhaps defending against something. Recent troop movements in the city left Deegan deeply puzzled. He couldn't understand what Riker was planning. Below, Shay, noticing the unusual activity, swiftly jumped up to join his ancestor on the tower's peak. He followed the old man's gaze and saw the busy streets filled with patrolling soldiers. Ancestor, do you sense something amiss here? Shay asked. The frequent nighttime movements of the city's troops had caught his attention too. Despite being secretive, they still managed to catch his eye. Though the activities were kept under wraps at night, anyone observant enough would notice that Riker's actions were out of the ordinary. If my guess is correct, the Great Anchor dynasty is preparing to wage war on the Baima dynasty, Deegan mused, stroking his beard. Such extensive military movements hinted at a large-scale conflict. As for how it would play out, it likely involved the Great Anchor dynasty attacking the Baima dynasty. Over the past 3 years, the Great Anchor dynasty had experienced rapid economic growth and enhanced strength. 3 years ago, the Baima dynasty often provoked the Great Anchor dynasty. Now, with the economy restored, the Great Anchor dynasty would undoubtedly seek retribution. The Great Anchor dynasty wants to fight the Baima dynasty? Ancestor, do you think the Great Anchor dynasty can win given their current strength? Shay questioned, puzzled. According to his master, the Baima dynasty, as a mid-tier dynasty, was far from ordinary, possibly rivaling a top-tier dynasty. For the fledgling Great Anchor dynasty to provoke such a powerhouse now seemed suicidal. Without answering directly, Deegan asked instead, Tadiato Quan, what do you think of Riker's cultivation? Chapter 105. The Great Yin Dynasty's Collapse. Ancestor, could it be that Riker's cultivation isn't at Martial Lord but has already reached Martial Ancestor? Shay asked in shock. Riker's strength was something he naturally understood well. Yet, this statement from the Patriarch cast doubts in his mind, shaking his beliefs. Could it be that Riker's cultivation wasn't at Martial Lord? If it wasn't at Martial Lord, could it possibly be at Martial Ancestor? But how could that be possible? No matter how fast a person cultivated, it would still be impossible to reach the level of Martial Ancestor within such a short time. Martial Ancestor? Ankaro Quan, if you think so, then you truly underestimate Riker, Kai said calmly as he recalled their conversation a few days ago. To this day, he could still vaguely remember when he had visited Riker and asked him this question, to which Riker had merely smiled without answering. Although he did not receive an answer, his longevity had given him keen insight. He could tell at a glance that Riker's cultivation had indeed reached Martial Venerable. Just 3 years were enough for Riker to transform from a Martial Lord to a Martial Venerable, leaving Kai in awe and speechless with astonishment. Even consuming pills daily wouldn't have led to such rapid cultivation advancement. After all, one also had to purge the poison from the pills during consumption. Once the pill toxins accumulated excessively within the body, it would inevitably lead to an explosive death. However, Riker's rate of cultivation advancement was just astonishingly fast, making everyone feel caught off guard, with nothing but amazement in their hearts. 3 days later, a bright morning filled with the faint fragrance of flowers permeated the air, refreshing one's spirits with every breath. This was not an ordinary morning. Originally, it should have been bustling, but now the atmosphere had turned intensely oppressive, with an aura of death lingering in the air. On the broad streets, teams of elite soldiers clad in black armor marched vigorously toward the northern Emo kingdom. Facing these elite troops on the streets, the city's residents remained indoors, peering through window cracks, curiously observing the actions of their kingdom's army. What was happening? Why was their army moving so frequently? These were the 2 main questions in the minds of the residents, yet no one around them could provide answers. The marching soldiers maintained silence, each with cold faces, exuding intense combat spirit and high morale, their eyes full of zeal. They had waited too long for this moment. They could finally implement it. Expanding territory, building a supreme dynasty, leaving behind a legendary name. Just thinking about it made one's heart race with excitement. Standing atop the wall facing the northern Emo kingdom, Riker watched the army slowly enter the northern Emo kingdom through the city gates, feeling deep satisfaction within. Turning his gaze to Hwaching Flynn Kieran, a Keith in his 40s who was slightly overweight, he spoke softly, Flynn Christian, starting now, everything in Hwaching will be entrusted to you. I hope you will perform your duties conscientiously. Please rest assured, General Ming. Kieran will do his utmost to protect and govern Hwaching, Kieran replied respectfully, clasping his hands in salute. As an official of the Great Anchor Dynasty and the city lord of Huaqing, he had a responsibility to safeguard the safety of the city's people. Even though he couldn't fight on the front lines or expand territory for the king, he wouldn't let the Great Anchor Dynasty down and wouldn't let himself be underestimated. Since being chosen by Hiroshi, he swore under heaven that even if he couldn't leave a world-renowned legacy, he would never become a disgrace to the people and wouldn't disappoint future generations. Looking out at the imposing army departing from the Great Anchor Dynasty, like dark clouds pressing down upon a city ready to crumble, Kirin felt a sense of pride within. This was their Great Anchor Dynasty, their king's army. At the same time, in various border regions of the Great Anchor Dynasty connected to other kingdoms, the heroes of Huaxia led their armies into the territories of other dynasties. Their orders were to attack comprehensively. In preparation for the attacks, the vast resources of the Great Anchor Dynasty began mobilizing, transporting all sorts of military supplies. On June 9th, in the third year of the Great Anchor Dynasty, under Ellis's command, the Great Anchor Army suddenly attacked the Great Yan Dynasty. Within 7 days, the army advanced irresistibly, conquering more than 20 cities without encountering significant resistance. Shevesguin, greatly relied upon by the Great Yan Dynasty, offered almost no resistance, falling in less than a night. Confronted by the fierce assault of the Great Anchor Dynasty, countless citizens, aristocratic families, and major forces across the Great Yan Dynasty were stunned. The imperial court was in chaos. The Great Yan king, sitting on the dragon throne, looked haggard and powerless, his brows deeply furrowed, asking indifferently, "My lords, who among you is willing to lead our army to resist the invasion of the Great Anchor Dynasty?" At this moment, he felt extremely anxious and panicked. Every move of the Great Anchor Dynasty far exceeded his expectations, and its power surpassed what he had imagined. While he knew the Great Anchor Dynasty was very strong, exactly how strong it was became uncertain due to the lack of intelligence. In recent years, most of the spies he sent into the Great Anchor Dynasty were eliminated before they even entered. Therefore, the strength of the Great Anchor Dynasty, to him, was an unfathomable abyss hidden beneath a veil. With Ellis leading the charge, the Great Anchor Army conquered 10 cities almost unimpeded, which only added to his profound anxiety. However, his question received no response. The numerous officials below exchanged worried glances, none daring to speak up. "Are you all useless? As elites of our illustrious Great Yan Dynasty, you can't even devise a strategy to repel the enemy. What good are you to me?" Emperor Tadao Christianping seethed, seeing the officials bowing their heads, unable to meet his gaze. Usually these officials were like late alarms, constantly firing criticism, but now they were deflated, incapable of saying anything. A bunch of useless men. Amidst the silence, Caesar Tadao Ran stepped forward, looking anxious and reverently addressing Tadao Christianping, "Your Majesty, the only option now is to recall the Grand Marshal and seek reinforcements from neighboring kingdoms. Otherwise, our Great Yan Dynasty will surely fall. No, the Great Yan can perish, but the Grand Marshal cannot be recalled. Otherwise, even if we manage to barely repel the Great Anchor Dynasty, countless civilians will fall victim to ethnic massacres." Tadao Christianping stated coldly, firmly rejecting the idea. Even if he became an emperor of a fallen nation, he could not betray the countless souls of the Great Yan. Otherwise, even in death, he would find no peace. Chapter 106, The General's Valor. I would rather be wronged by all the world than wrong the world myself. Though Tadao Christianping was not a wise ruler, he certainly refused to be a tyrannical emperor. Summoning back the Grand Marshal would expose the Great Yan Dynasty to the threat of foreign tribes. Knowing well the savagery of these tribes, he understood that without the Grand Marshal to defend the front lines, the foreign armies would surge in and ravage the Great Yan Dynasty mercilessly. Then, his countless subjects would be slaughtered, plunging the entire Great Yan Dynasty into endless fear. Upon seeing Tadao Christianping's resolute decision, Tadao Ran, the prime minister of the Great Yan Dynasty, sighed inwardly, admiring his resolve to prioritize the safety of his people over the potential fall of the nation. "Your Majesty, since we cannot recall the Grand Marshal, we can only seek military aid from the Tianmu and Dao dynasties," suggested a court official. Seek military aid? Upon hearing this proposal, the entire court fell silent. The weight of the suggestion hung heavily in the air. Would they really have to seek military aid? While Dao dynasty might consider helping, would the Tianmu dynasty be willing to lend their forces, given their recent bitter conflicts? Even hoping for Tianmu not to interfere would be generous at this point. Proceed. Suddenly, a messenger burst into the hall, gasping for breath. "Your Majesty, the Dao dynasty has sent an envoy to our Great Yan Dynasty seeking military aid." What? The court was momentarily bewildered. Why would the Dao dynasty send an envoy to seek aid? Wasn't it supposed to be the other way around? Meanwhile, in the Longyuan Marquis of the Baima dynasty, General Riker's army was encamped, their banners fluttering in the wind as far as the eye could see. In the camp, soldiers stood ready, their spears pointed skyward, eyes burning with fervor, and spirits high. A palpable aura of ferocity swept across the heavens, merging into a crimson column of smoke that pierced the clouds. In the main tent, Riker studied a sand table layout of the Baima dynasty's terrain, mountains, and rivers. Noticing his colleague hard enter, he continued analyzing the strategic positions. "Ming General, what are you looking at?" After a moment of silence, Riker replied calmly, "We have already captured over 20 cities in the Baima dynasty, yet they have not mobilized their main forces. They must be plotting some strategy against us. Who cares about their plots? With our prowess and your leadership, we can crush any scheme." "No need to worry," Hart responded confidently. "General Ebenezer, war requires strategy, not just brute strength. Victory cannot be achieved by force alone," Riker gently reminded him. The sand table revealed the layout of the Longyuan Marquis, which, though the lowest ranked among the 7 marquisites, still possessed formidable power. "General Ebenezer, seeing you so cheerful, I assume you've successfully taken the city of Pingyang?" Riker asked with a smile. "Huh, indeed, if not for your strategies, I wouldn't have captured it so quickly." 5 miles ahead lay the fortified city of Pingyang, its walls standing tall and scarred from countless battles. Now under the control of the Daxia dynasty, the soldiers atop the walls watched vigilantly, having fought fiercely for 2 days before securing victory. Riker turned to Hart, praising his bravery. He had witnessed firsthand how Hart single-handedly fought thousands of enemy troops, emerging victorious each time. To the soldiers of the Bai dynasty, Hart was like a fierce lion, feared and respected. General Ming, without your and the advisor's strategies, I wouldn't have taken Pingyang so swiftly, Hart modestly replied. No matter how brilliant our strategies, they pale in comparison to your courage, Riker chuckled. What was happening? Hearing the soldiers' words, the courtiers were momentarily baffled. Why would the Donghu dynasty suddenly send envoys for help instead of receiving their own request? Pleasant. Truly delightful. I haven't had such exhilarating battles in a long time. Ha ha ha. In the long Yuan Marquis territory of the Bai dynasty, Riker's army was encamped. The tents stretched endlessly, banners fluttered in the wind, and the horizon seemed distant. In the camp, countless soldiers stood armored and resolute, spears pointed skyward, eyes burning with fervor, their morale soared, filled with fierce fighting spirit. In an instant, overwhelming martial chi swept across the heavens, and dragon-like blood energy surged, intertwining and forming a crimson smoke column reaching the 9 skies. In the central command tent, Riker studied the sand table calmly. Suddenly, a bold laugh echoed from outside. It was Hart, who had just entered. General Ming, what are you looking at? After a moment's silence, Riker replied calmly, we have already captured more than 20 cities in the Bai dynasty, yet they have not mobilized their main forces against us. They must be plotting something. With both of us here and our brave soldiers, we can handle any tricks they throw at us. What is there to worry about? Hart said bluntly. General Ebenezer, the battlefield requires strategy, not brute strength. Just being physically powerful won't ensure victory. Riker gently shook his head. The sand table showed the cities, mountains, and rivers of the Bai dynasty's Long Yuan Marquis territory. Though Long Yuan Marquis was ranked last among the 7 marquises, his power was formidable enough to destroy a lesser dynasty. Even though it was no match for Riker's prowess, he proceeded cautiously. Catching mice requires full effort. Never underestimate the enemy. That is a great mistake. You seem very pleased, General Ebenezer. Has your army already taken Pingyang City? Riker smiled. Haha, absolutely. If it weren't for your brilliant plans, I wouldn't have been able to capture this city today. 5 miles ahead lay a majestic city. Its walls, 27 zhang high and 10 zhang wide, were greenish-blue with marks of battles. Smoke rose from its gates. This city now belonged to the Anchor dynasty, with its warriors standing on the walls, eyes sharp and cold, watching the horizon. To capture this city, the Anchor dynasty paid dearly in lives. After 2 days of fierce fighting, they finally took it in the afternoon. Hart himself led the charge. Of course, without Riker and the 2 strategist plans, it would have taken longer. Brave General Ebenezer. Riker turned and exclaimed. Lately, Hart's valor was evident. Fighting alone against thousands, or even tens of thousands of enemies, he left none standing. For the Bai dynasty soldiers, Hart with his sword and shield was like a fierce lion. I couldn't have done it without your and the strategist's plans, Hart humbly replied. He acknowledged taking Pingyang City, but knew it wouldn't have happened without Riker's assistance. Suddenly, a Secret Service agent interrupted them. Feeling the intense gaze of the 2 generals, the agent felt immense pressure. Speak, what have you discovered? Riker asked expressionlessly. The Secret Service agents had been instrumental, acting as their eyes and ensuring their progress. In the Jushan Gorge, we found a large contingent of Bai dynasty soldiers maneuvering behind our lines, intending to ambush us, the agent reported, bowing respectfully. ###Chapter 107. Enemy surprise attack? Jushan Go? Where exactly is Jushan Go? Riker asked, his face filled with confusion. Jushan Go? Why had he never heard of such a place in the Long Yuan Marquis' residence? However, just because he hadn't heard of it didn't mean it didn't exist. Perhaps this location was extremely hidden and hadn't been recorded on any maps. The embroidered uniform guard didn't say much more. Instead, he walked forward to the sand table, pointed at a small valley in the upper left corner surrounded by 2 large mountains, and said, Here is Jushan Go. Riker's face fell, and black lines appeared on. Hart, standing nearby, remained speechless, looking at the embroidered uniform guard with a depressed expression. Ignoring the embroidered uniform guard, Riker stared intently at Changhong Go on the sand table, observing it closely. His face then darkened. Good grief. Although the route through this valley was long, it could lead directly to their rear. If the enemy army bypassed this valley and flanked around to their rear, it would undoubtedly deal a severe blow to their forces. Have you thoroughly investigated how many soldiers have bypassed this valley, and who is their commander? Riker asked emotionlessly. 500,000 elite troops with top-notch equipment. The person leading this army is Lord Kenny from the Long Yuan Marquis' household. The embroidered uniform guard slowly explained. How strong is Kenny? Hart asked with bright eyes before Riker could speak. Lord? That must be a formidable fighter. But he wanted to know the other party's cultivation level. If they were a rookie, it wouldn't matter. After all, 50,000 troops would be enough for them to handle. If they were a strong opponent, he really wanted to see how they matched up and how many moves they could survive against him. If Riker knew what Hart was thinking, he definitely wouldn't allow this guy to step onto the battlefield. Whether it's Kenny's identity or his aura, they are both very hidden, and his sense of smell is as sharp as a wild beast's. We can't get too close to him, making it difficult to gauge his strength, the embroidered uniform guard said with a bitter smile. Kenny's senses were incredibly acute. Acting like a predator, nobled as a marquis wasn't simple. He didn't believe Kenny was so stupid. There must be another reason behind his actions, or he might have brought more than what met the eye. Yes. The embroidered uniform guard saluted respectfully and left. As the embroidered uniform guard turned away, Hart watched Riker closely, noticing his grave demeanor, as if he were worried about something. After all, Riker was a great general of the Qin state, and he trusted his instincts. Kenny must be planning something. General Ebenezer, please find the 2 strategists for me, Riker said solemnly. All right, give me a moment. I'll go fetch them. Hart turned and left promptly. Left alone in the tent, Riker carefully studied the sand table, pondering deeply. It seemed he had met a worthy opponent. Yet, seeing this upcoming challenge, he couldn't help feeling a hint of excitement. If life were always easy, wouldn't it be too boring? Even as historical figures from China, they could still encounter formidable opponents in this world. These opponents might one day become colleagues or meet them on the battlefield somewhere. Soon, Hart returned with Alfredo and Django to the tent. They spoke in unison. We pay our respects to General Ming. Riker turned around and nodded slightly. Strategists, you must already know why I've summoned you from General Ebenezer, correct? We have some idea. What would you have us do, General Ming? Alfredo nodded gently. When informed by Hart that you were searching for us, we gathered some information about Kinney's troops moving behind us. General Ming, have you encountered a problem? Django asked. Please come closer. I'll explain everything, Riker gently urged them, gathering everyone around the sand table. Despite their confusion, they complied and circled the sand table. Hart also obediently joined. Pointing to the location of Pingyang City, Riker whispered, this is Pingyang City, where we are now. This is Chunfeng, the path taken by Kinney's troops. ##### Chapter 108. Long Yuan Marquis Kinney. Report. Your Excellency, the army of the Great Anchor Dynasty has already occupied Pingyang City, and all remaining defenders have been captured. At Chunfeng, where a Desi with delicate features and regular facial features was directing the troops, his face turned cold upon hearing the scout's report. This Desi appeared to be in his 30s, wearing silver armor. He was none other than the Marquis of Long Yuan House, Kinney himself. The blue and red armored troops marching before him were his elite forces. The corners of the Desi's lips curled slightly as he muttered to himself, no wonder the Great Anchor Dynasty sent Riker to lead the attack on our Baima dynasty. It turns out this Riker is no ordinary general. Unfortunately, his presence had already been exposed. 3 men in imperial robes hidden on the mountain were completely unaware that they had been detected, standing quietly as they observed every move of the enemy. Just then, a towering figure, over 9 feet tall, approached Kinney, carrying a massive axe on his left shoulder. He reported, Your Excellency, General Tadion Christian has messaged us. They are nearly at the designated location and ask where we currently are. Nearly at the designated location? Kinney murmured to himself. He hadn't expected Tadion Christian to move so swiftly. He'd underestimated him. However, such speed suited him well. Once all units were in place, they could coordinate a simultaneous assault on Riker, catching him off guard. The approaching man carrying the giant axe was his mighty general, Farrell, known for his extraordinary strength and formidable combat skills. Despite his large frame and heavy weapon, Zhao's prowess remained unimpaired. A single swing of his axe could turn weaker opponents into pulp. After a moment's thought, Kinney replied calmly, Inform them that we have reached Chunfeng, and we are still one day and night away from the designated location. Also, warn them to be cautious of Riker's scouts. We must not let them trace our movements, or we will lose everything, Kinney sternly advised. Intelligence from the dynasty's dark guards indicated that Riker was not only incredibly powerful, but also extremely perceptive. Once he detected their presence, he would prepare thoroughly, transforming their position from wolves to lambs. Understood. Siege the city. In Suelian dynasty's Chaofeng City, Tiger personally directed the siege. As orders were relayed, horns sounded, and drums echoed across the battlefield. Hundreds of trebuchets were wheeled forward, and rows of archers took position. Giles stepped forward, sword pointed ahead, bellowing, Archers ready. At the command, the archers drew their bows to full draw, aiming at the city a kilometer away. Fire. With Giles's icy demeanor, normal soldiers wouldn't stand a chance hitting from a kilometer. Even among martial artists, it would be impossible. In his experience, the longest range for an archer in the military was about 500 meters. But these archers were different. They belonged to Tiger's elite forces, born marksmen who could hit targets at a kilometer even with their eyes closed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows pierced the air, thundering towards the besieged Chaofeng City. Fredjo, commander of Chaofeng's defenses, watched in grim determination as the sky above the southern wall filled with dark clouds of arrows. Defend. He knew the Great Anchor Dynasty possessed exceptional archers, but never did he imagine them to be so deadly, standing kilometers away, yet striking with pinpoint accuracy. Such a sight defied belief. Now he understood why the fleeing soldiers called them devilish archers, hitting anything within a kilometer blindfolded. As his shout rang out, the pale-faced guards snapped back to reality, raising shields for defense. Arrows rained down, eliciting screams of agony. Blood-curdling cries spread through the air. Hiding beneath the shields, Fredjo watched his comrades fall, feeling intense pain but keeping his composure. His priority was defending the city and awaiting reinforcements. Seeing the archers complete their barrage, Giles ordered, Prepare the trebuchets. With the archery phase over, now came the trebuchets to further weaken the enemy. Reducing the opposing force's strength would minimize casualties among his troops and ensure they could continue fighting. Initially skeptical, he admired Tiger's tactics and even volunteered to lead the vanguard. Launch. Hundreds of stones flew through the air with fierce whistles, like black clouds crushing the city. Boom, 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 thud. Instantly, the sharp rocks shattered upon impact, scattering in all directions. Soldiers screamed as the jagged fragments tore through armor and flesh. Deep cracks began spreading along the walls. While minute now, they foretold imminent collapse. Chapter 109. Quadruple Fierce Battles. Fredjo, who witnessed everything unfold before his eyes, felt an agonizing pain deep within him. His fury burned brightly in his eyes, yet he was powerless to stop the devastation, only clenching his teeth in anger. He had often heard about this formidable siege weapon of the Daxia dynasty and its terrifying reputation, but hearing was not as effective as seeing it for himself. Witnessing it now, The impact left him speechless, unable to find words to describe the scene. This seemingly bizarre contraption could hurl stones weighing hundreds, even thousands of pounds with terrifying accuracy and destructive power. Facing a barrage of stones falling from the sky, he could only hurriedly order a retreat behind the city walls. Otherwise, they would suffer heavy casualties even before actual combat began. He felt disheartened. How could the Daxia dynasty be so terrifying? The Shualian dynasty was simply no match for them on any level. Kill. Amidst the continuous launch of boulders by the catapults, Wu led his 10,000 vanguard troops, enveloped in murderous intent and cold-blooded ferocity, charging toward the Chunfeng city. Due to being suppressed by the catapults, there wasn't a single soldier on the southern wall of Chunfeng city at this moment. Without any enemy resistance, Wu's army advanced unimpeded, closing in on the city walls. Seeing the army approaching the city, Clifton immediately ordered the cessation of stone throwing, and the trebuchets came to an abrupt halt, pulling back to the rear. Carrying overwhelming battle chi, the soldiers of the Daxia dynasty erected ladders and swiftly climbed onto the city walls. Kill. Frejo let out a fierce cry, his body stepping into the air, a dazzling light erupting from his great saber as it ruthlessly cut down dozens of elite Daxia soldiers in an instant. His gaze was cold and stern, sweeping around, exuding a chilling battle will. His saber danced wildly like a demon descending upon the world. In just a breath's time, he slew hundreds of elite Daxia soldiers. Under his leadership, the defending forces of Chunfeng city gradually ascended the walls, clashing fiercely with the troops of the Daxia dynasty. The battlefield was intense, blood flying everywhere, severed bodies strewn about. A voice shouted, "Your opponent is me." The speaker descended from the void, wielding an iron whip that glowed with a sinister bloody light, striking Frejo who was slaughtering the Daxia soldiers. It turned out to be Will himself. Despite his advanced age, Will's vigor remained robust as if he were still in his 20s. Not only was his vitality abundant, but his cultivation was exceptionally powerful. Facing Will's sudden beast-like attack, General entered the city. Subsequent Daxia elites also rushed in. Highland City's commander Alwyn watched helplessly as the city gate was broken and enemies poured in like floodwaters. Yet, even in despair, his long spear swept across, radiating brilliantly as he fought Bradford fiercely. Kill. With his hair scattered and a cold expression, Alwyn roared incessantly, his spear darting forward like a dragon. Unfazed by the enemy's attacks, Bradford countered with a slash of his long sword, bursting with sword energy, instantly suppressing Alwyn. Seeing Bradford's strength and witnessing the breach of defenses, Alwyn's heart ached deeply. He hated himself for his inability. He hated the ministers of the court who were all incompetent. Watching one soldier after another fall effortlessly under the enemy's blades, blood staining the walls, his heart bled, eyes filled with bloodshot rage. The army of the Daxia dynasty was too strong. His subordinates couldn't resist at all. They held on purely through sheer determination and sacrifice. Even as a mid-level dynasty and one of the older ones, facing the rising Daxia dynasty felt like hitting a stone with an egg. While fighting Bradford, seeing comrades continuously fall, Maverick screamed, tears welling up in his eyes. His mind was clouded with doubt. Why was the newly risen Daxia dynasty so powerful? Such terrifying strength was on par with top-tier dynasties. Why did they pretend to be a lower-tier dynasty? Pretending? The Daxia dynasty was not pretending. They were merely hiding their true strength. Both Emperor Harold and the court officials understood the saying, those who stand out get shot down. If other dynasties knew of their formidable strength, they would unite against them. Even the powerful upper-tier dynasties might join the fray, surrounding them from all sides. At that point, they would be in a difficult position, forcing the entire nation into readiness. The city gates of Highland have been breached, and our Daxia dynasty soldiers are inside the city. Do you still wish to fight? Bradford, overpowering Alwyn with his long sword, asked expressionlessly. He admired Alwyn immensely and intended to draw him into the ranks of the Daxia dynasty. They lacked talent, especially commanders skilled in warfare and defense like Alwyn. Under his leadership, the defenders of Highland had managed to hold off their relentless attacks for 4 nights and 5 days, until today when exhaustion finally allowed them to breach the walls. Since launching the attack on the Daxia dynasty 3 months ago, Highland was their toughest fortress to conquer. After calculations last night, they lost nearly 100,000 soldiers taking this city, their largest casualty count since attacking the Daxia dynasty. Chapter 110. Vow never to surrender. Fight to the death. With a sudden roar, his spear shot out like a dragon, thrusting forward. He was a general of the Great Yin dynasty, a subject of the Great Yin monarch, and the commander of the Highland City garrison. Was he to surrender? Impossible. He would rather die in battle than surrender. Perhaps he let down the people of Highland City and his brothers beside him, but he must not let down his emperor. If he were disloyal to his own monarch, he would have never joined the military, nor accepted this post as a garrison commander long ago. Bradford's expression remained unchanged as he swung his long sword horizontally, sword intent sharp, stirring up strong winds. The two fought with fierce flashes between them. Since the other side refused to surrender, there was nothing more to say. They each had their own monarch, preferring to die in battle rather than betray their ruler. But he also had his own monarch, and he needed to sweep away all obstacles for him, flattening any enemy standing in his monarch's path. In an instant, the two engaged in fierce combat, with neither side's soldiers daring to approach within half a step of them. Reporting to the Great General, reinforcements from the Great Yin dynasty are within 100 miles of Highland City, numbering nearly 50,000. Outside Highland City, Ellis, who had been coldly observing the battle from his war chariot, was suddenly approached by a swift cavalry scout galloping up to report loudly. Ellis's expression remained calm, only briefly deep in thought. 2 days earlier, he had already received intelligence from the Secret Service that the Great Yin dynasty had dispatched 50,000 reinforcements to block his army's advance. The commander leading this massive force was none other than General Bob of the Great Yin dynasty. What surprised him was how swiftly this reinforcement arrived at Highland City, managing to come 3 days ahead of schedule. It seemed that Bob was no ordinary man. "Great General, I volunteer to lead 30,000 troops and annihilate this relief force," said a middle-aged general next to him, his face stern as he clasped his fists in salute. His aura was extraordinary, blood surging powerfully. A closer look revealed him to be a beginner-level martial ancestor. The Great Anchor Dynasty, after 3 years of recuperation, not only recovered economically but also rapidly developed. Moreover, new powerful figures emerged constantly like bamboo shoots after rain. Having undergone special training, they naturally possessed extraordinary strength, capable of shouldering important missions. "No, I will deal with this reinforcement myself. You continue to take charge of capturing this city." Turning his gaze towards Eric, he added, "Gong Tai, you will now assume my duties while I meet with Bob." Though Eric wasn't a military general, he had a brilliant mind, and leaving the army under his command gave him confidence in confronting the incoming reinforcements. Over the past few days, he had grown restless, eager to lead troops into battle, but unable to find a worthy opponent, which made him somewhat disappointed. Now that he finally encountered one, even though he didn't know how formidable Bob was, or if his troops could withstand the attack, he still wanted to confront him. Hearing their general's words, the middle-aged general felt a wave of disappointment. However, he believed there would be another opportunity for him to prove himself and showcase his skills. "Fine." Eric nodded without hesitation. After issuing further orders, Ellis led his elite vanguard corps and 10,000 elite troops, along with 15,000 more, rushing straight towards the direction of the incoming reinforcements. With 25,000 against 50,000, plus his own strength, it was more than enough to completely annihilate them. Kill. The city gates were breached, and the army surged into the city, fiercely clashing with enemy soldiers. Despite the intense battle, the soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty did not molest the civilians or destroy their homes. Their mission in attacking the Great Yin Dynasty was clear: to directly eliminate the armies of the Great Yin Dynasty and any resisting enemies. As for the others, they were not to be disturbed or harmed, for soon they would become part of the Great Anchor Dynasty. If they were to be future family members, it was essential not to plant seeds of hatred in their heart, Anderson said expressionlessly. Though he wanted to gather his scattered soldiers, time wouldn't wait, and he had to act immediately. Hendricker Thermore, he had already reached the gates of the city hall and couldn't retreat. He could only move forward into the city hall. Kill. With his order, he took the lead, gripping his sword tightly and stepping forward. His elite troops followed closely behind, faces icy, gripping their weapons firmly and charging forward abruptly. Bang! Reaching the tightly shut gate, Anderson kicked it open with tremendous force, splintering the large entrance. Even a martial ancestor before him would have been turned into a bloody mess with such a kick. Entering the city hall, the scene before him made him frown. The thick stench of blood assaulted his nostrils, causing an urge to vomit. Facing this ghastly sight, he was perplexed, unable to comprehend what had transpired. The entire city hall grounds were littered with bodies, most mangled and severed, with not a single intact corpse, like a brutal massacre had occurred here. Even the robust elites behind him couldn't help but feel nauseous, their faces turning pale. Chapter 111. The mysterious black-cloaked figure. Huff. Anderson took a deep breath, his face stern as he said, "Search thoroughly and see if there are any survivors. If you find any, bring them to me." Though he had no idea what had happened here or who had committed such atrocities, he wanted to check for any survivors. He was keen to find out who could be so ruthless as to wipe out every single member of the mansion, not even sparing a cockroach. Understood. The elite soldiers, upon receiving orders, split into groups of 10, led by their squad leaders, and swarmed into the estate to search. Anderson stayed behind, looking around while waiting for his men to report back. He was filled with questions, eager to know what had transpired here. Before long, one soldier quickly approached him, knelt on one knee, and reported, "General, we found 3 dead Imperial guards inside the inner courtyard. They were brutally tortured, especially one of them." Upon hearing this, Anderson's expression darkened immediately. "Lead me to where they are." Without wasting a moment, he gestured for the soldier to lead the way, bringing his troops with him to the inner courtyard. Understood. The soldier respectfully responded, stood up, and led the group towards the inner courtyard. Soon, under the soldier's guidance, Anderson arrived at the courtyard, only to witness 3 Imperial guards impaled on stone walls. Sharp spears pierced through their bodies, pinning them 3 meters high on the stone walls. The man on the far left appeared to have been brutally tortured. Their wounds were numerous and covered in fresh blood, indicating that they had only just met their demise. Seeing these deceased comrades, everyone felt a surge of anger burning within them, their eyes flashing with murderous intent. Bang! Suppressing his inner rage, Anderson took a step forward and punched the wall. The impact shook it, causing the spears to fly off. The bodies fell from the wall, and the soldiers quickly rushed forward to catch them. Clenching his fists tightly, Anderson stared at the 3 corpses with cold, intense eyes. Anger and confusion churned within him. Bang! Just then, sounds of battle came from a distance, drawing everyone's attention. Frowning, Anderson turned coldly and said, "Leave some men to handle these bodies. The rest, follow me." He then led the group toward the source of the battle sounds. Although he didn't know what was happening there, the distant noises of intense fighting and crumbling buildings indicated that his elite soldiers had encountered a powerful opponent. Understood. Kill. In a vast courtyard of the city lord's residence, hundreds of elite warriors from the Great Anchor Dynasty surrounded a black-cloaked figure. Despite dozens of warriors lying on the ground, the assault continued unabated. Faced with these annoying ants, the mysterious figure, hidden beneath the black cloak with glowing red eyes, grew enraged. He hadn't intended to fight them, but their relentless attacks left him no choice. He blamed his misfortune for revealing himself, which led to this entanglement. As the Great Anchor warriors pressed their attack, the mysterious figure clenched his fists and struck the ground forcefully, roaring, "Earth Spike Pinnacle!" Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, Spikes shot out from the ground, piercing through many soldiers and taking their lives. Retreat! Someone shouted, and the remaining soldiers pulled back, but over 100 still fell victim to the lethal stone spikes. What the hell? Where are the archers? Why haven't I seen the archers? A company leader roared in fury upon seeing over 100 of his men killed instantly. This bastard is too difficult to deal with, he thought. Moreover, his methods were bizarre, preventing them from getting within 10 meters of him. Only a barrage of arrows from archers could hold him off. The company leader's anger grew as he watched this unfold. Snatching a spear from a nearby comrade, he hurled it directly at the cloaked figure standing in the center. Whoosh! Huh! Sensing the sharp whistling sound, the cloaked figure looked up and saw the spear hurtling towards him. Clang! With disdain, he extended his right hand and deflected the spear easily. Warriors like these were mere ants to him. Even at full strength, their attacks posed no real threat. Seeing more reinforcements arriving, his face darkened, urging him to leave. Although these elite soldiers were weaker individually, their numbers and tactical coordination were formidable. Staying longer risked being overwhelmed or attracting stronger warriors. Then, a sudden sword flash zipped past, causing the cloaked figure's expression to change drastically as he hurriedly dodged. Ah! Despite evading, the sharp sword left a bloody gash on his body, eliciting a painful cry. Spurts of blue blood stained the ground, shocking the onlookers. Blue blood? What's going on? This guy's blood isn't like theirs? Could he not be human? Anderson, observing from a distance, frowned deeply, puzzled by the blue blood on the ground. He had only heard of red blood before, never blue. You're not human, demon, nor beast. What are you? Anderson demanded coldly. His readings did not mention any race with blue blood. While unrecorded didn't mean non-existent, whoever this was had harmed his soldiers, thereby opposing both him and the Great Anchor Dynasty. Enduring the pain in his back, the cloaked figure swiftly mobilized his elemental power to heal his injuries. His cold gaze fixed on Anderson, fear creeping into his heart. Thankfully, he managed to dodge in time. Otherwise, Anderson's sword would have cut him in two. Humph! Seeing the figure remain silent, Anderson sneered and said, "Since you won't speak, this general will make you." Within him, tiny streams of sword chi instantly surrounding his body. With his powerful sword technique deployed, he seemed like an iceberg straight from hell. Not good. Realizing the terror of Anderson's swordplay, the black-cloaked figure held his breath, his expression stern. He clenched his fists, exuding a formidable aura as he delivered a powerful iron fist punch into the ground. Boom! Instantly, the condensed power on his fist erupted like a volcano, forming an overwhelmingly powerful punch chi that surged forth mercilessly and indestructibly. Fist technique, Mountain Peak Earth Splitter. Bang! 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 As if infused by some force, the ground burst forth with sharp spikes attempting to tear through everything on the surface. Seeing these stone spikes emerge sharply, Anderson's expression turned cold. He quickly swung his long sword. In an instant, the spikes emerging from the ground were all sliced away by his sword. Suddenly, Anderson sensed a torrential fist attack descending from above, brimming with limitless murderous intent. His face remained unperturbed. With a slight flick of his right wrist, he directly blocked it with his long sword. Boom! A deafening thunderclap echoed everywhere. The fist chi clashed with the sword light, like 9 moons converging in the sky, sending thick smoke billowing. Under the black-cloaked figure's punch, Anderson's feet sank into the earth, and his internal organs trembled violently. Fortunately, his own strength was formidable enough to withstand this killing blow. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to pulp if he couldn't block it. Even though he managed to resist one punch, his complexion paled, and a trickle of blood slowly dripped from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating internal injuries. Realizing the terrifying strength of his opponent, nearly matching his own, Anderson was inwardly stunned. "Did you kill everyone in this manner?" Anderson asked icily. If not for the full-strength blow just now, he wouldn't have sensed the residual surging killing intent on the opponent. Also, through that blow, he confirmed the opponent's cultivation level. An initial stage martial venerable expert. So what if the other party was a martial venerable? He feared no one. Due to certain reasons, he hadn't been able to break through to martial venerable, but now this guy could help him achieve a breakthrough. "You filthy humans should all die and become a source of power for my race." The crimson-eyed, black-cloaked figure raved madly. "So you're not human after all. It seems you are indeed one of the alien races spoken of by the king," Anderson said coldly. Harold had mentioned the matter of the alien races to them before, but without many specifics because he knew little about them himself. Considering this person's disrespectful comments about humans being a source of power, it was clear they belonged to an alien race. Since this was an alien, there was no need to spare their life. Those who aren't of our kind harbor different hearts. Anderson didn't want to continue talking. With a roar, he wielded his sword like mist and silk, unleashing a tidal wave of force. The black-cloaked figure's expression remained unchanged. He spread his fists, delivering weighty and relentless punches like a fierce tiger roaring through the mountains. This human gave him a non-trivial feeling. He dared not relax for a moment, fearing he might fall under the sword. After some time, Anderson's aura grew stronger, and his stalled cultivation showed signs of breaking through. This exhilarating feeling made him feel extremely refreshed, reaching a peak that left others far behind. Facing Anderson's increasing aura, the wounded black-cloaked figure coughed up blood, staggering backward with a face pale as paper, looking weary. His back wound reopened instantly, flesh torn open as bright red blood gushed out, almost taking his life. He wanted to treat his back wounds, but he knew this general wouldn't give him any respite, nor could he afford to slack off. Once he exposed any weakness, the other side would definitely strike him down. As the two engaged in fierce combat, more soldiers gathered in the courtyard, or around its perimeter. At this moment, the large courtyard with powerful sword and tint converged into the sword light circling him. Boom. In that instant, Anderson's cultivation sword, finally breaking through to the martial venerable realm, thus becoming a martial venerable expert. No, damned humans, my race will definitely seek revenge. Confronted with the overwhelming, tide-like sword and tint, the black-cloaked figure's face turned fearful, his eyes gazing upward defiantly as he used all his remaining strength to resist. Alas, he still couldn't withstand Anderson's strike. The sword and tint transformed into a rainbow-like sword light, slicing him in half. Exhausting all his strength, completely defeating the black-cloaked figure, Anderson collapsed weakly to his knees, breathing heavily. Hashtag chapter 113. This is the alien race? General. Seeing their general, Anderson, kneel weakly on the ground, several soldiers who rushed forward were quite anxious. However, upon realizing he was unharmed, they breathed a sigh of relief. But they were also thrilled to see that their general had advanced in cultivation and successfully defeated this mysterious hooded figure, or rather, this alien race member. After being helped up by two of his men, Anderson glanced at the alien he'd sliced in half not far away, feeling a wave of pride. Had it not been for fighting this guy for so long, his cultivation wouldn't have broken through to Wu Zun. In a way, he owed this fellow a great deal. Strip off all his clothes. I want to see what kind of alien race this is. To think it could be so powerful. Although the black-cloaked man was only at the first stage of Wu Zun, Anderson distinctly felt that the other party's combat power was equivalent to 5th stage Wu Zun. If not for his ability to fight above his level and the vigorous chi and blood within him, he probably wouldn't have managed to defeat the guy. Additionally, he sensed that this individual seemed to be in a weakened state and wasn't at the peak of his power. In other words, due to some reason, his strength was not as formidable as before, leading to his current drop in combat power. Yes. The two soldiers receiving the order immediately dragged back the severed body and pulled off the black cloak. Once the black cloak was removed, the creature's body became visible to everyone. It had a human-like form but with distinct differences. Its skeletal structure was more prominent. Its face was grotesque with fangs showing, covered in greenish scales that shimmered like metal, and its eyes were red like those of a beast. Yet it clearly wasn't an animal. Also, each foot only had 3 toes. Looking at this hideous creature, Anderson frowned, barely restraining the urge to spit at it. He had never seen such an ugly creature before. Moreover, even though it was dead, it still emitted an aura of brutality and ferocity that was overwhelmingly intimidating. Now I understand why those 3 brocade guards were killed, said Anderson. With this creature's immense power, those guards weren't enough to fill its teeth. General, what in the world is this thing? Why does it look so hideous? Even in death, its residual aura remains terrifying, asked the Desi beside him curiously. Others too turned to Anderson, puzzled about what sort of being this was. After all, this creature had just killed over 100 of their brothers with ease. Had it not been for their general arriving in time, not only would this creature have escaped, but many more of their brothers might have perished. An alien race? Anderson replied coldly. He had only heard of the name alien race before without knowing what they looked like. Now that he saw one, he felt both awe and curiosity. What kind of alien race was this? And why was it here? Alien race. Hearing their general, everyone exchanged puzzled glances, completely bewildered. It wasn't surprising since they, like Anderson, were hearing the term for the first time. Still, these men were quite brave, attacking the alien relentlessly despite their weaker cultivation levels. Reporting to the general, we found a secret chamber while searching the crowd. The chamber is filled with sinister energy. We dared not enter it ourselves. Just as Anderson pondered, a soldier quickly approached, kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists in salute. A secret chamber? And one filled with sinister energy? Anderson narrowed his eyes, instantly becoming wary. Without further ado, he swallowed a healing pill. Though uncertain what lay inside, he surmised it couldn't be anything good. The nearby quarreling men shut their mouths, turning their attention to him. Lead the way. He then instructed another officer, Bailey. Inform the commanding general that we've seized the Lord's mansion and provide details of the incident. Yes, sir. Bailey to-do saluted respectfully before departing. As soon as Bailey left, he ordered the group to leave and clean up the battlefield. For safety, and so that his comrades would see the alien race, he directly stored the alien corpse in his spatial ring. Meanwhile, as the city's defense commander Yuan died in battle, the remaining troops gradually lost the upper hand, with some choosing to surrender. Yet, many soldiers preferred fighting to the death rather than giving up their weapons. Facing the enemy's fierce counterattack, the great Anchor Dynasty soldiers showed no mercy, suppressing their opponents psychologically until they eventually surrendered. While they admired the opponent's strength and passionate resistance, reducing casualties on either side greatly benefited the great Anchor Dynasty. Soon, Anderson and his men arrived at the entrance of an underground chamber in a pavilion. The massive stone door was engraved with ancient runes that emitted eerie vibes. Observing the rune-covered stone door, Anderson felt both puzzled and awestruck, especially by the ancient aura from the runes. What dense malevolent energy? Could that alien race have come from here? He muttered to himself. The thick malevolent energy was unnerving, yet Anderson remained composed, his gaze icy. As a general, he feared no such energy. Besides, his body housed Sha Qi, which countered evil Qi. With the stone door now open, whatever was inside had been released. But what exactly had been let out? Was it the alien race they fought earlier? After a brief pause, he turned to his men. I need 4 men to explore down there with me. Who among you will join? I will. Me too. General, count me in. Seeing them eagerly volunteering, Anderson felt speechless, but knew he couldn't take so many. If something happened below, no one would be available to assist them. If all of you accompany me down, no one will remain to guard the top. So, I will personally select who goes. Thus spoke Anderson, calmly. Chapter 114. Surrounded in the siege. Kill. Ellis, astride the ferocious beast known as Bai Qi, had a stern expression. His long saber pointed forward as he roared. Behind him, the vanguard corps surged forth abruptly, followed by hundreds of thousands of elite troops. Bob, riding on his warhorse, saw Ellis personally leading the army to block him and sneered inwardly, his entire body radiating a chilling killing intent. Kill. Without any regard for their opponent's strength, he pointed the black spear in his hand forward. Flashes of light emerged as he bellowed angrily. Upon receiving orders, the Dian soldiers were spirited, filled with intense battle readiness, and instantly rushed towards the Xia dynasty soldiers like a flood. Facing these invaders who encroached upon their dynasty and homeland, they showed no mercy with their weapons. Boom, boom, boom. As martial artists, the soldiers moved rapidly using nimble steps, quickly colliding with each other. Those at the forefront used their shields to forcefully collide with the enemies before them. Instantly, blood and flesh flew everywhere on the battlefield, with soldiers falling one after another. In that moment, the vast plain turned into a gory and fiercely fought battleground. The soldiers' eyes showed no expression or pity. They only knew that they had to slay the enemy. To survive the battlefield and gain glory, one must grip their sword tightly and slay all enemies before them. When Ellis entered the battlefield, his face was icy cold, exuding formidable battle will. He suddenly raised his long saber, and boundless killing intent flashed in his eyes. In an instant, his gaze became cold and merciless, like a demon god overlooking the world. At this moment, his hands gripped the massive saber tightly, and powerful arm strength surged out, transferring power to the saber. Moments later, overwhelming saber light enveloped him, making him shine like a brilliant sun, illuminating all directions and destroying everything. Seeing this terrifying warrior, the Dian soldiers' faces paled, their eyes filled with intense fear. A fearsome warrior. To them, such beings were legends, myths, supreme rulers. Now, they wondered why such a supreme powerhouse would appear here. Could they be this powerhouse's match? Even with more numbers, it would merely amount to extra kills. Confronting the immensely powerful Ellis, everyone felt like they were in a dream, their faces trembling rapidly, their minds going numb as if they would explode at any moment. Whoosh! Saber light cut through the sky, and his long saber slashed instantly. A dozen meters of blinding light appeared, like a sea of sabers, brilliantly red and sweeping across all directions. Bang! The saber light struck the ground, causing the earth to shake violently, the thunderous sound echoing in all directions, winds howling, and dust filling the air. With wails and screams of pain resounding, blood flowed on the ground, bodies littered everywhere. A scene so grim it made people want to retch. In that moment, everyone was terrified. They stared dumbfounded, eyes wide with shock, their whole bodies trembling, overwhelmed by terror. What the hell? Such a powerful strike caused a horrifying scene. Could this person even be human? With just one blow, several hundred of their brothers fell to the ground, decapitated and killed instantly. Lord Ho, we've been lured into a trap. Riker has risked his life over the past few months with the intention of wiping us all out. A tall figure wielding a large axe stood back-to-back with Kenny, his fearless eyes filled with bitterness. This was Vlad. Watching the gradually engulfing Xia dynasty army, his heart was a mixture of regret and sorrow. Riker risked his life to lure them here, aiming to annihilate them completely. And they were foolish enough to take the bait, ultimately leading to this situation. Looking at their men falling one by one, Kenny's heart bled with anger. These were his brothers. Taiju, I have failed you and everyone else. If I had listened to you yesterday, we wouldn't be trapped now, Kenny said bitterly. Yesterday, Vlad warned him that Riker was setting a trap for them, but he didn't listen. If he had listened, none of this would have happened. Now, 300,000 troops were surrounded, his brothers fighting fiercely, hoping he could lead them out. But he knew clearly, Riker would never let them escape. Lord Ho, this isn't your fault. We should blame Riker for being too cunning, making it impossible for us to guard against him. Vlad shook his head gently in response. Haha, there you are. Damn you for making me search for so long. Kenny, come and fight me. Following the arrogant voice, Kenny and Vlad saw a mighty general bravely charging from a distance. He held a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right, akin to an ancient deity, cutting through soldiers relentlessly as he approached them. This man was Hart. He looked at Kenny as if admiring a rare beauty. He had been searching for Kenny, growing anxious when he couldn't find him. Did he run away? But then he spotted Kenny and Vlad. Hart. Kenny's face darkened, his eyes flashing with endless killing intent as he gripped his sword, ready to engage. Even if he perished here, he would kill a Xia general. Since you seek death, let me send you off. Kenny's expression turned cold as sword light rained down, covering several meters, and he lunged at Hart fiercely. Facing the surging Kenny, the blood-stained Hart showed no fear, his wrist vibrating, sword dancing like deadly snakes. His shield met the attack head-on. Vlad also swung his large axe wildly, slaughtering enemy soldiers crazily. Since they couldn't break through the encirclement, they would fight to the death. Crash. Using his shield to block the sword, the vigorous and imposing Hart laughed wildly. Not bad, but don't hold back, or I'll slice you in two. Warrior rank worthiness, worthy of battling. But he hoped the opponent would use full strength, or else being sliced in two would be awkward. Hart swung his sword at Kenny. Seeing Hart taunting him, Kenny's face turned dark, his body cold. He saw the terrifying strike and blocked it. Clang. The swords clashed, sparks flying as Kenny was pushed back repeatedly. Feeling the overwhelming force, his heart trembled in awe. What a powerful warrior. Though Hart's cultivation was lower than his, he felt the strength far surpassed his own. This strength rivaled Vlad's. Seeing the block, Hart's eyes lit up. Not bad. Looks like your strength is formidable. Next, I'll use my full strength. Don't go easy, or you'll die without knowing what hit you. End of translation. Chapter 115. A second battle. Sharp teeth and a sharp tongue. Humph. Since you're so eager to die, this Marquis will send you on your way. Kenny's expression instantly turned cold, and dust to rise. At that moment, the powerful shockwave instantly sent both men flying, nearly sending them sprawling to the ground. Kenny quickly regained his composure, forcibly stabilizing his body to avoid falling flat on his face. However, his complexion turned pale, a trickle of blood slowly dripping from the corner of his mouth, leaving him speechless with shock. What a formidable warrior. This guy's brute strength rivals Daniel's. Moreover, he clearly felt that his right hand holding the sword was trembling and numb, possibly dropping the sword at any moment. Not bad, not bad. Your strength is pretty good, but let me tell you, if you don't use your full power, you'll be finished. Hart's face showed satisfaction, his heart filled with excitement. This was what using full power felt like. It was truly refreshing. Additionally, he clearly sensed that his opponent hadn't used full power. He didn't know why this man was holding back, but if he didn't use his full power, he wouldn't blame Hart for cutting him down. Humph. Kenny sneered. Sword light flickered like silk and mist. At this moment, he finally tightened his nerves, bringing out all his fighting spirit. Hart's brute strength was too terrifying. If he continued to relax as before, he would surely die. Clang. Hart laughed boisterously as he advanced in large strides. Although he was hit, with Hart fiercely suppressing him, Riker couldn't help but shout aloud, feeling very pleased. Beside him stood the two military advisors, Alfredo and Django. They were also quite satisfied with the battle, especially when they saw Hart's fighting prowess, which greatly astonished their hearts and made them marvel at his age. Hart indeed lived up to being the founding marshal of the Western Han dynasty. His combat power was truly invincible. Hearing Riker praise him, Hart felt elated, fighting even harder against Kenny. Facing Hart's overwhelmingly brutal strength, Kenny could only grit his teeth and endure the attacks while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. No, this guy's brute strength is too formidable. I am no match. Iron Pillar. Feeling Hart's brute strength was too overwhelming, Kenny called out to the heavens. To deal with this guy now, he had to call for Iron Pillar. Otherwise, he would surely die. Daniel, who was fiercely slaying the troops of the Daxia dynasty, heard his Marquis call and swiftly killed his opponent before rushing over. Do not harm our Marquis. Just as he was about to slash Kenny, Hart saw a huge axe descending from the sky. His eyes immediately narrowed as he retracted his sword with his right hand and raised the shield with his left. Boom. Bang. Instantly, the axe struck down, driving Hart's feet into the ground. The powerful force transmitted to his internal organs, making his arms zone. Facing a joint attack from both of them, he showed no fear, gripping his weapon tightly and charging forward. As a fierce general, what did he fear? After all, he once faced off against the Overlord anchoring you. Watching from a distance, Riker saw Kenny and the big guy attacking Hart simultaneously. His expression turned cold, and he prepared to join the fray. However, just as he was about to charge, a scene unfolded before his eyes that shocked him. Hart, with sheer strength, actually managed to withstand the attacks of both opponents while retaliating bravely. General Ebenezer is indeed formidable. The sight left him stunned with admiration. Chapter 116. General, you're not being fair. Snatching heads. For a long time, Hart had been fighting intensely with Kenny and Barnaby. They were all battered and bruised, their battle armor torn, blood dripping everywhere. Yet, despite this, they did not cease fighting. Instead, the combat became even more fierce. Even with the two men fighting together, they could not defeat Hart, let alone take his life. Hart also couldn't kill them. On the vast battlefield, corpses were strewn about, rivers of blood flowed, and countless soldiers lay dead in the carnage. Even though Long Yuan Ho's troops were clearly at a disadvantage, they still didn't give up. Facing such tenacious resistance, Riker's frown deepened, his expression turning grim. If this continued, even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, paid for with heavy losses. Moreover, intelligence from the Imperial Guard reported that the Northern Imo dynasty's elite forces, stronger and better equipped, were now approaching Long Yuan Ho's residence from all sides. He had to end the battle quickly, reorganize the army, and replace equipment to face the incoming enemy. Generals, you will manage this area. I, the general, must meet Kenny. Before Alfredo and Django could react, Riker had already left the war chariot and charged towards the distance with a bronze sword in hand. The two who remained behind exchanged glances and sighed inwardly. This general was still so impatient, but it wasn't hard to understand. Enemy reinforcements were arriving soon. If they didn't resolve the current conflict quickly, they wouldn't be able to handle the next wave of enemies. Riker, armed with a bronze sword, single-handedly stormed into the battlefield, cutting down soldiers and officers as he approached the trio engaged in intense combat at the center. Bang! Riker suddenly appeared, swinging his long sword and forcefully separating the combatants. What? General, what are you doing here? You're not here to snatch the kills, are you? Seeing Riker come to take credit, Hart was immediately displeased. He had finally managed to tire out the opponents. Now Riker arrived out of the blue. What else could it be but snatching the glory? Snatching the kills? How dare anyone try to snatch kills from him? Even a colleague. He would find it intolerable. If not for Riker's higher rank and command over the troops, he would have fought him already. However, if Riker insisted on taking credit, he would report it to Harold and let him judge the matter. Enemy reinforcements are coming. In Mandarin, Riker informed them without further ado, then turned his gaze to Kenny and Barnaby, who were eyeing him cautiously. Long Yuan Ho, surely you know my strength. Do you wish to continue this fight? Hart, originally angry, subtly changed his expression when he heard Riker's words, keeping silent inside. While he loved fighting, it didn't mean he was stupid or brutish. The impending arrival of enemy reinforcements meant this battle needed to end quickly for reorganization. Otherwise, they faced total annihilation. My lord. Seeing Kenny stop him, Barnaby felt puzzled. Was their lord afraid? No, This man had never shown fear before. In fact, he was once incredibly powerful. At your current strength, you can't withstand his 3 strikes. Kenny said coldly. To him, Riker's strength seemed similar to Hart's, but his aura suggested greater combat power. Barnaby would be killed instantly. He wouldn't stand a chance against Riker's 3 strikes. Even with his brute strength and peak condition, feared he might overthrow the dynasty but were helpless against him. One day, his grandfather mysteriously disappeared, plunging their family into despair. The royal family took this opportunity to suppress them relentlessly. Under the dynasty's pressure, their family fell from one of the 7 lords to the bottom. If not for Kenny's rise, the Long Yuan Ho residents would have perished long ago. His rise alarmed the northern Mo dynasty, which feared another strong figure and thus continuously oppressed him. Looking at Kenny's silence, Riker's eyes moved and continued. Did you never wonder why, during the long conflict between Long Yuan Ho and our great Anchor dynasty, your northern Mo dynasty's king has not sent reinforcements? After some thought, Kenny replied coldly, are you trying to sow discord between me and the northern Mo dynasty? This general is not sowing discord. I'm only speaking the truth to help you see the situation clearly, Riker said solemnly. Chapter 117. The Surrender of Long Yuan Marquis Manor. What do you mean? After a long silence, Kenny said coldly, surrender or die. Riker said indifferently. People like Kenny were precisely what their great Anchor dynasty needed, and the large, fiercely combative warrior beside him was also the kind of fierce general their dynasty required. To stand firm in this strange world, they had to not only integrate themselves into it, but also integrate its people into them. However, the premise was that they could not reveal their identities or how they came to this world. Hart, standing nearby, instantly became unhappy upon hearing these words. Just as he was about to eliminate both men, Riker suddenly stepped forward to persuade them to surrender. Wasn't this directly robbing him of his due credit? As Hart prepared to express his anger, he felt Riker's piercing gaze and obediently shut his mouth without further complaint. Surrounded by defeat, tears welled up in his eyes, and he howled to the sky. Despite being the Marquis of Long Yuan, the soldiers before him were brothers who faced life and death together. Seeing them fight for nothing, his heart bled, filled with sorrow and pain. Unable to express his emotions at this moment. Finally, at this moment, he made his decision. He looked around and shouted, Long Yuan army, cease fire. Instantly, a thunderous wave of voices surged towards the heavens, but his heart was filled with immense grief. He hated his own incompetence. He hated his monarch's narrow-mindedness. With such a small-hearted ruler, it wouldn't be long before the northern Mo dynasty was swallowed by the great Anchor dynasty. Moreover, he didn't want to see his loyal soldiers lose their lives effortlessly on the battlefield right before his eyes. Seeing Kenny make his decision, Riker smiled slightly and then shouted loudly, Children of the great Anchor, cease fire. In an instant, 2 commands quickly spread throughout the entire army. Upon receiving the orders, the warriors on both sides quickly separated, each holding their weapons, cautiously watching the other side. To the soldiers of the great Anchor, the enemy was still the enemy as long as they did not put down their weapons. They could not relax. Even after ceasing the battle, the soldiers of Long Yuan Marquis Manor were still surrounded, their faces full of bitterness. At this moment, they knew clearly, they had lost. They had lost completely, without any dignity. Yet even so, their hearts still belonged to Long Yuan Marquis Manor. The soldiers of the great Anchor, on the other hand, remained stern-faced, their blood boiling, exuding excitement. They had won another victory on the battlefield. Long Yuan army, lay down your weapons. Kenny called out again. Clang, clang, clang. Filled with doubts, the soldiers of Long Yuan Marquis Manor exchanged glances, puzzled. However, military orders were absolute. They ultimately chose to lay down their weapons. In an instant, tens of thousands of soldiers on the vast battlefield discarded their weapons. At this moment, as a man, Kenny's eyes streamed with tears of resentment as he knelt abruptly. He let down Long Yuan Marquis Manor and betrayed these brothers before him. 3 days later, after the defeat of Long Yuan Marquis Manor, Kenny surrendered to the great Anchor dynasty, flooding into the territory of the northern Mo dynasty. Upon learning that Kenny had defected mid-battle, the emperor of northern Mo dynasty was enraged to the point of fainting. Upon regaining consciousness, he immediately ordered the execution of the members of Long Yuan Marquis Manor. Unfortunately, when the assassins secretly infiltrated Long Yuan Marquis Manor, they found it deserted. Not only that, they faced a slaughter from the waiting embroidered uniform guard. Upon learning of the failed assassination and the loss of all his dispatched men, the emperor of northern Mo dynasty spat blood in fury, nearly losing his mind. To retaliate against Kenny and oppose the great Anchor dynasty, the emperor of northern Mo dynasty decided to no longer conceal his strength and swiftly mobilize troops from various regions to attack Long Yuan Marquis Manor. While northern Mo dynasty was gathering forces, Harold, residing in the imperial palace, summoned the Qin general Stephen to lead the charge against the northern Mo dynasty. Moreover, Stephen did not come alone. He led hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers, plus 10,000 of his direct subordinates. Great Anchor dynasty, imperial palace, Creek. A young eunuch, pale-faced and holding a scroll, swiftly opened the study door and walked inside. After circling the room, he finally knelt by the window and reported, Your Majesty, Caesar Hiroshi has sent a scroll. Andy beside him remained silent. Quickly approaching, he took the scroll, confirming it posed no threat before presenting it to Harold. Harold, busy reviewing documents, glanced at the scroll and then shifted his gaze to the kneeling eunuch. What else did the Caesar say? Your Majesty, that person only told me that His Excellency the Caesar says you will understand after reading the contents of the scroll. Hearing this, Harold frowned, his gaze turning to the custom-made scroll beside him. Without hesitation, he set aside his brush and unrolled the scroll. What is Hiroshi up to now? Is that so? After reading the content, his brows furrowed, then his lips curved into a mysterious smile. Now, he finally understood the meaning behind the Caesar's words. The message was simple. Alia invited him to an auction, which this time would not be held within the borders of the Great Anchor Dynasty, but in Longyang City. Longyang City, the largest city of Nanyang Jade, governed jointly by the three major sects, boasted an economic prosperity that left one breathless. Fengshan Auction House was hosting a grand auction in Longyang City, where representatives from the three major sects and 9 superior dynasties would attend. Chapter 118. 9,000 Years Takes Action. Lord Hyder, since the Misty Concealment sect has so many powerful figures, you should handle it personally. Remember, all non-Han must be exterminated without mercy. After some contemplation, Harold said coldly, non-Han will inevitably harbor other intentions. He did not want to see these non-Han threaten his people. Moreover, with the Great Anchor Dynasty attacking the Great Yan Dynasty, he could not allow any outsiders to intervene, especially those violent, bloodthirsty non-Han. Once the Great Yan Dynasty was destroyed, he would definitely order Xander and others to personally lead a large army to eliminate the non-Han, eradicating them entirely from the Nanyang domain. Seeing him about to say something, as if hesitating or worrying for himself, Harold calmly said, I know you are concerned about my safety, but you needn't worry. With Jamar and General Gustav by my side, I have nothing to fear from any strong opponents. He feared that Andy might not be able to handle these Misty Concealment sect masters who had been possessed by non-Han, considering their immense power. Only a formidable figure like the 9,000 Years could manage them. With Gustav now present, along with Jamar, they were enough to protect him, not to mention Paul secretly guarding him. Together, the three of them could even take on a martial king without fear. After much consideration, Andy finally nodded in agreement and left the Imperial study with the nearby guards. Standing there, Harold silently sighed, then turned back to the tasks at hand, buried deeply in work. They say being an emperor is wonderful, enjoying beautiful women, delicacies, and fine wines. But only after experiencing it firsthand did he understand how difficult it was to be an emperor. In short, there were endless problems to deal with. In the Idle Cloud Palace, on an open lawn, 2 children were practicing swordsmanship. One was Harold, the other was Azar, his nephew. Sweat drenched Harold's body as he tightened his grip on the wooden sword, practicing over and over again. The 3-year-old Azar also held a wooden sword, mimicking his uncle's movements. Huh. Hudson, your sword speed is too slow, Harold remarked sharply when he saw his nephew's slow movements. Lewis, you're older, so naturally, you're faster. We can't compare, Azar pouted, grumbling. Hudson, what did you just say? Seemingly having heard his words, Harold asked with a puzzled look. Nothing, Lewis, you must have misheard me. Azar hurriedly covered up, thinking there was no way he could repeat what he said. If his uncle reported it to his mother, he'd surely end up in trouble. He also didn't want his father to know, as although he wasn't as fierce as his mother, his stern demeanor made him feel uncomfortable. Since you didn't say anything, continue practicing with me. When you grow as big as your brother, we can help your father with responsibilities. Harold said sternly. This place was arranged by his brother for him to live and practice with Azar. They often played here together. On most days, they spent time here. Occasionally, they went elsewhere, though there were some places they couldn't access. At this moment, wearing black imperial robes, Harold arrived in the courtyard, silently watching them practice. Behind him stood Jamar and Gustav, tall and imposing like ancient guardians. He watched quietly, contemplating who should teach them swordsmanship. Soon, the 2 little ones lay exhausted on the grass, smiling contentedly, unaware of Harold's presence. Father! Suddenly, Azar, turning his head, spotted his father approaching and rushed over. Noticing this, Harold turned around and saw his brother standing far away, watching them. Picking up his son, Harold smiled and asked, Hudson, did practicing with your uncle tire you out? Hee, not at all. But father, Lewis talks a lot, just like Rena, Azar replied. Hearing this, Harold's face darkened slightly. What a cheeky little brat. 5 days later, in the luxurious private room of the Fengshan Auction House in Taduzu City, Harold and Alia chatted happily. Jamar and Gustav stood silently behind them, guarding like 2 immovable statues. Initially, they were supposed to arrive in 10 days, but Harold chose to fly to avoid revealing his identity and for safety. They came here quietly, without notifying anyone, including the city lord. As for the capital, he announced he was in seclusion for cultivation. After some conversation, Harold smiled and asked, when do we head to Longyang City? The auction is in 3 days. We can leave tomorrow. Alia responded with a slight smile under her veil. 3 days until the auction? Leaving tomorrow? Are you joking? From here to Longyang City took half a year's travel. Even if they had wings, they couldn't reach it in 3 days. Even if Brecken led them, how many could he take? Could he guarantee they'd arrive in 3 days? Seeing Harold's expression, Alia inwardly laughed. This person was easy to tease. Sir Yi, don't worry. There's a teleportation array here connecting us directly to our branch in Longyang City. Tomorrow, we just need to use it to arrive quickly. Relieved, Harold sighed, feeling speechless. If there was a teleportation array, why didn't you say so earlier? It made him unnecessarily worried. However, he was genuinely curious about the array, how it worked and its principles. If he could obtain its construction method, imagine the future benefit, Carmen and her entire family. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a flood of gratitude. She had done her best to meet his needs today. If she or her family faced any disaster in the future, he would spare no effort to help them. Sir, you are too polite. Carmen shook her head gently and added, Sir, I have arranged rooms for you. Would you prefer to settle in now, or would you like to tour the city first? My identity is sensitive. It's not suitable for me to appear publicly, so let's go straight to the accommodations, Harold smiled. Earlier, while they were talking, he had asked Carmen to prepare rooms for him to stay temporarily. Given his sensitive status, appearing in public would only cause trouble, especially with people from the Blood Demon sect and the Fog Hidden sect around. They would love nothing more than to see him leave the capital, then crush him into dust. To these 2 sects, he was a deadly threat. Very well. I'll take you to the rooms I've prepared for you. Carmen smiled charmingly. After escorting Harold and his group to their rooms, Carmen and Brecken returned to the elegant private room. Sitting back in the luxurious chairs, they both seemed more relaxed. Seeing his young mistress like this, Brecken couldn't help but feel amused and unsure of what to say. In a way, she loved to put on airs and act strong. But in the end, it always left her feeling awkward. Miss, if you find it troublesome, why do you impose such strict standards on yourself? Wouldn't it be better to greet others with a more relaxed attitude? Brecken asked with a smile. Grandpa Hendrik, don't you think I want to? But after being raised in the family, I can't treat others as casually as I treat you, Carmen replied with a helpless look. She longed to interact with others more casually, but she found it impossible to do so. Every time she conversed with someone, she felt nervous and assumed an air of superiority. Especially when speaking with Harold, her heart would race, leaving her even more tense and unsure how to communicate. So, out of necessity, she pretended to be aloof, emanating an aura that made her seem untouchable. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to talk to anyone. Brecken shook his head helplessly and said, Miss, because your grandfather has been away for so long, many in the family believe he has perished. Therefore, they have begun to oppose you. Hearing Brecken's words, Carmen understood many things and her expression changed repeatedly. She never imagined so many events had transpired during her absence. Even her beloved grandfather had vanished. Grandpa Hendrik, after this auction, let's return home, Carmen said with a smile behind her veil. But miss, before we return home, aren't you going to share your feelings with that Desi? Brecken asked. Carmen's face froze momentarily. Now he was a martial venerable. A major realm leap in 3 years, a phenomenon unheard of in cultivation circles. Cultivators' advancement typically slowed as they progressed, but the warriors by Harold's side defied this pattern. Is this the benefit of being close to a future king? Brecken mused inwardly, unsure how to express his feelings. Carmen, puzzled, asked, Grandpa Hendrik, what kind of person is Harold? Why do so many strong warriors gather around him, each stronger and advancing so rapidly? The appearance of powerful warriors near Harold over the past few years amazed her. She couldn't believe what she saw, yet how could her own eyes deceive her? She couldn't fathom what charm Harold possessed to attract so many talented warriors, almost surpassing the sons of empires. Brecken smiled but remained silent. This was the charisma of a future king. A unique charm that drew loyalty from warriors, officials, and various talents. These mysterious arrivals would help him expand territory, govern the world, and establish an immense imperial power alongside him. Chapter 120. Arrival at Longyang City. Your Majesty, I feel that the old man is incredibly strong, not just a little bit. In the delicately decorated private room with an antique style, Gustav's face showed At this moment, Jamar, standing upright beside him, clasped his hands together and respectfully reported, Your Majesty, Captain Todd has sent word that the various plainclothes guards scattered across regions are already heading towards Longyang City. Upon hearing this, Harold was somewhat at a loss, saying, Didn't I tell you all that only we few were going? Why did you arrange for the plainclothes guards? When they left the capital, he had specifically instructed that only he, Jamar, Gustav, and Paul should go. Others were not to follow. How was it that soon after leaving, the plainclothes guards scattered throughout Nanyang were already making their way to Longyang City? Your Majesty, this decision was made by Chancellor Tobias and the ministers. I only learned of it when I received news from the plainclothes guards, Jamar explained. Hearing that it was something arranged by them, Harold decided not to pursue further responsibility. Since they had arranged it, let it be. More people meant more security. Even with 3 powerful men by his side, there were many strong individuals in Nanyang, and no one could guarantee there wouldn't be any unforeseen events. Any other news besides this? Not yet. The next morning, after enjoying a delicious breakfast, Harold and the others followed Alia step by step to the back courtyard of the auction house. Walking along the path, Harold, who had been deep in thought, finally spoke up, Miss Arnie, this king probably needs to bring one more person. Could you accommodate that? Another person? Who do you want to bring? Alia asked curiously, her face full of doubt. Even Brecken beside her looked at him curiously, wondering who Harold wanted to bring. Paul. Without hesitation, Harold summoned Paul. Following his order, Paul appeared silently beside them like a shadow. Seeing Paul appear out of nowhere, Alia's mouth dropped open, and she was so shocked she couldn't speak. Meanwhile, Brecken squinted his eyes, gazing at Paul in awe. Goodness, this person was hidden so well that even he hadn't detected him. If Paul had attacked without warning, Brecken would surely have died. Even if he survived, he would have suffered severe injuries. Shifting her gaze to Harold, Alia softly asked, Is this also your subordinate? She had thought Harold had only brought 2 guards, but unexpectedly, there was another one hiding in the shadows. Compared to the 2 tall, muscular guards brimming with chi, this person seemed even more frightening. Based on the aura he emitted, she could clearly sense that he was an assassin, a very powerful one, lurking in the shadows. Yes, his main duty is to protect this king in the shadows. He won't appear unless absolutely necessary, Harold confirmed. Since he's your subordinate, there's no problem at all. Alia smiled slightly under her veil. Thank you. With Alia's agreement, Harold breathed a sigh of relief and thanked her with a smile. He had worried she wouldn't agree, but surprisingly, she was so accommodating. He owed her one again. Without further ado, Alia led them to the basement. Using the teleportation array, they instantly arrived at Longyang City. As the light faded, Harold slowly opened his eyes and carefully observed his surroundings, confirming that the scene was indeed different from before. He was certain they were no longer in Taduza City. If he wasn't mistaken, this must be the location of Fengshan Auction House in Longyang City. Alia smiled and said, Everyone, this is our branch of Fengshan Auction House in Longyang City. Please follow me upstairs. Without much ado, Harold and the others did not linger around but followed closely behind her as they left the basement. Just as they exited the basement, Paul vanished into the shadows. Regarding Paul's actions, Alia and the others didn't comment or pay much attention. After all, Paul was an assassin, and his role in the shadows suited him best, where he could truly display his combat prowess. After wandering through the auction house and gathering some information, evening had fallen. Arranged by Alia, they came to a courtyard adorned with an ancient-style pavilion. "This is the room I arranged for you. Do you like it? If not, I can change it right away," Alia offered. Harold looked at the exquisite private room and smiled. "Very satisfactory. Thank you, Miss Arnie, for preparing this for us. I don't know how to repay you for your kindness." Alia had been too kind, making him feel unprepared to reciprocate. A pledge in marriage? That was unlikely. As a king, how could he possibly offer himself in marriage? Unless she married into his family, he didn't mind having more beautiful women around him. "How about you marry me as your concubine?" Harold stood there dumbfounded, while Alia had disappeared. Jamar and Gustav gaped in shock, unsure what had just happened. What situation was this? Why would that woman ask for their emperor to marry her? By the time Harold recovered, Alia was already gone, leaving him unable to describe his feelings. Chapter 121. The Great Lotus Dynasty surrenders. As night fell, Jamar arrived alone at the auction house entrance. He then received a scroll from an ordinary-looking man. People coming and going inside the auction house cast curious glances upon seeing this scene, but soon those looks vanished. Anyone in Longyang City knew that only those who had business with the treasures inside would come here. Since this person was present, it meant he was either conducting a transaction or doing some sort of deal with the auction house management. Thus, people weren't surprised by such occurrences. However, everyone was curious about this big guy. Hadn't they seen him before? Could he be someone newly hired by the Fengshan auction house? Taking the scroll from the Imperial Guards, Jamar turned around and entered the auction house, making his way to the courtyard where Harold and his team were. "Your Majesty, a message from the Imperial Guards." "Aha." Harold nodded lightly, took the scroll from Jamar, and began to read it. The more he read, the more amazed he became. His brows raised, showing intense excitement. The deeper he delved into the text, the happier he felt. Good. Especially after reading the final part, he couldn't help but exclaim with approval. The two nearby companions listened in confusion, both revealing puzzled expressions. "What's going on?" Feeling their puzzled gazes, Harold, sitting on a cushion, handed the scroll to them so they could read it as well. Exchanging glances, Jamar took the scroll, opened it, and together they read its contents, becoming increasingly excited. "Congratulations to your Majesty." "Congratulations indeed." In unison, the two exclaimed, and then Jamar continued, beaming with joy. "Your Majesty, the Great Lotus Dynasty has now announced its surrender, submitting to our Great Anchor Dynasty. With this victory, we are well prepared to take down the other 4 dynasties." According to the message from the Imperial Guards, facing relentless attacks by Tiger, Will, Khalil, and Gideon, the Great Lotus Dynasty's army crumbled like falling leaves and finally surrendered at sunset today. With the Great Lotus Dynasty's announcement of surrender, one of the 5 major dynasties was now eliminated. Gustav also looked delighted. Although they hadn't fought in the battles, seeing their comrades bring down another dynasty made him incredibly excited. "Haha, congratulations to all. Now that the Great Lotus Dynasty has surrendered, it will surely cause tremors among the remaining 4 dynasties. The general's conquest of the rest should be just around the corner," Harold said with a smile. He never expected Tiger's offensive to be so swift, advancing straight to within 100 miles of the capital city of the Great Lotus Dynasty. Facing King Tiangang of the Great Lotus Dynasty, who realized that he couldn't turn the tide, the king had no choice but to announce his surrender. Upon receiving this news, Tiger didn't continue the attack. Instead, his army grandly descended upon the capital to accept Tiangan's surrender. Just after the Great Lotus Dynasty announced its surrender, Tiger immediately had the Imperial Guards send word back to him. Meanwhile, Alia's courtyard received news of the Great Lotus Dynasty's surrender as well. Holding the letter in her hands, Alia felt a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. It seemed unbelievable that what she was reading could be true. How was it possible? Though it was only a medium-sized kingdom, it had been conquered by the Great Anchor Dynasty, which was only established 3 years ago. Turning to Brecken beside her, Alia asked hesitantly, "Grandfather Hendrik, how can the Great Anchor Dynasty be so strong? They managed to force a kingdom to surrender in less than a year." "Child, if the Great Anchor Dynasty dared to declare war on the 5 major kingdoms, it must have the strength to destroy them. Now that the Great Lotus Dynasty is gone, it will certainly create a ripple effect." Brecken stroked his goatee and softly replied, "Ripple effect? Grandfather Hendrik, what kind of ripple effect would the fall of the Great Lotus Dynasty cause?" Alia asked, puzzled. "Child, if the other 4 kingdoms hear about the fall of the Great Lotus Dynasty, how do you think they would feel?" Brecken responded with a question. "Well, obviously." Halfway through her sentence, Alia stopped abruptly. She finally understood what Brecken meant by a ripple effect. The fall of one kingdom would lead the remaining 4 to speculate which of them might be next. Even though the Great Lotus Dynasty seemed weaker compared to them, it would have taken more than a decade for any of them to conquer it. Now, Brecken watched her with a gentle smile. Alia's silence spoke volumes. She clearly understood the implications. Night had fallen, in the palace of the capital city of the Dian dynasty. In the study room, Emperor Tadao Chunfeng of the Dian dynasty stared at the letter in his hands, feeling myriad emotions. The Great Lotus Dynasty's surrender was a heavy blow not only to the Dian dynasty, but also to the other 3 kingdoms. Will my Dian dynasty meet its end during my reign? Through the window, Tadao Chunfeng gazed up at the stars, his face filled with bitterness. Recently, General Ellis of the Great Anchor Dynasty had been marching forward victoriously, conquering cities one by one, pressing closer and closer to the Dian dynasty's capital. Despite gathering troops from various regions to resist, they were powerless against the Great Anchor Dynasty's unstoppable army. Even if they managed to hold off the enemy for a few days, sustaining resistance for over a month was nearly impossible. Thinking about the impending collapse of his great kingdom, tears streamed down his cheeks, filling him with pain. He promised his father that he would rule the Dian dynasty well and lead it to greatness. But fate had been cruel. The sudden rise of the great Anchor dynasty was like the brightest star in the sky, rising inexorably and uncontested. At that moment, Tadeo Chunfeng made up his mind, into the pavilion. Sigh. She had only planned to pass by, but things didn't go as she intended. Now he might have misunderstood her intentions. After washing up, Harold changed into a clean black outfit and then smiled as he approached the courtyard, inviting Alia to sit in the pavilion. Miss Arnie, what brings you here? Harold asked softly. There was still one day and one night before the auction. Finding her here now stirred his curiosity. What could this woman possibly want? But what Harold didn't know, Alia had simply passed by and had no other motives. She hadn't expected to be captivated by Harold's swordsmanship. There isn't much. I was wondering if Lord Yi has some free time. If so, would you accompany me on a stroll through Longyang City? Alia replied gently. To walk with a fair lady is an honor. I'd be delighted to show you around Longyang City. Harold smiled and agreed. Even if Alia hadn't invited him, he would have gone with Gustav and Jamar to explore the city and see how prosperous it was under the control of 3 major clans. He not only wanted to observe the prosperity of the city, but also assess the strength of the various forces present. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Additionally, he wanted to gauge the power of the top nobles from the higher-ranking dynasties, especially their bodyguards. Seeing that Harold agreed, Alia felt like her heart was blooming. At noon, the sun shone brightly. In front of the southern gate of Taduhuo City, the capital of the Great Lotus Dynasty, the fallen monarch of the Great Lotus Dynasty, Emperor Tiangang, along with officials and the imperial seal, posed before the general of the Great Anchor Dynasty, pleading for acceptance of our surrender. At this moment, Tiangang, once the emperor, was now a defeated monarch. He led the civil and military officials to kneel at the city gate and request surrender. It wasn't easy for Tiangang to accept this, nor was it easy for the officials behind him. A vast empire had fallen in their hands, defeated by a rising Great Anchor Dynasty. They had tried to stop the advance of the Great Anchor Dynasty. However, the overwhelming power of the enemy forced them to ultimately choose surrender. Tiger stepped forward, snatched the imperial seal, and declared, "Remember this. From this moment, the Great Lotus Dynasty no longer exists. You are no longer the king. There is only one dynasty on this land, and only one monarch, the Great Anchor Dynasty and its ruler. Tiangang will remember this. Please treat the people of my former dynasty well. Do not let them suffer anymore." Tiangang pleaded earnestly. Even as a fallen monarch, he wished to secure a future for his people without making them inferior. From now on, this land belongs to the Great Anchor Dynasty. All who live here shall be citizens of the Great Anchor, Tiger coldly stated. The policy of the Great Anchor Dynasty was simple. Wherever their armies occupied became part of the Great Anchor, enjoying all its benefits. Thus, the citizens of the now defeated Great Lotus Dynasty would become part of the Great Anchor Dynasty and enjoy its privileges. Hearing this, Tiangang felt somewhat reassured. The immense burden on his heart eased slightly, and his eyes dimmed. From this moment on, he would be a fallen monarch. The Great Lotus Dynasty would cease to exist. Roar. Suddenly, a golden dragon representing the Great Lotus Dynasty's fortune appeared above the city, emitting a mournful roar, dissolving into golden light, and flying toward the direction of the Great Anchor Dynasty. After merging with the Great Lotus Dynasty's fortune, the Great Anchor Dynasty's fortune dragon grew even more powerful. At this moment, the citizens of the Great Anchor Dynasty felt changes in their bodies, and dormant cultivation levels surged. As the fortune dragon vanished, the people of the Great Lotus Dynasty felt a void in their hearts, shedding tears silently. The officials behind Tiangang lowered their heads in silent sorrow. Their dynasty was truly gone. Tiger, holding the imperial seal, slowly turned to face the troops behind him, flushed with excitement, shouting, "Soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty, we have won this battle. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Great Anchor Dynasty! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Great Anchor Dynasty! Cheers! 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 Cheers!" Upon hearing their general announce victory, the soldiers raised their weapons and cheered, celebrating their hard-won triumph after nearly a year of battle. With the official announcement of the Great Lotus Dynasty's surrender, Tiger immediately instructed Khalil to warn everyone not to think of rebellion, or they would face extermination of their clans. Additionally, he left Gideon and 10,000 elite soldiers to manage the capital. As for himself, he continued to lead the main army forward. According to reports from the Secret Service, the Heavenly Wood Dynasty was mobilizing troops near the border of the Great Lotus Dynasty, seemingly preparing for an attack. Now that the Great Lotus Dynasty had become part of the Great Anchor territory, as a general, Tiger could not tolerate the enemy seizing the fruits of their victory. If the border garrison commanders defected to the Heavenly Wood Dynasty, it would be like opening the gates for the enemy to march straight in. So he must hasten his advance and take over the border fortifications within a set time to prevent any catastrophic consequences. As the sun set over the vast plains, the vast army continued marching southward. After careful consideration, Tiger turned to Will beside him and said, "Baring, it looks like we need to split our forces. I will lead 70,000 troops directly to Fengyang Pass, while you lead the remaining soldiers to reclaim cities within the Great Lotus Dynasty." Agreed. Will nodded, having no objections. The commander of Fengyang Pass showed signs of defecting to the Heavenly Wood Dynasty, so they needed to act quickly. Yet many cities within the Great Lotus Dynasty were still unclaimed, with resistance ongoing, requiring swift action, which made Will the best candidate. Only by swiftly resolving all internal threats could he reunite with Tiger and prepare for the invasion from the Heavenly Wood Dynasty. ##### Chapter 123. Where is the cold snow sacred land? The next morning, Fergus woke up early as usual and practiced swordsmanship in the courtyard. With each strike of his long sword, an imposing sword intent surged forth, with sword energy dancing around. It was now March, the season of spring blossoms and flourishing life. The air was filled with a fresh fragrance that permeated the void. However, despite this pleasant environment, Fergus did not indulge in it. Instead, he focused on practicing swordsmanship to hone his skills, making them even more powerful and superior. A true powerhouse could not rely forever on guards. The ultimate strength lay in one's own prowess. Everything else was mere talk. As he practiced, the smooth flow of sword energy brought immense satisfaction, urging him to practice even harder. The Yanhuang Emperor art was indeed terrifying. It not only expanded his meridians but also enhanced his absorption of celestial spiritual energy, making his power increasingly brutal and domineering. One could say that he was no longer an ordinary mortal. His body had undergone a transformation, becoming resilient, his chi and blood powerful. In some aspects, he had already transcended the boundaries of existence. Seeing Alia watching him quietly from a distance, Fergus quickly stopped practicing and gave her a mysterious smile. "Miss Arnie, I must trouble you to wait for a moment." If his guess was correct, Alia was here to invite him to the auction. Today was the grand auction day. Since she had come to invite him, he needed to wash up and change into clean clothes. Alia, lost in thought, snapped back to reality. She wanted to say something but saw Fergus already walking away. Actually, she hadn't come to invite him to the auction. She just wanted to see him and then invite him to have breakfast together. After all, there was still some time before the auction began. Even if they took their time enjoying breakfast, it wouldn't delay their attending the auction together. If only we could be together forever, Alia whispered to herself. After a satisfying meal, Fergus felt content yet somewhat embarrassed. He had thought she would invite him to the auction, but she had invited him to breakfast instead. The auction was scheduled for noon. In the elegant pavilion of Alia's courtyard, the two chatted amicably, like a loving couple. After some conversation, Fergus smiled and asked, "Miss Arnie, may I ask you a question?" "Certainly. As long as Yan'an can answer, I will tell you the answer," Alia replied with a slight smile under her veil. "Do you know anything about the Cold Snow Sacred Land?" Fergus asked softly. He asked this because he had learned from the system that his sister Anna was in the Cold Snow Sacred Land. Since he didn't know where this place was, he could only hope. Last night, he suddenly realized that Alia came from a mysterious land and might have heard of this place. Unable to contain his curiosity, he ultimately asked. Even if it were a million miles away, he had to find out where it was located. One day, when his forces arrived there, he would welcome his sister back. Hearing this, Alia's eyes narrowed slightly before she spoke. "I know of this place, but why do you ask about the Cold Snow Sacred Land?" "Just tell me where it is and how far it is from Nanyang Domain," Fergus said. "No. You must first tell me why you want to know this place. Do you plan to go there someday?" Alia insisted firmly. It wasn't that she didn't want to tell Fergus. She didn't want to see him take such risks. Fergus might not know what kind of place it was or how formidable this force was, but she knew clearly and understood the danger involved. Even a giant like their Fengshan auction dared not provoke this terrifying force. Seeing her determination, Fergus sighed inwardly and said, 6 years ago, a mysterious powerhouse took my sister into this organization. Now I'm asking you to find out where this organization is." According to the system, his sister Anna was in this organization, but whether she was alive or dead, the system never revealed. However, he believed his sister must be alive. What her current situation was, and whether she was well, he didn't know. "You have a sister? I thought you only had a younger brother," Alia said, surprised. She didn't know much about Fergus's background. All she knew was that this man was enigmatic, captivating her utterly. What she hadn't expected was that this man, besides his younger brother, actually had a sister too. "Yes, I do have a sister. Her name is Anna, and she and my younger brother Harold are twins." Fergus nodded gently in response. "Miss Arnie, can you tell me where the Cold Snow Sacred Land is and how far it is from Nanyang Domain?" "I cannot tell you the exact location of the Cold Snow Sacred Land, but I can tell you which region it is in and how formidable this organization is," Alia said softly. Initially disappointed, Fergus's eyes lit up at this. He nodded lightly. As long as he knew where the Cold Snow Sacred Land was located, he would find a way to reach it. How to find it was entirely up to him. Additionally, he was curious about the hint of fear in Alia's eyes when she mentioned this organization. Is the Cold Snow Sacred Land even stronger than the Fengshan auction? Fergus mused inwardly. Taking a deep breath, Alia smiled under her veil and explained. The Tiangang continent is divided into 4 regions: Nanyang Domain, Xianchu region, Proud-Sea region, and Kunlun region. The Cold Snow Sacred Land is located in the Kunlun region, the strongest of the 4 domains, also known as the Kunlun Paradise. Tedious-steaning to Alia's explanation, Fergus roughly understood the situation and knew the power disparity among these 4 regions. Nanyang Domain was the weakest. Not only was its strength inferior, but its celestial spiritual energy was poor, and cultivation resources were scarce. Hence, it was also called the impoverished land by the other 3 domains. Due to Nanyang Domain's harsh conditions, people from the 3 major regions rarely sent anyone here, except to plunder resources. After all, even a sparrow has all 5 vital organs. From Alia's words, he also learned that his sister was in Kunlun region, the most mysterious of the 4 domains, and the land sought after by many strong figures. Silent for a long while, Fergus asked, "Miss Arnie, is your Fengshan auction headquarters in Kunlun region?" "Yes." Alia nodded lightly and continued, "Indeed, our Fengshan auction headquarters is in Kunlun region, and within this domain, it is considered one of the top-tier forces. But compared to the behemoth that is the Cold Snow Sacred Land, it is like the difference between an elephant and an ant. For a behemoth like the Cold Snow Sacred Land, they could only look up to it. Reaching its level was beyond their reach." ###Chapter 124, Pure Arnie Essence Iron. General Warren, Strategist Cavan. Now that the Great Lotus Dynasty has surrendered, it must have had a significant impact on the Frost Leaf Dynasty. What are your suggestions? On the Tilong grasslands within the territory of the Frost Leaf Dynasty, military camps stood in rows, with flags fluttering in the wind. A chilling aura gathered overhead, thick and menacing, as soldiers patrolled back and forth. In the main tent of the camp, Giovanni, Warren, Cavan, and others were gathered around a brazier, discussing their next move. Though it was already spring, the region remained bitterly cold, with everyone dressed in heavy winter coats or huddled together around fires for warmth. General-in-Chief, I don't have any great suggestions. Wherever you order us to attack, we will follow, Warren replied bluntly. They had been dispatched by King Harold to attack the Frost Leaf dynasty, not only because it was located on a plain, but also because it was renowned for its cavalry, which boasted exceptional combat power. Given that they commanded cavalry forces, they were best suited for this mission. However, even after nearly a year of intense assaults, they still faced considerable resistance and formidable enemy troops. Baron, warfare is not just about brute strength. Sometimes strategy is an excellent weapon too. Since the war began, our troops have not had more than 5 days of rest at a time. If this continues, casualties will increase, Giovanni said gently, then turned to Cavan, asking, Strategist, what do you think of the current situation? Over the past year, they had engaged in relentless attacks, but due to the infantry lagging behind the cavalry, there had been a growing gap between them. He hadn't initially planned to bring infantry, but considering the number of cavalry was insufficient and the possibility of long-distance marches affecting combat effectiveness, plus the need for infantry in siege battles, he brought them along. If the Frost Leaf dynasty had no cities to speak of, they wouldn't be facing such difficulty in conquering it. Seeing General Tiger conquer another dynasty first, he felt a hint of jealousy, yet was proud as a comrade idea. They needed to employ unconventional methods to win. Even if they couldn't force the Frost Leaf dynasty to surrender outright, they could pressure individual cities into capitulation, gradually undermining the entire dynasty. Truly, Cavan's strategy achieved multiple goals. Seeing the silence, Giovanni softly said, Since both of you have no objections, let's rest for one day. Then launch the attack on the Frost Leaf dynasty at dawn tomorrow. Yes. 20,000 high-grade spirit stones once. Anyone else bidding? Anyone else? If not, you'll miss out on this heartbreak grass. 20,000 high-grade spirit stones twice. Bang. Congratulations to the VIP in box 6 for winning the heartbreak grass. A woman wearing a red cheapao with her hair in a high ponytail, skin as smooth as jade, features perfectly drawn, and a seductive figure, lightly tapped a wooden hammer on the stand. Her hands, as white as jade, her lips sensual, and legs elegantly draped in the cheapao, watched the crowd with a fox-like smile. The audience, seated in a stepped arrangement, stared at the cheapao-clad woman with mouths agape and eyes gleaming. Their thoughts revolved around overpowering her and draining her. This woman was incredibly alluring. Every part of her tested men's willpower. She paid no mind to their lustful gazes, as she had long grown accustomed to such looks. Her name was Christie, the chief auctioneer of the Fengshan auction house in Nanyang Domain, and the most sensual woman in Longyang City, desired by countless men. Unfortunately, the power of the organization she represented was too immense for anyone to claim her. Now we begin the auction for the 7th item. As Christie spoke, 4 burly men carrying a peculiar object approached. Wrapped in red cloth and protected by special arrays, the audience could not tell what lay beneath. Instead, they waited in eager anticipation. The 4 men placed the object on a specially designed table, one of whom then pulled away the red cloth. Revealed was a half-meter wide, uneven chunk of iron, blood red like the setting sun. Everyone gasped in shock upon seeing it. Pure Arni essence iron? Is this possible? Damn, it really is pure Arni essence iron. I didn't think I'd see this heaven-defying material again after a century. My life can end without regrets. This is blinding my golden dog eyes. I can't believe pure Arni essence iron appeared 100 years ago, and now it's back. Did you notice that this piece of pure Arni essence iron is 5 to 6 times larger than the one from 100 years ago? Seeing the excitement in everyone's eyes, Christie smiled coyly. As you can see, this iron is indeed pure Arni essence iron. Compared to the one from 100 years ago, this piece is purer and stronger. I'm sure you all know its uses without me explaining. Miss, don't mock me. Though I am a ruler, most of my time is spent reviewing reports from various regions. I know very little about the treasures of the Tianlang continent, Harold said with a wry smile. He wasn't joking. It was simply the truth. Since arriving in this strange world, he was either fighting or on his way to fight. He hadn't had a single peaceful day. Even after establishing his dynasty, he was constantly busy, leaving no room for rest. I need to learn more about this continent when I return, otherwise, conquering the entire land might leave me clueless. Harold sighed softly to himself. Seeing that Harold wasn't lying, Alia confirmed that he truly didn't know. She then said, Since Lord Yi doesn't know, allow me to explain. She felt depressed at this moment. How did Harold manage to rule the great Anchor dynasty without knowing such things? What's even more frustrating is that despite his lack of knowledge, he had so many capable people around him, brave generals and eloquent ministers. I'll trouble you, Miss Arni. Harold smiled awkwardly. Sure. Alia nodded lightly and began explaining, Pure Arni refined iron originates from the deep sea but has been subjected to lava for years. Sitting beside her, Harold listened quietly, feeling profoundly astonished as he watched the soon-to-be auctioned Pure Arni refined iron with gleaming eyes. He was amazed at how rare this item was, making it difficult to obtain. Although it wasn't useful to him, it would greatly benefit his brother and Jamil. Noticing the rising anticipation, Christie smiled seductively and announced, Since everyone wants to know the starting bid, let me inform you. The starting bid for Pure Arni refined iron is 1 million high-grade spirit stones, with each increment not less than 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Hiss. Upon hearing the steep auction price, everyone gasped, envisioning mountains of gold and silver being carried away. However, when they considered the item's miraculous properties, those riches seemed insignificant. Money is an external matter. Compared to one's life, this item is worth possessing. Smack. Now, the bidding begins. With a gentle strike of the wooden hammer, Christie smiled. Instantly, bids started pouring in. 1.4 million high-grade spirit stones. 1.5 million high-grade spirit stones. Amidst the flurry of bids, Alia glanced at Harold beside her, puzzled if he intended to bid on the pure Arni refined iron. While it was appealing, it wasn't something she needed. Moreover, their auction rules prohibited them from bidding on items brought in for auction, though they could negotiate privately before the event. Lord Yi, are you going to bid on this pure Arni refined iron? Yes. I do plan to bid, but now isn't the right time, Harold responded, neither confirming nor denying. This item was crucial for his brother and Jamil, and he must acquire it. Hendrik or Thermore, now wasn't the right moment to bid. When he acted, it should be decisive, leaving no room for counterbids. Impressed by Harold's understanding, Alia felt a wave of surprise and curiosity towards him. 3.6 million high-grade spirit stones, first call. 3.6 million high-grade spirit stones, second call. Any further bids? If not, the pure Arni refined iron will be won by the guest in booth number 7. Christie's enticing words left everyone uncertain. Though pure Arni refined iron was valuable, the last few items were what they were truly waiting for. Seeing no further bids, Christie sighed softly and announced, 3.6 million. Just as she finished speaking, a voice shattered the silence. 5 million high-grade spirit stones. Whispers erupted among the crowd as everyone turned to look at the first private booth, which was directly behind them. What's going on? Why is Fengshan Auction House suddenly bidding? Are they breaking the rules? Brother, your ears must be playing tricks on you. That voice came from someone outside. That's right. Fengshan Auction House never competes for items. They wouldn't risk their reputation for this. If it's not Fengshan Auction House bidding, who is this person in booth number 1? In booth number 6, a burly Keith seethed with anger mockery. Although he was indifferent to it, he had no clue whether the other party would agree. After all, as a monarch, he never thought having too few beauties in his harem was a problem. Upon hearing the bid announced from room number 1, Christie instantly blanched and remained restless for a long time. But very soon, she pulled herself together. As the chief auctioneer of Fengshan Auction House, she mustn't mess up at this critical juncture or risk losing both face and reputation. First bid, 5 million upper-grade spirit stones. Second bid, 5 million upper-grade spirit stones. Christie tried to incite further bidding on the second announcement, saying, does anyone wish to offer a higher price? If not, this rare treasure will go to the distinguished guest from room number 1. Confusion filled Christie's mind at that moment. Who exactly was this person from room number 1? Why did they suddenly raise the price so high? Though she didn't know who it was, she prayed internally that it wasn't someone from their auction house. Otherwise, it would definitely ruin their reputation if news spread out. Third bid, 5 million upper-grade spirit stones. Thud. With a light tap of her wooden hammer on its handle, Christie declared with a smile, congratulations to the distinguished guest from room number 1 on winning the pure Arni fine steel. Bam. Scoundrel, find out who this guy is for me. How dare he compete with me for items, asking for death? Yes. In room number 4, a Keith in exquisite attire, exuding the demeanor of an immortal, angrily pounded on the table, his expression darkening. He couldn't have imagined that the person in room number 1 would dare to snatch away the dragon scale fruit from him, essentially challenging his authority. If he found out who this person was, he would do everything in his power to eliminate them. Behind him stood several burly, powerful warriors standing upright and cold-faced. The speaker before them was none other than the emperor of the Red Dragon dynasty, Basil. The Red Dragon dynasty was one of the 7 upper-class dynasties of Nanyang region. Angry at seeing what should have been his snatched away, he wished nothing more than to pulverize the opponent into dust, rip out their tendons, and flay their skin. The guard who left shortly returned. Bow in hand, respectfully he reported, Your Majesty, I have found out that the person in room number 1 is Alia, president of Fengshan Auction House. However, the one bidding wasn't her but a mysterious youth. A mysterious youth? Basil frowned slightly, eyes narrowing as his anger plummeted. With a chilly expression, he asked, Have you found out the identity of this Desi? Why can he be with Miss Arni? I am ashamed to report, Your Majesty, that Desi has a very mysterious identity, which we failed to trace. The youth responded bitterly, shaking his head. Room number 9. Your Majesty, we have only found out that the Desi's name is Harold, beyond which we know nothing, said a refined Desi in green robes, bowing respectfully to the Keith sitting next to him. The Keith facing him was none other than Emperor Brantley of the Star Moon Dynasty, an upper-class dynasty. Known as the most war-loving monarch, he was constantly engaged in battles with neighboring regions, even leading troops himself to the battlefield. Harold? This name sounds so familiar. Brantley muttered to himself, confused. He had heard this name before but couldn't recall where. Desiring an answer, he fell silent, trying to remember where he had heard the name. Your Majesty, could this Harold be the Emperor of the Great Anchor Dynasty? The refined Desi whispered gently. Finn, were your brains kicked by a donkey? Do you think he's the Emperor of the Great Anchor Dynasty? Just because they share the same name doesn't mean they're the same person, Brantley responded. Besides, isn't the Great Anchor Dynasty fighting with surrounding kingdoms? How could their emperor come here idle? And the journey from there takes more than half a year. Impossible for him to arrive here so fast unless he had wings. He indeed heard about the newly risen Great Anchor Dynasty and its ruler, Harold. Yet he could never connect these two identities. A lower-class dynasty's monarch coming here seemed implausible. How could he interact with someone as prestigious as Alia? Forget about him. Perhaps other emperors nearby wouldn't believe such words either. Your Majesty, from the Great Anchor Dynasty to Longyang City, it does take a year or half. But if via Fengshan Auction House's teleportation array, things would be different, Finn added. Room number 10. Your Majesty, we have confirmed who the Desi with Miss Arni in room number 1 is. Said? Yes. That Desi called Harold is also the newly emerged monarch of the Great Anchor Dynasty. A refined Keith, munching sunflower seeds while watching the auction below, listened to the Keith next to him speak. This man was the Emperor of Maple Leaf Dynasty, Deshan. Rather than being an emperor, he looked more suitable as a teacher due to the lack of regal air around him. Upon hearing this news, confusion filled Deshawn's heart, completely baffled by the situation. How could the recently risen Great Anchor Dynasty suddenly connect with the Fengshan auction house? It seems this Great Anchor Dynasty is not simple. It looks like Nanyang region will soon have another upper-class dynasty, Deshawn murmured inwardly. Inside room number 1. Alia smiled faintly. Master Yi, many people are already investigating your background. How do you plan to deal with these people? Every sudden move by Harold had attracted attention from these room guests. What they sought after, however, remained known only to them. At this moment, she wondered how Harold beside her would respond to these. Just as Tadian Xiao had stated, Emperor Tadeo Christianping of the Great Flame Dynasty had officially declared their surrender. The surrender of the Great Flame Dynasty symbolized the complete dissolution of their power, and their control now belonged to the Great Anchor Dynasty. Alia, standing nearby, felt astonished and found it unbelievable that an entire kingdom would surrender so quickly, especially one considered a powerful medium-sized dynasty. It appeared the might of the Great Anchor Dynasty could not be underestimated. After reading the scroll, Harold passed it to the two people behind him, saying, "Would you like to read General Gao's battle report as well?" "Yes." Both men received the scroll eagerly and began to read intently, looking almost ready to fight over it, but maintaining their composure before others. They decided unanimously to hold each side of the scroll and read the report from their comrades together. Even without being on the battlefield, the two were excited to learn about the fall of the dynasty through their comrades. Turning his gaze towards the curious Alia beside him, Harold softly asked, "Lady Arnie, are you also curious about the contents of the scroll?" "Indeed I am. But what intrigues me more is how you plan to handle Emperor Tadeo Christianping and the nobility of the Great Flame Dynasty." Alia nodded lightly. She was more curious about what Harold planned to do with the nobles of the Great Flame Dynasty rather than how they surrendered. Was he planning to eliminate them completely or relack the audacity? But the embroidered uniform guard wasn't to be trifled with. Harold smiled without responding and then turned back to observe the ongoing auction. Watching Harold's sovereign-like demeanor, Alia muttered to herself, "You are truly an enigmatic man." Meanwhile, the 7 kings of the high-tier dynasties attending the same auction also received news of the Great Flame Dynasty surrender. Hearing that a medium-sized dynasty had surrendered left these 7 monarchs deeply shocked, and they all began to closely watch this rising rival. A new powerhouse emerging within just a few years, capable of conquering regions and subjugating other kingdoms, was a matter of serious concern. If allowed to continue developing unchecked, it was certain that this dynasty would become an equal to them. Dividing existing resources was already chaotic enough. Adding another party would further complicate matters. At present, each major dynasty was scheming against this emerging threat. Meanwhile, the 3 major sects also started paying attention, their curiosity piqued, though their primary focus remained on protecting their interests. Suddenly, Jamar received a message and whispered something to Harold before leaving the private room. Arriving in the city, navigating several streets and alleys, he entered a dead-end alleyway and spoke coldly, "Come out." In an instant, a simply dressed youth, hard to notice among a crowd, appeared beside Jamar, kneeling on one knee. "Greetings, General Su. Stand and speak." "Yes." Waiting for the youth to rise, Jamar asked curiously, "What's going on? Why use that special contact method suddenly?" The embroidered uniform guard had a unique way of communicating to ensure the safety of the king. Now, using this method made Jamar both puzzled and uneasy. There are numerous blood demon sect experts appearing around Longyang City. Blood demon sect? Have you investigated why they are here? Why are blood demon sect members surrounding Longyang City? Jamar asked, eyes narrowing, face stern. Our informants within the blood demon sect reported that there's an entrance to an ancient relic world near Longyang City. Also, they learned that Zack is currently in Longyang City. Ancient relics? Jamar mused inwardly. He knew from Andy that the blood demon sect had been searching for ancient relics. To think they found the entrance near Longyang City. However, upon hearing that the blood demon sect knew of their king's presence, Jamar's expression darkened, his aura becoming ominous. This was indeed bad news. Hashtag chapter 128, the entrance to the ancient ruins. Continue to monitor the blood devil sect closely. Additionally, infiltrate more people into the blood devil sect within Longyang City. If there is any sign that they plan to harm the king, immediately send us a message, Jamar said with a cold expression. The blood devil sect was no good news. Because the Anchor dynasty had repeatedly killed blood devil sect experts, these bastards now despised them and wished nothing more than to grind their bones to dust. Especially toward their king, Harold. These sons of turtles dreamed of killing him. Now that these rascals knew their king was here, they would surely try every means to get close and then eliminate him. Yes. The Imperial Guards acknowledged the order respectfully and vanished from the spot. As for Jamar himself, he did not linger at the scene but quickly turned and left the dead-end alley. If only he had brought his troops, he would have already led the army to slaughter the Blood Devil sect members outside the city. There would be no need to live in constant anxiety. Soon, Jamar returned to the auction house booth and relayed all the information the Imperial Guards had given him to Harold. Hearing that his old nemesis had gathered around Longyang City and that the ancient ruins where the Blood Devil sect was confined were also located there, Harold couldn't help but feel alarmed. This will be quite the show. Harold smiled slyly and murmured to himself. Longyang City was under the jurisdiction of the 3 major sects, Sword Shadow Sect, Snow Origin Sect, and Black Tortoise Sect. For the Blood Devil Sect, which everyone hated and called for its eradication, attempting to snatch food from the mouths of 3 tigers was nothing short of courting death. He found himself somewhat anticipating the Blood Devil Sect's impending trouble. Additionally, he was very curious about what treasures might lie within the ancient ruins. If only. Seeing Harold so mysteriously happy, Alia, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, "Young Master Yi, you look very pleased. Have you encountered something wonderful?" Seeing Alia's curiosity, Harold did not keep it hidden and told her about the discovery of the ancient ruins by the Blood Devil sect. Of course, he didn't mention the Imperial Guards, or that they were already infiltrated within the Blood Devil sect. The fewer people who knew about the Imperial Guards, the easier it would be to stay hidden and avoid being exposed. Young Master Yi, are you joking with Yan'an? How could there possibly be ancient ruins around Longyang City? Alia asked, disbelieving. Miss Arnie, do I look like I'm joking with you? Harold said softly. Observing his behavior, and even his eyes, Alia found no signs of lying. If Harold wasn't lying, then it meant that ancient ruins truly existed around Longyang City. But how is that possible? Longyang City, though an ancient city established tens of thousands of years ago, had never had anyone mention such ruins. Alia was instantly perplexed, unsure whether to believe him or not. After all, the discovery of ancient ruins was a significant event. Encountering such ruins would be an unparalleled opportunity. Harold, if what you say is true, that there are indeed ancient ruins around Longyang City, how did you obtain this information? Alia asked gently. Looks like Miss Arnie still doesn't believe me. Why don't you send some of your hidden experts outside the city to investigate whether many Blood Devil sect members are acting secretly? Harold suggested calmly. In the room, not only was Paul hiding in the shadows, but many other experts were present. Paul did not specify the exact number but mentioned that each expert was extremely powerful and could pose a threat even to himself. According to Paul, these hidden experts were all women responsible for Alia's safety. Upon hearing Harold's words, Alia's face froze, and she laughed awkwardly, not saying much more. Internally, she was shocked. How did Harold know about the presence of powerful protectors around her? Could one of the hidden assassins have told him? At this moment, the 7 emperors of the dynasties received similar news but were unaware of the ancient ruins. What they heard from their subordinates was that a large number of Blood Devil sect members had gathered outside Longyang City. They hadn't yet determined the purpose behind this gathering. However, the 7 emperors became vigilant and discussed strategies to counter these secretive rats. The Blood Devil sect had few experts, but its members were numerous and ruthless, infamous for their cruel tactics. Their sudden appearance was unusual. Late into the night, inside an exquisite boudoir, a tightly clad woman in black appeared before Alia, who lazily reclined on a long chair. Brecken was not present, as he was dealing with personal grievances, or rather, meeting an old friend. Mistress, our investigation confirms that many Blood Devil sect members are indeed present around Longyang City. As for their intentions, we haven't discovered them yet, the kneeling woman reported coldly. Alia remained silent, muttering to herself. It seems as he said, there are many Blood Devil sect members around Longyang City. Could there really be an entrance to ancient ruins outside Longyang City? Longyang City had stood for tens of thousands of years, but no one had ever confirmed who built it. As for ancient ruins surrounding it, she had never heard of such a thing and initially dismissed it as fabrication. Yet, Harold's words and the intelligence gathered by her own people began to make her reconsider and believe it might be true. I understand. You may leave. Yes. The black-clad woman disappeared instantly upon receiving the order. After she left, Alia summoned a maid to bring all the records regarding Longyang City. She wanted to see if there was any only when they were apart? But Sister Sue, you know the gap between us. We can never be together, Hunter Nan said bitterly. Her family was a powerful clan from Kunlun territory. Even if she wanted to be with him, her parents wouldn't agree. Even if her parents agreed, her elder relatives would oppose it strongly. Rather than bring trouble to him, it was better to keep her love hidden. Christy stroked Hunter Nan's head and shook her head with a bitter smile. Girl, I don't know what to say to you. If this is what you think, then so be it. But I still hope that you can voice your love. Hee. Hunter Nan laughed without speaking. Then she said, Sister Sue, don't focus on me all the time. Why don't you talk about yourself? Why did you run away from your arranged marriage? Didn't you like your fiancé? Christy wasn't simple. Her family was stronger than their Feng Shun auction. What was surprising was that over a decade ago, on her wedding night, Christy vanished mysteriously. Nobody had ever thought that the runaway bride would settle down in Nanyu domain. He knew this information solely because of her telling him. I cannot say I didn't like him, but from childhood up till now, I've always regarded him as a brother. Never once did I think about marrying him, Christy smiled. Love? She did have some feelings for him, but those feelings were those of a sister toward her brother. She had never imagined marrying him, which was the reason she fled from her marriage. 15 whole years. Perhaps others viewed it as an escape, but she didn't think so. She only wanted to find true love. Sister Sue, haven't you found someone to love in these 15 years outside? Hunter Nan asked curiously. Your Majesty, according to reports from our agents, the rulers of the 7 top kingdoms are currently investigating why blood demon sex experts are gathering around Longyang City. Jamar stated coldly. Just then, his agent sent a sudden report which shocked him greatly. Without further ado, he told all this to Harold who sat before him. Upon hearing this, Harold's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a devilish smile at the corners of his mouth. With the involvement of the 7 top kingdoms, a bloody battle would ensue. All they needed to do was wait for both sides to weaken each other, and then they would reap the benefits. Of course, if these 7 kingdoms started fighting among themselves, it would be even more advantageous to him. Order our agents immediately to closely monitor Blood Demon Sect, the 7 kingdoms, and the 3 major sections. Report any abnormalities to me right away, Harold said expressionlessly. He wanted his agents to embed themselves into the enemy's ranks like parasites, acting as his eyes and ears. Only then could he ensure the right steps ahead. He didn't ask for much, only for these 7 kingdoms to start conflicts, allowing his Daxia kingdom to develop without hindrance. Given enough time to grow, eliminating the 7 top kingdoms would only be a matter of time. Yes. Jamar turned and left upon receiving the order. At that moment, Gustav, also sitting on the cushion, smiled eagerly and said, Your Majesty, in a few days, may I have permission to engage in battle? General Dian, do you wish to face strong opponents? Harold asked curiously. Yes. Gustav nodded lightly. In the Imperial Palace, except for sparring with General Jamar or fighting against the beasts in the Celestial Realm, I dare not go after the latter due to their overwhelming strength. So, Gustav paused halfway, longing to battle a powerful opponent. He had grown tired of fighting Jamar alone, and being colleagues, neither could fight too seriously without fear of hurting the other. As for the beasts in the Celestial Realm, fighting weaker ones was fine, but facing stronger ones meant retreating quickly. Seeing Gustav's eagerness, Harold nodded gently. Very well. Since General Dian desires a battle, I allow you to face these strong opponents. For the request of his general, he would absolutely agree without hesitation. Especially since Gustav was born in the chaotic era of the Three Kingdoms and possessed a lifetime love for war, not inferior to other formidable generals. Thank you, your majesty. Gustav showed a bright smile respectfully. Beep. Free monthly opportunity is available. Do you wish to use it, host? Harold was about to speak when he suddenly heard the system voice. He shuddered, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The waiting month had finally come. Compared to summoning with composite points, he preferred the free opportunities. Still vivid in his memory, using 5 million resurrection points last time had brought nothing useful, leaving him with nothing but frustration. System, use the free summoning opportunity. Eager to see who he would summon this time, every warrior or scholar would greatly benefit his kingdom, enhancing its overall strength. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, he reminded himself internally not to be impatient. Beep. Congratulations on summoning Hyder Dynasty advisor from the late Eastern Han Dynasty, Bowie. Bowie? Damn. Isn't this the poison scholar Bowie? The founding contributor of the Hyder Dynasty, Elton Caesar during the Three Kingdoms period. Harold couldn't contain his joy despite trying to suppress it. His body still trembled with excitement. Having such a powerful strategist made future tasks easier. System, can Bowie be summoned to my location? Beep. Yes. Do you want to proceed with the summoning? Harold, initially not expecting much, felt elated by the system's response. It appeared the system still had some sentiment. Although unreliable sometimes, it could be incredibly dependable other times. Just like now. System, immediately summon Bowie outside Longyang City and instruct the agents to bring him into the city. Harold stated coldly. Summoning Bowie was to deal with the 7 kingdoms and the 3 major sections. If they could create internal strife among them, it would greatly benefit the development of his Daxia kingdom. Originally, he had been pondering ways to make them turn against each other, but Bowie's arrival instantly gave him ideas on how to handle these forces. System, do you have Bowie's background information? Chapter 130. A graceful lady. A gentleman desires her. Chime. Name, Bowie. Dynasty, 3 Kingdoms period. Rank, Supreme Scholar. Cultivation technique. The Spirit Toxicity Codex. Realm, 4th Heaven of Martial Venerable. Troop type, none. This cultivation realm, isn't it a bit too powerful? Seeing Bowie's realm, Harold was instantly left speechless with shock, green-black lines appearing on his forehead. Hiroshi and Amaric's realms were only at the 3rd Heaven of Martial Venerable, and Jamar and Gustav's were only at the 2nd Heaven of Martial Venerable. But this advisor from the state of Hyder during the 3 Kingdoms period, known as the Toxic Strategist, had a cultivation realm that actually reached the 4th Heaven of Martial Venerable. However, this was for the best. He liked every powerful Chinese hero he met. The current Great Anchor Dynasty was not yet strong enough to deal with the 7 higher-tier dynasties. Only continuous enhancement in strength could enable them to cope with these threats. Now, this particular Chinese hero. Without further ado, after waiting for Jamar to return, Harold informed both of them about Bowie's arrival. Upon hearing of the arrival of the toxic strategist Bowie, the two exchanged glances, feeling extremely excited, especially Jamar, who was overjoyed to see his former colleague. After so long, Harold turned his gaze to the nearby Jamar and softly said, General Jamar, I believe Mr. Atlee should be close to the entrance of the Fengshan auction house. Could you please go and bring him here? This place was not the Great Anchor Dynasty, where one could come and go as they pleased. Moreover, since they were staying here as guests, they needed the permission of the hosts to bring Bowie inside. Of course. Jamar respectfully responded to the order and stood up to leave. Harold himself did not idle either, and promptly left the pavilion. He needed to obtain Alia's permission before Bowie could enter to meet with them. But he believed that given his his character, Alia would certainly agree. Miss Bence. In an instant, he glanced at Christie. What a rare beauty indeed. Such a gem was what every man wanted to conquer. Master Yi, there's no need for such formality. If you wish to visit Yan'an, do so anytime without regard to the hour. Alia shook her head gently in response. Without further ado, Alia invited Harold to sit on the chair beside her. Harold did not hesitate, sitting down while glancing at Christie's alluring figure. Ah, human nature indeed. However, neither noticed Harold's gaze nor detected his unusual demeanor. Master Yi, allow me to introduce you. This is Christie, our auction house's chief auctioneer and my dear sister. Alia pointed to Christie with a smile. Introducing Christie, she wasn't worried about Harold being captivated by her. Though Christie appeared delicate and sensual, she was like a rose with thorns. To win her, one needed both strength and courage. Greetings, Miss Sue. Harold clasped his hands in greeting. Greetings, Master Yi. Christie also bowed in greeting. Upon seeing Harold, she couldn't help but feel curious. What kind of man was this? How did he manage to capture Alia's heart so firmly? Apart from his handsome face, she found nothing particularly remarkable about him. As Harold was about to speak, he noticed Christie staring intently at him and chuckled. Miss Sue, are you curious if something is on my face? Caught off guard, Christie's face flushed. Seeing Harold's understanding of etiquette, Christie's calm expression turned into admiration. She was instantly captivated by this man, curious about his true nature. From what Alia had told her earlier, she only knew Harold was a dynasty's ruler whose territory was currently embroiled in wars, along with some vague details. Chapter 131. Bloodbath until the end. Bowie pays respects to Zack. With an air of elegance and a scholarly demeanor, Bowie, who looked about 30 years old, knelt before Harold with respect. He appeared unassuming, almost like a humble teacher. But upon closer inspection, one could sense a hidden and deeply terrifying aura beneath his serene presence. Sir Atlee, please rise. Harold stepped forward with a smile and gently helped him up. After getting Alia's permission, he chatted briefly with her before leaving her room. He also didn't forget to ask Gustave to bring the two of them inside. Many thanks to your majesty. Bowie slowly stood up, still showing respect, and gave a slight bow. Inviting Bowie to sit on a cushion beside him, Harold began chatting with him. The conversation flowed pleasantly between the two. Miss, the Desi Mr. Yi brought is around 30 years old. Moreover, his aura is very strange. It's hard to grasp, giving me chills. A black-clad woman knelt before Alia and solemnly reported. Upon hearing this, Alia, lounging on a bedchair with a stretch, instantly furrowed her brow. She was puzzled. How did Harold manage to set up people here? Considering the great distance from the Great Anchor Dynasty to this place, how could Harold's subordinates be here? And not just one or two either. According to her guards' reports, Harold had many people in Longyang City, hidden so well that they were impossible to detect even with utmost caution. How strong is he? Alia asked softly. Very ordinary. He gives off the vibe of a teacher, but I can clearly feel he's not. He's a frightening powerhouse. The black-clad woman shook her head. He also seemed to notice my presence just now, though he didn't say anything, the black-clad girl added. You were detected? Alia narrowed her eyes and responded coolly. Yes. Although he noticed my presence, he didn't expose me. He acted as if nothing happened. The black-clad woman nodded lightly. Recalling earlier, she distinctly remembered being discovered while hidden. Seems this person isn't simple, Alia muttered inwardly. Her guards were all formidable experts. Yet, one mysterious man could spot them immediately, which left her deeply astonished. She was growing more curious about who this new arrival illuminated the night, and both sides battled fiercely. The intense fighting drove soldiers into a trance, continuously falling in pools of blood, yet neither side showed any signs of stopping. The thick smell of blood permeated the air, and murderous intent filled the sky, turning the battlefield into a hellish scene. Gio, climbing the city wall, wielded a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right, slashing through enemies like a roaring tiger, ruthlessly efficient. Haha, too exhilarating. Kuai's sword slashed through shields and men alike. Under his lead, a significant breach quickly opened on the city wall, allowing great anchor troops to flood in. Stuart, outside the city, watched Kuai's prowess, awestruck. Even Tadeo Lieutenant Kinney was amazed by Kuai's ferocity. Placing such a man on the battlefield was like putting a wolf among sheep. General Ebenezer, killing is secondary, capturing the city is primary. Please take the troops to open the gates, Monty Tian shouted. Their aim was conquest, not indulging in combat. They also needed to capture parts of the wall and prepare for enemy reinforcements. Meanwhile, Stephen, Monty Tian's friend, fought fiercely against enemy reinforcements, causing heavy casualties. On the wall, Kuai, drenched in blood, excitedly heard Monty Tian's order. Troops on the wall, follow me to open the gate. Soldiers followed Kuai through the breach. Swish. The icy blade emitted a chilling aura, with his entire body's blood surging like a dragon. Heart's veins bulged, a raging inferno burning within him. His expression was cold, his face flushed with blood, and his eyes filled with murderous intent. At this ruthless moment, he delivered a powerful slash, the sword light splitting the air and slashing directly at the oncoming defenders. For a split second, time seemed to stand still. The long sword shimmered with blood-red light, dazzlingly sharp, enveloped in bloody flames, cleaving through the sky with rage. Faced with Hart's terrifying attack, the defending soldiers froze, their eyes blankly staring at the scene, unable to move. Boom! A deafening roar echoed in all directions, the city gate violently trembling. Instantly, dust and debris rained down from both sides. The direct hit by the sword light created two enormous gashes that nearly split the entire wall. The intense sword light swept dozens of yards, instantly killing hundreds of people. The scene became horrifying as mangled corpses lay in pools of blood. Seeing this, the soldiers stared at each other in shock, their bodies trembling, sweat dripping from their foreheads as they nervously watched the front. What the hell? How terrifying is this guy? With just one strike, he killed hundreds of their men. Of course, they could blame themselves for being so crowded. Wasn't this just offering up their heads? A gentle breeze blew, slowly dispersing the dust. Hart looked at the scene before him, his expression full of exhilaration, a gleam of boundless excitement in his eyes. But his actions made the enemy soldiers retreat several steps, gulping hard, trembling legs, utterly tense. Charge! Hart roared, his sword pointing forward. His face was frenzied, his heart excited, his morale soaring. The Daxia dynasty soldiers, their eyes filled with fierce resolve, surged past him. Charge! Charge! How could they lag behind when their general was so powerful? Facing the torrent of attacking Daxia dynasty soldiers, the Tiangang city defenders gritted their teeth and fought ahead despite their fear. Now they had no way to retreat. Either charge forward or commit suicide. Bang! 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 The leading Daxia dynasty soldiers used shields to protect themselves, crashing into the enemies. The Tiangang city defenders did not fall behind either. Using shields to guard themselves, they pushed against the Daxia dynasty soldiers. In an instant, both sides engaged in brutal collisions, followed by spears stabbing from all directions. Seeing this, Hart frowned, ignoring everything, leaping onto the edge of the city wall and rushing forward. Slash! A sudden slash sent enemy bodies flying. The sword light flashed blood red, its sharpness unmatched, golden edges cutting through the void like a divine sword piercing the heavens. Under Hart's relentless attacks, a breach quickly formed, and Daxia dynasty soldiers courageously charged forward. Seeing this, General Sullivan of Tiangang City felt a deep sorrow in his heart. But more than anything, he hated the bureaucrats within the dynasty who continued their internal strife. Even now, they wanted to watch the Bai dynasty fall. 2 of the 4 dynasties attacked by the Daxia dynasty had already surrendered and formally declared their end. General dies after 100 battles. Without further ado, Sullivan swung his sword and charged forward. Instantly, the sword's light flowed, covering the area in icy coldness as he rushed and slashed. Haha, well done. Hart, who was fighting hard, saw Sullivan charging and smiled broadly, rapidly swinging his sword, slicing through nearby enemies, aiming sharply at Sullivan. Terrifying and formidable energy erupted. Wu Zun warrior. Feeling the opponent's strength, Sullivan was shaken and exclaimed in alarm. He never expected the Tiger General in front of him, with overwhelming and towering presence, to be a Wu Zun warrior, second only to a master. Damn, such terrifying strength. How could he fight? Even if he wanted to fight, he didn't have the power to match him. Suddenly, his face turned pale, dread clouding his mind. He was merely a 6th-level Wu Zone warrior, far below a Wu Zun in strength. He couldn't resist at all. Bang! As expected, Sullivan's sword light shattered under the impact, like striking stone, sending him flying and colliding with countless soldiers. Puff! Vomiting blood, his face pale, he knelt on both knees, completely defeated. Against Hart's formidable strength, he had no resistance whatsoever, not even a chance to fight back. Sullivan's death struck a blow to the hearts of the Tiangang city defenders, shocking them, faces turning deathly pale, eyes filled with fear. Their general was dead. And it only took one blow from the enemy. Could they possibly stand against such a terrifying person? Charge! Hart paid no attention. His sword pointed forward, yelling orders. Soldiers, receiving the order, surged toward the enemy like a flood, while the Tiangang city defenders' morale plummeted, leading to a swift and devastating defeat. Soon, Hart led his troops straight to the gate, but seeing the damaged iron gate controls, they mercilessly attacked anyone they saw with weapons or wearing armor. They showed no mercy or pity to the enemy or those who hadn't laid down their arms. If you surrendered by dropping your weapon, you had a chance to live. Otherwise, it was simply too bad. You served your king, they served theirs. Each took their own path. At the same time, several towering soldiers now arrived carrying 2 solid iron plates on their backs. They positioned themselves against the iron gate above, wedging it open. The group pulling frantically on the chains above felt an instant relief and realized that their comrades below had used objects to jam the gate open. Bang! 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 With the labor instantly reduced, everyone collapsed on the ground. Even a warrior like Hart was no exception. There was no choice. The iron gate weighed roughly 10,000 caddies. If not for them all being cultivators, they would have long since tensed up, burst blood vessels and died. Slowly rising from the ground, Hart approached Zaire. Without saying much, he smiled and extended his hand. Slap. Zaire didn't say anything either. He extended his right hand, letting the other pull him up. Now he knew that Hart had acknowledged him as a surrendered general. To earn the recognition of comrades made him deeply gratified and proud, especially when fighting alongside such a powerful warrior. Pulling him up, Hart retrieved his shield and long sword. Facing the soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty, without delay, he personally led the army into the city. Having chosen to betray the Bai dynasty and join the Great Anchor Dynasty, he naturally dedicated himself wholeheartedly. Moreover, the Bai dynasty had treated the Tadeo family unfairly, so there was no need to blame him for disloyalty. I wish to follow the moon, but the moon rejects me. Boom. An axe strike shattered the street, sending stones flying and enemy soldiers to a grisly death beneath the rubble. Zaire stood like a giant emerging from the chaos, wielding a massive axe, his face fierce and radiating immense power. Seeing such a formidable Zaire, the defending soldiers of Tiangang city paused, fear evident on their faces. Is this man human? The soldiers inwardly complained, feeling miserable and frustrated. Where was their general? Where was their lord? Only they fought desperately in these streets and alleys. How could they possibly stand against such a terrifying warrior? Brothers, we'll die anyway. I don't believe they can withstand waves of attacks from us all. Follow me and fight. Suddenly, a soldier noticed Zaire seemed weakened. His eyes lit up, filled with excitement and determination, his complexion regaining some color as he roared and charged forward. What if he's just strong? He only has 2 hands, 2 feet, and formidable strength. But with so many of them, they could exhaust him with sheer numbers, then cut him down. Hurt him once, and you get 1,000 gold in reward. Take his life, and you become a marquis of 10,000 households. Charge! Some leader yelled out, and the rest of the soldiers, invigorated, rushed at him eagerly. 1,000 gold in reward, the title of marquis of 10,000 households. This was their commander's promise. For honor, for profit they charged. Facing the surging enemy, Zaire held his massive axe without fear, his expression stern, eyes flashing with murderous intent. Come on then. Dealing with enemies, he felt no fear. Seeing Zaire struggling like a cutting machine amidst the fray, Hart, cold-faced, joined him, cutting through the enemy ranks. Zaire was indeed very strong, but his cultivation was weak. His strength came from brute force. Zaire was merely at the 9th level of martial ancestor, using brute strength to stand against average martial sovereigns. However, even the strongest elephant couldn't handle countless ants. If this continued, Zaire would undoubtedly be exhausted. Without a word, Hart remained grim, his eyes like swords. His sword moved rapidly, emitting overwhelming sword intent that streaked toward the enemy like meteors piercing the sky, faster than lightning. Instantly, a torrent of razor-sharp aura swept towards the enemy soldiers, causing them to panic and retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. Horrendous cries rang out as the overwhelming sword intent devoured every enemy soldier, snatching away their lives. Seeing Hart come to his aid, Zaire felt grateful. Then, his face turned cold, his nerves tensed, veins bulging on his forehead as he tightened his grip on his axe and charged forward. Charge! Charge! Led by the 2, the Great Anchor Dynasty soldiers' morale soared. rushing forward fiercely like wolves pouncing on lambs. Faced with the ferocious Great Anchor Dynasty warriors, the intense battle within the city soon crumbled, enemy forces retreating one after another or surrendering outright. Without strong leaders guiding them, the terrifying combat prowess of the Great Anchor Dynasty generals created a huge disparity. Seeing Hart and Zaire charge ahead like wild beasts, unstoppable and unbeatable, Kenny's face twitched. Are these guys devils? Simultaneously impressed, he thought how these two men, with immense brute strength, possessed off-the-chart combat power. Charge, Kenny roared, his sword sweeping forward. Hashtag Chapter 134, Powerful Barbarian Warriors. Reporting to the two generals, our troops encountered 10 barbarian warriors, blocking our path while attacking the city lord's residence. We can't advance at all. Just as Hart and Vlad were thoroughly enjoying their battle, a black-armored soldier swiftly approached them, kneeling on one knee with respect, and loudly reported. The two, puzzled in their hearts, quickly cut down the enemies before them, exchanged glances, and were immediately filled with confusion. What's going on? How are there barbarian soldiers in this Tiangang city? Seeing no signs of deceit from the messenger, they were certain that this city indeed harbored barbarian warriors. However, they were deeply puzzled. Why would barbarians from the southern wastelands appear here? Lead the way, Hart said coldly. Yes. The ordered black-armored soldier stood up and led the way promptly. The two did not lag behind and followed closely, heading towards the city lord's residence. At this point, the fighting had spread throughout the city, with intense battles raging in every street and alley. Casualties were mounting on both sides. Due to their plummeting morale, the casualties among Tiangang City's defenders were particularly severe. Some were even too weak to continue fighting. The sounds of intense battle echoed throughout the city, frightening the remaining civilians into now wasn't the time to think about that. The two exchanged a glance, gripped their weapons tightly, and charged forward. All men fall back. As they attacked, Hart ordered the troops attacking the barbarians to retreat. The Great Anchor Dynasty soldiers, following orders, withdrew orderly, ceasing their assault. With the generals arriving and issuing commands, they naturally couldn't interfere with the generals' fight. Hart, with a cold expression, wielded his sword in his right hand, which sparkled brilliantly, while holding a sturdy shield in his left. He fiercely slashed at a barbarian warrior. The struck barbarian warrior staggered backward, but was quickly steadied by his comrades, preventing him from falling. Externally, he appeared unhurt. Internally, however, his organs were violently shaken, his face slightly pale as he stared in shock at Hart. Such formidable brute strength. He had thought only the barbarians possessed such strength, but it seemed the human race could also wield it. Seeing the opponent unharmed, Hart's eyes flashed with surprise, quickly turning to excitement as he continued his sword strikes. Similarly charging in, Vlad lifted his giant axe and swung down at another barbarian warrior. Boom! A loud crash echoed as the barbarian warrior, using his special wooden club to deflect the blow, knelt on one knee, struggling under the impact. Another powerful human commander with brute strength. Instantly, a fierce battle broke out, drawing excited cheers from the surrounding Great Anchor Dynasty soldiers. Haha, exciting. Since you rely on brute strength, I won't use my cultivation either. Tonight, I'll fight to my heart's content. Hart bellowed inwardly with excitement. Since the other party relied solely on brute strength, he wouldn't need to use his cultivation either. The barbarian warriors, hearing his words, were momentarily bewildered, completely confused by this small human. But honestly, his strength was genuinely formidable. They had never seen such a powerful human before. Suddenly, one barbarian warrior swung his club down directly. Hart's expression remained unchanged. He held his large shield firmly in his left hand, lifting it to block. Boom! Another loud crash sounded, causing Hart's feet to sink slightly into the ground as his nerves tightened, but it had no significant effect on him. As the dust settled, Hart stood unscathed, grinning broadly, and swiftly lunged with his sword, aiming for the vital points of the enemy. Seeing this, the barbarian warrior hastily retreated, while the others rushed to attack. Flynn, it's bad. 2 tiger generals have arrived outside, and those barbarian slaves may not hold out for long. Inside the bustling city lord's residence, Tiangang City's corpulent middle-aged lord, with a stout waist and plump jowls, was hurriedly packing things away when a servant tumbled in frantically. Upon hearing this, the Keith felt a chill rise from his toes to his head, trembling involuntarily. He instantly turned around, his face pale, and asked, "Did you clearly see the cultivation levels of those powerful commanders?" "They didn't reveal their cultivation. They've been relying entirely on brute strength to fight the barbarians," the youth replied bitterly. Earlier, he had thought the 10 barbarian warriors could withstand the Great Anchor soldiers' attack, but he never imagined the Great Anchor soldiers would call in 2 powerful generals, reversing the situation immediately. The city lord, Pedro, instantly paled, collapsing onto the floor, drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling. Disaster was imminent. He was in serious trouble. He was frustrated. How could the defending generals be so useless, letting the city walls be breached within hours and allowing the enemy to infiltrate the city? Have the Great Anchor soldiers started attacking the city lord's residence yet? Not yet, but it seems they are preparing to do so anytime. The youth shook his head in response. Once the Great Anchor soldiers launched a strong attack, the lightly guarded city lord's residence would shatter like tofu. Hearing they hadn't attacked yet, Pedro sighed in relief, but he quickly realized and urged, "Go check if Lady has finished packing. If she's done, bring her here immediately." The city lord's gates wouldn't hold for language and responded in kind, stopping their attack. Watching the barbarian warriors pointing and conversing in a language incomprehensible to anyone else, Hart, standing still, was filled with curiosity and wanted to know the answers. Yet, he was more aware than anyone else that any rash action might provoke the other party's displeasure, possibly leading to unimaginable consequences. Meanwhile, Kenny, who also led troops into the fray, observed this scene. Barbarian language? What's going on? Why would the genie hider know the barbarian language? Kenny mused silently, keeping his eyes fixed on the Jinyiwei officers at the gate. Human language, beast race has its own language. Naturally, the barbarians have theirs as well. Human language is universally acknowledged as the easiest to learn. Among the 100 languages considered the hardest to master, the barbarian language was undoubtedly one of them. But he wondered why the notoriously secretive Jinyiwei could speak such a difficult language. Step by step, he approached Hart and asked curiously, General Ebenezer, do all Jinyiwei members speak barbarian? Interrupted. Hart snapped back to reality, asking, General Tadioel, what did you say? I said, can Jinyiwei speak barbarian? What? You mean this gibberish is barbarian? Hart replied, utterly bewildered. Ironically, the barbarian warriors didn't understand human language. Until now, he hadn't figured out how this man knew barbarian. Boston smiled faintly, shaking his head slightly. Generals, this is a Jinyiwei secret. I regret I cannot share it. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell them. Rather, due to strict regulations, certain secrets must remain undisclosed, even among comrades. Only if approved by their ruler. Following his ruler's wishes, he definitely wouldn't approve it. Hearing Boston's response, both men felt a brief disappointment, but quickly shrugged it off. As leaders of the Great Anchor Dynasty, they understood they had no right to pry into special secrets held by specialized organizations. Commander Arnie, may I ask what you told these barbarian warriors? Why did they suddenly stop fighting? Jarrett, looking perplexed, slowly asked. The two beside him also glanced questioningly, eager to hear Boston's explanation. Facing everyone's expectant gazes, Boston explained openly, from our exchange, they revealed they're from barbarian territory and were forcibly captured by some human traders. Tadiastining to Boston, the trio immediately connected the dots. They finally understood why these barbarian warriors fought so fiercely to block their advance on the city lord's residence. The necklaces around their necks had special mechanisms, allowing whoever controlled the collars to manipulate their every move. Seeing the towering, robust figures exuding immense strength, Riker felt a deep sense of awe. He had only read about the barbarians in ancient texts they collected, but had never seen them in person. This was his first time. Turning to Hart, Kenny, and others nearby, Riker whispered, tell me, what exactly happened here? Why are these 10 here? Without beating around the bush, Hart recounted the story of the barbarians. As for subsequent details, Boston filled in the gaps, being the only one who spoke the barbarian language and communicated with them. Tadiastining to their accounts, Riker understood everything. However, he fell silent, pondering how to proceed next. While Riker was lost in thought, Hart, Kenny, and Vlad exchanged glances, as if discussing something among themselves. Soon, they came to an agreement. Hart stepped forward and said, General, I think these big fellows have strong brute strength. How about incorporating them into our army? General, I agree with General Ebenezer. Since they possess such formidable combat abilities, why not incorporate them into our army? Perhaps their addition could enhance our strength, Kenny concurred. General, I'm no scholar and don't know how to phrase it, but I support what the two generals say. We shouldn't kill them. Let's keep them and incorporate them into our army, Vlad said with a simple smile. Who said I intended to kill them? Riker looked at them with a puzzled expression. What? Riker's response left the three men stunned. Their mouths dropped open, eyes wide with confusion. What does he mean? Seeing their bewildered expressions, Riker chuckled softly. They have inherent brute strength and formidable combat power. Precisely what we need in our army. Damn. Upon hearing Riker's words, the trio's faces twitched uncontrollably. They silently cursed their misinterpretation. All this while, they had been overthinking, when Riker never had any intention of killing them from the start. Hart, still puzzled, asked, General, if you didn't intend to kill them, why did you fall silent all of a sudden? It made us think you were planning to chop them up. I fell silent because I was thinking about how to deal with them and integrate them into our army, Riker replied, exasperated. He was bloodthirsty but not ruthless. Moreover, these 10 barbarians were coerced into fighting against them unwillingly. Even though they were born as warrior tribes, they never invaded other races or plundered their wealth. They stayed within their sacred lands. This time, they were forcefully brought by humans and held captive under threats to their lives. With the three men no longer baffled, Riker approached along with Boston and softly instructed, Boston, tell them I am Riker, the general of the Great Anchor Dynasty. I can give them a chance to live, but they must work for us. Yes. Boston nodded and addressed the leader of the 10 barbarians, translating, his name is Riker, the general of the Great Anchor Dynasty. The general says he can give you a chance to live, but you must work for us. Upon hearing Boston's translation, the 10 barbarians glanced at each other and began discussing quietly. Watching them, Riker remained silent, patiently waiting for their decision. He believed these 10 barbarians would choose to work for him. From their eyes, he saw their desire to live and return home. However, this wasn't a charity organization. If they wanted to survive, they needed to serve him. After deliberating, the leading barbarian turned to Riker and said, translated, we can work for you, but you must ensure we get food daily. Their fate was now in the hands of these people. Whether they lived or died depended on their will. Thus, his request was simple, just a meal, even if it was only once a day. Even a bowl of porridge wouldn't bother them. Tadiastining to Boston's translation, Riker responded, working under me, I will not only ensure you are well fed and kept warm, but also have armor crafted for you. Hendrik or Thermore, I hereby swear to you that once you help me overthrow the Northern Mo dynasty, I will grant you freedom to leave human territory and return to your homeland. Boston translated Riker's words as he spoke. The barbarians' faces lit up with joy and tears welled up in their eyes upon hearing they could return home. Could they really go back? Since being brought to human territory, they hadn't dared hope for a return to their homeland. Their only wish was for a meal. Now, the imposing human general, who appeared so fearsome, promised them freedom right before their eyes. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, the 10 barbarians knelt down, muttering ancient incantations. Witnessing this, Riker frowned and asked, Boston, What are they doing? It's their ritual to acknowledge allies. The general's words have likely earned their respect. They now consider the general a friend, Boston explained. Riker remained silent, but nodded in acknowledgement. This was good since the barbarians were a race known for their loyalty. After some time, they stood up and began introducing themselves. The leader went first. Boston promptly translated their names, Ray, Camillo, Imran, Connor. Riker memorized each name and then said, "Welcome to the Great Anchor Dynasty's ranks. Since you are part of our forces, there's no need for those collars around your necks." Turning to Boston, Riker instructed, "Boston, remove those collars from their necks. Soldiers of the Great Anchor Dynasty should not be treated like this."
"Yes."
Though still unsure, Boston complied with the order. Using the key he obtained from Pedro, he approached and removed the iron collars from their necks. Facing this unexpected action, Ray, Camillo, Imran, Connor. They froze momentarily, their eyes filled with gratitude toward Riker. ####Chapter 137. Young lady, I must apologize. Your Majesty, this rain is most unusual, Bowie said mildly. Dark clouds gathered high in the sky, releasing a downpour that seemed oppressive and uncomfortable. The strange rain made him not only feel uneasy but also sense an impending storm. Fergus looked up at the rain, his brows furrowing as he felt something was about to happen. The arrival of the Blood Demon sect had left the 7 upper-tier kingdoms and 3 major sects seemingly inactive, causing endless speculation. They say after the rain comes sunshine, but looking at this scene, it seemed unlikely that there would be clear skies tomorrow. Instead, there might be a bloody sunset. Has the Jinyiwei reported any news? Jamal asked softly. In the past 3 days, no word had come from the Jinyiwei, which was making him increasingly anxious. Exposure? That was virtually impossible. Even if one person was exposed, others would still exist. So he believed that the Jinyiwei must have encountered some difficulties. Not yet. Bowie shook his head gently, equally puzzled by the lack of communication. However, as a strategist, he wasn't worried at all, nor was he concerned that the Jinyiwei wouldn't report back. Their silence only indicated that the Blood Demon sect was keeping them tightly under control, restricting their movements. The Blood Demon sect faced the 7 upper-tier kingdoms and 3 major sects. Any single force was formidable enough for them, let alone all these kingdoms and sects combined. You should pay more attention to the Jinyiwei. If they send any news, inform me immediately, Harold said coldly.
Yes.
Just as they were chatting, a servant girl suddenly arrived, stopping their conversation as they exchanged puzzled glances. A young woman in a blue-green dress approached Harold with a smile. "Young Master Yi, my lady invites you." "Miss Yuan, I wonder why she wants to see me?" Harold asked, puzzled. "My lady did not specify, but she instructed me to bring you to her." "All right, please wait a moment. Let me finish speaking with my men, and then I will go with you." "Sure." The young girl, Ankaro Yuan, nodded lightly without further words. Harold didn't delay. He swiftly gave out orders in Chinese, instructing everyone to disperse and act accordingly. Given the Blood Demon sects in action, the ancient ruins entrance must be opening soon. Their goal was to make both sides suffer losses, especially the 7 kingdoms and 3 major sections. As for how, Harold trusted that the poison strategist Bowie would devise a bloodless plan. After giving instructions, Harold followed Ankaro Yuan away from the location, heading toward Alia's courtyard. Upon entering the room, Harold caught a waft of enticing fragrance, making him lick his lips involuntarily. It smelled wonderful, a unique scent, undoubtedly from a woman. Muttering to himself, Harold glanced around. Besides the lingering fragrance, he couldn't see Alia anywhere. "Miss Arnie, are you here?" No response came for a long while, leaving Harold puzzled. Wasn't Alia supposed to be in her chamber? Just as he wondered, a faint sigh echoed from the distance, causing a sudden rush of testosterone. Curious, he slowly walked over. What met his eyes was Alia lying on the ground, her body emitting a cold aura that had everything around frozen solid. She was breathing heavily. Although unsure of the situation, it certainly didn't seem good. "Hey, cold." Alia shuddered. The moment Harold touched her, a wave of coldness hit his nerves, making him retract his hand immediately. What's happening? Why is this girl so icy? Harold mused, full of confusion. Despite that, he needed to treat her urgently. Alia appeared to be suffering greatly from the cold aura. Without treatment, her life could be in danger. "Miss Arnie, I must apologize." Without hesitation, Harold placed his right hand on her abdomen and activated the flame yellow chi within him. Sensing food-like energy, the flame yellow chi gathered intensely in his hand, voraciously consuming the cold aura radiating from her body. Why is Alia emitting so much coldness? Could her constitution be special? After some time, Harold frowned deeply. Though the flame yellow chi absorbed much of the cold, her body continued releasing more like an endless pit. Moreover, he noticed his cultivation increasing slightly during this process, which intrigued him. Could the cold from Alia have some peculiar quality? Seeing her frail body and the continuous flow of coldness, a bright idea struck Harold. Perhaps. He wasted no more words, sitting cross-legged with his hands placed on her soft abdomen, guiding the flame yellow chi to absorb the coldness. Since this coldness enhanced his cultivation, it shouldn't be wasted. Only growing stronger would allow him to face challenges without fear. Closing his eyes to focus on absorbing the coldness, a pale yellow vortex appeared in his mind, spinning rapidly. The cold aura absorbed through his arms was transported into the vortex, gradually expanding as it devoured more. Though subtle, the pale yellow vortex grew noticeably larger over time. Unsure how long it had been, Alia slowly opened her eyes, dazed. Seeing Harold's hands on her abdomen, she felt violated. Pervert. Hendrickled by anger, she slapped him across the face. But just before her hand reached him, another hand grabbed hers, preventing the strike. Recognizing the familiar hand, Alia turned to see Lao Hendrik standing beside her. "Grandpa Hendrik, he's assaulting me, and you're helping him?" Seeing her closest person aiding a stranger, Alia clenched her fists in frustration. What frustrated her even more was that Lao Hendrik stood idly by, letting the man touch her. Child, young master Yu was not assaulting you. If not for his help, you'd be in unbearable pain. Lao Hendrik smiled gently and shook his head. Today marked the annual eruption of coldness in Alia's body. He had rushed back after bidding farewell to friends. When he saw Harold touching Alia, he was initially furious, ready to attack. But noticing the reduced coldness, he calmed down, grateful for Harold's actions. While he didn't know Harold's method, it spared Alia immense suffering. Chapter 138, Bowie's Plot. Suppressing her anger and composing herself, Alia finally remembered what day it was. Sensing the coldness within her body gradually diminishing, she no longer felt the excruciating pain that had once filled her. Her originally furious eyes turned into ones of gratitude. She didn't know how Harold managed to suppress the burst of coldness in her body, but his actions spared her from unspeakable agony. Recalling the previous bouts of unbearable pain that led to wails, yet experiencing none now, she couldn't help but feel immensely relieved. After a long while, waiting until the coldness in Alia's body had fully stabilized, Harold slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a cold breath. Looking at Alia, who was already awake, he said with a bitter smile, "Miss Arnie, I offended you just now. Please do not blame me. Master Yi helped suppress the coldness inside my body. How could I blame Master Yi? In fact, I am truly grateful." Smiling and gently shaking her head, she then blushed and said, Master Yi, could you remove your hand? Oh, sorry, ha ha ha. Harold quickly retracted his hand, feeling extremely awkward. Preoccupied with talking, he hadn't realized his hand was still touching her, but the feeling was so soft and smooth, almost inviting him to touch more. Cough, cough. Of course, Harold couldn't voice these thoughts, or it would be terribly embarrassing. Quickly standing up from the ground, Harold awkwardly smiled, unsure of what to say next. Brecken, seeing Harold, bowed slightly as a sign of gratitude and said, "Thank you, Tadiatel Friendy, for helping Miss Arnie control her internal coldness. Otherwise, the consequences for her would have been unimaginable." "You're welcome. Helping Miss Arnie is indeed my honor. However, I can only suppress her internal coldness for 5 years. After that, this situation will likely recur," Harold replied lightly. Feeling that what he did was insignificant compared to the help received, he wondered about the bizarre coldness inside Alia's body. Could it be due to some special constitution? Or perhaps something she has had since childhood? This might seem like a trivial matter to Tadiatel Friendy, but for us, your effort is like saving our lives, Brecken said. He knew all too well how terrifying the coldness in Alia's body was and felt immense heartache every time he saw her tormented by it. Now, Alia also stood up from the ground, her face still flushed like a red apple, her heart pounding rapidly. Even though she tried to control her heartbeat, it only made it race faster. "Old to do, may I ask what exactly is wrong with Miss Arnie's internal coldness? Why is it so peculiar?" "Of course, if Old to do doesn't wish to speak about it, consider it never asked," Harold inquired. There's a long story behind it. Since Tadiatel Friend wants to know, let me tell you," Brecken sighed deeply before continuing. Inside a private room of an inn in Longyang City, a Desi dressed simply, unremarkable in appearance, stood before Bowie. Tadiastening to the youth's report, Bowie frowned but soon showed a smile as the intelligence matched his needs. The unassuming youth was a member of the Imperial Guard in disguise. "Your Excellency, that's roughly what happened." Nodding lightly, Bowie coldly asked, "Do you have any way to infiltrate the higher echelons of the 7 dynasties and 3 sects residing in Longyang City?" "No. Those powerful individuals are far stronger than us. We can't infiltrate their ranks by replacing them," the youth replied with a bitter laugh, shaking his head. They had planned to do so but gave up when they realized the elites were mostly at the Wuzun level. Even with perfect disguises, they couldn't eliminate these strong opponents and take their place. If their strength matched, they might succeed, but not now. After a moment of contemplation, Bowie asked, "Have you investigated whether these dynasties have recently experienced any friction?" "According to our investigation, Qilong Dynasty and Star Moon Dynasty have poor relations, often clashing, even here their rulers can't stand each other." Tadiastening to the relationships between the dynasties, Bowie's lips curled slightly, brewing a sinister plan. Yet to ensure everything went perfectly, he needed to proceed cautiously or risk failure. Moreover, he needed to stoke the anger of the 3 sects and add fuel to the fire, ensuring they become chaotic and mainly coveted by all, especially the 3 sects. "It looks like this is a good starting point," Bowie said with a cunning smile. Chapter 139, The Heavenly Jade Dragon Codex. Come here, I have a task for you," Bowie said with a cold expression. The embroidered uniform guard Cullen didn't utter a word and stepped forward. Bowie whispered orders in his ear in Mandarin about what they should do next. To incite a conflict between the 3 major sects, they needed to let them know about the Blue Sea refined iron. Especially Sword Shadow sect, he must ensure that someone exaggerates the story, and the embroidered uniform guard was the best choice. But they must be prepared to die. After receiving the orders, Cullen left the private room. Alone in the room, Bowie's lips curled into a strange smile. "I just arrived in this world and couldn't establish any credit for my lord. Since so, let me build credit using your blood." At that moment, he was eager to see the 7 kingdoms and 3 major sects fight to the death, leaving only their great anchor dynasties standing tall. No matter how strong an enemy is, it's not scary. Even if the opponent stands at the pinnacle of the continent, a slight scheme could make them fall from grace. However, the 7 kingdoms and the 3 major sects were completely unaware of Bowie's plans. Even the Blood Demon sect was kept in the dark. "Tadiatel Friend, that's roughly how things are," Brecken said with a bitter smile. Tadiastening to his account, Harold understood the situation. He also comprehended why Alia exuded such terrifying cold energy. Since childhood, being overly indulged by her family, Alia roamed around freely. One day, she accidentally discovered a box. No, a box sealed long ago, 3-year-old Alia had no idea what was inside the box and accidentally broke the seal, and even swallowed the item inside. Thus, the dragon essence crystal of the ice dragon was directly ingested by her, granting her the power of frost. Although she acquired the power of a divine dragon, her human body could not handle the immense force. Her grandfather had no choice but to seal that power within her. Despite the frost power of the ice dragon being sealed, Alia endured its torment annually on the same date. Therefore, his main responsibility wasn't just protecting Alia's safety, but also suppressing the frost power within her. In recent years, that frost power grew stronger, and he clearly felt it exceeding his control. To do, Senior, is there no way to eliminate Miss Arnie's frost power? Harold asked doubtfully. There is, but achieving it is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Brecken sighed lightly, shaking his head slightly. Harold smiled. Could you tell me? Perhaps I can find a way. Well, seeing his eagerness to know, Brecken replied, since you wish to know, old man will tell you. He didn't expect Harold to help, but since the latter wanted to know, why hinder him? Perhaps he truly has a solution? After all, this Desi before him would one day become the paramount ruler of humanity. There are 2 methods to eliminate the ice dragon's frost power in this world. The first is to find the sunflower in the eternal night swamp, refine it into a pure solar pill, and then have her consume it to rid her body of frost power. However, the eternal night swamp is extremely perilous, with no return. Hearing the mention of opportunity and danger in the eternal night swamp, Harold had an irresistible urge to go there. But thinking of his current strength and that the eternal night swamp was located in Kunlun domain, he shook his head. Even if he wished to go, he would need to reach Kunlun domain first. Otherwise, it would be futile. To do, Senior, what is the second method? Harold couldn't help but ask curiously. Find a divine level cultivation technique, specifically an ice attribute divine level technique. If Alia cultivates the ice attribute divine technique, she can harness the frost power within her. After saying this, Brecken added bitterly, but finding a divine technique isn't easy, let alone an ice attribute divine technique. Even the prosperous auction house, spread across the entire heavenly spirit continent, hadn't found a divine technique, let alone. The master he referred to was naturally the dog system, and this mysterious technique was obtained through summoning with several million resurrection points previously. Initially, he thought this technique could be used by Camilla, but upon careful reading, he realized only members of the dragon clan or beings with dragon powers could cultivate this technique. Otherwise, cultivating it would be suicidal. Learning the strict requirements, he stored it in the system inventory indefinitely. Had it not been for Brecken's mention, he wouldn't have thought he possessed such a cultivation technique. Right, to do, Senior, you haven't told me if this technique is useful for Miss Arnie yet, Harold asked anxiously. If this thing were useless, he would definitely demand a refund from the system. Wasting so many resurrection points was unacceptable since those points were hard-earned by soldiers. It's very useful. If Alia cultivates this technique, her internal frost power will be harnessed, and her cultivation speed will rapidly increase, Brecken said excitedly. Alia, hearing this, looked over curiously. In an instant, her gaze was captivated by the 4 golden words Heavenly Jade Dragon Codex. A voice in her heart urged her. Get it, cultivate it. ####Chapter 140, The Blood Demon Sect's Plot. Reporting to Hall Master, according to our informant, the people from the 7 major kingdoms and the 3 great sects have not left. This is mainly because they want to see what exactly we, the Blood Demon Sect, are up to, said a black-clad man as he knelt before a Desi with an elegant demeanor, dressed in splendid attire on a steep cliff. The Desi, Jonas, stood gazing at the distant and diminutive Longyang city. Behind him stood nearly 100 black-cloaked men. Their faces were concealed by ghostly masks, and their entire bodies emitted an aura of malevolence, evoking disgust in those who saw them. Despite his composed expression, Jonas's mind was abuzz with thoughts. Have the hall masters from the other 6 halls arrived? Asked Jonas softly. Despite appearing calm, this Desi exuded an air like that of Mount Tai, striking awe into the hearts of all around him. The black-clad man kneeling before him trembled with fear, his head lowered respectfully. Jonas's status was formidable. He was one of the hall masters of the Blood Demon Sect, second only to the sect master in power. Known for his scholarly appearance and ruthlessness, he was often referred to as Jade Scholar. All 5 other hall masters have arrived, except for the 3rd hall master, who is still on his way, replied the black-clad man. Jonas fell silent, deep in thought. After a moment, he asked, have you seen Harold show up at Fengshan Auction House recently? He was naturally aware of Harold's actions. This man had caused them significant losses and enraged their ancestor, leading to the death of several elders on the spot. Initially, their ancestor planned to personally deal with Harold and annihilate his entire kingdom, but the discovery of the ancient ruins delayed these plans. Harold's sudden appearance in Longyang City brought Jonas both surprise and joy. He wished to decapitate Harold. However, the news that Harold was inside Fengshan Auction House doused his hopes. There has been no sign of Harold leaving Fengshan Auction House recently. Not leaving? Could they be preparing to flee? Jonas asked grimly. Our analysis shows that Harold hasn't left Fengshan Auction House. However, one of his subordinates frequently enters and exits the auction house, the black-clad man replied. Which subordinate? Upon hearing this, Jonas seemed to find an opportunity. But it depends on their strength. If they're weak, it would be easier. If strong, it could be troublesome. Remember, Longyang City strictly prohibits fighting. If the 3 great sects learn that we've engaged in battle here, they will chase us relentlessly, Jonas reminded himself. Jamar. Jamar? Harold's personal bodyguard? Jonas's eyes narrowed, and his expression grew cold. Yes, that's right. In addition to Jamar, Harold has another equally powerful bodyguard named Gustav. The black-clad man nodded. After a brief pause, Jonas asked, do you have any information on them? It's impossible. Their information has always been a mystery, just like many officials from the Great Anchor Dynasty. The black-clad man sighed bitterly. Understanding one's enemy is crucial, yet the officials of the Great Anchor Dynasty remained elusive and enigmatic. Even approaching them resulted in certain death without reaching their borders. They felt constantly watched, with every move observed by the Great Anchor Dynasty, especially by the secretive organization known as the Brocade Guards, who were relentless foes. This isn't good, Jonas mused, feeling regretful for not purchasing information on the Great Anchor Dynasty's officials from the 100 Affairs Pavilion earlier. Keep a close watch on Harold and his guards, especially any new faces around him. Report immediately if anyone suspicious appears near him, Jonas ordered sternly. Each time Harold appeared, it was accompanied by powerful individuals, which caused unease. But now that Harold was outside the Great Anchor Dynasty's territory, Jonas wasn't afraid. Hendrik or Thermore, most of the Blood Demon Sect's strong members were gathered here. Even if the entirety of the Great Anchor Dynasty's elite arrived, they would not fear. First, they needed to deal with the 7 major kingdoms and the 3 great sects, inflicting heavy losses on them to prevent interference with the ancestors' power increase. If our ancestors gain more power and obtain treasures from the ancient ruins, we will no longer fear these forces. Yes. Once the black-clad man left, Jonas turned his gaze back to Longyang City, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Even if the people of Longyang City knew they were present and investigating, what could they do against his carefully laid traps? As soon as the 7 major kingdoms and the 3 great sects arrived, he would ensure they suffered devastating losses. 7 major kingdoms, 3 great sects, our Blood Demon Sect has prepared a feast for you. Now all we need is for you to attend. A grand banquet awaited them, filled with unknown guests, including the rulers of the 7 major kingdoms, the powerful members of the 3 great sects, and representatives from various clans. Jonas couldn't wait to see the results of their meticulously planned scheme. At that moment, one pair of sharp eyes among the black-clad men silently observed everything. Jonas remained unaware that his actions and words would soon be transmitted outward. Chapter 141. The King's Battlefield. In the Great Wu Dynasty, Lu Tian City. Haha, looking back on my lofty ambitions to enrich and strengthen the nation, I never imagined that today would end like this, haha. It's ironic, truly ironic. It's a grand irony. Standing atop the walls of Lu Tian City, Emperor Hildred of the Great Wu Dynasty gazed coldly from his elevated position at the Daxia Dynasty soldiers 1,000 meters away, his heart filled with bitter laughter. There, countless Daxia Dynasty soldiers, clad in armor, stood sternly upright, their spears pointed toward the sky. Their eyes burned with zeal, their morale high, and they exuded a formidable battle aura. Above them, a blood-chilling aura swept across the heavens. Powerful surges of blood-red energy soared into the sky, merging and blending with each other, forming a crimson smoke that pierced through the firmament. In an instant, the air was thick with blood and chaos. Dark clouds loomed overhead, as if threatening to crush the city beneath their weight. Faced with the intense assault by the Daxia Dynasty, the Great Wu Dynasty's forces crumbled like dominoes. Across the entire empire, they suffered a comprehensive defeat, losing nearly 3/4 of its cities. Even leading his army personally made no difference. He could not fully halt the advance of the Daxia Dynasty, only temporarily slowing their pace. Is heaven truly determined to bring about the fall of our Great Wu Dynasty? He slightly raised his head, gazing up at the sky, his face etched with years of hardship, muttering to himself. Lufeng City was the last line of defense. If it fell, the remaining quarter of the Great Wu Dynasty's territory would soon belong to another. Since becoming emperor, he had vowed to fulfill his aspirations, to make the Great Wu Dynasty prosperous and strong. However, the rising power of the Daxia Dynasty in the east was too formidable, driven by boundless ambition. His efforts were about to be rendered meaningless in this moment. He was unwilling to accept it. He wished to turn the tide, but faced with the current situation, the Great Wu Dynasty soldiers within the city, covered in blood and scars amidst the raging fires and crumbling ruins, watched helplessly as wave after wave of spirited Daxia Dynasty troops surged outside the city walls. They wondered if they still had a chance to withstand another attack. These past 3 days of relentless enemy assaults had chilled their hearts, leaving them without confidence or hope. Yet, as soldiers of the Great Wu Dynasty, they resolved not to retreat, vowing to fight alongside their king until the very last man. Attack. Standing on a war chariot, Jeremiah cast a cold gaze at Lufeng City, drawing his sword from its scabbard and pointing it forward. On his command, for officers dispersed to relay the orders. First to receive the command were the archers, who stepped out of formation and advanced 100 meters forward. 10,000 elite Qin archers under Dai's command readied themselves. As soon as the archers moved, 100 ballistae emerged behind them, each resembling ferocious tigers ready to pounce. Moreover, 100 stone-throwing catapults were also rolled out, like savage beasts awaiting orders to launch their attacks. Archers, prepare. A general stepped forward, drawing his sword and pointing it ahead, shouting loudly. Whoosh! At his command, the advancing archers immediately drew their bows fully, aiming their arrows at Lufeng City 1,000 meters away. Release. Swish, swish, thwish. With a roar, a series of piercing sounds echoed as sharp, thunderous arrows pierced the void, covering the distant Lufeng City with an unstoppable force. Facing the barrage of arrows, the defenders of Lufeng City had already prepared, raising their shields against the onslaught. Despite the shields protecting against the arrows, many arrows still slipped through the gaps, striking the soldiers below the shields. But this did not stop. The relentless shower of arrows, like rain from the heavens, relentlessly assaulted the walls. Sheltered behind the shields, Hildred watched the endless stream of arrows flying towards them, silently sighing. With such powerful and rapid bow and arrow attacks, how could they possibly hold their ground? Though the methods of the Daxia Dynasty were despicable, this was war. War cares not for decency or honor. Moreover, were their actions wrong? Using arrows to deplete the enemy's strength. If it were him, he would not hesitate to do the same. After a long while, the archers ran out of arrows and stopped, the walls of Lu Tian City now looking like a porcupine, causing shock and a chill down one's spine. But this was far from over. The ballistae fired their bolts, and the catapults began hurling stones. Advance. Dai personally led 10,000 troops, launching an attack under the cover of the bolts and stones. Charge! Charge! Under Dai's lead, the troops advanced swiftly like a whirlwind, covering 100 meters in just a few breaths. Watching the continuous waves of enemy soldiers approaching the city walls, Hildred felt an inner turmoil, unsure of how to counter them. The earlier arrow volley had already taken a toll. Now, the rolling boulders and powerful crossbow bolts posed even greater challenges. Even though he had witnessed the power of these weapons before, every time he saw the might of the catapults and crossbows, he felt a deep sense of dread. Finally, as the Daxia dynasty troops approached within 100 meters of Lufeng City, the release of stones and bolts ceased to avoid harming their own comrades, which would demoralize their forces. All warriors, follow me to repel the enemy, Hildred roared, his order echoing far and wide. Upon receiving the command, the defending soldiers lowered their protective shields, their battle spirit flaring intensely. Walls. If these contraptions got close to the wall, the last line of defense for the Great Wu dynasty would utterly collapse. A vast dynasty would meet its end under his reign. Alas, it was already too late. Hashtag chapter 142. Intense clash. Bang, bang, bang. Asterisk. The iron planks extended from the siege towers were quickly laid down vertically onto the city walls, and the soldiers of the Daxia dynasty, ready for action, held their shields in their left hands and swords in their right, charging out with a mighty roar. Charge! Charge! War cries echoed as the soldiers used their shields to fend off arrows, surging forward like wild wolves emerging from caves, fierce expressions on their faces and battle-ready. They leaped directly onto the city walls. Seeing the Daxia soldiers gradually landing on the city walls, the defending troops immediately panicked, but they quickly engaged them in fierce combat. At this moment, many more Daxia soldiers rapidly made their way up through the siege towers, swarming onto the city walls. Soon, the long walls of Yefeng City were breached in several places. Hurry, drive them off the wall. We must not let them forcibly occupy it. Archers, use your crossbows to destroy those things and prevent more enemies from landing on the wall. Archers, shoot now. Brothers, drive them off the wall. We cannot let them land here. Our Wu dynasty citizens are behind us. We must defend this line at all costs. Attack. As orders rang out, both sides instantly clashed in intense combat. The few breaches that had been created were quickly reclaimed by the defenders due to their numbers. But did you think that was the end of it? How could it be? The Daxia dynasty soldiers who landed on the city walls quickly spread out to deal with the enemies on either side, leaving space in the middle for more of their comrades to come up. But how could the Yefeng City defenders allow them to do this? This was their last line of defense. If they were breached, the distance to the capital would be less than 100 miles. Down below, Dai saw his own soldiers unable to maintain any breach, and even if they did manage to open one, it was quickly reclaimed by the enemy. Without hesitation, he snatched a shield from a nearby soldier and charged towards the city walls, his expression grim. Farther away, Hildred, surrounded by several powerful figures, watched as Daxia soldiers began landing on the city walls. His heart sank in despair. With such formidable siege weapons, even thousands of city walls wouldn't be enough to stop them. Charge! Dai, now on the city wall, had an icy look on his face. He thrust his sword forward, the movement as swift as lightning, enveloped in swirling sword chi. His eyes narrowed, shooting out cold glares, radiating lethal intent. Facing the enemy in front of him, his long sword danced swiftly. In mere moments, flashing sword chi emerged. In just a split second, dozens of Yefeng City defenders clutched their throats and collapsed to the ground, fresh blood oozing out between their fingers. To their dying breath, they couldn't comprehend why this sudden attacker was so powerful. Confronted by the exceptionally strong Dai, the defending soldiers were terrified and retreated in disarray. But as they withdrew, more Daxia soldiers steadily climbed up and joined the fray. Dai didn't stop attacking. Instead, he led his forces further ahead, aiming toward where Emperor Hildred of the Wu dynasty stood far away. His sword stabbed out like a venomous snake that had been hiding, slicing through the air and causing dozens of soldiers to fly backward, throats ruptured, falling to the ground in defiance. Soon, under Dai's leadership, a significant breach was carved into the city walls, providing more space for Daxia soldiers to flood in. Seeing the Yefeng City defenders retreating in fear, Hildred felt a chill run down his spine, his heart turning dark. Was today the day his Wu dynasty was destined to fall? Though he had personally led the army for less than half a month, the soldiers remained loyal to him, respecting and believing in him. As their emperor and ruler of the Wu dynasty, he was a man standing tall and steadfast, unwilling to abandon them or flee in cowardice. Charge! He raised his long sword high, roaring with anger, and charged towards the nearby Daxia soldiers. Seeing their emperor engage in battle, the morale of the Yefeng City defenders surged as they fought fiercely against the Daxia soldiers. Standing on the war chariot, Jeremiah watched the intense battle with a cold gaze. Especially when he saw the defending soldiers fighting to the death, he couldn't help but feel surprised. No wonder, with their emperor personally commanding and joining the battle, how could they not fight to the death? But, Cain, I order you to lead 200,000 troops and press the attack. We must capture Yefeng City today, Jeremiah said, his face stern. Yefeng City only had two walls, one facing the enemy and one leading to the capital of the Wu dynasty. While they could bypass the city to reach the capital, it would be a long journey, and they wouldn't be able to conquer the Wu dynasty within the specified time. Moreover, the road would be extremely difficult. Not only that, they would have to traverse long deserts and mountain ranges infested with ferocious beasts. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the middle-aged General Cain's face gleamed with excitement, his spirit brimming with determination, eager to join the battle. Given this opportunity, how could he possibly let it slip away? Even if he didn't achieve glory, he wanted to expand the territory for his emperor, fulfilling his ambitions. Endowed with such strength by his emperor, he would repay it by expanding the territory. As Cain left, Jeremiah continued to watch forward with a cold gaze, his aura powerful, eyes narrowing, killing intent flashing across his brow. He still couldn't understand why the Daewoo Dynasty emperor was struggling so hard. Did he not know that the harder he struggled, the worse it might end for him? This city had already withstood 3 days of attacks, causing heavy casualties among their ranks. Even when Dai led the charge onto the city walls, they were overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies, and he himself sustained minor injuries. Reluctantly, they had to halt their attacks and construct siege towers using the blueprints sent by Chancellor Hiroshi. They did have siege towers before, but they were almost completely worn out from repeated use. Hendrik or Thermore, they hadn't paused during their relentless advance to build more siege towers. If not for this stubborn resistance, they wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses and been forced to halt and build new siege towers. Charge! Holding his shield in his left hand and sword in his right, Dai's sword danced wildly, the sword light pouring down like a torrential rain, enveloping an area several feet wide. His right wrist vibrating. The sword spun like lethal snakes, and several shrill cries of agony rang out. In an instant, over a dozen soldiers were killed. Witnessing this terrifying sight and Dai's overwhelming power, the remaining soldiers exchanged glances, their scalps tingling with fear, hesitant to advance. Dai continued his onslaught, his eyes glowing with cold light, his murderous intent spreading, his aura exploding outward. His face was stern, his energy surging, his sword flashing with a cold glow, and his spiritual power raging. Flashes of sword intent coalesced into tiny strands of sword chi around him, striking the enemy soldiers head-on. Swish. Instantly, cries of pain filled the air, blood splattered, and flesh flew as hundreds of defenders screamed in agony, falling dead on the spot. Chapter 143. How can I dove in degradation? Kill. Cain atop the city wall raised his long saber high, and then fiercely swung it down. Boom. A loud sound reverberated. The wall trembled slightly, as the saber sank deep into the wall. Under the horrified gazes of more than 1,000 soldiers, dazzling light from the saber sliced through the sky, instantly carving a bloody path forward. Blood spread across the wall, and over 100 men were immediately hacked into pieces, as easily as slicing melons or chopping vegetables. Cain's footsteps did not stop. He advanced boldly. His eyes were cold and intense. The long saber swept around, its light streaking out in all directions. In this moment, he transformed into a god of death bringing destruction. Wherever his feet walked, bodies fell, blood flowed like rivers. An utterly terrifying scene. Come die. Suddenly, a general on the left surged forward, fierce and ruthless, displaying his formidable strength as a martial master. The long sword in his hand darted like a dragon leaping into the sky, piercing through the void with a momentum that shook heaven and earth as it attacked Cain directly. Humph! Cain let out a cold snort, his right foot abruptly sinking into the wall, shattering the ground. He gripped the saber tightly, charging forward grimly. But at this moment, another enemy general rushed in. He thrust forward with a long spear that moved like a dragon, his mouth twisted in a savage smile, eyes cold. His sharp spear stabbed fiercely. Die! You insignificant ants, obstructing my path. Cain sneered coldly. A mere initial-level martial master, how could he be compared to Cain, an advanced martial master? Facing him head-on was no different from seeking death. With the spring breeze blowing, he roared loudly, his large saber emitting endless red murderous light. Ferocious sword danced furiously, each stroke deadly, perfectly controlled. He did not slow down in killing speed. Along with him, his elite soldiers held their long spears and lunged forward fiercely, directly aiming for the enemy's lives. Wherever the spears went, enemies fell one by one. It was well known that the Qin sharp warriors were veterans hardened by countless battles, their killing skills refined to perfection. They showed no mercy in slaughtering enemies. Your Majesty, the troops of the Daxia dynasty have fully landed on the city walls. You must retreat immediately. Let us delay time for you here, said a strong man with a blood-stained armor and a slightly pale face. Your Majesty, General Arnie is right. Please retreat quickly. A retreating army can regroup and fight another day. If you stay any longer, you may not leave Leifeng City. The Arn beside him also urged sternly, blood slowly dripping from his face and hair stained with blood. Watching the enemies advancing, he felt anxious, desperately hoping Emin would leave. They could die in battle, their corpses left in the wilderness, but their king must not perish here. Otherwise, they would betray their ancestors. Seeing his generals fighting fiercely and soldiers bleeding for him, Emin's heart turned bitter. Yet his face turned cold as he replied, Retreat? Retreat where? How can I abandon you? The wall positions were occupied. Only retreating into the city could allow them to engage in intense combat. Seeing the enemy retreating, seemingly planning to escape, Daryl's eyes flashed, expression indifferent but cold. Wanna run? No way. To the city walls with me? His sword glowed, icy chill spreading all around. He dashed forward with determination, striking decisively. In a blink, the enemy soldiers blocking his path were all cut down, falling helplessly in the blood. The rain washed over their blood and faces. Daryl remained ice cold, showing no mercy. This was a battlefield of life and death, allowing no slack even for the strongest. He owed responsibility to his dynasty and to the soldiers by his side. He must bring them home happily. Quickly slashing through the enemy resistance, he led his troops to the staircase. Seeing the nearby gate and King Emin about to flee downstairs, he hesitated. Biting his teeth and feeling angry, he eventually abandoned the pursuit. But just as he decided to give up chasing Emin, Cain's voice rang out from afar. General Sima, chase after the king of Dahuang dynasty. I'll open the city gates to let our brothers outside come in. Chapter 144. Ferocious like wolves and tigers. Everyone, follow this general. Responding to the other party, Dai immediately rallied the soldiers behind him to charge into the city. Today, the king of Dawa dynasty, Hildred, will certainly die. Once Hildred is dead, the Dawa dynasty will fall into panic, and they can take over the entire dynasty without much effort. Besides, that grandson has caused them significant losses recently. He must not be allowed to leave alive. Under Dai's leadership, the Daxia dynasty soldiers surged into the city along the steps, unstoppable, and fiercely attacked the enemies in front of them. Hildred fled everywhere. Dai's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he leaped over the steps and directly jumped into the city. Bang! As soon as his feet landed, his face turned stern. His long sword trembled, emitting a cold aura, pointing directly at the opponent. Kill! Seeing the fierce Dai charging with his sword, the several generals around him exchanged glances and all rushed forward with their weapons drawn. Dai was indeed very powerful, but so what? To kill their king, they would have to trample over their bodies first. He must not get close to Zack. Kill! Kill! The awakened soldiers' faces turned cold, their killing intent rose, and they followed their generals to fight together. Dai's expression was icy cold. His killing intent skyrocketed, his gaze fearless. Looking at the enemy rushing towards him as if they were corpses, he swung his sword rapidly. Sword intentions flickered, sparks flew, and he suddenly slashed down. In an instant, a huge sword light several yards long, extremely sharp and shimmering with fiery red flames, instantly formed like a giant sword descending from the sky, ruthlessly splitting forward. Boom. No good, retreat quickly. Seeing the terrifying sword light approaching, the leading general shouted in shock. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Dai's sword light swept across several yards. Anyone standing in its path was cut in half, blood splattering everywhere, creating a gruesome scene. Washed by the rain, the bloody scene was horrifying, causing onlookers to feel nauseous. The generals who were previously leading the charge were now decapitated, their heads rolling on the ground, eyes wide open, with deep expressions of regret. He was once the youngest general of the Dawa dynasty, destined to become a great general commanding respect. He had boundless ambitions, but now, he fell here at the hands of others, his dreams dashed. Kill! Kill! The Daxia dynasty soldiers cleared the steps, then dropped down from the city walls, roaring with bloodlust, surging toward the heavens like ferocious tigers entering a sheepfold. Their sharp weapons were poised for slaughter. In an instant, the elite Qin warriors became vicious wolves, baring their fangs and frenziedly tearing apart the enemies before them. Under their ferocious onslaught, blood spurted. Rage, their fighting spirit blazing as they joined the fray with their weapons raised. If their king would rather die than surrender, how could they, as ministers and soldiers of the Dawa dynasty, possibly retreat? They vowed never to surrender. Faced with Hildred's resolve to fight to the death, Dai couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration. Hildred was indeed an excellent ruler, but unfortunately, he was born in the wrong era and faced a powerful force like the Daxia dynasty. Instantly, he tightened his grip on his long sword, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and swung his sword straight at the oncoming Hildred. Clang! Stepping faster, his sword aimed at the opponent's heart. Noticing the deadly blow, Hildred's expression changed slightly as he aimed his sword at the opponent's sword. Upon impact, a powerful shockwave erupted, forcing both to retreat several steps. Wu Zun! Dai steadied himself, shocked at Hildred. He never expected that the king of the Dawa dynasty was actually a Wu Zun realm powerhouse. Earlier, the imperial guards had reported that the king of the Dawa dynasty was only a high-stage Wu Zong martial artist, not mentioning the Wu Zun realm. Only during this exchange did he realize that Hildred had hidden his strength well, fooling many people. Similarly, Hildred regarded Dai with astonishment. At this moment, he sensed that Dai's strength matched his own. Had it not been for the protective dragon Qi, he might have suffered internal injuries and vomited blood from the previous clash. No wonder your Daxia dynasty can wage war on 5 dynasties simultaneously. Your generals are all incredibly powerful. Hildred sighed. With such terrifying power, how could they possibly contend? Even if the 5 dynasties united, they might still not be able to withstand the Daxia dynasty. Moreover, the officer before him was merely a deputy general. Since you know our Daxia dynasty is so powerful, why do you insist on resisting feudally? Dai said coldly. Surrender might let me survive and bring peace to my people, but I cannot betray my ancestors. I'd rather shed my last drop of blood than become the ruler of a fallen nation, Hildred said with dignity. In that case, this general will grant your wish, letting you be the king who sheds his last drop of blood.